Why am I not the daughter of a noble family, nor a princess or a county princess, and devoid of any extraordinary abilities? Mother, darling, you possess a rare and formidable poison. What do you have to fear? Anyone who dares oppose, you shall be vanquished. Father, you are my daughter and should look down upon the world. Anyone who defies you shall be crushed. Male lead, though I may grant you only a single lifetime of affection, may we depend on each other through countless reincarnations. Female lead, must you be so excessively dramatic? Male lead, why are you the master while I am merely a pig? Where's the money? Where's the money? A gaunt man rummaged through the house, muttering incessantly like a mechanical automaton. In the corner, a woman with an exquisitely beautiful profile wept softly, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old girl in her arms. Though the child's appearance did not resemble the woman, it was evident she would grow to be just as stunning, if not more so. Even at such a tender age, her features were remarkably delicate, especially her pair of expressive eyes that seemed to captivate the very soul. The woman did not weep instead. She coldly observed the man, her father, who was once a businessman but had succumbed to the allure of gambling and transformed into a desperate gambler. Since then, he frequently abused her mother and squandered their family's wealth on bets. Just last year, they were well off, but now they were reduced to poverty, all thanks to this man. Despite her youth, she possessed the heart of an adult, for she was intrinsically a modern soul. She had transmigrated prior to her father's descent into gambling. She had believed herself to be content. Grateful for a second chance at life, she had once lived with her grandfather in the countryside due to her parents' divorce, both of whom had abandoned her. Her grandfather was not her biological relative, but had taken her in out of pity. An accomplished traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he taught her his craft, and by the age of 20, she had made considerable progress and even found a devoted boyfriend. Just when she thought happiness was within her grasp, her grandfather suddenly passed away. His health had been robust, yet he inexplicably coughed up blood and died, leaving her alone in shock. Why had her beloved grandfather suddenly succumbed? At that moment, her boyfriend arrived with accusations, claiming she had harmed her grandfather. For heaven's sake, she had been with her grandfather since she was 7. How could she possibly wish him harm? Yet the villagers believed the worst of her. In a fit of mob justice, they beat her to death. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in ancient times, reborn as a newborn infant. Had she truly crossed over? Though her past life had been in the countryside, she had read extensively and had once fantasized about such an adventure. Yet she could never bear to leave her grandfather behind. To think he had been murdered, and now she was indeed living a different life. Shaking her head, she reached out her tiny hands to comfort the woman, gently patting her back in silent solidarity. Suddenly, the man approached, seizing the woman's collar and bellowing, "Where's the money? Where have you hidden it?" The little girl wished to rescue her mother, but at just 5 years old, how could she? Besides, the woman held her tightly in her embrace. The woman turned her head, revealing that only half of her face was unmarred, while the other bore a long scar resembling a burn. "What money? Does it look like we have any left? Haven't you squandered it all on gambling?" The woman's voice was soft yet tinged with defiance as she clutched the girl closer. No money?" His gaze turned icy. "Give me the child. She's so beautiful she will fetch a handsome price." The man, driven by desperation, began to snatch the child away. The woman tightened her hold on the girl, pleading, "How can you, a father, sell your own child? My child? This child bears no resemblance to me. I know what I look like, and she doesn't resemble me in the slightest. I've suspected this for a long time. I had her tested last year. She is not my child." The man's furious roar sent a tremor through the woman's heart. He had discovered the truth. Looking at her 5-year-old daughter, who remained silent, one might assume she was mute. In reality, the girl was lively and spirited. "Mother, is it true?" Despite her transmigration, she had never known a good family in her past life and this life. She yearned for her parents to love each other and for a happy existence. She never aspired to the grand adventures of other transmigrators, wishing only for the happiness she had never experienced. As for love, her disillusionment had begun when that man had framed her for her grandfather's death. Yet, she had only known 3 years of happiness before the gambler's descent had stripped it all away. The woman, hearing her daughter's innocent voice, fell into a momentary stupor. How could she explain? If she spoke the truth, would it not bring harm to her child? In a fleeting moment of distraction, the man seized the girl, declaring, "I've raised this child for 5 years. It is time for her to repay me." With that, he strode towards the door, clutching the girl. The woman lunged forward, grasping his leg. "Please return my child. She is my everything." I caused her suffering. She is innocent. Besides, she has called you father for so many years, do you not feel a shred of pity for her? The woman's desperate pleas finally broke through, and the girl began to cry. She was not afraid after all. What could a transmigrative fear? But her heart ached as the happiness she had sought slipped through her fingers. The woman had treated her with genuine affection, so why had she become an illegitimate child? Now, the man was intent on selling her. The girl longed to scream, "Heaven, if you let me transmigrate, could you not grant me a bit of fortune? Could you not allow me a few years of happiness? Is that too much to ask?" As the girl spiraled into her thoughts, the man, seemingly deaf to the woman's pleas, kicked her aside with a brutal shove. She struck her head against a wooden beam and lost consciousness, while he strode away with the child, not even glancing back. "Mother! Mother! Whoa, villain, let me go! I want to see my mother!" The girl cried, flailing her limbs in a futile attempt to escape, feeling utterly powerless. Why was she so weak compared to other transmigrators, who possessed myriad extraordinary abilities? The man, exasperated, struck her across the face, rendering her unconscious. Alas, she truly was too feeble. Who is it arriving so early? We haven't even opened for business. A woman in her 40s descended the stairs, yawning languidly. She was the madam of the brothel, known as Mother Chui. "Mother Chui, I come strike a deal. What do you think of this child?" The man presented his daughter, positioning her face towards Mother Chui. "Oh, she's quite lovely, a true beauty. But tell me, whose child is she? I will not accept children obtained through deceitful means. I prefer to avoid any trouble." Mother Chui, a savvy businesswoman running the largest and most renowned brothel in the city, knew the importance of maintaining a respectable reputation. The child's appearance was extraordinary. One glance was enough for her to recognize a rare gem. If she simply stated that she would take the child, she would be at the mercy of the man's price. Mother Chui was not foolish, and the man, having once been a businessman himself, understood her tactics well. "This is my daughter. I would not part with her if it weren't for desperation." Witnessing such blatant deception, the man demonstrated a performance worthy of an award. In a state of daze, the girl heard the words, "Mother, mother." She jolted awake, finding herself in an unfamiliar environment. Where is this? Could it truly be the fabled brothel? "Father, where is my mother? Where is she? Chui Mama, did you hear that? I am her father. What do you say? Will you take her? If not, I shall take her away." Chui Mama scrutinized the little girl, who, despite her tender age, possessed an enchanting beauty. Her large, bright eyes were captivating and almost bewitched Chui Mama, not to mention the man. "How much do you want for her?" "Not much, just 10 gold pieces." Currently, the currency was primarily based on 5 zhu coins, with 20 taels equaling 1 gold piece. The girl pouted. The man from the Jiang family was asking for an exorbitant price. She was merely 5 years old, still a decade away from the age of servitude. This meant Chui Mama would have to care for her for at least 10 years, and whether they could recoup that investment in 10 years was uncertain. The little girl scorned herself inwardly. Was her crossing into this world merely to be sold into a brothel? What purpose did that serve? However, she never imagined her father would truly sell her. She looked at Jiang with cold indifference, her eyes reflecting a hint of frost. In her previous life, she had lacked familial affection, yet at least she had her grandfather. Was this life destined to mirror that emptiness? Moreover, she would be forcibly separated from her only genuinely caring mother, or rather, her dear mother. Fine, it's a deal. Seeing the girl's expression, Chui Mama immediately decided to purchase her. She would undoubtedly become an exceptionally astute beauty. 10 gold pieces were nothing to Chui Mama. The girl was placed on the ground by Jiang. "Yudi, you must behave. When your father has the money, he will come to redeem you." The girl, named Yudi, sneered at him. "You will come to redeem me? If I believe your lies, I might as well dash myself against a wall." Relying on others is futile. She took 2 steps back and ran. Chui Mama gestured, and a few individuals emerged, swiftly capturing her and dragging her back. How shocking. Ancient brothels truly had enforcers. She felt utterly disheveled. "Little girl, once you enter my brothel, you will not leave unless your father possesses 20 gold pieces to redeem you." The girl's lips twitched. Chui Mama was raising the price. In mere moments, her worth had doubled from 10 to 20 gold pieces. Furthermore, the initial 10 gold had yet to be paid. "Chui Mama, you truly are a shrewd businesswoman." Afterward, she had the 10 gold pieces delivered to Jiang, formalizing the contract of sale. Jiang walked away with a jovial stride. "Father, did you truly sell me for money?" She still hoped he would remember their past. After all, Her life before the age of 4 had been blissful. Jiang paused for a moment, but did not turn back, continuing on his way. The girl gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with hatred, and beyond that, there was nothing else. Treat my mother well. As for you from this day forth, I shall no longer bear the surname Jiang, nor shall I be called Yudi. You are unworthy to be my father. If one day I can return home, I shall ensure you live to regret this. Only the first statement was spoken loudly by the girl. Chui Mama observed the 5-year-old girl with a glint of admiration in her eyes. Which 5-year-old could articulate such sentiments? She would undoubtedly go to great lengths to achieve her goals, and if she wished to leave, Chui Mama would profit handsomely. Your father claims your name is Yudi? Entering my brothel, I shall provide for you well, but you must obediently comply with my wishes. Otherwise, even if I paid 10 gold pieces for you, I shall show no mercy. Chui Mama grasped the little girl's hand, her tone fierce. He is not my father. I do not bear the surname Jiang, nor am I Yudi. The girl's eyes were icy, and she faced Chui Mama, exuding an eerie aura. Familial love, all she needed was her mother. She would one day return home and take her mother away. Chui Mama was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly just a 5-year-old girl? Although she knew this child was certainly more mature than others, could a girl of such tender age possess such depth in her gaze and spirit? And she was not crying. What is your name, then? The girl recalled her past life and present. Using the name from her previous existence? That would not be suitable in this life. She was reborn anew. The ones who cared for her most were her grandfather and her mother. Her mother's name contained the character for wisdom, which she could not use. So what name did she like? In her previous home, her mother often held her in the courtyard, listening to the cicadas, and would say, "Dyer, I truly adore the name Chan'er. Your father used to call me Chan'er." When her mother spoke, her face was filled with nostalgia and happiness. The girl once thought her father had called her mother that before her birth, but now she realized it might have been another man, perhaps her biological father, the one who brought joy to her mother. Chan'er, I shall be called Chan'er. Crack, crack, crack. Ugh. With the sound of the whip falling thrice, a faint moan escaped a woman's lips. Her brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her body bore numerous scars, yet she bit her lip, defiantly staring at the woman wielding the whip. Despite her outward appearance, Chan'er was inwardly lamenting her plight. After finally obtaining a second chance at life, she had been sold, and now there was no escape, to be struck with a small whip. Though in her previous life, she often spoke of the allure of being whipped, she merely jested she had never experienced it herself. Why was she subjected to such punishment? Hadn't other transmigrators been formidable? Once again, she scorned herself. She was too weak. Will you comply? Chui Mama's voice was harsh, devoid of compassion. This was the punishment for disobedient women in their brothel. The penalties in the brothel extended beyond mere whipping. For those of average beauty, easily replaceable, persistent disobedience would lead to severe punishment. For instance, one particularly heinous punishment involved extracting the fangs of a snake and forcibly inserting them into a woman's body, with only 2 possible outcomes. Either the snake perished or the woman did. Chan'er was grateful that her breathtaking beauty spared her from such brutal methods. She had been in the brothel for 7 years, and during her first 2 months, she attempted to escape every 3 days. Each time she was caught, Chui Mama personally intervened to administer severe discipline. However, she never gave up trying to escape. She firmly believed she was a transmigrator destined for a benefactor's assistance, yet this benefactor remained elusive. By the 3rd month, she finally learned to be prudent. She ceased her escape attempts and began to comply with Chui Mama, learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was intelligent, mastering all these arts within 3 years. Thus, Chui Mama arranged for her to become a courtesan, as she was only 8 at the time and could not entertain clients. She obediently agreed. Although many clients wished to have intimate encounters with her, Chui Mama always intervened, fully aware of Chan'er's nature. Now that Chan'er was finally cooperating, she could not allow her to change her mind. Now at 12 years old, she had reached the age to entertain clients, and Chui Mama began to press her to do so. However, Chan'er continually found excuses to decline. As the refusals mounted, Chui Mama's patience waned, and she resorted to the brothel's house rules. Chui Mama believed that a few whippings would make her yield as she had in childhood. Yet Chan'er understood that in this era, where a woman's virtue was paramount, she could not succumb to degradation. Thus, no matter how much Chui Mama tormented her, she steadfastly refused to entertain clients. While such a background might not lead to marrying into wealth and power, she could still live a stable life in a modest household. Even though she felt disillusioned with love in this unfamiliar ancient world, she had no choice but to marry and make a living. Having once tasted death, she cherished life all the more. After tiring of her beatings, Mother Chui put away her whip, saying, "This is for you. Tomorrow, when Lord Wu arrives, be sure to play a good tune for him." Mother Chui departed with her henchmen, leaving Chan'er to gaze at the medicine bottle thrown her way. With a slight furrow of her delicate brow, she recognized it as a remedy for her scars, which could be added to her bath for healing without leaving marks. To her astonishment, such an effective scar removal remedy truly existed in ancient times. Why, then, was it so elusive in the modern era? It seemed to be a matter of environmental pollution, she mused with a faint sigh. Don't ask who I am splendid. Search for him, he must be nearby. A masked figure clad in black commanded a group of followers, and his authoritative demeanor made it clear he was their leader. Upon receiving his order, the group clasped their hands in acknowledgement and dispersed. At that moment, a boy hiding around the corner cautiously peeked out, feeling a flicker of relief, but his heart soon sank with worry. Even if he evaded this danger, what would come next? He had no idea what had become of his companions. "Boss, he's right here." Cursing under his breath, the boy realized he had been discovered. This boy was none other than Si-Tu Yi, the 8th prince of the former Jin dynasty. Injured and desperate, he darted into an alley, knowing that only by passing straight through could he hope to escape. A throng of black-clad figures, alerted by the shout, immediately pursued him. Emerging from the alley, he found himself on the bustling main street of Yicheng. The townsfolk screamed in terror as they saw the black-clad men brandishing gleaming swords, scattering in all directions. Si-Tu Yi skillfully avoided a few, but he understood that even if he managed to evade them temporarily, the question remained, what should he do next? Casting a glance around, he realized he had no idea where he was. Never mind, he would find refuge inside. If fortune favored him, he might just escape. If not, well, what could he do against fate? He gently pushed open a window and climbed inside. Who goes there? Chan'er asked warily. Having just sent her maid away, she was preparing for a bath when she heard someone stealthily enter through the window. Si-Tu Yi paused, surprised that he had been noticed despite his careful movements. Yet time was of the essence. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he lunged forward, pressing it against her throat. "Do not speak, or you shall regret my ruthlessness." Chan'er trembled. How could she be so unfortunate? A heavy scent of blood filled the air. She scrutinized the figure before her, noting his strikingly handsome, features-arched brows, bright eyes reminiscent of a woman's, a noble nose, and enticingly pink lips. Yet he was covered in wounds. At that moment, Si-Tu Yi noticed the tattered fabric of her clothing, revealing faint scars on her arms marks of a whip. "You are injured?" Chan'er asked, an inexplicable sense of concern welling up within her. Si-Tu Yi's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why was she inquiring about him? Did she possess some skill to have heard him enter? Chan'er smiled gently, about to explain, when she suddenly heard footsteps on the roof. "Are they chasing you? Quickly, hide under my bed." Being a modern woman, she saw no issue with hiding beneath the bed, having forgotten this was an ancient setting. Si-Tu Yi's expression grew awkward. How could the 8th prince of the former Jin dynasty hide beneath a woman's bed? If word got out, where would his dignity lie? Yet the sound of footsteps grew ever closer, and he knew he had little choice. Realizing his hesitation, Chan'er boldly stepped back, and upon seeing his inaction, moved to partially open the door. Si-Tu Yi frowned. Was she truly trying to help him? "Quickly hide. I won't tell anyone about you." Si-Tu Yi was taken aback. How did she know what he was pondering? Time was running out, and he had no choice but to take a gamble. If fate sought to claim him, he could not escape it. As he prepared to crawl under her bed, Chan'er extended her hand. "Give me the dagger." Si-Tu Yi eyed her warily. "I won't harm you. I will save you, trust me." After much deliberation, he finally handed her the dagger and swiftly concealed himself beneath the bed. She took the dagger, casting a glance at him before lowering the coverlet, pointing the blade towards herself. With a clenched eye, she pierced her own flesh. "You." He fell silent, his view obstructed by the coverlet, but he could distinctly hear the voices of the black-clad men. "Boss, there's a woman collapsed beside the bed," one of the first intruders announced. The so-called boss approached, pressing a long sword against her. "Have you seen a young man, around 14 or 15? Only then did he notice the dagger embedded above her chest. Si-Tu Yi's personal blade. It had not penetrated deeply, likely due to his weakened state. Chan'er weakly replied, "I was preparing to bathe and came to change my tattered clothes when I saw him hiding behind the screen. Startled, I screamed, and he stabbed me before fleeing." She gestured toward the ajar door, feeling a pang of regret for not pursuing a film career in her past life. The masked man scoffed, realizing that C2 Yi must have been driven to desperation, for he would not harm an innocent otherwise. At that moment, Mother Chui entered with her henchmen, surprised to see so many black-clad figures. Her gaze quickly fell upon the dagger lodged in Channer's chest. "Quickly, fetch a doctor." Mother Chui commanded with calm authority, then turned to the intruders, her smile devoid of warmth. "May I inquire how my Channer has offended you, gentlemen? However, should you wish to engage in a visit, my pleasure house is always open to you. But should you come to cause trouble, my establishment is not to be trifled with." Her expression turned cold, revealing no fear. She glanced at Channer, her heart aching for her after all. Channer was her golden goose. The leader of the black-clad men shifted uncomfortably, realizing they were in a pleasure house. Though some of his subordinates were fierce and ready to advance, he halted them, commanding, "Withdraw." The leader was not intimidated by Mother Chui, nor the name of the pleasure house rather. He understood the powerful connections behind it. The owner of the pleasure house was a close confidant of the crown prince, the right chancellor Yuan Jingzhen, who happened to be the crown prince's maternal uncle. If C2 Yi had indeed sought refuge here, it would pave a path for him, making their task significantly easier. After the black-clad figures left through the window, the doctor arrived and examined Channer's pulse. Fortunately, the injury is not life-threatening, it narrowly missed the heart, and the wound isn't deep. Otherwise, even the great Hua Ta could not save her. However, she must rest for some time. She must not exert herself and should take her medicine regularly given time. She will fully recover. With that, the doctor departed. Mother Cui's expression darkened. "Did you do this on purpose?" Channer, pale and weak, replied in a whisper, "What are you saying, Mother Chui? Do you think I wish to throw away my life? I am exhausted. May I rest for a moment? Please have someone guard my door, and no one is to enter without my permission. I fear that villain may return. It is not death that frightens me, but the thought of not being able to return home to save my mother, who is trapped in dire straits." What a joke! She had no intention of dying. She had only just begun to cherish this life. Furthermore, Channer did not believe that the Jiang family men would treat her mother well. Upon hearing this, Mother Chui nodded, instructing a maid to place the medicine bowl on the table before leaving. After Channer observed that Mother Chui had departed, she suppressed her pain, lifted the quilt, and called out to the person beneath the bed. "Here is the medicine, you should take it. I regret that you must endure residing beneath my bed for the time being, but I shall find a way to procure a proper set of bedding for you. Although this place is not meant for your prolonged stay, now is not the moment for you to depart." What is the intent behind having them guard the door? Yi did not glance at the bowl of medicine on the table, intentionally disregarding the goodwill embedded in Channer's words. Channer pouted, though she was not angered. She placed her hand over her chest and continued, "You are gravely injured, and given your recent disappearance, they will undoubtedly patrol for some time. If anyone goes to procure medicine for external wounds, they will follow and keep watch. Only my room remains unaffected by such scrutiny. Thus, with guards stationed at the door, the possibility of your presence here will be eliminated, ensuring your temporary safety. Once you recover, you must leave swiftly, otherwise, safety may transform into danger." At this moment, Yi began to harbor a semblance of belief in her genuine intent to save him, recognizing her intelligence. "What do you mean by safety transforming into danger?" The men in black are not benevolent. Their ease in departing cannot simply be attributed to fear of Mother Chui. There must be a deeper reason. I suspect it relates to the mastermind behind the pleasure house. Alas, despite her reincarnation, her choice of words sometimes faltered. The mastermind? Yi furrowed his brow, for few individuals wielded such influence. The mastermind is a figure of immense power, positioned just below the emperor, a favored individual. Her knowledge of the mastermind was likely gleaned from an inadvertent eavesdrop. After her reincarnation, she discovered her innate talents for keen hearing and olfactory sensitivity. Hence, she was able to detect the heavy scent of blood upon entering the room. In that fleeting moment, she had to inflict a wound upon herself to mask the scent of blood emanating from him. Had those men caught a whiff of it, she feared she would also face repercussions. Fortunately, her medical training had instilled in her a sense of restraint. Otherwise, her hard-won life might have been forfeit. She could not bear the thought. Is it the right Chancellor Yuan Jingzhen? Only after posing the question did C2 Yi realize his carelessness. After all, he could not fully trust this woman yet. He ought to express his gratitude for her life-saving intervention. Thank you, Mississippi, my lady, for saving my life. Bowing respectfully, he raised his head only to discover that Chan'er had already fainted. Chapter 3. The Chosen One. It was at this moment that Situ Yi began to earnestly observe the young woman before him. Although he was unfamiliar with the establishment known as the Harmony Pavilion, he could surmise its general nature. Thus, he initially addressed her as Miss, but quickly reconsidered, recognizing the impropriety, especially since she had saved his life, and opted for young lady instead. The term young lady was a respectful address for unmarried women, while Miss carried a derogatory connotation, reserved solely for those of the brothel. Chan'er was exceptionally beautiful, even in her pallor, having fainted from a lack of vitality. Her beauty was undeniably captivating. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, smooth and delicate, with brows like willow leaves. Situ Yi recalled her pair of lively eyes, reminiscent of a clear spring in the mountains, brimming with spirit. Her slightly upturned nose and cherry-red lips completed her enchanting visage. Situ Yi had not forgotten her name, Chan'er. He approached the bed to support her, attempting to administer medication, yet it proved impossible for her to swallow. Could he truly resort to mouth-to-mouth feeding? He dismissed the thought. After all, he was a prince, and such an act would be inappropriate. Suddenly, he sensed a hint of warmth emanating from her body. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively reached to touch her forehead. How feverish she was! It dawned on him that she was still burning with fever. After a moment of contemplation, he set Chan'er down and crawled beneath the exquisite bed, inadvertently knocking over the medicine bowl. Upon hearing the commotion, the individuals outside rushed in, only to find Chan'er unconscious, prompting an immediate call for Mama Chui. After a flurry of medical attention, Chan'er's fever finally subsided, and her condition stabilized. When Chan'er regained consciousness, the sky was already darkening. She summoned her maidservants to prepare soup and dinner. With the medicine brought to her, she called for Situ Yi, insisting he partake of it. Situ Yi replied, "It would be better for the young lady to take it. Your injuries are far more severe than mine, and I am grateful for your life-saving assistance." He expressed his gratitude once more. Chan'er smiled and shook her head, disingenuously replying, "No need for thanks. If fate has brought us together, I cannot leave you to suffer." She then added, "Once the medicine arrives, you must take it. I wish for a slower recovery." Suddenly, her brows knitted together as she gazed at the medicine bowl. "My dear sir, I must ask you to return beneath the bed for now." Though Situ Yi was perplexed, he understood that Chan'er had her reasons for her actions. "Xiao Chui," she called out, and when Situ Yi had retreated to his hiding place, she summoned her maidservant. "What is the matter with this medicine? Did you add something to it? Do not think I am unaware, and do not presume you can mask the scent of other concoctions with this strong medicinal aroma." With that, she hurled the medicine bowl aside. I'm sorry. I truly didn't know," Xiao Chui cried, trembling and falling to her knees. Chan'er, being the leading courtesan of the Harmony Pavilion, had many admirers who came daily to appreciate her talents in music and painting, offering generous rewards. Mama Chui would reprimand her only when she was compelled to entertain clients. Otherwise, she indulged Chan'er. The servants dared not offend her, yet this incident had been instigated by Mama Chui. It was a substance designed to create dependency, a common coercive tactic employed within a brothel. However, due to Chan'er's exceptional hearing and sense of smell, Mama Chui had refrained from using it on her. This time, she thought perhaps the potent aroma of the external medicine would mask it, but she had been discovered nonetheless. Mama Chui stood outside the door, her face flushed with anger, pondering how to make Chan'er comply. Seeing Xiao Chui quaking in fear, Chan'er waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. You may leave now, and tell Mama Chui never to underestimate my sense of smell again. Xiao Kui, please bring me several blankets to place on either side of the bed to prevent rolling during the night." Xiao Chui nodded, trembling, and exited. Situ Yi emerged to inquire how she had known. "I have always possessed a keen sense of smell and hearing. The moment they added something to the medicine, I detected it. Even your quiet entry did not escape my notice. I first heard you, then caught the scent of blood, realizing you were injured. Are your wounds severe?" Situ Yi shook his head. "Thank you for saving my life." He bowed again. Chan'er laughed like silver bells. "This makes it the third time you have said that. Does it not? I recall hearing it while I was unconscious, then just now, and you intend to repeat it every time you emerge from beneath the bed?" Situ Yi grinned, and Chan'er found herself captivated by his smile, feeling an unexpected yearning. She quickly turned away, reminding herself that she had long since despaired of love. And in her current circumstances, what fantasies could she entertain? My lady, call me Chanxin. Her cheeks flushed slightly, despite her declaration to sever her feelings. She found herself drawn to him. Perhaps it was simply that he was too handsome. Chanxin, why did you save me? Situ Yi had always been curious. Knowing he was gravely injured, why did she still choose to rescue him, risking her own life to shield him? Did she not fear he might be a villain? I sensed goodness in you. The moment I saw you, I believed you were not wicked. Chanxin hastily concocted an excuse to deflect his inquiry. 7 days later, Situ Yi's wounds had healed considerably, while Chanxin's recovery was painfully slow. Fortunately, the medicinal application on her injury had prevented it from festering. Chanxin knew he should soon depart, yet she felt reluctant to let him go. She retrieved a necklace she had worn around her neck, a golden pendant shaped like a phoenix, proudly poised as if it were a regal creature. Chanxin extended the necklace to Situ Yi, who looked at her in confusion. Do not misunderstand. This pendant can counteract common sedatives. Keep it with you for protection. Chanxin did not disclose that it was her mother's heirloom, given to her in childhood out of concern that the men of the Zhang family might sell it for gambling. Her mother had told her it was her dowry, to be given only to a man she truly cherished. After 7 days of interaction, though their conversations were limited, she had developed feelings for him, making the gift a fitting gesture. Situ Yi accepted the pendant, his gaze filled with concern for Chanxin. She turned away. Thank you for your concern, but rest assured, the people here know that sedatives have no effect on me, so they will not use them again. In fact, it will be useful for you. Chanxin approached the window, opening it slightly, a habit she had developed over the past 3 days as she peered outside. You may leave now. Based on my observations over the past few days, the situation outside has calmed. Take this pouch with you, she continued. It contains some money in a small pouch. If you encounter any difficulties, you may open it. It may prove helpful. Situ Yi accepted the pouch, noting the embroidered design of spring bringing peace. Suddenly, he recalled her mysterious behavior in recent days. She had been showcasing this very pouch. Realizing this, he fell at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Chanxin, adhering to local customs, offered a simple bow. Please take care of yourself, my lord. Situ Yi gazed at her and replied, Chanxin, you must also take care. If I escape this peril, I promise to return to rescue you from this abyss. Situ Yi departed the Harmony Pavilion, casting a lingering glance back at the room from which he had emerged. Chanxin's name was indelibly etched in his heart. With reluctance, he left Yicheng. 3 days later, he arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Heroine, Liao City. That night, while resting, he suddenly heard faint sounds at his door. Alert! Situ Yi quickly descended from his bed, discovering someone attempting to pry open his door. The room was filled with a peculiar fragrance, and instinctively, he reached for the necklace around his neck. It truly could counteract sedatives. Initially, he had thought Chanxin was merely speaking in jest, but it seemed she held no ulterior motives towards him. Situ Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He surmised that there were likely many individuals outside, and given his injuries had not fully healed, he feared he would not be able to contend with them. Hastily, he opened the small pouch, finding it contained a note. What is common is not to be doubted. The hidden lies within the obvious. Situ Yi smiled broadly. She was indeed clever. As Situ Yi gently opened the window and retreated to the corner behind the door, he was grateful for his bamboo green attire, which rendered him inconspicuous in the dark. A group of men clad in black stormed in, stabbing wildly at the bed, only to discover it was empty. One of them shouted, "Boss!" He escaped through the window. After him, the others immediately dashed outside. When Situ Yi emerged confidently from his hiding spot, he gazed at the necklace and note in his hand, recalling how she had saved him once again. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching, and a sense of dread washed over him. Were there more of them? Listening closely, he discerned it was just one person. He slipped back behind the door, and a figure cloaked in dark hues came into view. Upon recognizing Heroine, he exclaimed, "Heroine, I am here." Stepping into view, Situ Yi felt a wave of relief upon seeing her. "Your Highness, I have been searching for you," she exclaimed. "Are you unharmed? How did you evade those men? Where did you get that?" Heroine was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the necklace in Situ Yi's hand. Without regard for their disparate statuses, she reached forward and snatched the necklace, examining it closely for a while before bringing it to her nose to inhale its delicate fragrance. "This was given to me by the girl who saved my life. Do you know her, Heroine?" C2E asked, a frown creasing his brow. The necklace had always belonged to Chanxin, and Rua's sudden possession of it stirred an inexplicable displeasure within him. Realizing her overstepping, Rua hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, I do not know this girl. I was merely concerned upon seeing something that should not belong to you in your possession." The room was filled with a faint scent reminiscent of sedative, and while the necklace bore a similar aroma, it was tinged with something different. C2E reclaimed the necklace, stating, "If it weren't for this necklace, I would have perished. It can neutralize the sedative. By the way, Ifra, how much money do you have on you?" "Not much, but rest assured, Your Highness, it is sufficient for our needs. We shall return to the capital in a day or two," Ruo replied, her thoughts consumed by the necklace. Crafted from pure gold and glimmering brightly, clearly a treasure beyond the means of ordinary folk. A necklace that could counteract sedatives, it was likely the only one of its kind in existence. Lost in contemplation, she failed to notice C2Ye's discomfort. He, the favored scion, found himself lacking even the funds to redeem her. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the jade pendant at Rua's waist. That pendant must be worth at least 100 gold pieces. Wouldn't you agree? Rua immediately sensed a foreboding feeling and instinctively shielded the pendant. "Your Highness, this is the token of recognition between my sister and me." C2E sighed. He had already lost all his possessions. What was he to do now? Chapter 4. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. Seeing C2Ye's troubled expression, Rua could only guess that it was related to the necklace's owner. "Your Highness, we should leave at once. This place is no longer safe. They may return." C2E understood that they could not linger, yet he was torn. If he returned to the capital, he would never be able to escape. How could he fulfill his promise to save her from peril? As dawn broke, C2E and Rua arrived at an opulent residence. Rua approached and gently knocked on the door. The steward opened it and, upon recognizing them, ushered them into the main hall. Shortly thereafter, a robust, middle-aged man emerged, kneeling before C2E. "I pay my respects to His Highness the 8th Prince." "General Pang, please rise," C2E said, stepping forward to assist Pang Dingshan to his feet. Pang Dingshan was a former Grand Marshal of the Jin Kingdom, a first-rank general who had served his country loyally and earned the trust of the reigning monarch. "I was unaware that Your Highness would visit. What brings you here?" Pang Dingshan was aware that C2E had been sent out of the palace to experience the hardships of the populace, an essential right for every prince upon turning 15. However, he was perplexed as to why C2E sought him out. "General, I must apologize. You see my current state of attire," C2E replied. Pang Dingshan then noticed that C2E wore no adornments. Indeed, his garments bore patches. A prince wearing patch clothes? What could have led to such a situation? He glanced at Rua, C2Ye's guard, who was adorned, while the prince himself was not. "General, the matter is that when His Highness arrived in East City a few days ago, he encountered a band of ruffians who clearly knew his identity and intended to assassinate him. In an effort to protect His Highness, I led the assailants away and arranged to meet him here. However, their numbers were overwhelming. In addition to pursuing me, many sought to kill His Highness. He suffered severe injuries, and it was only thanks to a young lady's intervention that he managed to escape." C2E had already recounted the general outline of events to Rua on their way, but he could not bring himself to mention the humiliating detail of hiding beneath her bed. How could he admit such a disgrace? If it were to be known, where would his dignity reside? "Unbelievable!" Pang Dingshan exclaimed, striking the table in indignation. "In broad daylight, there are those audacious enough to attempt to assassinate a prince. Yet, he understood that these assailants were likely agents of someone within the palace, aiming to eliminate C2E. He had heard tales of C2Ye's character, known for his kindness and willingness to help others, earning him great respect. However, those were merely hearsay, not to be taken too seriously. Though the current crown prince, C2 Zhang, was somewhat tyrannical, C2Yi still had the 7th prince, C2 Xian, above him. Why would anyone wish to kill him? Did he possess an unappealing visage? Pang Dingshan could not help but cast another glance at him. "General, let us not dwell on this matter. I have come to request a loan of silver. Just 200 gold pieces should suffice." Pang Dingshan was left speechless. A prince of a grand nation seeking financial assistance from him. A general? If word of this got out, it would surely provoke laughter among many. Moreover, 200 gold pieces? Was that even a small amount? "Dear prince, might you specify what you would consider a large sum?" After a moment's thought, he signaled to the steward, who promptly prepared the money. After bathing and changing into new clothes, Pang Dingshan presented Si-Tu Yi with some adornments. For a prince ought to maintain a semblance of dignity when venturing out. After breakfast, the steward brought forth the prepared silver, and Si-Tu Yi smiled broadly. "Thank you for your generous gift, General." Having received the money, he prepared to leave, but suddenly halted. "General, will this money need to be repaid in the future?" Pang Dingshan's expression transformed rapidly. In the end, he sighed internally. Was the eighth prince truly as benevolent as the rumor suggested? This paltry, some hardly warranted repayment. Since the general is so generous, why not bestow upon me some more? Si-Tu Yi suggested. Pang Dingshan was taken aback. He had merely been polite. This was not the demeanor of a prince. Greedy as a bandit. Holding back his frustration, he instructed the steward to bring an additional 100 gold pieces. However, Si-Tu Yi only accepted 10, declaring it sufficient. With that, he departed with heroine. Pang Dingshan watched Si-Tu Yi's retreating figure, deep in thought, before signaling to a hidden figure who promptly vanished. "Your Highness, why do you require 10 gold pieces?" Heroine inquired. "You must know that General Pang is a distinguished hero of our Jin kingdom. Gaining his support would significantly enhance your prospects." Si-Tu Yi remained silent as he entered the home of an elderly woman they passed by in the morning. "Madam, I have some money for you. Please take it and seek medical attention for your granddaughter and buy some food for your grandson. He is still so young. Could you bear to sell him?" Heroine recalled overhearing the elderly woman lamenting about her lack of food and her sick granddaughter, contemplating selling her grandson to procure money for her ailing child. She had not realized that Si-Tu Yi had taken note of her plight. The elderly woman gazed at the 200 taels in her hands, trembling in disbelief. She had never seen so much money in her life. A surge of emotion rendered him speechless, prompting him to bow repeatedly. However, Si-Tu Yi did not linger, leading Heroine away. "Your Highness, if you do not clarify matters with the general, it will leave him with a poor impression of you. I care not for his opinion of me. My actions are driven by the desire to aid the impoverished by taking from the wealthy. He returns victorious, laden with spoils and rewards. Would he truly concern himself over a trifling sum?" He added, "By the way, when we are out, refer to me as Eighth Master, robbing the rich to help the poor." Upon receiving the report from his dark guard, Pang Dingshan found it amusing. He was indeed as rumored, a man who performed good deeds anonymously, uninterested in fame or profit. Yet, such a reputation, it seemed his numerous charitable acts could no longer be concealed. No wonder he was embroiled in peril. After dismissing the dark guard, Pang Dingshan regarded Si-Tu Yi with admiration. The steward, perplexed, noted that their master had just been angry, and now he was lauding the man. Having disguised themselves, Si-Tu Yi and Heroine arrived in Yicheng. Upon their arrival, they overheard talk of an auction at the pleasure house, where the prize courtesan, Chan'er, was to be sold on her wedding night. Si-Tu Yi furrowed his brow in concern. How could Chan'er possibly agree to this? Had they perhaps drugged her after he left with the necklace? An unease settled in him, and he instructed Heroine, "You wait here, I shall investigate." Without awaiting her response, he darted into an alley, leaping onto a roof, and made his way to Chan'er's chamber. Peering through the tiles, the sight that met him made his fists clench in anger. He stealthily entered her room, finding Chan'er bound tightly to the bed. A pang of sorrow struck him. How could they treat his savior in such a manner? Upon seeing him, Chan'er's fear melted away, replaced by tears of distress. Si-Tu Yi approached her bedside, removing the silk cloth that bound her, granting her the freedom to speak. "Why have you returned? Are you healed? Are you out of danger?" Listening to her words, he noted that not a single one was a lament of her plight. All were expressions of concern for him. His heart ached slightly. Even in her dire situation, she worried for him. Such a woman was rare in this world. "Do not worry, I shall rescue you." Just as he spoke, he heard a commotion outside. To avoid alerting anyone, he hastily tied the cloth back and concealed himself beneath her elegant bed. Chan'er was momentarily stunned. Had he truly hidden beneath the bed? He could have easily escaped through the window. When Mama Cui entered and noticed the tear stains on Chan'er's face, she sighed, "I only wish for your well-being. If you desire to return home swiftly, you must entertain guests and earn enough to redeem yourself. With your looks and talents, finding a husband in the outer city will not be difficult. You could take your mother and live a good life." Ridiculous. Chan'er tucht in outage. turning away and refusing to meet Mama Chui's gaze. Seeing her reaction, Mama Chui pondered that since Chan'er could not escape anyway, revealing the truth might work in her favor. Perhaps even persuading her. Do you know who owns this pleasure house? It is the prince's uncle. He will be attending the auction. And purchasing your wedding night is not for mere indulgence. It is a gift for the prince. If you win his favor, he will redeem you and grant you a noble title. With your intellect, the position of princess will be within your reach. Mama Chui's bluntness was a tactic to entice Chan'er into compliance. Chan'er turned to her, her bright eyes reflecting disdain and defiance. You are foolish. Mama Chui, Anjid, turned on her heel and departed. Sitayi emerged from beneath the bed, offering an awkward chuckle. At that moment, he had indeed contemplated escaping through the window, yet instinct had led him beneath the bed. However, this misstep had allowed him to overhear valuable information. He glanced at Chan'er, who was smiling, not in mockery, but in joy. Sitayi offered her a reassuring glance, then slipped out through the window. Chan'er watched his retreating figure, recognizing his exceptional nature. During the 7 days of his recuperation, he had never mentioned his affairs, not even his name. Yet, she could tell he was of noble lineage. Could he be the benefactor she encountered after her transmigration? If so, she realized he must have overheard Mama Chui's words, yet he displayed no fear. Defying Yuan Jingzhen equated to defying the prince. And yet he had reassured her. Who else in this kingdom would dare to stand against the prince? She had an inkling of his identity. He matched the legendary descriptions in both age and demeanor, and he was currently honing his skills outside. After Situ, Yi relayed the situation to He Iruo. The latter advised caution. After all, there were only 2 of them, while Yuan Jingzhen would undoubtedly bring more than a couple of men. They would be as easily crushed as ants. If the recent assailants had been the prince's men, Situ, Yi would be walking into a trap. Even if they were not, the prince would certainly welcome his demise, conveniently framing it as retaliation against his assailants. Situ pondered, a playful smile emerging on his lips. He leaned in to whisper a few words to He Iruo. He rubbed his forehead, astonished at how brazenly bold Situ Yi had become. However, despite his thoughts, He Iruo wasted no time, setting off to ascertain Yuan Jingzhen's whereabouts. Upon discovering his location, he made his way to a brothel known as the Emerald Waste Courtyard. Although less renowned than the pleasure house, the Emerald Waste Courtyard was still filled with exquisite beauties. Ah, are you alone, sir? The madam, noticing He Iruo's fine attire, greeted him with a smile. He Iruo surveyed the room and replied flatly, "Bring forth your most beautiful ladies. If they truly impress, my master will ensure they are well rewarded." The madam, eyeing the young man clad in fine fabrics with a resolute expression and a sword in hand, thought he resembled a bodyguard. But who would dress their bodyguard in such luxury? Suddenly, her eyes widened. She had heard that the right chancellor, Yuan Jingzhen, had arrived in Yicheng the previous day. Rumor had it he sought Chan'er's wedding night. Why then was he here? Yet, as long as there was profit to be made, she cared not for the reasons. "Sir, please take a seat in the private room and wait a moment." With that, she sashayed away to attend to matters. Inside the private room, He Iruo examined the ladies before him, noting their beauty. "You 5 will suffice. To be frank, my lady disapproves of my master visiting establishments like this, so I was tasked with discreetly accompanying him. At the second watch, you need only keep him from the pleasure house. If all goes well, you shall be richly rewarded." He Iruo placed 20 gold pieces on the table, causing the madam to beam with delight. Keeping a man occupied is a simple task. He Iruo nodded, then pulled the madam aside, slipping her an additional 100 taels. "I shall not hide it from you. My lady is Yuan's wife, so it is imperative you succeed. Should you fail, consider the consequences of losing not just your business, but also incurring her wrath." Understanding the dangerous nature of Yuan Jingzhen's wife, known for her jealousy and cruelty, the madam felt a tightening in her chest. With money in hand, she could not afford to be unwise. She accepted the coins and promised to complete the task. Exiting the Emerald Waste Courtyard, He Iruo amused himself that Yuan Jingzhen's romantic endeavors seemed rather appealing. I am uncertain how his wife will proceed once he returns. Naturally, she would not cause difficulties for the Ziyao courtyard, as it was they who prevented Yuan Jingzhen from visiting the Hahuan Tower, which would undoubtedly please her. He Iruo believes that Situ Yi's kindness may ultimately lead to his downfall. If you're to lose, it would certainly be due to his overly gentle disposition. As the clock struck 3, Chui Mama felt a sense of unease. Why had Prime Minister Yuan not yet arrived? The auction had already commenced for a quarter of an hour. 1 gold. The price had escalated from the initial 5 taels to 1 gold. Situ Yi and He Ruo sat there casually sipping wine, as if this auction bore no significance to them. 5 gold. Suddenly, someone called out 5 gold, and no one dared to raise the bid further. Just as Chui Mama was about to speak, He Ruo calmly interjected, 10 gold. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. To double the bid so boldly, what wealth must he possess? And this 10 gold was merely for Chan's first night. 15 gold. The atmosphere ignited once more, and all eyes turned to the audacious bidder, who was none other than Lord Wu, a frequent visitor of Chan. Situ Yi continued to drink, his gaze unwavering, while He Ruo raised the stakes once more. The two men continued to bid in increments of 5 gold, ultimately reaching 50 gold. Lord Wu stood up and approached He Ruo and Situ Yi, scrutinizing them closely, clearly unfamiliar. May I inquire if this is your first visit to Yicheng? Have you met Chan? After a respectful bow, He Ruo replied, though it is our first visit, we have long admired Miss Chan's exquisite qualities. Comparing Chan to a lotus, which blooms untainted from the mud, was indeed most fitting. At that moment, Situ Yi set down his wine cup and slowly raised his gaze to examine the man before him. Although referred to as Lord Wu, he appeared to be quite young, with a decent appearance. Meanwhile, Lord Wu was assessing the individuals he addressed as masters. Although he bore a slight beard, he seemed younger than himself. They had clearly disguised their identities. One must dress carefully when venturing out, indicating their status was not ordinary. Observing his attendant, who exuded an air of confidence and grace, he remarked, I hope you will take good care of Chan. She is truly a remarkable woman. Having said this, he turned to leave, but Situ Ye's voice halted him. If you truly think her worthy, why not redeem her? His voice held a certain allure, stirring a tempest within Lord Wu, who had never considered redeeming Chan until now. He returned to his seat, pondering deeply. However, redeeming Chan involved far more than mere money. Her worth was certainly no less than 500 gold. Chui Mama's face showed concern. The hour had passed, yet Prime Minister Yuan remained absent. As for Chan's first night, she began, but Situ Yi interrupted. Where is Miss Chan? Take me to see her, so I can ascertain whether my 50 gold is justified. With a hint of provocation, he cast a glance at Lord Wu. Chui Mama led the two men to Chan's room, where He Ruo furrowed his brow, perplexed at her confinement. Chan, upon seeing the two men, recognized Situ Yi despite their disguises. He had truly come. Chui Mama, with a forced smile, explained, Chan has a stubborn temperament, and I feared she might act rashly and offend the masters, so I bound her. I shall release her now. Chui Mama thought that perhaps her resistance would be beneficial, providing a suitable explanation to Yuan Jingzhen later. That will not be necessary. I appreciate a spirited disposition, Situ Yi declared. How much for her redemption? He wished to gaze at Chan for as long as possible, but he could not afford to reveal too much, lest his plans unravel. With only 100 gold on his person, it might not suffice. What should he do? Redeem Chan? Chui Mama raised an eyebrow, a smile spreading across her face as she proclaimed, it will take no less than 1,000 gold. Situ Yi was momentarily taken aback. Chan's worth was indeed so high. He took measured steps towards her, loosening the silk binding that restrained her. Please, Chui Mama, present the deed of sale. Let's finalize this transaction. Chui Mama hesitated, recalling her earlier declaration of 10,000 gold, but not wishing to alter her words, she retreated to retrieve the deed. Upon her return, He Ruo had already prepared the contract. Presenting the contract to He Ruo, Chui Mama smiled as she handed over the deed, exclaiming, it was agreed upon that it would be 1,000 gold. How did it transform into 100? The esteemed Yuan de Gongzi wishes to redeem her for 100 gold. Do you have any objections, Chui Mama? If you have grievances, feel free to address them at our residence. Once Chui Mama heard this, her temper dissipated immediately. She understood well who Yuan de Gongzi was, the favored son of Yuan Furen. Yet, he was known for his love of beauty, and once he set his sights on a woman, he would not rest until she was his. After a lingering glance at Chan, Chui Mama realized that the chances of her survival after being taken by Yuan de Gongzi were exceedingly slim. He Ruo presented the 100 gold, then approached Situ Yi with the deed in hand. Situ Yi cast a cold glance at Chan, warning You would do well to behave, serve well, and perhaps the young master will keep you. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Chan'er lowered her head in humility, uttering not a word. Chui Mama stood at the doorway, watching the trio depart with a heavy heart, lamenting the fate of Chan, a beautiful and intelligent woman, destined to meet such a tragic end. Truly a case of heaven's jealousy towards the fair. After walking for some time, Situyi ensured their safety before removing his disguise. He bowed to Chan'er, and Irual quickly interjected, "Eighth Master, how can you bow to her?" He then turned to Chan'er, saying, "On behalf of the Eighth Master, I extend my gratitude for your life-saving kindness." Eighth Master? She mused. He was indeed the eighth in rank. If it were truly him, their paths would diverge here, perhaps never to cross again. Chan'er smiled faintly, bowing deeply. "I should be the one expressing gratitude for your act of redemption. However, your actions may offend the current right Prime Minister." Chan'er had more to say. "Let's find a safer place for our conversation." Chapter 6. Trapped by ignorance. When Chan'er emerged once more, she had donned male attire, embodying the image of a refined and elegant scholar. The three of them entered a tavern, specifically the Tianzhou room. Chan'er contemplated that since she was born here, and he was a high-ranking prince, a bow of respect would not cost her much. After all, he had rescued her from her confinement. Now that she had matured, she vowed to grow stronger, never to be weak again. She knelt and performed a grand salute. Situyi hurried to assist her, but she brushed his hand away. He was perplexed. Why was she kneeling to him? He had never revealed his identity, and despite her cleverness, he had not shared a word of his affairs. "Thank you for redeeming me, young master," Chan'er expressed. "Should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to face any peril for you. Yet, I fear I may not have the opportunity to see you again." Nevertheless, she had one final word to offer him, hoping it might assist him. Situyi nodded. Once this matter was settled, he would return to the palace, and their fates would no longer intertwine. "Please remember, young master, that one must always maintain humility and courtesy, concealing one's brilliance." "Why?" Irual asked, puzzled. He was determined to support Situyi in becoming the crown prince, believing that only under his reign would the people of the Jin state find prosperity. Yet Chan'er advised him to hide his talents. What could this mean? Chan'er recalled the teachings of Mencius, which recounted how Pen Changqua, an official in the state of Qi, was predicted to meet his demise due to his lack of humility. Not long after, he was indeed killed. When Mencius's students inquired about the reason, he explained, Pen Changqua possessed a modicum of cleverness but lacked humility, exhibiting his brilliance at every turn. Such behavior, even with minor intelligence, can lead to one's downfall. True wisdom cannot be measured by mere clever tricks. It is the understanding that these tricks may bring about one's own ruin. The young gentleman's wisdom is not merely superficial cleverness. Yet, it is precisely due to his profound intelligence that he attracts envy from many. The previous incident serves as ample evidence of this. I firmly believe that he is a truly astute individual, capable of navigating the world with ease. As Situyi pondered her words, a mysterious smile crept across his face. To confront the unwise with unwise tactics, to ensnare the wise with the foolish. Chan'er looked up, her smile radiant and star-like, captivating Situyi. Such a beautiful woman is rare in this world, and her innocent smile is truly enchanting. What if he were to take her back to the palace? Yet he understood he could not do so. But what have you discovered? Chan'er bowed respectfully, saying, I know nothing. I only know that you are my benefactor, and I wish you well, for you are a kind-hearted person, capable of encompassing the world within your heart. With her words laid bare, even Situyi, though not dim-witted, comprehended that she had indeed guessed the truth, yet she neither questioned nor revealed it. If she were to assist him, he would surely ascend to greater heights. No wonder Yuan Jingzhen intended to purchase her for the crown prince. But was that not Yuan Jingzhen's estate? Why resort to buying her? At that moment, Situyi recalled that she was still kneeling. He hastily assisted her up. After all, she was his savior. He then presented her with 5 pieces of gold, saying, This is all I possess at present. I did not anticipate your worth to be so high. I wonder if this will suffice for your needs. Return home with your mother and leave Yicheng swiftly. Yuan Jingzhen will not relent. Ah, this jade pendant. Situyi reached for the pendant at his waist, only to find it missing. The pendant, made of, had been a gift from the Grand General. I apologize, it appears I've lost it. Observing the flustered expression on Situyi's face, Chana could not help but chuckle softly. Thank you for your concern. I shall find a way to survive. She intended to return home to rescue her mother and leave Yicheng, for she had no place there. Nevertheless, Situyi insisted that she accept the money, and unable to refuse him, she acquiesced. Meanwhile, within the brothel, Yuan Jingzhen was in a furious rage. His eldest son had recently taken an interest in a woman, only to discover she was from the prime minister's residence, thus offending the prime minister himself. Consequently, Yuan Jingzhen had confined his son to their estate. How could he possibly come? Even less could he allow anyone to redeem Chan'er. Suddenly, he recalled the women who had been pestering him earlier. It was undoubtedly a scheme aimed at assisting Chan'er in her redemption. But who possessed such audacity? Who dared to stir trouble in such a high place? Summoning his guards, he whispered a few instructions, and they departed. With whom has Chan'er been associating recently? Mother Cui pondered. She has hardly interacted with anyone. Ever since her injury, she has been bound and prepared for sale. So how could she have met anyone? Could it be? Mother Cui seemed to have an inkling. And Yuan Jingzhen looked at her. What do you suspect? Mother Cui recounted the details of Chan'er's injury, leaving Yuan Jingzhen in silence. Could it be that Chan'er had hidden someone in her room? How bold of her! Take me to Chan'er's chamber. Yuan Jingzhen circled the room, finding everything in order, with no signs of suspicion. Suddenly, he approached the bed and lifted the quilt, discovering a jade pendant lying there. A cold smile emerged on his lips. Indeed, Chan'er had concealed someone beneath her bed. Upon inspecting the pendant, he was taken aback. How could it be? This pendant belonged to the current Grand Minister, General Pang Dingshan. Yuan Jingzhen recalled how, during his victorious defense at the border against the Great Shang Kingdom, the Emperor, in his delight, had bestowed this pendant upon him as a tribute from the surrounding pastoralists. He had boasted of it for quite some time. Such jade was exceedingly rare. Now, to find this pendant here, could it be that the person pursued last time was him? No, he had been at Jin City for the imperial court that day. Yuan Jingzhen tightly gripped the pendant, determined to investigate this matter thoroughly. If Chan'er had indeed been taken by someone from Pang Dingshan, the crown prince would undoubtedly fall from grace, and his own days of prosperity would be numbered. Ensure you keep a close watch, discreetly investigate Chan'er's whereabouts in Yicheng, and do your utmost to find her. If you cannot, the situation would become precarious. If it were truly Pang Dingshan's people who had taken her, it indicated that Pang Dingshan was already targeting him. He must know some insider information. Moreover, if he intended to overthrow the crown prince, who would he support? Chan'er would be placed beside whoever that was. With her nature, marked by gratitude and intelligence, should she become an adversary, it would certainly pose a significant challenge. If that were the case, Chan'er could not remain alive. A ruthless glint flashed in Yuan Jingzhen's eyes. Do not blame me for my merciless methods. As he returned home in his palanquin, a sudden commotion broke out. Yuan Jingzhen commanded them to halt and investigate the disturbance. Clang! Clang! He Zishi, having parried the assailant's blades with her sword, felt a chill in her gaze. Trained in martial arts from a young age, she had embarked on a mission to find her brother. Passing through Yicheng, she had happened to steal a small sum from a wealthy man surnamed Liu, which had led to him relentlessly pursuing her throughout the day. How petty of him! She had only taken 10 taels, not even a full gold piece. Yet he sought to eliminate her. What if she had stolen an entire gold piece? How great would his wrath be? Right Minister Yuan is present. Who dares to act so recklessly? Commanded a guard, brandishing his blade. Zishi's lips curled into a smile. She had indeed encountered a benefactor. She rushed over and knelt. Speaking pitifully, Please, Minister, stand up for me. I am seeking my brother. While passing through Yicheng, I chanced upon a Liu family merchant bullying the weak. In my moment of anger, I acted, only to be falsely accused of stealing his silver and pursued relentlessly. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Yuan Jingzhen, already vexed, lifted the curtain and glanced at the armed assailants with impatience. Is the Liu family truly so domineering? Is there no law in Yicheng that permits such tyranny in front of an official? Upon hearing this, the assailants dropped their weapons, kneeling like mice before a cat. Who did not know of Right Minister Yuan? He was a first-rank minister, second only to the prime minister. His position was no longer one to be measured by rank alone. Were it not for the ancestral decree forbidding the granting of princely titles to those of other surnames, the prime minister would have long ascended to princely status. In addition to his official rank, Yuan Jingzhen was also the crown prince's maternal uncle. Who would dare offend him without courting death? Return and inform your master to prepare 1,000 tales to benefit the people. Should he refuse, be wary of your heads. Please, minister, quell your anger. We shall comply. The assailants bowed and hastily retreated. Izishi bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life, Minister Yuan. Yuan Jingzhen waved his hand dismissively. Once he had departed, she rose and dusted herself off, declaring, Today I shall depart Yicheng. I refuse to believe that the Liu family can catch up with me. In the early morning light, Chan'er walked alone along a rural path in the northern part of the city. A bitter smile crossed her face. She did not even know where her home was. When she was sold, she had been knocked unconscious by a man from the Jiang family. At that time, she was merely 5 years old, seen only as a child by her mother and the Jiang family, and could never have ventured outside to know the way. Yicheng is neither large nor small. She only knew that her home lay in a remote location, but where exactly, she could not ascertain. Thus, even if she wished to inquire, she had no means to do so. Chan'er sighed softly, lamenting her misfortune as a time traveler. Was her experience not entirely different from what was penned in the books? She had thought that encountering Situ Yi would be her turning point, yet upon leaving the brothel, she realized that this was improbable, given her origins. Even if she had not fallen into the depths of depravity, how could an ordinary commoner accompany a prince into the palace? Even if that were possible, it would need to be someone favored by the prince. Yet Situ Yi clearly regarded her merely as a lifesaver. Chan'er, is it not time to awaken from this dream? Dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. She gazed up at the sky, grateful she had spent a day in the city. Had she rashly decided to return home, she might have lost her way. This is not the end. If she were to encounter a wolf or a tiger on the road, her life would once again be at stake. She closed her eyes, carefully reflecting on what was nearby her home, to ask for directions. The sound of cicadas indicated they were near the mountains. There were also rivers and approximately 4 or 5 neighboring households. Her mother had mentioned that there was a village nearby called. After contemplating for a long while, she could not remember the name. At that moment, a sorcerer clad in a linen robe passed by. He walked past, but suddenly turned back. My dear lady, I have a divination I wish to bestow upon you. She glanced at him with a hint of disdain, though she did not show it outwardly. After all, she had seen her fair share of charlatans peddling fortune-telling in her previous life, always speaking sweetly only to later demand payment under the guise of a gift. She was not foolish. Thank you, diviner, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. With that, she attempted to walk around him, only to hear him say, in 1,000 years of reincarnation, is there not a reason? She felt as though she were frozen in place. 1,000 years of reincarnation. 1,000 years of reincarnation. These 4 words echoed like a haunting spell. Please, diviner, share your divination. He spoke of indulging in decadence and the perils that accompany it. Upon hearing this, her brow furrowed instantly, and she produced a small sum of silver to offer the diviner. Is there a solution? The diviner shook his head and did not accept her money. That was meant to be a gift, my lady. When one arrives, one must find peace. All that passes is but fleeting clouds. It is only the future that constitutes true life. Ha ha. With that, he strode away, muttering, water is on fire. Thus it is completed. A gentleman contemplates misfortune and takes precautions against it. As she watched his retreating figure, she pondered, when one arrives, one must find peace. To contemplate misfortune and take precautions? She walked slowly, the 2 phrases repeating in her mind. Suddenly, she halted and turned. The diviner's figure had vanished. Yet she still called out, thank you. At that moment, she finally understood. Though she had often spoken of self-reliance over seeking help, she had never truly grasped its meaning. She hailed from the modern world and had crossed over, yet the odds of such an occurrence were slim. Heaven had shown her mercy, granting her a second life. How could she rely on her identity as a traveler and expect good fortune to come to her? Good fortune is something one must create for oneself. It is never bestowed simply because she is a time traveler. Just as the diviner had said, 1,000 years of reincarnation. Is there not a reason? Unlike the characters in novels who possess golden fingers and esteemed identities, she had knowledge applicable in both ancient and modern contexts. In her past life, she had indeed studied medicine. Though her skills were not unparalleled, they were certainly adequate. Why should she hope for a benefactor to appear? Perhaps her encounter with Situ Yi was merely a coincidence, a chance to liberate her thoughts. Perhaps they were fated to meet. Yet if she continued to pride herself as a time traveler, believing she deserved certain things, in the end, she would only be chasing illusions. Since she had indeed crossed over, she was effectively a newborn in this world, blessed not to have drunk the soup of forgetfulness. With this realization, a gentle smile graced her face, and the bitterness within her heart dissipated. Although she had traversed into the past, she found herself in an alternate reality devoid of historical records. While the gene state did exist, it was not ruled by the Sidhu family. Moreover, she found herself in the earlier gene state, a mere character away. Besides, she had already died in her previous life. Now, she was reborn in this world, a true inhabitant. The ones who had given her flesh were her parents. Regardless of her past, she must protect her mother and father, even though she still did not know who her father was. No, it was her mother and father. Raising her head, she inhaled deeply the fresh air, realizing that after attaining enlightenment, even the air felt sweet. After resolving her own concerns, new questions emerged. What did the divination he bestowed upon her truly signify? Danger? Did she also need to embrace the notion that throughout history, no one escapes death, yet one leaves a loyal heart to illuminate history? She felt a sense of helplessness, thinking she should have inquired more thoroughly at the time. Qinghua Village? Suddenly, this name sprang to her mind. Yes, it was Qinghua Village. The village near her home was indeed Qinghua Village. Excited, she sought someone to ask for directions, but as she took a step, she awkwardly glanced at her attire. Was her male garb suitable? That diviner was quite impressive, as he not only discerned her as someone from a millennium later, but also recognized her as a girl. At that moment, she felt somewhat foolish and dismissed the thought. After all, if he could see she was from 1,000 years later, how would he not know her gender? With a resigned shake of her head, she decided to take one step at a time. From that day forward, she was a new Chan'er, a true inhabitant of this world. After walking for a while, she finally encountered an elderly woman. "Excuse me, kind lady, could you tell me how to get to Qinghua Village?" The old woman glanced at her, then pointed the way with her hand before departing, not uttering a single word. Chan'er's heart raced with anticipation. She was so close to seeing her mother. Although her past had not been filled with familial happiness, she now had a mother who genuinely cared for and loved her. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Reflecting on her childhood, when her mother held her, so many words were spoken that evoked bittersweet emotions. However, amidst the sorrow, there was a profound sense of fulfillment. "Mother, wait for me. Once I return home, I will take you away. From now on, I will earn a living to support you." Chapter 8. The Poisonous Healer's Family. After countless twists and turns, Chan'er finally returned to the long-estranged doorstep of her home. A tinge of bitterness washed over her. It had been 7 years since she had been forced to leave. Had it not been for the Jiang family, would she have had to endure such a prolonged separation from the mother who had given her a second chance at life? She thought that if they had never parted, she should be quite happy now. At least she would have known a mother's love. As she stepped into the courtyard, she heard a man's roar. "Give me the money, or I will kill you." 7 years. You have sold my daughter for 7 years. You always say you have money to redeem her, yet every time you come into money, you squander it on gambling. I beg you, I only want my daughter back. Hearing the soft, pleading voice of the woman, Chan'er felt a pang of sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she forcefully pushed open the door. What she saw was her mother lying on the ground, her clothes tattered, and her face bruised and battered. "Mother! Mother!" Chan'er completely forgot that she was still dressed as a boy. The man from the Jiang family seized her. "Who are you, old child?" "Ah, you woman. You have not only placed a hat on my head. Is that you?" "Dia?" The woman struggled to sit up from the ground. Chan'er broke free from the man's grasp and knelt beside her mother. "Mother, it's me. I'm back. A kind-hearted gentleman redeemed my freedom. I am now free. Mother, I will be filial to you from now on." With that, she cast a cold glance at the man from the Jiang family. "Didn't I tell you to treat my mother well?" Her words were devoid of emotion, yet they made the man tremble slightly. Her chilling demeanor instilled fear within him. After a long pause, he finally reacted, lunging forward to grab her collar. "You say a kind person redeemed you? Then you must have money, right?" Chan'er's lips twitched slightly, and a single syllable escaped her mouth, her gaze carrying a hint of disdain and contempt. She looked at her mother on the ground. "Jiang, once I settle my mother, I will make you pay for this." With that, she produced 20 taels of silver and tossed it to him. The man from the Jiang family laughed with delight. "That's my good daughter." He then turned to leave. Chan'er hurriedly helped her mother up, only to discover that her mother's legs were crippled. Anger flared within her as she glared at the man's retreating figure, a chilling aura emanating from her. The woman gasped, "Mother, I am now called Chan'er. From the day the Jiang family sold me, I vowed that I would no longer bear the surname Jiang, nor would I be called Yu Dai. He is unworthy to be my father. I will take you away first." With that, Chan'er prepared to carry her mother, but the woman grasped her arm. "Chan'er? Very well. You may call me Chan'er from now on. My mother has spoken of her condition. She knows her time is limited. I find solace in the thought that I can see you one last time. Mother." Upon hearing these words, Chan'er was overwhelmed with tears. She gazed at the woman before her, having just returned, unwilling to accept a fate that would separate her from her mother by death. Suddenly, the woman coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of black blood. Chan'er was horrified and hastily took her mother's hand, feeling for her pulse. But as she did so, a heavy weight settled in her heart. Her mother was poisoned, and this particular toxin was unlike anything she had ever encountered. The woman shook her head and said, "I am gravely poisoned. I require an antidote each year, but 3 years ago I was rendered bedridden and unable to concoct the antidote. The poison has now spread throughout my body. Chan'er, listen carefully. The survival of our Yu family rests upon you." Then, the woman revealed a staggering secret. She was originally from the Yu family, known for their expertise in toxicology. Unlike others who wielded poison to harm, they used it to heal, earning the title of the Poison Doctor family. Throughout generations, there have been those with ill intentions who sought to steal the family's unique knowledge, the Poison Doctor's Manual. Thus, the Yu family trained in martial arts for self-defense. Traditionally, the art of poison was passed down only to males, but due to severe persecution, only Yu Chan and her brother remained to carry on the legacy. She was granted an exception to learn the art and married a powerful man to ensure the continuation of their healing practice. However, the art of poison was a double-edged sword. It could save lives, but could also bring devastation. Hence, even outsiders chosen as disciples had to possess a pure and benevolent heart. 13 years ago, an attempt to seize the Poison Doctor's Manual led to a catastrophic massacre, affecting the palace and beyond. Despite the Yu family's tireless efforts to save the poisoned, they were falsely accused of treachery, resulting in the execution of their entire clan. At that time, Yu Chan was 1 month pregnant. Though she was secretly saved, she had already ingested poison. Yet, being a poison doctor herself, she managed to control the toxins within her body for the sake of her unborn child. She sought refuge in Yicheng, where she met and married Jiang, giving birth to Chan'er 8 months later, prematurely, without Jiang suspecting anything. "Mother, what surname should I carry? Did my father perish in that massacre? And what poison have you been afflicted with?" Chan'er had chosen her name to honor the only family member she deeply cared for, her mother, while also seeking to uncover the identity of her father. Though she knew that finding him based solely on a name would be impossible, it served as a source of comfort. Yu Chan hesitated, but eventually said, "Chan'er, I buried the Poison Doctor's Manual 3 meters beneath the 5th tree in our backyard. There are also several vials of the antidotes I prepared back then. You must dig them up when the time comes. Remember, one of the vials is labeled Yu. Do not touch it. The poison is colorless and odorless. Consumption leads to a slow decay, with just 5 drops enough to claim a life. This potion is terrifying and cruel. Do not misuse it. As for your father's identity, I cannot reveal it, and you must conceal your lineage as a Yu, for otherwise it may bring you great peril. However, rest assured, the one who saved me will eventually seek you out. Even if he does not come personally, others will come looking for you, and then you will learn the truth about your father. Your token is the Fire Phoenix necklace your mother gave you." Yu Chan noticed that Chan'er was not wearing the necklace. Chan'er flushed slightly, and Yu Chan understood. Nevertheless, vengeance no longer mattered. Those responsible for the Yu family's downfall might already be gone. The one who ordered the massacre of the Yu family acted out of necessity. Neither Yu Chan nor Chan'er could harbor hatred toward him. "Chan'er, as long as you find happiness, that is all that matters." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chan'er's heart. Could she truly find happiness? He was a favored son of heaven, destined for greatness, while she had once fallen into the depths of despair. Despite her efforts to remain virtuous, her past was bound to attract judgment. Would he ever have feelings for her? She had envisioned a tranquil life with her mother, but now, the ripples of uncertainty stirred within her. Yet, she concealed her turmoil, wishing for her mother to depart in peace. With her mother gravely poisoned and a cure deemed impossible by their own family, Chanxin felt helpless. Chanxin, the fire phoenix, is our family symbol, passed down for centuries. As long as its potency remains, its luster will not fade. It only requires a cleansing every 10 years, and a method is documented. Next year is the time for its cleansing. Do not underestimate it. It protects against anesthetics and is a formidable antidote for the hemlock poison. Hemlock? Isn't that a fatal poison? If it truly has an antidote, why do so many still perish from it? Yuchan smiled gently. Hemlock can be countered, and there are two methods. The first is to immerse the necklace in clean water and drink it before the toxin reaches the heart, which will control its spread. The second method is to take an antidote pill annually for 10 years. This antidote is a secret formula of the poison doctor family. Few have managed to counteract poison so swiftly throughout history, leading to the belief that hemlock is incurable. I myself survived thanks to the hemlock. Hemlock was a forbidden drug in the palace, available only there. Chanxin began to piece together her mother's possible identity. She might have been a royal. Yet despite the years, she had never heard of the poison doctor family. Was it possible that such a significant legacy had been forgotten in just a few decades? Another bout of black blood escaped Yuchan's lips, and she smiled faintly, fulfilling her last wish. I'm satisfied. Mother, mother, Chanxin cried out as she watched Yuchan smile and collapse before her. She had just returned, unwilling to embrace a life as an orphan. She had finally grasped happiness, a chance to live with her mother and experience the warmth of a home. Mother, please wake up. Stay with me a little longer, just for a moment. Mother, do not leave me. Damn it, what misfortune. I knew my luck was off today. It is better that this woman is gone. A man from the Jiang family stood at the door, witnessing Yuchan's death. He spat and cursed. Chanxin glared at him through tear-filled eyes, furious. If it weren't for this man, who had crippled her, she could have concocted the antidote herself, preventing the poison from spreading throughout her body. Just one more year, and she could have been free of it. Her mother's death was his doing. Her lost happiness was also his fault. A surge of vengeful resolve igniting within her. Suddenly, a smile graced her face, radiant as a flower, leaving the Jiang man momentarily dazed. Although her wealth had dwindled, she knew where her mother's fortune was hidden. You will give my mother a proper burial, and in return, I will provide you with the money. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I shall never speak. The man from the Jiang family looked at Chanxin, and for some reason, a sense of fear crept into his heart. He steadied himself, nodded, and turned to leave. The Jiang man did not return that night. Chanxin rested her head on the table for a brief moment, only to hear him return, stating he had found a burial site for Yuchan. Without much ceremony, he chose a seemingly auspicious spot on the back mountain, digging a grave hastily and burying Yuchan carelessly. Chanxin knelt before her mother's grave, silently vowing, "Do not worry, mother. I will ensure the Jiang family suffers a fate worse than death." Chapter 9. The Poison Doctor's Manual after paying tribute to her mother. Chanxin accompanied the man from the Jiang family back home. She picked up a shovel and walked to the fifth tree in the backyard, beginning to dig. The man from the Jiang family waited eagerly, thinking only of the money she would give him, which would replenish his gambling funds. When Chanxin unearthed the bundle mentioned by Yuchan and opened it, she discovered a medicine bottle inscribed with the character U, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. "Here you go." Chanxin handed him the gold coin she had previously taken out. "Now I have no money left, and I have decided to leave. Allow me to pay you one last cup of tea as a farewell." Though she called it tea, it was little more than boiled water, coming from a poor family. She brewed it with wildflowers, referring to it as tea water. The Jiang man seated himself, his eyes fixated on the coin in his hand, indifferent to her words. Chanxin prepared the tea water, then contemplated the U poison, pouring in 2 drops before presenting the cup to the Jiang man. "Though you once sold me, you cared for me for 5 years, and I ought to be grateful. However," the Jiang man took the cup and drank. "At least you have a bit of conscience, remembering to offer me a cup of tea before you leave." Finishing her unfinished sentence. "You are unworthy. You, what have you added to this?" The Jiang man felt a surge of heat in his chest, his entire body itching. "You wicked girl, you dare to harm me." Chanxin stepped back, coldly observing his torment. "This is the punishment for your role in my mother's death. You brought this upon yourself. I warned you to treat her kindly, yet you broke her legs, allowing poison to spread through her body. If I hadn't returned, would you have let her die without peace? You vile creature, That woman deserved to die. The young man groaned in agony. Channa regarded him with a cold smile, having lost all desire to speak to him. In her heart, he was less than human, beneath even swine and dogs. The man writhed in pain, clawing at his arms, his eyes turning red. Suddenly, he glared at Channa, and she froze. Why was there no sign of decay? Had the poison expired? Yet, how could a concoction from a family of poison doctors fail so easily? If the shelf life were short, Yu Chan would not have concocted it. Had she perhaps used too little? To prevent the young man from dying, she had indeed reduced the dosage. But there should have been signs of decay, nonetheless. The young man lunged at her. You ingrate. I raised you for 5 years and cared for your mother for over a decade. And this is how you repay me? One steals my man, the other poisons me. If you want to ruin me, don't expect to fare well yourself. With that, he gripped her neck tightly, declaring, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Channa, unable to match his strength, was choked into silence, her water jug crashing to the ground. It was fitting. With her mother gone, she had no kin left in this world. In 2 lifetimes, she had ultimately gained nothing. If death were to come, so be it. Mother, slow down. Wait for your daughter. We can keep each other company in the underworld, ensuring those little ghosts dare not bully us. At least we won T. Lu's face. She ceased her struggles, feeling herself slipping into unconsciousness when suddenly all pressure lifted. He She supported her and turned to the writhing Jiang man. He sought to kill you? After a fit of coughing, Channa gradually regained her composure. Thank you for your kindness. Suddenly, the Jiang man went mad again, charging at her. She stepped in front of Channa, blocking his attack and striking his abdomen multiple times until he was forced to retreat, fleeing the scene. Channa watched his departing figure, lost in thought. Thank you, she finally managed to say, bowing in gratitude. She was taken aback, then waved dismissively. It was a minor matter. Take care, sister. I have urgent business to attend to. Channa nodded, and as she saw she off, she remembered she was dressed as a man. How did he know she was a girl? Then it struck her. Her instinctive bow had revealed her identity. She shook her head with an amused smile. After years in the brothel, she had formed a habit of bowing. In the past, she would never have so easily exposed herself. Disguising herself as a man was simple. Returning to the house where she had lived for 5 years, she felt a wave of nostalgia. She took out the poison doctor's manual and began to skim through it. The first page detailed the inheritance requirements and family rules of the poison doctor lineage, with the first rule stating that it must be passed to males, with exceptions to be discussed. Channa scoffed. With no one left in her family, what was the point of holding on to such mastery alone? Who would she discuss it with? Was it not a prohibition against learning? Such archaic rules were often shockingly inhumane. The second rule stated that poison doctors could only save those afflicted by bizarre poisons, severely injured or gravely ill individuals. Minor ailments like tetanus were not to be treated. Those who disobeyed would be expelled from the family lineage. Channa could almost hear a cacophony of crows singing. Truly, these rules were inhumane. Did they not say that saving a life was worth more than building a pagoda? The third rule dictated that male children should be bathed in medicinal waters daily for a year. If they were perceptive and their blood showed signs of poison, they would be deemed the best successors of the poison doctor lineage. Channa recalled how, in her first year, her mother had indeed placed her in a medicinal basin daily for washing. She had found it quite troublesome at the time. Now, having reaped the benefits, she had no complaints. She finally understood the saying, one must endure hardship to rise above others. But what did the phrase blood as poison mean? Did it imply her blood was also toxic? Never mind. She would research it slowly. There were only 3 requirements, but it seemed she couldn't fulfill any of them. The first was due to her being a girl, yet she must learn the ways of the poison doctor. This was her mother's dying wish. Second, as a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, she could not ignore those in need. Would she truly wait until someone was on the brink of death to extend a hand? Regardless, she was the last of her line, and since her mother entrusted her with the weighty responsibilities of the poison doctor lineage, her word was final. Continuing to read, she came upon the poison. 5 drops were required to begin the decaying process, and death would follow within a day. However, anything less would leave the victim suffering from the poison for life, which only lasted 2 to 3 months. In her moment of pity, she had done something cruel, allowing him to endure those extra months of suffering. While she felt a twinge of guilt, she did not regret it, for he had brought this upon himself. She discovered the antidote for the crane's top red. The blood therapy pill was concocted from saffron and other extreme cold ingredients. If a woman consumed it, she would become infertile. When her mother ingested the crane's top red, she had already been pregnant, so naturally, she would not have chosen the blood therapy pill. But why had her diagnosis revealed a bizarre poison instead of the crane's top red? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a faint smile graced her lips. Perhaps the necklace, when submerged in water, reacted chemically with the crane's top red, transforming it into a poison that could be resolved by the poison doctor lineage. The poison doctors could solve it, but could others do the same? As for the antidote pills, they were produced once a year with a 1-month usage limit. No wonder her mother couldn't prepare them in advance. Chanxin sighed softly. Was all of this simply fate? As she reached the end of the text, her brow furrowed in concern. The antidote pills carried a side effect. An unsightly scar would mar one side of her face as the pills were ingested. Though the poison would dissipate, it would take a decade to fully vanish, and the scar would resist all attempts at removal. While flipping through the middle of the book, she came across the purification method for the fire Luan bird. But since it had already been given to him, what was she to do? After much contemplation, she resolved to journey to the capital, hoping for a stroke of luck. If she encountered him, she would reclaim the fire Luan bird. If not, it would serve as a memento of him. Although she could not accompany him, the bird could. As dusk approached, she closed the book and a letter slipped out. Surprised, she frowned. Was this a letter for her mother? She opened it to reveal elegant handwriting. It was indeed her mother's script. My dear Udai, my time on this earth is drawing to a close. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to finish reading. Her mother had believed she would never see her again and had left a final note. The letter conveyed sentiments similar to what her mother had shared, but with additional revelations. In that moment, she grasped the meaning of poison by blood. Yet, as she gazed at the distance from the house to the backyard, her vision blurred anew. Despite her crippled legs, she managed to crawl into the backyard. What a powerful resentment she harbored. After a long while, she wiped her tears, stood up, and noted the late hour. It was indeed time to find a place to rest. Chapter 10. Love at First Sight. Banqiao tucked the poison medicine book into her embrace and tidied her appearance, ensuring her femininity would not be discernible before stepping outside. She glanced back at her former home, filled with memories of her and her mother. Mother, I will elevate our Yu family and bring justice to our name. If that man is still alive, he will pay dearly for his actions. Given her mother's past in the palace and her own quest to reclaim the fire Luan bird, her path inevitably led to Jin City. Perhaps there, someone would remember their lineage as poison healers, and she might learn her true surname. She deliberately suppressed the faint yearning in her heart. Jin City, the former capital of the Jin Kingdom, was where he resided. Upon arriving in the bustling district of Yicheng, she sought a tavern for a night's rest, but stumbled upon a gathering of people. Initially uninterested, she overheard someone exclaim, "Young man, how can you treat your mother this way? She is your mother. How can you deny her?" The words struck her, evoking memories of her own mother. How she longed for familial affection, wishing her mother were before her once more. Yet, she would never see her again. Her mother would exist only in her memories. At times, she pondered if it were her fate that those who cared for her met tragic ends. Compelled by an unseen force, Banqiao edged closer to the crowd, where an elderly woman sat weeping uncontrollably. A young man stood beside her, visibly angry yet trying to restrain himself. Banqiao caught a glimpse and froze. His eyes were hauntingly familiar, almost. "Son, how could you abandon your mother?" The elderly woman suddenly grasped Banqiao's sleeve, sobbing, "My son, I have searched for you for so long. Please return home with me. I will never scold you again. Whatever you wish to eat, I will buy for you." Banqiao pressed her forehead, bewildered at how she had become this old woman's son. Suddenly, it dawned on her. The woman had lost her mind. The angry young man was not her son. "Madam, do you remember your son's name?" Banqiao tentatively inquired, taking the old woman's hand to check her pulse, hoping her condition was not dire and within her capabilities to treat. The elderly woman shook her head, signaling she did not remember. Banqiao gasped. She was lucid, and her ailment was not severe. Just a few doses of medicine would suffice. The onlookers frowned, dismayed that the woman could not recall her son's name. Banqiao glanced at the young man beside her. "Are you her son?" she asked. Situ Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. How could he be associated with such a dismal situation? Just then, he noticed Banqiao clearly for the first time and was instantly captivated. "Madam, let me assist you in reaching the medical clinic. I believe your son will be here soon. He must be a dutiful son. At that moment, she possessed nothing, and to others, appeared merely a young lad of 12 or 13, who would take her seriously. She could only lead the woman to seek medical attention. Ban Xiao's thoughts remained focused on the elderly woman, oblivious to the gaze fixed upon her. Excuse me, Annie, why have you sneaked out? A half-grown youth rushed to the elderly woman's side and helped her up. Thank you, young sir. My aunt has been ill since her son passed away 3 years ago and has been in this state ever since. As Ban Xiao assisted the young man in helping the elderly woman, her heart ached and thoughts of her own mother flooded her mind. Alas, my aunt has suffered greatly. Originally, my cousin was recovering thanks to the neighboring village's doctor, but 3 years ago, she suddenly became incapacitated and could no longer care for him, which led to his demise, and now my aunt has lost her sanity. Ban Xiao felt as if struck by lightning, her heart racing as she seized the young man's sleeve. The doctor you mentioned, was she a woman? Do you know her name? The young man, puzzled by her sudden fervor, replied honestly, yes, she's a female doctor, but I do not know her name. Everyone calls her Dr. Hui. Ban Xiao trembled slightly. That person was indeed her mother. No guilt lingered for Jiang Shi at this moment, for she had indirectly harmed at least 2 innocent lives. Who knew how many others were affected by her mother's illness? Hastily, Ban Xiao produced a gold coin and handed it to the young man. Take your aunt for treatment. With a nephew as devoted as you, she will surely recover. Ban Xiao believed her mother would look after the elderly woman from above. The young man expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he led the elderly woman away. My good sir, may I offer you a cup of tea? Your kindness puts me to shame, and you have also come to my aid. Do not mention it. Even without my intervention, your aunt's nephew would have arrived to assist her. May I inquire your name? Xian, Ban Xiao replied, studying the young man before her. He was handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Thus, he cannot be the crown prince. If not the crown prince, then he must be the 7th prince, Situ Xian. There were 9 princes in total, but the 9th prince had tragically perished at birth. Of the remaining 8, only the crown prince, 7th prince, and 8th prince resided outside the palace. The others had been sent to their fiefs. Situ Yi was being hunted in this area, and those who sent assassins would likely disguise themselves to frame others. However, judging by his age, he did not seem to be impersonating anyone. Could it really be him? Just days ago, Situ Yi had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, and now the 7th prince conveniently appeared. Was this mere coincidence, or was he scheming? While uncertain of the truth, Ban Xiao wished to sever any ties with the palace now that she had saved Situ Yi. In the palace, where the pursuit of fame and profit is relentless, trust among individuals has dwindled to an infinitesimal degree. She certainly does not wish to be wrongfully accused, let alone lose her life in the process. Just as Chan'er intended to gather her belongings, she abruptly halted and instead performed a respectful bow, expressing her gratitude for the generous treatment from young Master Qi. She mentioned that she had pressing matters to attend to, making it inconvenient to share tea at that moment. She hoped for a future encounter, at which point she would certainly make amends. Having spoken, Chan'er turned and fled as if escaping. Situ Xian observed her hasty retreat, a slight frown creasing his brow. Am I truly that frightening? Could it be that he noticed my gaze upon him? Yet, the more he looked, the more exquisite she appeared. Xiaming, follow her and ascertain what urgent matters she has at such a late hour. Chapter 11. The warm gaze. After Chan'er departed, her mind remained restless for quite some time, repeatedly reflecting upon her mother. Yu Chan, the sole daughter of a family of poison doctors, had an elder brother, yet their entire family met with a tragic fate. The youngest was merely 3 years old. Yu Chan had been poisoned, but was fortunate enough to be saved, allowing her to survive. Now, Chan'er stood as the last descendant of the poison doctor lineage. If she wished to bring fame to her family, her first step must be, wait a moment, her mother was poisoned? Suddenly, she recalled a crucial detail from the letter. Yes, her mother's letter mentioned being poisoned, and her name was Yu Chan, yet many refer to her as Hui. Furthermore, the letter mentioned another detail. She is Madame Hui, the Jiang family, unaware of which Hui character to use. Simply wrote Hui. Chan'er remembered when she was 2, Jiang taught her to write, and the character was indeed the one for wisdom. If this were true, could it mean that she and Situ Yi are half-siblings? The mere thought startled Chan'er, and she dismissed her wild speculations. How could she jump to conclusions based solely on a name? Moreover, palace maids could also be poisoned, as could concubines. Who says it must be the emperor's consort? As she pondered, she turned into a narrow alley, leading to an inn. Suddenly, she encountered a lewd man in his 20s, slouching with a smirk on his face. A strange object dangling from his mouth, eyeing her with an inappropriate gaze. Alarmed, Chanxin thought, is this an encounter with a robber? A sexual assault? Unlikely, especially since she was dressed as a man. The man spat out the object, advancing on her, while she retreated step by step. My lady, if you hand over your money, I won't trouble you. Otherwise, you are indeed a rare beauty, and this deal would be worthwhile for me. Chanxin was taken aback. How could he know? Yet, she maintained her composure, replying, I have no money left. I just gave it all away. Besides, young brother, I am a man. Don't play tricks on me. I've been on the streets for years, seen all kinds of men, but you are clearly a woman. The thug interrupted, spitting disdainfully. Chanxin turned to flee, but the man seized her, twisting her arm painfully. A crack echoed as she cried out in agony, her arm dislocated. She was thrown against a wall, tears welling in her enchanting eyes, enhancing her allure. My lady, I've changed my mind. I want both you and your money. I must enjoy this first. Tears glistened in Chanxin's eyes as she bit her lip, a torrent of curses flooding her mind. She silently condemned the heavens. Is it my fault for being beautiful? May you be pierced through by a golden rod, and even Nuwa cannot mend it. In that moment, she appeared even more fragile and captivating, causing the man to grow increasingly excited at the prospect of such a rare prize. He stepped closer, but suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder as a hand came to rest there. The man turned, fury in his eyes. How dare you bully a solitary woman in broad daylight? You have quite the audacity. Situ Xian's gaze was deep, filled with intensity, causing the man to tremble slightly. He quickly forced a smile. My lord, I merely saw this young lady alone and thought. Before he could finish, a series of cracks signified both of his arms dislocating. One is for compensation, the other is interest. Leave, and if I see you bullying anyone again, I shall take your life. The man scrambled away, disregarding his dislocated arms. Thank you for your rescue, young master. Chanxin, still shaken, pondered why misfortune seemed to follow her. Truly, it seemed to confirm the saying that beauty often leads to a short life. After expressing her gratitude, she attempted to leave, but Situ Xian grasped her uninjured arm. A blush crept onto her face. He must have seen that she was a woman. How could he hold her like this, given the propriety between men and women? Situ Xian realized this as well, and promptly released her, awkwardly stating, My lady, I did not mean to offend. I merely wished to assist you with your arm, which seems to be dislocated. His words only intensified Chanxin's discomfort, and pain shot through her arm, prompting cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Thank you for your concern, but I can manage to go to the medical hall myself. She attempted to turn away, but Situ Xian blocked her path. If you insist on this course, do not blame me for being impolite. Chanxin hesitated, her face turning even redder, then nodded. I appreciate your assistance. Xiaming, summon a sedan chair to take the lady to the medical hall. A sedan chair is typically reserved for the affluent. A girl from an ordinary background might only ride in one once in her lifetime upon marriage. 4 bearers carry an official sedan, while 8 bearers are for the royal sedan. 8 bearers can even be granted by the emperor for a single ride, a pinnacle of honor. Generally, the emperor travels in a 16-bearer sedan, but in formal occasions, a 32-bearer sedan is used, though it has only been employed once since the founding of the nation. On most occasions, travel is by carriage for convenience. In this instance, a sedan was necessary due to Chanxin's difficulty in entering and exiting a carriage. Xiaming departed to fulfill the order, and soon a 2-person sedan arrived. Chanxin settled inside as it swayed gently on the way to the medical hall. Doctor, Xiaming approached, offering the physician 2 taels of silver. The doctor, astonished by such generosity, readily agreed to examine the young lady's arm. The doctor gazed at the girl in male attire, noting her exquisite features, rosy lips, white teeth, and a slender frame. Truly a beautiful sight. If she were a woman, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty in the world. The doctor was momentarily entranced, unable to look away, while Chanxin lowered her head in shyness. Xiaming, sensing the situation, unsheathed his sword. Spare me. I only wish to see if she is truly a woman. You doubt my words? Then you shall see. After proving it, your eyes shall have no further use. Xiaming responded, his expression devoid of emotion. The doctor, terrified, immediately knelt. Please spare me. Situ Xian waved his hand. Quickly, Treat her arm. No more wandering eyes. Yes, yes. The doctor trembled, rising to begin setting Chanar's arm. His skills proved adequate, and soon the arm was properly aligned. Chanar tested her arm, feeling pain, but relieved that it was no longer a grave matter. In gratitude for Situ Xian's help, Chanar invited him to share a meal, albeit at a modest establishment. Yet, Situ Xian savored the food as if it were a feast. He occasionally glanced at Chanar, quickly averting his gaze, fearing her embarrassment. In truth, Chanar had long noticed, though she remained silent. During their conversation, she discerned his refined speech and elegant demeanor. She pondered whether Situ Yi possessed similar qualities. After all, during his 7 days of recovery, their interactions had been minimal, predominantly spent in quietude as he read by her bedside. They've both had keen hearing, and at the slightest sound, he would conceal himself, avoiding detection. Today, I am grateful for your rescue. Otherwise, I might have. Chanar reflected on the day's events, still gripped by fear. Situ Xian smiled and said, You've expressed your gratitude several times. Is there nothing else you wish to convey to me? By the way, my lady, traveling alone poses certain dangers. I am unaware of your destination, but should it align with my path, I would be willing to accompany you. Chanar shook her head and replied, I am searching for someone. She could not reveal her destination. The current situation was evident. He was interested in her. If she did not maintain some distance, it would become complicated in the future. She had just escaped one perilous situation and did not wish to leap into another. Noticing that Chanar had no intention of elaborating, Situ Xian wisely refrained from pressing further. After dinner, Chanar bid farewell to Situ Xian. The inn where she was staying was adjacent. While he was residing in the palace and needed to return, he took a couple of steps, then suddenly halted and turned back to face her. May I inquire your esteemed name? He asked. Chanar hesitated before responding. My name is Chanar. Situ Xian took a step closer, prompting Chanar to instinctively retreat, realizing that he was somewhat forward. My lady, I shall be departing for Jin City tomorrow. Would you consider accompanying me? I promise to treat you well. Upon hearing this, Chanar understood his intentions. Jin City, she too was headed there. But could she truly accompany him? She shook her head. I cannot go with you. If I did, it would be tantamount to accepting your affections. Young master, Chanar already has someone she admires. My journey is to find him. I hope you can understand. A flicker of disappointment crossed Situ Xian's eyes. Such a splendid woman. He had fallen for her at first sight, yet she was already devoted to another. Xiaming observed Situ Xian's expression and recognized that he was genuinely smitten with the woman before him. He stepped forward, intending to speak, but Situ Xian raised a hand to stop him. Let us depart. My lady, the world is fraught with peril. Please take care of your safety. Chanar inclined her head respectfully. Thank you, young Master Qi. You possess a warm and kind gaze. You shall undoubtedly encounter someone worthy. Once they left, Xiaming spoke up. Your Highness, why not reveal your identity to her? With your standing, it would be her fortune to gain your attention. How could she possibly be unsatisfied? Situ Xian shook his head. I do not wish to exert my influence over her. She is like a rare flower, pure and radiant. How could I overshadow her with my status? Though our acquaintance is brief, I am certain she is a resilient soul. If she were to bend to power, she would no longer be the woman I admire. Xiaming scoffed, acknowledging that his master had spoken. He had no grounds for complaint, but wondered if she truly was as remarkable as Situ Xian suggested. That night was tranquil until a sudden flurry of footsteps shattered the stillness. Chanar, who had just drifted into slumber, awakened with a start. Had the people from the brothel found her? She sat up, her mind racing to formulate a plan while her trembling heart betrayed her composure. The footsteps drew nearer, and it seemed she could not evade them. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the sounds did not cease at her door. Instead, the clashing of swords resounded from the neighboring room. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Chanar realized they were not pursuing her. She rose and stealthily approached the door. Peering through a crack, she witnessed a dark-clad figure being forcefully ejected from a room, colliding with the wooden railing of the second floor and crashing down. He Zishi, sword in hand, faced a group of assailants clad in black. She pondered her circumstances. She had not offended anyone, except perhaps the Liu family. She had intended to leave yesterday, yet the city had been sealed by the Prime Minister Yuan Jingxin, causing her to delay. It appeared they were relentlessly pursuing her due to the matter concerning Yuan Jingxin's punishment. Narrowly avoiding a sword strike, she retaliated with a concealed blade from her sleeve, striking one of her attackers in the chest. As 5 more advanced towards her, Despair washed over Hizishi. It was hopeless. There were too many to evade. Brother, am I truly fated never to find you? Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air, sandalwood-like, yet not quite. Upon closer inspection, it resembled floral notes, though she could not identify the flower. The scent was sweet but not overpowering, enticing her to inhale deeply. With a thud, one of the assailants collapsed. Everyone, do not. But before he could finish, he too succumbed, and before long, the ruckus of combat subsided into silence. Chanur pressed a damp handkerchief to her mouth and nose as she approached Hizishi, offering the antidote for her to inhale. Slowly, Hizishi opened her eyes, regaining consciousness. What happened to me? Cover your mouth and nose, or you may succumb to the effects again. She handed a damp cloth to Hizishi, who finally noticed Chanur's presence. Perhaps Chanur's aura was too subtle. Hizishi's first inquiry was not directed at her. Is it you? Hizishi recognized her instantly. Thank you for saving me. How did you manage that? Hizishi recalled their initial encounter, where she had been grasped by a man from the Jiang family. If Chanur possessed such abilities, why had she not intervened then? Had she not passed by, her life might have been forfeited to that man. Was this not a case of good deeds being rewarded? Chanur smiled gently, causing Hizishi to momentarily lose her train of thought. She was strikingly beautiful, with naturally long, dark brows and flawless, snow-like skin. Her clear, lively eyes sparkled, and her lips were naturally rosy, complemented by a delicate figure. My lady, let us converse as we walk. I am uncertain how long the effects of this flower will last. Hizishi nodded, and the two exchanged inns for rest. The following morning, Chanur, Chania, Hizishi called urgently. Chanur rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking as though she had not rested enough, her half-opened eyes enhancing her charm. Hizishi, exasperated, noted how late they had gone to bed the previous night. Observing Chanur's flawless skin, it was evident she had once lived a life of comfort, unlike Hizishi, who had risen before dawn a train. Sighing at the memories, Hizishi mused, What troubles you, Miss Chanur? Chanur glanced outside. It was still early. They had only just retired to rest, so it was natural she had not fully recuperated. We must rise and prepare to leave the city. I have inquired, and they have yet to awaken. However, the authorities have already taken them away. We should seize this opportunity to exit the city before they pursue us. Chanur agreed and quickly prepared as they departed from Yicheng. She turned to gaze at the city, realizing it was her first time leaving after 12 years. Bidding farewell to Yicheng. Mother, once I uncover the truth, I shall return to honor your memory. She knelt and bowed 3 times in the direction of her mother's grave. Hizishi, observing her gestures, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Was that person yesterday your father? Chanur stood, her eyes glinting coldly. He is not worthy of the title. Hizishi regarded her, recognizing her inherent kindness. Yet the intensity in her gaze sent a shiver down her spine. It was remarkable how a child from a poor background could possess such exquisite skin, akin to that of a noblewoman. Miss He, let us refrain from formalities. We share a bond. You saved me once, and I have returned the favor. As a martial artist, I value directness. If you do not mind, let us become sworn sisters. Hizishi, with her straightforward demeanor and unreserved nature, was taken aback but intrigued by Chanur's suggestion. After a brief pause, she nodded, appreciating Hizishi's forthright character. The character of Hizishi, much like her previous incarnation, is not uncommon in her past life, yet it is a rarity in this era. The people around her are consumed by intrigue and rivalry, adhering to the constraints of traditional female virtues, speaking in whispers, which she finds unappealing. With delight, Hizishi pulls Chanur down to kneel beside her. Chanur twitches her lips. Must sisterhood among women mirror that of men? Is it not sufficient to utter a few words? Must they emulate the bond of Lu, Guan, and Zhang in the Peach Garden? Heaven bears witness, I, Hizishi, today pledge sisterhood with. Chanur, what is your surname? For a moment, she is bewildered. In this life, she does not even know her surname, as her mother never revealed it to her. If she says she is a Yu, would that not mean sharing both name and lineage with her mother? Such a revelation would be a grave taboo in this age. Moreover, her mother had cautioned her against revealing her heritage as a descendant of a Yu family. I have no surname, for my mother did not disclose it even until her death. My purpose for venturing out was, in truth, to discover the identity of my biological father. How will you find him? Hizishi feels a pang of sympathy upon hearing that Chanur remains unaware of her father, though she herself wonders. It is only in search of her brother. Before her wandering, she was cherished as the pearl of her family. However, she was sent to the mountains to train in martial arts, where life was austere, yet her mother visited her monthly, bringing treats and lamenting her father's coldness. She understood that her parents acted out of love for her. From a young age, she had been frail, and a chance encounter with a wandering sorcerer suggested that martial training in the mountains would restore her health. Her brother had been sent to the mountains early on, and thus their parents did not hesitate to send her as well. The following year, her brother was taken away by their father, and it has now been 6 years since she last saw him. I have my own methods. Chan'er smiled slyly, not revealing more. He Zishi, awakening from a reverie. New Chan'er was clever and refrained from further inquiries. Heaven bears witness. I, he Zishi, today form a sisterly bond with Chan'er. From this day forth, we shall share fortune and bear burdens together. I would willingly lay down my life to protect Chan'er under heaven's gaze and with the earth as witness. Chan'er vowed to become sisters with Zishi, sharing blessings and shouldering hardships together, invoking divine judgment upon any who betray this bond. Luckily, having witnessed the oath of the Peach Garden Brotherhood in her past life, and having been educated in the local customs since childhood, she found the formalities somewhat pretentious yet exhilarating. The two knelt, and Zishi joyfully grasped Chan'er's hand. How old are you this year? I am 12. Huh, I am older than you. I'm already 13 and approaching 14. You shall call me sister from now on. Chan'er nodded obediently, Zista. I shall rely on you in the future. Chapter 13. Deep affection between partners after 3 days of travel. City Yi and Heroine arrived once more at Liao City, once again standing before the Grand General's residence. Upon seeing Situ Yi, the steward could not help but sigh, wondering if the 8th prince had once again run out of money. However, he dutifully led Situ Yi to the main hall, for after all, he was the master. At that moment, General Peng Dingshan was already awaiting them, having been informed by his subordinates. General, it has been a few days. I trust you are well. Situ Yi settled into his seat, casually crossing his legs and shaking them. He gazed at the general with a teasing look, while Peng's sharp gaze shot back at him, disapproving of his frivolous demeanor. Your Highness, a prince should bear himself with dignity. Should I report to His Majesty to discipline you? Situ Yi immediately straightened. General Peng, please do not mention this to my father. You know his temperament. Should he discover my current state, he would surely kick me to death. The general laughed heartily. Your Highness, I doubt that. The Emperor is preoccupied with state affairs and does not possess your reckless spirit. Situ Yi scratched his head, embarrassed yet unyielding. They say a child takes after their father. If he is not reckless, how could I be? Peng Dingshan took this as a jest, merely smiling without further comment. He then shifted the conversation. Your Highness, I trust you are not here again due to a lack of funds? General, you yist. Peng raised an eyebrow. So, you are not here to borrow money? He found it hard to believe that Situ Yi had suddenly found his conscience and came to check on him or to repay a debt. I have come to seek lodging. Situ Yi projemet boldi. Puffed. Just as Peng Dingshan was sipping his tea, he spat it out, thoroughly ruining his grand image as a general. Situ Yi had intended to catch him off guard with his statement, but fortunately, Peng reacted swiftly, avoiding the mess. However, he couldn't help but wonder if the general had done this on purpose, wanting to embarrass him. The steward and guards stifled their laughter, reflecting on how rarely their master had been so humiliated. General, are you all right? Situ Yi moved toward Peng Dingshan, but the general waved him off, taking a moment to recover. At this point, Peng Dingshan had to reassess Situ Yi, with imperial palaces and inns available. Why did he choose to stay at the general's residence? Did it not resemble an inn? The palace, though not as lavish as the imperial palace, certainly offered better accommodations than the general's residence. Yet, the comfort and safety of the general's residence far outweighed the busy and complex environment of an inn. The general's residence offered better food and lodging. Peng Dingshan grimaced, conceding that in those respects, the general's residence indeed surpassed both the palace and the inn. Your Highness, may I ask you something? Situ Yi adopted a look that encouraged the general to speak freely. Peng Dingshan dismissed the bystanders before continuing. Your elder brother, the crown prince, is known for his volatile temper and extreme methods. If this continues, he is unfit to be a ruler. As his 8th brother, a future talent, it is your duty to advise him. How do you plan to counsel him? Situ Yi's heart chilled at the notion of being regarded as a talent. If his brother could become a ruler, he would accept that fate, but he believed Situ Zhang unworthy of such a position. Maintaining a playful smile, he replied, "General, I do not quite grasp your words." He leisurely sipped his tea, while Pang Dingshan merely stared at him in silence. "My elder brother may have a poor temperament, but I believe he can distinguish right from wrong and will not lose his sense of propriety. His temperament is not as extreme as you suggest, General. As for me, as you have seen, with my disposition, do you find me suited to be a talent for military affairs? My aspiration is simply to find a kindred spirit and wander freely amidst mountains and waters. To find a kindred spirit and wander freely amidst mountains and waters." Pang Dingshan echoed softly, having once contemplated retiring to a pastoral life, engaging in agriculture with his wife. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, entwining him in the affairs of the great Shang kingdom. He was the brother of the current monarch, Gong Qingxi, and held the title of Grand Marshal. In his youth, he had shared a profound bond with his wife, promising her that his last expedition would lead to a life of leisure thereafter. Little did he know that Gong Qingxi would resort to treachery, nearly costing him his life, while she sacrificed herself to save him. For her vengeance, he remained, longing to wage war against the great Shang kingdom. Yet, he understood the need for patience. A reckless act would lead to devastation and threaten the nation's stability. He must wait for the right moment, for the sake of his beloved who would never wish for such destruction. Hearing Situ Yi speak those words today, he couldn't help but gaze at him a few more times. If he truly harbored such thoughts, it would be a great pity. Pang Dingshan's earlier remarks were merely a probe, seeking to discern Situ Ye's mindset. With his talent and benevolent heart, he was indeed a fitting candidate for the throne of the former Jin kingdom. The current crown prince was tyrannical, and the seventh prince was cunning. Only Situ Yi possessed kindness and intelligence. As for the other princes, the emperor held them in disdain. Those still alive were either foolish or inept. Consequently, the remaining princes had been dispatched to their fiefs, leaving only the three of them in the capital. Pang Dingshan sighed softly. Perhaps Situ Yi lacked ambition for now, but it was only a matter of time before he developed it. A son whom the emperor valued would surely not be lacking. He recalled the last time he returned triumphantly from the border and paid his respects to the emperor, who had spoken privately to him after dismissing the courtiers, leaving only the beauty Qi, Situ Ye's mother. "General, you must have heard of the crown prince's tyranny. I genuinely fear that if I were to depart this world, he, upon becoming emperor, would harm his own brothers and rule with oppression. Since the founding of our Jin kingdom by the late emperor, we have been embroiled in constant warfare. I truly wish to avoid the sight of suffering souls. Your Majesty, rest assured, with the counsel of myself, the Prime Minister, and the two chancellors, he will become a wise ruler. He is still young." The general glanced at Qi Meiren. The emperor had intentionally left her behind. Could it be that he had ulterior motives? Still young? He is already 21. When I was his age, I had already governed for 5 years. Sighing, the emperor continued, "General, I trust your intentions are for the good of the nation and the people. Please keep a close watch on my 7th and 8th sons, and support the one you deem suitable to be emperor." "Understood." The general silently shook his head, deciding not to engage in further conversation with Situ Yi. Some matters required careful observation. In the palace, truly selfless individuals were exceedingly rare. Situ Ye's words held a measure of truth and a measure of deception, both yet to be verified. This way of life was quite agreeable, yet it was a shame that the prince's talents were squandered. Pang Dingshan's indirect approach aimed to unveil Situ Ye's true intentions. "General Pang, your words do not ring true. My mother is merely one of my father's beauties. Even after giving birth to me, she was never elevated in rank. It seems my father holds no affection for me. Even if I wished to vie for something, the outcome would inevitably harm both others and myself. Thus, I might as well abandon all aspirations and live freely. I would rather be foolish for that way. I would not invite jealousy, and I do not wish to face persecution again." Situ Yi lamented his painful realizations, leaving Pang Dingshan furrowing his brows. Was he truly contemplating a life of leisure amidst the mountains and waters? It was hard for Pang Dingshan to believe he had no ambitions. Yet Situ Yi claimed to have a desire, but feared the emperor's displeasure, leading him to extinguish that ambition. There was some truth to that. After all, Qi Meiren had remained a beauty since entering the palace, never promoted in rank. He signaled to the steward, who then guided Situ Yi and he Irua to rest. "Sir, what do you think of the 8th prince? Let us observe for a while longer. Since the emperor has harbored intentions of abolishing the crown prince, it is only a matter of time. For the sake of the nation, We must proceed with caution. Should I dispatch 2 secret guards to monitor them? Pang Dingshan shook his head. Though Situ Yi may not match the secret guards in skill, he was no mere show of strength. If someone were to surveil him, he would surely be aware. Furthermore, heroine was not an ordinary character. Her skills were not inferior to Pang Dingshan's. The era saw a generation of talents emerging, each leading the way for only a decade or so. Pang Dingshan, a martial champion by trade, had never neglected his own skills despite years of military service. If anyone could rival him, it would be none other than the palace officials of the great Shang kingdom. Yet, it was precisely this that had led to the downfall of his wife. Pang Dingshan shook his head, feeling unusually sentimental today. Perhaps it was due to Situ Ye's words about wishing to find a kindred spirit and wander freely amidst the mountains and waters. Steward Liu, do you believe he speaks from the heart? Sir, regardless of his sincerity, I believe he is more suited to be a ruler than the 7th prince. Pang Dingshan sighed softly. It was still too early to wrestle with such thoughts. Chapter 14. Survival amidst danger. Situ Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as he pondered the words spoken earlier. Perhaps finding a kindred spirit and wandering freely amidst the mountains and waters would be quite delightful. But who might that person be? Where could she be? Suddenly, a breathtaking visage flashed through his mind as he retrieved the necklace she had gifted him. Would I, if given the chance to meet you again, recklessly bring you into the palace? Yet the court is treacherous. Though you are clever, you cannot guard against the hidden perils of others. If I were to express a desire to wander freely with you, would you accompany me? Situ Yi turned over, reached for paper and brush, closed his eyes for a moment, then began to sketch her likeness. In a short while, he completed the portrait and held it up to dry, feeling it lacked something. He then set it down and wrote, like a delicate figure. Shy before the rain and clouds, her movements are enchanting. With brows as soft as autumn waters, her jade-like skin dances in the gentle breeze. Situ Yi gazed at his work with satisfaction. She truly was an extraordinary woman. Chan'er, a name so lovely, and her character even more so. Pang Dingshan smiled faintly, vanishing into the night. Sisters back again. Chan'er and Izishi had traveled for 4 days, relentlessly pursued by their assailants. The poison that rendered one susceptible to harm without death had run out, leaving them at their wits' end. Sister Zishi, I have held you back. If not for me, you might have already entered the city. The two had taken many detours over the 4 days and had only just arrived at Liao City, having scarcely rested. Both appeared visibly wearied. Silly sister, what are you saying? The misfortune was mine to bear. You were merely caught in the crossfire. Moreover, had it not been for your assistance along the way, I might have. Sister Zishi, let's hurry. Once we enter the city, they won't be so brazen. Chan'er interrupted. Zishi nodded, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart, feeling that entering the city would not be so simple. Indeed, as they caught sight of the city gate from afar, a group of cloaked figures surged forth, attacking them without hesitation. Zishi struggled to defend against each strike from the assailants, realizing that these killers were stronger than those encountered before. Their skills matched her own, and with their numbers overwhelming, she found it arduous to fend them off, leaving Chan'er unguarded. Chan'er noticed the peril and reluctantly abandoned Zishi, knowing that only by freeing herself could she hope to escape. Yet, the number of attackers was vast, and each possessed exceptional agility. Unless she sprouted wings, escape seemed impossible. Thinking of fleeing? We shall block every door and window. As she was jostled and captured, the leader pressed a blade against Chan'er's throat, his voice icy. Stop. All at once, the assailants halted. Chan'er, Zishi shouted at the cloaked figures. What does your master want? Her calm demeanor surprised them. They had expected her to be frightened, for how could a woman possess such audacity? She abandoned her companion to flee, yet here she was, still concerned for her. She did not abandon me. Zishi looked at Chan'er, understanding her intentions. Sister, you must go. They are not after you. Everyone froze, puzzled by her insight. Seizing the moment, Chan'er suddenly pushed the blade away from her neck and bit down fiercely on the assailant's arm. The momentary pain was trivial to the assassin, but the next second, he was overwhelmed by an intense, tingling sensation, as though countless insects were gnawing at him. He raised his blade to strike Chan'er. Chan'er! Zishi swung her sword, dispatching 2 assailants beside her, rushing to save Chan'er. Just at that critical moment, a stone flew forth, deflecting the assailant's blade. Almost simultaneously, Several more stones soared through the air, rendering the group of assailants momentarily immobilized. Subsequently, the poisoned individual suddenly collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. At that moment, a man, seemingly in his 50s, rushed over, exclaiming, "Preposterous! Who dares to commit murder in my presence?" He possessed a bronze-hued visage, with eyes resembling brass bells, a nose like a suspended gallbladder, and a pointed chin adorned with a tuft of goat's beard. His physique was robust, and his stride was more vigorous than that of many youths. Clad in a well-tailored dark blue robe, his aura was accentuated to perfection. He immediately approached Chan'er's side, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" Chan'er shook her head and then pulled she down to kneel, expressing her gratitude for Lord Pang's life-saving intervention. Pang Dingshan's brow furrowed slightly, while she trembled in astonishment. "How did you know it was I?" Pang Dingshan replied with a nonchalant tone, as if the question bore no significance to him. "The use of a tortoise-shell hairpin indicates that you are a minister in the court, and in Liao City, everyone knows there is only one courtier, General Pang Dingshan. Due to his illustrious military achievements, the emperor granted Lord Pang the privilege of residing in his hometown, exempting him from daily court attendance. Ha! I delight in clever individuals." The steward, Liu, hurriedly caught up, and upon seeing the group of black-clad men, his eyes grew cold. He exchanged a glance with the guards behind him, and immediately, some moved forward to apprehend them. "Lord Pang, I beseech you to show leniency and spare them." Pang Dingshan regarded Chan'er, confusion flickering in his eyes. He scanned the incapacitated individuals and scrutinized the black-clad men before slightly nodding, signaling their release. Liu, taken aback, did not hesitate to release their pressure points, allowing them to depart. "Take them back to the manor. I have questions to ask." The smile on Pang Dingshan's lips deepened. That morning, he had received word of finding the woman depicted in Ye's painting, so he had specially switched to the tortoise-shell hairpin worn during court visits, not expecting her to be so astute. In the previous Jin dynasty, there were strict regulations regarding hairpin adornments. The emperor wore a jade hairpin, ministers donned tortoiseshell, and consorts were required to wear gold hairpins during formal occasions. Beyond hairpins, there were few restrictions on other headgear, particularly for women, as who does not cherish beauty. However, if a consort were to wear a jade hairpin in formal settings, it would be akin to a hen crowing at dawn. Upon returning to the manor, Pang Dingshan sat in the hall, with Chan'er and she kneeling before him, both unaware of his intentions in bringing them back. Liu presented a painting to Chan'er, and upon seeing the figure depicted, she gasped, recognizing herself. Accompanying the image were verses. She murmured to herself, "A renowned flower captivates the nation. The sovereign gazes upon her with a smile," explaining the boundless resentment of spring winds, leaning against the railing north of the incense pavilion. This was composed by the 8th prince during a moment of boredom at my residence the other night. The original was taken by him. I never expected there truly existed such a captivating individual, and one so clever at that. I wonder if she's a femme fatale. Pang Dingshan's eyes narrowed, while Chan'er inhaled sharply, humbly bowing her head. This humble girl has encountered the 8th prince, but it is unrelated to my elder sister. I hope Lord Pang will show mercy. Even if she saved Yi, it could not erase the fact that she was aware of the royal offspring being pursued, and that the pursuers might be from within the palace, a matter of royal dignity. Furthermore, there has always been the adage that beautiful women bring disaster, especially someone as intelligent as she. There is a saying to prevent problems before they arise, and another that states it is better to mistakenly kill than to let go. She did not comprehend her reasoning and tugged at Chan'er, who reassured her with a gentle pat. "You are so astute. How could I bear to harm you? You come from the common folk. Tell me what the public thinks of the crown prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince." "I dare not speak ill of the princes." Pang Dingshan waved his hand, and Liu dismissed everyone else, leaving only the 4 of them. "But feel free to speak." Chan'er pursed her lips, meeting Pang Dingshan's gaze, which was warm and gentle. The current situation left them with little choice but to gamble. If they succeeded, both she and she would remain safe. If they failed, her second life would be forfeit, and she wondered if she could ever live a third time. "Lord Pang, could you promise me the safety of my elder sister?" Pang Dingshan admired her loyalty and nodded. Historically, those who win the people's hearts gain the world. The crown prince is tyrannical and unkind. If he were to ascend the throne, he would not be a wise ruler, jeopardizing the future of the nation. Water can carry a boat. It can also capsize it. There were no noteworthy rumors surrounding the seventh prince, merely. Some described his approach as once the birds are gone, the bow is hidden. The eighth prince, on the other hand, was overly benevolent, too conspicuous, and had already made formidable enemies. Pang Ding Shan nodded. And she urged Chan'er. Chan'er, are you willing to risk your life? I believe the outcome would be the same whether I speak up or remain silent. Since he has assured me he won't harm you, I trust he can uphold his word. She shook her head. She had vowed to protect Chan'er at all costs, even at the expense of her own life. Pang Ding Shan instructed Lu to take she to rest, as he had further matters to discuss with her. She looked at Chan'er with concern, to which Chan'er responded with a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Lord Pang will keep his word. In the hall, only Chan'er and Pang Ding Shan remained. He gestured for her to rise and find a place to sit. She glanced up at him. His expression was gentle, devoid of any sign of anger, so she moved to the side and sat down. What do you believe the eighth prince should do to survive? Chan'er lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment before replying. One must endure when possible. Pang Ding Shan regarded her with curiosity, as if asking why she advocated for endurance. Concuchus endured hunger, yan zi endured poverty, min zi endured cold, huayin endured humiliation, zangon endured dueling. And Lu Gong endured insults. Throughout history, the wise and virtuous have achieved success and established their legacies through perseverance. Those who encounter adversity must follow this principle. If the eighth prince wishes to survive in the perilous palace, he must possess extraordinary intellect, vision, and means, for human nature is inherently malevolent and must be guarded against. Excellent. Pang Ding Shan slammed the table with enthusiasm, admiring Chan'er. It seems Ye's worries were unwarranted. She would thrive more than he could have imagined. After escorting Chan'er out, Lu observed his master's jubilance and was puzzled about the situation. After all, those individuals had sought to kill her. How could she still plead for mercy on their behalf? Was she not also showing kindness to her enemies? Pang Ding Shan held his teacup, contemplating that if Chan'er were to assist the eighth prince in the palace, he would undoubtedly become a magnificent ruler. Lu, the steward, unable to contain his curiosity, felt restless. If he did not understand today's events, he would be tormented all night, unable to sleep. Did you not notice the boots of those assassins? They are the shoes worn by the Right Chancellor's guards. They are not assassins, but rather affiliates of the Right Chancellor. That girl must have offended him somehow. She intends to use those men to inform him that I saved her, thus making it difficult for him to act against her. Upon hearing this, Lu's brow furrowed immediately, aghast at her audacity to manipulate Lord Pang. Observing the steward's flustered expression, Pang Ding Shan took a sip of tea, chuckling. Do not be angry. She may very well become the future empress. Lu, upon hearing this, immediately calmed down. If his master believed so, it seemed he was resolutely supporting the eighth prince. Yet, hadn't he previously stated the need for further observation? When had his master learned to say one thing and do another? Surely it was the eighth prince's reckless disposition that influenced him. Pang Ding Shan, seeing the steward's changing expressions, felt an unexpected joy. I am hungry. Chapter 15. A beating to death after lunch. Pang Ding Shan sought out Chan'er for a private conversation, inquiring about her acquaintance with the eighth prince. She recounted the events, and upon finishing, Pang Ding Shan stood up, scrutinizing her closely. It was astonishing that such an extraordinary woman hailed from the brothel. Suddenly recalling that the previous attackers were from the Right Chancellor's estate, he began to piece together the puzzle. Had the Right Chancellor resorted to such tactics? Was it for the Crown Prince? Thus, he must investigate this matter thoroughly. The Crown Prince seemed not only cruel, but also debauched. After hearing all this, Pang Ding Shan's resolve to support the eighth prince solidified further. The former state of Jin can only look forward to a future under his reign. Currently, the flourishing nation of Shang is advancing rapidly. If someone is unfit as the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, the state of Jin shall surely perish within 3 generations. Yet, he remains oblivious to Chan'er's true nature and the poison she previously employed. If her intentions are sinister, might he not endanger the eighth prince? He could even jeopardize the emperor himself, plunging the nation into peril. Can he bear such a storm? What is your surname? Do you have any family left? My lord, I do not know my surname. My mother was murdered on the day I returned home. Now, I have only my sworn sister, Shi, as kin. As for the Jiang family, humph, He shares no blood ties with her. Even if everyone accuses her of treason, she will never acknowledge him, for he is unworthy. When I saved you, what poison did you administer to that person? It was the poison of the goo worm. Once sprinkled on the wound, it infests the body like a multitude of venomous insects, tormenting its victim for 24 hours before proving fatal. It is indeed a vile and sinister poison. Pang Dingshan, a seasoned warrior, felt a chill at the mention of such poison. Yet, observing Chan'er, a frail woman, speak of it without a hint of fear raised his suspicions. From where did she acquire such malevolence? He had never heard of goo worm poison before. Was she a heartless villain or a benevolent soul? As he paced, he pondered whether he should bring her closer or keep her at a distance. Could she truly assist Situ Yi wholeheartedly? The 8th prince had redeemed her life, and Chan'er was not the kind of person to forget a kindness. She felt deeply indebted to the 8th prince. She understood that Pang Dingshan wished to inquire whether she intended to protect the 8th prince. She had contemplated this matter. Situ Yi had shown her both kindness and affection. Although she feared death, she was not without courage. She would strive to protect him, as well as herself and the few who cared for her. Very well. I shall risk the entire general's residence for the sake of trusting you once. Chan'er knelt in reverence. I have a request. My sister Z, she ventured out to find her brother, and I dare to seek the general's assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Pang Dingshan agreed. It was merely a matter of finding someone, not a difficult task. Moreover, allowing He Zishi to accompany her would provide an added layer of security. Observing her skills, her brother would likely be capable as well, perhaps even a talent in his own right. Tell me about your brother's situation, so I may assist in your search. Thus, Chan'er returned to inquire about He Zishi's brother. He Zishi, astonished that Chan'er could secure the general's aid, excitedly embraced her. From her pouch, she produced a jade pendant, delicately caressing it as if it were her very life. My father gave me this pendant, stating my brother possesses one as well. Chan'er gazed at the pendant, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though she could not recall when she had seen it. At that moment, Pang Dingshan approached. Having learned of the 8th prince's whereabouts, he intended to inform them to prepare for their journey, as he would escort them. Noticing the pendant in He Zishi's hand, his brows furrowed. Was it mere coincidence or a sign of something deeper? Where did you acquire this pendant? A hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. My father gave it to me, saying it serves as proof for my brother and me to recognize each other. Pang Dingshan examined the pendant thoroughly before bursting into laughter. Your surname is He? She looked at him in confusion. How do you know? Could he possibly know her brother? Instantly, she knelt, pleading, I beseech the general to reveal my brother's whereabouts. I would give my life to repay your kindness. Pang Dingshan gestured for her to rise, then turned to Chan'er. I will send you both to the capital shortly. You and your sister must find a way to encounter the 8th prince. He has a bodyguard named Hieru. Upon hearing this, Hizishi's eyes widened with joy. Hieru was indeed her brother's name. Tears of happiness streamed down her face. She had not expected to find her brother so easily. Her father had mentioned her brother might have arrived in Jin City, but now she knew it was true, and he served as the 8th prince's bodyguard. Her excitement was palpable. Pang Dingshan, with furrowed brows, mused on the many coincidences in the world. Would he perhaps encounter someone who resembled his own wife? Perhaps he was overthinking it. When the two alighted from the carriage in Jin City, they were awestruck by the bustling scene, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. Their refined images were utterly shattered, at least that of Hizishi, while Chan'er retained her charming demeanor. Who knew the capital was so vibrant? I always thought East City was prosperous, especially during the temple fairs, where it was teeming with people. But compared to the capital, it truly pales in comparison. Chan'er had grown up in the countryside, never having witnessed such grandeur. Though it was ancient times, it rivaled the modern world in its splendor. Stalls lined the streets, selling cosmetics, fans, fabrics, stationery, and even artists painting on the spot. This was reminiscent of her 10th birthday when her grandfather took her to the county park, where an elderly man sketched portraits live. However, these artists specialized in traditional Chinese ink painting. As she stood before a stall, admiring the paintings in the style of the Wu school, a voice cried out, "Make way!" The horse is startled. Turning, Chan'er saw a carriage barreling toward them. Fear gripped her, and she instinctively stepped back, only to be pulled to safety by Hizishi. As they reached a secure spot, Hizishi prepared to intervene. But someone else was quicker. Sita Yi leapt onto the horse's back, exerting great effort to halt the carriage. He then turned to the occupants inside. The carriage contained 2 young women. One wore a flowing green silk gown, cinched with a white cotton belt, her beauty striking. The other was breathtakingly gorgeous. Her skin as smooth as cream, her demeanor serene. She donned a light-colored gauze dress that swept the ground, an outer rose-red jacket, and an orange satin ribbon at her waist, adorned with exquisite jade. Her hair, styled in a cascading moon bun secured with a crimson coral hairpin, was complemented by a string of dangling glass beads. With dark brows and crystal-like eyes, she appeared unsettled from the fright. Once she regained her composure, she rubbed her arms in anger, signaling her maid to scold the driver. "You blind fool, do you not know how to drive? It's one thing to frighten me, but to scare Our Lady is unforgivable. Seize him and beat him to death." At the sound of such brutality, Chanxin felt a pang of pain. She had once met a similar fate at the hands of rural folk. The agony and resentment she had endured resurfaced, causing her to tremble. Noticing her distress, she asked with concern, "Sister, what troubles you?" Chanxin, her face pale, shook her head. "Sister, is there any way to save him?" She was not so foolish as to think she could rescue him alone. Given the maid's authoritative tone, it was clear her mistress was no easy adversary. If she encountered someone reasonable, perhaps there would be a chance, but if not, both their lives could be at stake. Chanxin realized she lacked the spirit of self-sacrifice. Thus, she turned to Shi, inquiring if she had any plans to save the man. As Shi prepared to speak, a soft laughter echoed around, reminiscent of a crystal-clear mountain spring, transporting one to the serene embrace of a highland forest, where even the act of breathing felt effortless. At that moment, Xiaoyu was the first to react, questioning the identity of the man before them. It was audacious enough for him to sit upon their family's horse. But now he dared to laugh at her. Xiaoyu pointed at Sita Yi and commanded, "You, dismount immediately. Impudent! How dare a mere maid speak to my lord in such a manner?" Heroine approached, recalling that Sita Yi had sent him to buy fruit from the stall. Initially, Heroine had protested. It was unbecoming for a prince to eat fruit on the main road. Yet, Sita Yi insisted it would be the last time he could indulge like this before returning to the palace, where such liberties would no longer be permitted. Reluctantly, Heroine complied, unaware that a mere moment could lead to such chaos, including being scolded by a maid. "Fear not," Sita Yi interjected, halting Heroine before gracefully dismounting. He turned to the maid and inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed household you serve?" Xiaoyu huffed and turned away. Her young mistress was beautiful, and her father wielded considerable power. Many young scions sought her hand. Her father had mentioned that his daughter was destined for the palace, especially given the emperor's discontent with the crown prince, a fact known to several elder statesmen. It was a matter of determining who among the 7th or 8th princes was favored. For whichever prince it may be, her father intended to marry his daughter off to secure her status as a future crown princess, destined to be revered by all. Quickly, drag him away and deal with him. Xiaoyu brazenly disregarded Sita Yi, who remained unperturbed, recognizing that his attire warranted such treatment. "Hold on, my lady, might I beg you to spare this young man, considering I have calmed the frenzied horse?" Xiaoyu turned to scrutinize Sita Yi. Although he was clad in fine brocade, an air of destitution surrounded him. He neither rode a horse nor traveled in a palanquin, and he lacked even a proper ornament. This was a common flaw of the former Jin kingdom. Wealth was often judged by one's mode of travel and adornments. A man who did not ride or possess decorations, regardless of his garments being made of gold, would still be deemed a rustic bumpkin. Spare him? He frightened our young mistress. Of course not. It was merely an exercise in arrogance. Chapter 16. A beauty to dazzle the nation upon hearing Sita Yi's voice. Chanxin's lively eyes sparkled as a smile graced her face. She eagerly pulled Shi toward the vicinity of the carriage. Shi hesitated, sensing that this brazen girl was likely not to be trifled with, and urged, "Let us not approach." Chanxin laughed, her voice bright and clear. "Sister, you used to detest seeing others bullied. Why the change today?" "Because I have a sister to protect. I cannot act recklessly." Seeing the earnest expression on Shishi's face filled Chanxin with joy. Though she had lost her blood relatives, she had gained a sister by choice, who treated her with such kindness. If she were to feel unhappy now, it would be as if she were inviting misfortune upon herself. Reflecting on a drama she had watched, she thought of Song Ci, who had become renowned after being struck by lightning. What would it truly feel like to be struck by lightning? Chang'e shivered at the thought. What if the lightning missed its mark? Would heaven apologize? Shaking off her wild thoughts, she pulled Hizishi towards the carriage. Sister, don't you wish to see your brother? If you do, come with me. Oh, and first, take out your jade pendant and hang it at your waist. You need only stay by my side. Upon hearing brother, Hizishi immediately complied without hesitation, and the two made their way to the side of the carriage, where Situyi, obstructed by the carriage, was unaware of their presence. My lady, this young man meant no harm. It is common for horses to spook. If you insist on blaming him, would that not be somewhat unreasonable? You are kind-hearted, and surely you would feel guilt later. Why not consider this an opportunity for virtuous deeds, and let him be? Xiaoyu emerged from behind the curtain, supporting Ling Huan as she stepped out. Ling Huan found herself caught in Situ Ye's gaze, momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. Situ Yi was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows framing bright, captivating eyes that sparkled like stars against the night sky. His noble nose and faint smile exuded an innate charisma that left Ling Huan a bit overwhelmed. Quickly, she turned her attention to another figure beside him, who appeared to be a girl dressed as a boy, a bold heroine indeed. The two clasped hands and Ling Huan smiled. My lady, as such an exquisite beauty, why conceal yourself in male attire, drawing attention as you do? Ling Huan's discerning gaze recognized Chang'e's femininity through her actions with Hizishi. Chang'e remained unfazed, offering a graceful smile, her tone softening. You flatter me, but I am but a shadow of your grace. The male attire is a necessity, given the inconveniences of venturing out. Hearing her speak, Situyi furrowed his brow, struck by how much her voice resembled Chang'e's. He stepped closer, and upon seeing her, joy filled him as he swiftly moved to grasp her shoulders, exclaiming, "Che, what brings you here?" At that moment, he paid little mind to propriety, disregarding any societal norms. My lord, this is the street. Chang'e's voice was delicate, like the fragrance of lotus and mist, lingering in the air. Her cheeks blushed crimson, as if one could draw blood from them. Despite being a modern individual unconcerned with such matters, she was acutely aware of the norms of this ancient society. Regret washed over Situyi. He realized his actions could tarnish her reputation. He released her, taking a moment to assess her. Though her face was flushed with embarrassment, she still appeared pale, garbed in a deep blue robe that was not the one he had chosen with her that day. What brings you here? Is your complexion so pale from fatigue? Where is your mother? Did she accompany you? Situ Ye's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage of questions, and there were still many he wished to ask, such as who the person beside her was and what her purpose was, not to mention his overwhelming desire to know if she would accompany him. As Chang'e felt the warmth of his concern, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Sister, don't cry. Hizishi shot a fierce glare at Situyi, believing it was his careless words that had upset Chang'e. She had no inkling that the man before her was none other than the 8th prince of the former Jin kingdom, Situyi. Well, the crucial point was that she did not believe Situyi would treat Chang'e so kindly. Everyone loved beauty, yet the reality was often one of fleeting affections. How else could one explain the prevalence of polygamy? Hizishi gently wiped away Chang'e's tears, and she sniffled. I apologize for the distress I've caused you, my lord. Situyi smiled warmly. He relished her delicate vulnerability in his presence. Alas, when it came to wit and intelligence, he found himself outmatched. He could only seek solace in other ways. Meanwhile, Ling Huan, thoroughly ignored, seethed with rage. Such a display of affection in public. What embarrassment! Guards, seize them. The man shall receive 30 strokes as punishment, and the woman, for her shameless behavior, shall face the consequences. Do not feign such high moral ground. We all know your jealousy stems from Chang'e's beauty, driving you to plot her downfall. Upon hearing this, Hizishi and Chang'e feigned a kneel, yet Situyi firmly held both of them back. His earlier mirth vanished, replaced by a piercing coldness that froze the atmosphere around them. He stepped forward, brandishing his insignia. The 8th prince is present. Who dares to cause trouble? Ling Huan's eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing he was indeed the 8th prince. Immediately, Xiaoyu assisted her down from the carriage, and then everyone knelt down to pay their respects to the 8th prince. Which household do you hail from? Situyi did not allow anyone to rise, but instead fixed his gaze on Ling Huan. Ling Huan lamented her decision to venture out today without consulting the almanac. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yu before replying to the 8th prince, this humble girl, Ling Huan. Ling Huan, the only daughter of the left chancellor Ling Hao, was indeed beautiful but had been spoiled her entire life. Her temper was fierce, and her ruthlessness rivaled that of the right chancellor Yuan Jing's wife. Such a person, regardless of her stunning looks, would not capture Situ Ye's interest. He helped Chan'er to her feet, his expression softening considerably. How do you wish to handle her? Ling Huan was well aware that Chan'er was Ling Hao's prize jewel. Prior to this encounter, Peng Dingshan had briefed her on the distribution of power within the court. The left chancellor was the emperor's assistant, wielding power comparable to the right chancellor. He had yet to decide whom to favor. Should he lean towards the 8th prince? The latter's chances would significantly increase. Conversely, harming his daughter would spell disaster for the 8th prince. Weighing her options, Chan'er turned to Situ Yi. You truly wish for me to take care of this? Situ Yi nodded, placing his trust in her. Miss Ling, the 8th prince is merciful. He previously stated that, for his sake, you might spare that coachman. What say you? Ling Huan nodded. How could she refuse? Moreover, she was most eager to tear apart Chan'er's face. Then it shall be to everyone's satisfaction. Afterward, she turned to Situ Yi. How do you intend to deal with that coachman? Take him away, he replied. And her? Situ Ye's gaze swept over Ling Huan. Chan'er blinked in surprise, as if feigning ignorance of his meaning, and finally murmured, Oh, I understand. Miss Ling, the 8th prince suggests that you take the time to visit the palace more often and accompany Lady Qi. Situ Yi was taken aback. When did I imply such a thing? Chan'er, have you lost your mind? You wouldn't dare to sell me out, would you? If I were to let such a woman grow close to my mother, she would surely flay me alive. Ling Huan cast a puzzled glance at Chan'er. The 8th prince had clearly bestowed authority upon her, yet she attributed the favor back to the 8th prince? Was she attempting to ensure her father remembered his kindness? A glimmer of understanding passed through Ling Huan's eyes. Situ Yi pressed his lips together in silence. Everyone, please rise. Miss Ling, you may take your leave. I shall have that coachman. Once Ling Huan and her companions had departed, Situ Yi turned to Chan'er, but before he could speak, Chan'er interjected. Shouldn't I change out of these clothes first? Everyone knows I am a woman. It would be inappropriate to remain in men's attire. Situ Yi resisted the urge to ask questions and led Chan'er and he Zishi to Quabazai. As the name suggests, Quabazai specializes in various jade artifacts and jewelry. Since Chan'er had clothing in her bundle, they simply needed to find a place to change. Situ Yi selected a series of accessories for them to use while he chose his own. When Chan'er and he Zishi emerged, Situ Yi stood at attention, unable to tear his gaze from her. To describe her as breathtaking would be an understatement. She wore a flowing light blue gown that trailed on the ground, cinched at the waist with an exquisite ornament. A matching agate bracelet adorned her right wrist, and her hair was styled in a delicate hibiscus bun, accented with a sapphire hairpin, strands of hair cascading gracefully around her neck. Her waist was slender, reminiscent of a willow, and her cherry blossom lips were tinted with a touch of crimson. Her porcelain complexion was lightly dusted with powder, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting depth that belied her cleverness. Situ Yi understood why she had spoken so to Ling Huan. It was a gesture of goodwill towards Ling Huan, paving the way for his future. Situ Yi cleared his throat, and Chan'er giggled. My lord, do not stare so. His cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. He turned his attention to Hizishi. Though Hizishi was also quite lovely, she preferred simpler attire. Resembling a heroic maiden in a deep indigo gown and cerulean outer robe, adorned with a white jade bracelet and a jade pendant at her waist. Wait, that jade pendant looks familiar. Chan'er stepped forward with a graceful bow. Thank you, my lord, but we have taken so many accessories. We cannot burden you with expenses. Captivated by her playful smile, Situ Yi, almost involuntarily, reached out to gently tease her petite nose. What expense? While I may be short on funds abroad, I am certainly not impoverished here in the capital. Chan'er's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue at his gesture. By the way, I am here to help my sister find her brother. Can you assist? She pulled Hizishi closer, pointing to the jade pendant she wore. Chapter 17. No credit extended. Only then did Situ Yi examine the pendant closely, his eyes widening. Is your surname He? Upon learning he was the 8th prince, Hizishi had been in a state of excitement. Yet Chan'er was bound by her promise to the general to assist the 8th prince, and she must help her. After descending the mountain, she had indeed heard many tales about the 8th prince, known for his compassion and concern for the people, being the only prince favored by the current emperor for significant responsibilities. If he were to ascend the throne, it would benefit the populace. Should this prince prove to be unkind, she would never allow Chanxin to comply with the general's wishes, for she did not want Chanxin to act against her conscience. Now that she had encountered him, and he had stepped forward for a mere coachman, it showed he was indeed kind-hearted. After all, no one knew his identity at the time, so there was no need for him to impress anyone. Given these considerations, she suppressed her excitement and deliberately turned her body to prevent Heroine from seeing her pendant. Otherwise, they would have recognized each other long ago. Chanxin's mention of it indicated that the moment had come, and Zishi nodded in affirmation. "Is your brother named Heroine?" Zishi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly knelt down. "The 8th prince knows my brother? Please allow us to reunite." Chanxin couldn't help but tear up. Zishi's performance was impeccable. She would undoubtedly be a star if she traveled to the modern world. Siti chuckled softly. "Please rise, young lady. We shall head to Guiyun Pavilion, where I will instruct him to prepare a feast. It must be past noon. You both must be hungry." As if summoned by his words, both women's stomachs protested audibly, prompting them to wish for a hole to hide in. Just then, another loud growl echoed, and Chanxin glanced at Zishi. "It wasn't me," Zishi quickly insisted. Had there not been such a commotion, Situ Yi would not have felt so embarrassed, but the innkeeper had just approached, and the two women had hastily distanced themselves from him. Who else could it be but him, stepping on his pride to save their faces? The innkeeper stifled his laughter, his face turning green, as Situ Yi shot him a glare. "Let us go, innkeeper, bring me paper and ink." "Humph, you two conspired against me. I shall not pay. I'll have Heroine settle the bill." With that, he picked up the paper and swiftly wrote an IOU. The innkeeper was dumbfounded, watching as the trio walked away, finally coming to his senses, staring at the IOU in his hand. "Will this really work?" "Sir, our establishment is small. We do not extend credit. It seemed he would have to post a notice on the wall tomorrow. Due to limited resources, we do not extend credit." At Guiyun Pavilion, Heroine had ordered the dishes and turned to leave when he spotted his master riding a horse, holding a beautiful lady in his arms. That lady looked strikingly familiar. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Wasn't she the remarkable woman they had redeemed that day? He hurried over. "My lord, the dishes are prepared." Zishi disembarked from the carriage and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing you. "Brother, it has been many years. Your appearance remains largely unchanged." He still bore that resolute countenance, now infused with a touch of maturity, shedding the naivety of youth. She gazed intently at Heroine, who, sensing her scrutiny, turned to meet her gaze. Before him stood a beautiful woman. Though not as stunning as Chanxin, she was equally striking, and yet there was something familiar about her, something reminiscent of, "Brother, it's me, Zishi. Do you remember me?" Zishi silently thought, "Brother, I remember you. If you do not remember me, it would break my heart. I would make you unrecognizable to our parents." "Zishi, is it truly you?" Heroine exclaimed, delight coursing through him as he approached her. Indeed, how could he not recognize her? The pendant at her waist mirrored his own, a gift from their parents. "Shall we enter and have a meal?" Let them gaze at each other. Those who are hungry will know their own plight. After dismounting and assisting Chanxin down, they walked into Guiyun Pavilion. "Brother, why does your grandfather seem so different from the tales? He gives off a rather dubious air, quite unreliable." Heroine felt a pang of sorrow. He did not wish for it to be so. Once outside the palace walls, his grandfather had adopted a rather roguish demeanor, maintaining decorum only within the palace confines. However, in his own palace, he remained, well, one cannot change one's nature. As they sat in the private room, observing the awkward stance of the He siblings, Siti Yi waved them over. "Shall we not share a meal together? Why the distress? Am I a wolf or a tiger? Must I be so fearsome? They say a woman's heart is the most venomous, but I am no woman." Realizing he was addressing two ladies, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Of course, a lady's heart is made of honey, not venom. He found his own words somewhat disingenuous. After all, would not every girl eventually become a woman? He swiftly changed the topic, bringing forth a barrage of questions. This time, he inquired with more composure, addressing each matter one by one, subtly guessing the reason behind Chanxin's tears. Indeed, after Chanxin recounted recent events, his assumptions proved largely accurate. Though he had not anticipated that her descent into the brothel had been orchestrated by her deranged father. Zishi wept profusely, while Chanxin, concerned that her tears would deplete her, urged heroine to pour her more water. To replenish her hydration, Situye, in silence, quietly placed a piece of food into Chuaner's bowl. Let's eat. Do not dwell on the past. I shall protect you. Should anyone dare to lay a finger upon you, I shall ensure they pay with their life. Situye spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet his words sent a shiver through Chuaner. She recalled the painting she had seen in the general's residence, and the first poetic line that flashed through her mind was one describing Yang Guifei. Yet the words in the painting were decidedly different. Eighth Prince Yu, Chuania. Henceforth, I shall call you Chuaner, and you may refer to me as I. I do not wish for you to treat me so formally. Chuana nodded. She could acquiesce to this request, but his earlier words filled her with trepidation. She feared becoming a source of calamity for the nation. Moreover, a sweet sensation lingered within her. From Situye's tone, it seemed he harbored feelings for her as well. Chuaner, would you wish to accompany me? The court is fraught with peril, and I worry for your safety. If you are willing to leave with me, I shall return to the palace to inform my father and mother, and we shall retreat to the countryside to revel in nature's embrace. I wish to know if you would consent to this. Chuaner's hand trembled, and even Zishi and Heroine were taken aback. Was Situye truly willing to forsake his noble status to dwell among the mountains and rivers? Your Highness, Chuaner set down her bowl and gratefully bowed to Situye. I have been ensnared in the brothel. Even if I strive to maintain my virtue, how can I escape the taint of scandal? I cannot bear to bring shame upon you. Taking a deep breath, she continued, the current crown prince is lacking in compassion. I believe you are aware of this. While the emperor remains silent, he is merely preserving appearances. It is only a matter of time before the crown prince is replaced. The other princes have long been dispatched to their fiefs. Within the capital, only you and the seventh prince remain. The emperor's intentions are clear. He seeks to choose one of you as the crown prince. At this juncture, you cannot leave, for your highness bears the weight of the nation's fate and the future of its people. Personal affections are but trifles. I can follow you without name or title, but I cannot be your lawful wife. Should you persist, I would have no choice but to repay your misguided affection with my life. You. A fragmented sound echoed within Situye's heart, a sensation of pain blossoming. Gazing at her, he pondered whether these were mere excuses or her genuine sentiments. Did she care for the common folk more than he? Situye lowered his head, brooding as he drank, one cup after another. He did not permit Chuaner to rise. His somber demeanor was fearsome. Zishi watched Chuaner anxiously, her expression fraught with worry, while Heroine shook her head. If she spoke on Chuaner's behalf now, the situation could worsen. Chuaner's stance not only rejected Situye, but also struck a blow to his pride. How could a prince be so selfish, consumed by his own desires, lacking even the compassion to consider a woman? Situye, once motivated by aspirations of the throne, now found himself yearning solely for a carefree existence with her. Perhaps it had begun that night when he painted her portrait, or when he had uttered those words before the general, or when he sought to redeem her from captivity. She had advised him to remain wise yet unassuming. Or perhaps it had started even earlier, to the moment she risked her life to save him. When he beheld her pale face as she fainted, he had felt a fleeting spark of affection, initially believing it was merely her beauty that captivated him. He had not realized that after spending 7 days together, despite their limited conversation, she had etched herself deeply into his heart. He had shamelessly ventured to the general's residence, borrowing money in a desperate bid to rescue her. Feeling humiliated when the sum fell short, he masked his embarrassment but felt he could not remain composed. Had she not revealed that method to him after witnessing old Mrs. Chui's departure, he might have risked everything, even his identity, to save her. Yes, upon learning of Chuaner's worth, he had indeed contemplated such a course of action, only to have his intentions seen through. At this moment, he understood why he had been willing to disregard public opinion to save her. It was her beauty that had first astonished him, yet it was her cleverness and repeated acts of valor that had truly endeared her to him. Chapter 18. Mutual Wounds of Affection. Situye tightened his grip on the wine bottle and continued to pour. Soon, one bottle was drained. Waiter, more wine. Chuaner lifted her gaze, observing Situye as he drank relentlessly, her heart aching. Please do not drink any more. Too much wine is harmful to your health. Harmful? Situye chuckled bitterly. Nothing could compare to the sorrow he felt within. He cast a weary glance at her. Is it so difficult to leave with me? Had she not longed to escape into their own world? Yet, now was not the time. She needed to protect him, first and foremost by aiding him in securing the throne. If either the crown prince or the seventh prince ascended, could he survive? No. History had shown the peril. She had witnessed it herself. Furthermore, Situ Yi was a thorn in the side of both princes. Which emperor would allow an elder brother or younger brother of greater repute to live? Seeing her resolve, Situ Yi paused, then resumed pouring wine. Sister, could you and brother guard the door for me? Izishi and Heroine exchanged glances, silently retreating. Channa rose and approached Situ Yi. Ye. It is not that I do not wish to accompany you and abandon the myriad troubles that plague me. However, in this world, is there any land that does not belong to the king? If I were to follow you, I would be the one who cannot live. Would your father permit my existence? I fear he may perceive me as a harbinger of disaster. I could disregard such opinions, but what of you? Let us consider an alternative scenario. Even if your father were to acquiesce, should he become displeased with our relationship and cease to hold any hope for you, he could demote you to a fief. Once the next emperor ascends, could we still find peace? A person's life is driven by either fame or fortune. Your reputation is admirable, and your heart is kind. Yet this is an unalterable truth. To speak disrespectfully, whether it be the crown prince or the seventh prince who takes the throne after your father's passing, there is no future for us. Situ Ye's hand trembled as he held the wine cup, spilling its contents. Channa refrained from approaching to wipe it away. After a long silence, he set down the cup and gazed at Channa, asking, "Is your kindness towards me sincere, or is it for the sake of reputation, or perhaps for profit?" Channa abruptly raised her head, feeling as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, rendering her cold. She stared at Situ Yi with wide eyes, her heart inexplicably heavy with sorrow. Lacking noble lineage, wealth, or power, she was but a fragile being subject to the whims of others. Yet this did not grant him the right to demean her character. She had devoted herself to him, and yet he harbored such thoughts. Biting her lip tightly, she was unaware that she had drawn blood until the metallic taste jolted her back to reality. She turned away defiantly, tears welling in her eyes. In that fleeting moment, the floodgates opened and tears cascaded down, leaving no trace as they fell onto her trailing garments. Seeing the stubbornness in her gaze, Situ Yi realized he had wounded her. He opened his mouth to apologize, but having never uttered such words before, he found himself at a loss. A seemingly simple phrase became insurmountably difficult to voice. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, "Channa, do not be angry. Was this an olive branch?" Yet Channa remained turned away, and he grew anxious. He knew he should not doubt her. She had always supported him, guiding him toward a brighter future. What had she sought in him? At that time, she was eager to return home to rescue her mother, while he was desperate to return to the capital. In 3 days, it would be the seventh prince, Situ, Xian's birthday, followed by his own in 9 days. The 16th birthday of a prince of the Jin dynasty was of great significance. Although there would be no grand feast, it marked the beginning of a new chapter, marriage and possibly a fief. However, the emperor had stated that there were no immediate plans for the 7th or 8th princes to be sent to their fiefs, yet marriage was inevitable. "Channa, it is all my fault." Situ Yi clenched his teeth and said, "I should not have spoken so, Channa." "Channa." Situ Yi watched in horror as Channa fainted before him, feeling utterly helpless. Had he truly said such harsh words? Outside, Heroine exchanged glances with her brother. Uncertain of what had transpired, she hesitated to enter, fearing it might be inappropriate. Heroine, upon hearing Situ Ye's urgent call, Heroine pushed the door open without hesitation. Izishi saw Channa lying pale on the ground, while Situ Yi stood there bewildered. Not caring for anything else, she rushed forward, pushing Situ Yi aside to support Channa, tears streaming from her eyes. "Channa, sister, what has happened? Wake up." Heroine stared at her, suddenly noticing the darkening tips of Channa's fingers and furrowing her brow. "She has been poisoned. Sister, fetch a doctor." After instructing her brother, she rushed out of the room, using her token to confine everyone present in Guyun Pavilion. At that moment, Channa was the one poisoned, for among the 4 of them, only she had eaten the food. It was Situ Yi who had served it to her, and she had no choice but to eat. He had consumed alcohol and remained unharmed, so the poison must have been in the dish. Had she not eaten first, who would they have tried to poison? Of course, it was the 8th prince, Situ Yi. Izishi leaped out of the window, finding a doctor and dragging him directly to Guyun Pavilion, the doctor's heart racing with fear. What remarkable skills this girl possesses. Before he could admire her talent, he saw Chan'er lying there, her fingertips turning blue and her lips purple, clearly signs of poisoning. He immediately entered a professional state, checking her pulse, his expression darkening. This girl cannot be saved. I am powerless. Alas, it is truly a pity for such beauty. Say that again. Siti spat through clenched teeth, causing the doctor to tremble and fall to his knees, repeatedly begging for mercy. How could he not be afraid when Siti's countenance resembled ice, his gaze so fierce it could tear apart anyone who claimed she could not be saved? The doctor did not understand why he knelt. He simply felt a sudden fear that made his legs weak. The intensity of Situye's aura was overwhelming, evoking a sense of sovereign power. I will summon every doctor in the city. Zishi turned to leave, but Situ stopped her. Take her back to the palace and find the imperial physician. He then glanced at the man still kneeling on the ground. You come too. How dare he declare she could not be saved? How dare he utter such words? You little rascal. Let me show you how to ensure you meet your end. The old doctor felt utterly innocent. He had never encountered such a poison in his entire medical career. How could he have known that the person before him was of noble standing? Otherwise, he would not have been so blunt about her fate. He would have at least been more tactful, even claiming his medical skills were lacking, rather than outright declaring her beyond saving. Reputation pales in comparison to life. Moreover, the poison afflicting this girl was indeed incurable. Zishi watched Situ pick up Chan'er, and, in a moment of inspiration, said, Wait. Perhaps I know how to awaken my sister. She may have the antidote. After saying this, she rummaged through Chan'er's belongings and produced a small black vial, devoid of any label. Holding it, she felt a chill run through her. Yes, this was the one. Zishi uncorked the vial and held it to Chan'er's nose. Moments later, her fingers twitched slightly. Situ felt a surge of hope as he saw her fingers move, but then he remembered it was merely a sign of her waking. Not that the poison had been cured. His heart sank again. Shall not? Wake up. I will take you back to the palace and find a doctor to cure you. Iroha. Upon hearing this, Iroha rushed over, and Situ commanded, Arrest all suspects and throw them into the dungeons, awaiting judgment. Inform them to pray for Chan'er's safety, or else I will ensure they all pay with their lives. He would rather wrongfully execute than let anyone escape his wrath. His kindness, however, was not a tool for others to harm him or those he cherished. No. Please, don't do this. Chan'er slowly opened her eyes. Although her complexion remained pale, at least she had awakened. Come and see how she is. Situ yelled at the old doctor, who trembled as he approached to check her pulse. But it remained as it had been before. She was merely awake. Doctor, what is her pulse like? Tell me. The doctor could only speak the truth, reporting, There's a faint pulse, but none strong. It is a floating pulse. Strangely, the pulse of this girl reveals hidden dangers and subtle movements, as if it were intertwined with knots. In my years of practice, I have never encountered such a condition. I truly do not know. Chan'er smiled bitterly, for she finally understood. Mother, this is what you wished to impart to me, was it not? To use blood as poison. To use blood as poison. Doctor, fetch a silver needle and pierce the Zisonli point, then brew a bowl of heat-clearing and detoxifying medicine with golden fruit. The doctor, though skeptical, could not dismiss her instructions. She looked no older than 12 or 13. How could her medical skills be so advanced? Yet, doubts aside, she had given her word, and if it did not work, it would not be his fault, right? As he stepped out to prepare the medicine, Situ finally spoke. Is she truly all right? Shena Shukiait. It would be a miracle if she were. Bring an empty bowl, take 3 drops of my blood from my middle finger, and mix it into the medicine brought by the doctor. Situ looked puzzled. Why use an empty bowl? Would it not suffice to drop it directly into the medicine? Moreover, why use her blood? He was a man. It should be his. I have been steeped in medicinal baths since I was a child. My blood is valuable, while yours is not. And you are a prince. You must not suffer any injury. The medicine must cool to 6 parts before adding the blood. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. He pressed his lips tightly together, feeling as though he were utterly useless, unable to assist her. Release the people downstairs. I know the cause of the poisoning. Once I recover, I will explain. Situ gazed at her and nodded. You assure me you will be fine. Chapter 19. A lifetime of affection. Situ observed her, nodding again. You assure me you will be fine? Chan'er reluctantly nodded. At that moment, Siti appeared almost childlike, anxious and helpless. She understood that he merely sought her assurance of safety, and in that instant, Chan'er felt profoundly fortunate. Although the one who loved her most had passed, she had gained a wonderful sister by fate, and the one she cherished now valued her so deeply that he contemplated sacrificing fame and fortune for her. She did not desire much. This was enough. Yet, thoughts of the ancient customs of polygamy still left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Who would willingly share their husband with another? Certainly not she, but in this era, especially since the one she favored was a prince, and she would one day assist him in ascending the throne, where emperors had countless concubines. Would he forget her amidst the throngs of beauties? Siti was taken aback. Her question was audacious, especially considering that his father was not yet deceased. Not to mention, the current crown prince was his elder brother. If anyone were to overhear, he would be charged with treason. Not only he, but his mother, Heru, Zishi, and even Chan'er would not survive such a fate. Even the families of generals who had interacted with him would not escape unscathed. Realizing the implications of her question, Chan'er felt embarrassed and lowered her head. This was not the modern world, but the feudal past, where the emperor was akin to heaven, and to defy him meant annihilation for 9 generations. Yet, how fortunate it was to be an ancient emperor. Why could she not transmigrate as Wu Mei? Although she ascended to the throne at 60, she was the only officially recognized female emperor in history. Such legitimacy, she dreamt of experiencing it. Alas, the heavens did not grant her wish. Chan'er, what are you thinking? Siti asked. No matter the time or circumstance, I, Siti, cherish you above all else. He glanced up, noticing the old doctor moving slowly. The medicine was still not ready. Chan'er could not help but laugh. Aye, what are you in such a hurry for? Are you feeling shy? Trying to change the subject? Siti raised an eyebrow. I'm the 8th prince. How dare you laugh at me? She remained silent, her gaze unwavering on Siti, causing his ears to flush red. Chan'er, I do not know if there will be a next life, but all I can do is treat you well in this one. Though I can only promise you a lifetime of affection, I wish for us to rely on each other for all eternity. Had he spoken these words to the Chan'er of old, she would have merely scoffed or thought him insincere. Yet now, she felt tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks, while Siti tenderly wiped them away with his sleeve. She had never imagined she would hear such words. She understood the gravity of his promise. Siti was willing to reveal his identity to redeem her, a sacrifice that reflected his sincerity. When the doctor left, she merely asked, Has young Master Yuan arrived? Siti had paused momentarily, then smiled, and she knew he understood. Later, he used young Master Yuan as a pretext to rescue her. In that instance, it could be said he was repaying her life debt. But what of today? He had believed someone was attempting to harm him and inadvertently implicated her. His anger and the chill in his voice were genuine, not feigned. Thus, she believed his words were not empty promises. This pledge was indeed profound. Thinking of the scoundrel from her past life, Chan'er felt an overwhelming desire to confront him, to flaunt her current situation alongside Siti. Look, you failed to recognize my worth, but I have someone who does. A prince, no less, far more noble than you. Unfortunately, this world was a far cry from that one, separated by more than mere distance. Even if she could traverse clouds, it would be a daunting task. Suddenly, they both turned to the door, their faces flushing crimson upon seeing 3 figures. Chan'er instinctively grasped Situye's arm, using his sleeve to shield her face. Chan'er, is this appropriate? Don't you think this makes it even more embarrassing? When she belatedly realized this, she feigned calmness, removing his sleeve from her face. Hand me the medicine. Sister, please escort the doctor home. Brother of my sister, release those downstairs. Siti agreed. Hiru looked towards Siti, who nodded, and she departed. Izishi understood Chan'er wished to dismiss them to avoid further embarrassment, so he tugged at the old doctoress' sleeve and left. The old doctor grimaced. You young lady, do you not know how to be gentle? Be careful, or you may not marry. Chan'er sniffed at the medicinal bowl, its aroma delightful. Siti looked at her quizzically, then took the bowl to smell it, immediately wrinkling his face. Chan'er, you tricked me. She found his reaction amusing. She had studied traditional medicine and was accustomed to the scent of herbal remedies, having been steeped in medicinal baths until the age of 5. She had grown fond of the aroma. The first year, she bathed daily, and though it became less frequent thereafter, she had grown accustomed to it, finding it pleasant. Naturally, this was true for genuine healing herbs. If other substances were mixed in, it could not be called fragrant. Once the medicine had cooled sufficiently, Situ Yi poured it into the bowl containing the blood. After Chan'er drank it, she sat quietly to take her pulse. After a brief respite, the He's siblings returned, and Chan'er recounted her experience of the poisoning. Although she had benefited from her medicinal baths, it had also left her with a hidden peril. Some herbs in the first year's baths were toxic, requiring her to detoxify upon reaching adulthood. Subsequent baths were merely for strengthening her health. However, since she had been sold by the Jiang family, she had not detoxified, resulting in the accumulation of toxins in her blood, hence the notion of blood as poison. This phrase held a double meaning, as her blood could be seen as both a toxin and the finest antidote. Chan'er, is my fault you suffered this calamity? Not at all. Were it not for you and Sister Zishi, I might not have survived. Chan'er spoke with sincerity. She alone possessed the knowledge of the antidote. If not for Hizishi's suggestion of the cold ice powder, Chan'er would have remained unconscious. The cold ice powder was a special antidote from the Yu family, effective for those poisoned or in a state of stupor, awakening them instantly. Chan'er had once shared its efficacy with Hizishi, which is why she knew how to revive her. Hizishi often wondered how Chan'er possessed such rare remedies, but never inquired, trusting that Chan'er would not harm her. On the contrary, Chan'er was kind-hearted, never wishing to inflict harm, only using mild poisons that posed no real threat. For instance, an itch that makes one feel unbearably uncomfortable. Even the most resilient person cannot endure it. Chan'er kindly reveals to them how to alleviate the itch, and when they follow her advice and turn upside down, the itch indeed subsides. However, in this inverted state, how can they pursue her? They must remain upside down for 2 hours before they can chase after her. Yet by then, she and her companion have already fled far away, making it quite difficult for them to catch up. Along the way, they truly have not encountered any familiar faces. This implies that those whom Chan'er had previously dealt with using her poison, upon hearing her benevolent counsel for an antidote, did not pursue her any further. Is there a code of conduct, even among thieves? Or perhaps a principle of reciprocity? Regardless, the outcome is that they safely reach Liao City, though unfortunately, they find themselves pursued by the guards of the Right Minister. As the sky darkens, it becomes an inconvenient time to return to the palace, and Situ Yi decides to stay at the He residence. Upon hearing this, Hizishi is taken aback, stammering, "He residence? Where is that?" Situ Yi smirks mischievously. "Did Iruo not tell you?" Hizishi realizes something, yet wonders how her brother possesses a residence. She gazes at her brother with curiosity. Iruo's face flushes. It is a significant matter to be looked down upon by his own sister. Seeing him blush, Hizishi widens her eyes. "Brother, you're not getting married, are you? Or are you marrying in? Why did you not consult our parents first? You are being so unfilial. Having a brother like you is a disgrace." With that, she turns and leaves, leaving momentarily stunned until Situ Yi reminds him, "If you do not explain things properly to your sister, you might lose her." Iruo hurriedly goes after her. Sanea, Kulios, considers that since Iruo came down from the mountain and is merely a guard beside the 8th prince, it would be impossible for him to have a residence. Not being the son of a high-ranking official, but simply fulfilling his duty to protect the prince. Situ Yi, sensing her concern, explains the backstory. It was 6 years ago when he first met Iruo, who, despite being hungry, refused to beg for money out of pride. Though skilled in martial arts, he did not resort to theft or robbery. Situ Yi, being playful, sneaked out of the palace hidden in a water cart, and thus they crossed paths and quickly became friends. However, neither had any money, leading to a day and night of shared hunger, solidifying their bond in adversity. The next day, Situ Yi was found and taken back to the palace, and Iruo was brought along as well. Upon returning, he became Situ Ye's personal guard. 3 years ago, when war broke out at the border of the Dasheng kingdom, Situ Yi requested permission to join, and the political lord, the former emperor of Jin, consented. With a great general present and Iruo's protection, as well as Situ Ye's own skills, the political lord thought it wise to let him observe. Unexpectedly, during that time, Iruo achieved a remarkable feat, and in his delight, the political lord granted him a residence, naming it Hifu. From that moment on, Iruo possessed his own estate, with even the monthly salaries of the servants covered by the court. This was indeed a tremendous honor. Initially, the political lord intended for He Ruo to follow the great general, believing he would become a second great general in the future. However, He Ruo declined, wishing only to remain by Situ Ye's side to protect him diligently. It was from that time onward that the political lord began to take notice of Situ Ye, as he was known to be playful and mischievous, even managing to vex the beautiful Qi. Previously, when he accompanied the great general to the border, he had often teased the great general along the way, much to the latter's annoyance. Yet, bound by the fact that he was a prince, and with the emperor's explicit permission for him to accompany the expedition, General Pang had no recourse but to instruct his subordinates to serve the 8th prince well. Serving him was, in reality, akin to an indirect house arrest. Thus, Situ Ye and the great general had developed a mutual animosity, harboring no fondness for one another. The previous embarrassing episode of borrowing money was solely for Chanxin. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the great general. However, recalling the time he was under house arrest, Situ Ye felt a deep-seated resentment. What began as a loan turned into a question of repayment, and when the great general offered a polite response, Situ Ye immediately took offense and declared he would not repay it. Admittedly, Situ Ye acknowledged that although he approached the great general with boldness, it had ultimately resulted in him cleverly ensnaring the general into assisting him. What he did not anticipate was that this very maneuver would lead to a significant change in the general's perception of him, culminating in the general sending Chanxin to his side and fully supporting him to become the next ruler. But that is a tale for another time. Upon arriving at Hefu, although it did not possess the opulence of many high-ranking officials' residences, it nonetheless elicited envy, jealousy, and disdain from many officials. They envied the fact that his servants did not require his financial support, while others were jealous for the same reason. As for the disdain, that was another matter altogether. How could one maintain servants without wealth? The next day, everyone rose early, gathering at the dining table to prepare for breakfast. Yet Chanxin was conspicuously absent. Situ Ye, feeling concerned, stood up to check on her, and He Zishi, recalling something, seized his arm and said, "I will go." Situ Ye, perplexed, watched as He Zishi exited. He turned to He Ruo, who merely shrugged. Inside the room, to their surprise, Chanxin was still asleep. Upon seeing this, He Zishi could not help but exclaim, "Pig." After waking Chanxin, she felt relieved that Situ Ye had not come in, for otherwise, her image would have been ruined. It was not that she was lazy. Rather, she had developed a sleeping habit that was difficult to break. She had struggled to fall asleep the previous night, so it was no wonder she could not rise early. After quickly grooming herself, she joined the others for breakfast, and no one questioned her tardiness. After the meal, Situ Ye prepared to return to the palace, as 2 days hence would be the birthday of the 7th prince, Situ Xian. Although it would not be a grand affair, there would still be a family banquet. "Chanxin, is your health better now? The palace is fraught with peril. Why don't you stay with He Ruo for the time being? Once your health is restored, I will find an opportunity." Situ Ye paused, pondering when that opportunity might arise. His own 16th birthday was approaching, after which he would be formally recognizing his future consort. "Ah Yi, I thought you would want me to accompany you into the palace. Please let me follow you, all right? Rest assured, I'm well aware of my health. I will gradually recuperate, and once the toxins within me are entirely eliminated, I will be completely fine." Situ Ye pressed his lips together tightly as He Ruo pulled He Zishi aside, whispering something. He Zishi kept glancing back at Chanxin, her eyes conveying an indescribable sentiment. Situ Ye's brows furrowed slightly, feeling displeased by He Zishi's lingering gaze upon Chanxin, which felt akin to a younger sister eyeing her sister-in-law. Given this unsettling gaze, Situ Ye decisively resolved to keep Chanxin by his side for peace of mind. He certainly did not wish for Chanxin to be taken away by He Ruo. "Chanxin, allow me to take you for a stroll first. Once you enter the palace, it will be difficult to come out. This is your first visit to Jin City, is it not?" Chanxin nodded. "Yes, I arrived just yesterday and did not have the chance to explore." In truth, even if she had not encountered him then, she would have had no time to wander, as she needed to run into him before he entered the palace. Now that he spoke of taking her around, Chanxin's face flushed with excitement. "By the way, I just remembered there is a tea appreciation event in the southern part of the city today, where the focus is not on music or chess, but rather on poetry, wine, flowers, and tea." Upon hearing this, Chanxin's eyes sparkled with delight. He Ruo was momentarily taken aback, realizing why the Lord was so fond of her. she truly was beautiful. Situ Ye's expression darkened slightly, and instinctively, he positioned himself in front of Chan'er. Chan'er could not help but twitch her mouth in annoyance. She then pulled He Zishi back into the room to prepare. For if there was to be a competition, she and He Zishi should at least make a simple effort to adorn themselves. She chose a light-colored pleated skirt for He Zishi and, after a glance, began to help her redo her hairstyle. Chan'er deftly tied He Zishi's flowing hair with a ribbon, adorning it with a butterfly hairpin, allowing a few strands to cascade naturally down her chest. With a light dusting of powder, her complexion was enhanced, and the subtle blush on her cheeks created an air of purity akin to the delicate petals of a flower. After Chan'er's skilled transformation, He Zishi appeared as if a butterfly dancing in the wind, or as ethereal as snow. "Sister, you look truly beautiful when dressed up," she sincerely exclaimed, wishing her sister's hands were not so calloused from years of wielding a sword. With delicate fingers and an ethereal beauty, she is undoubtedly the object of desire for many suitors. "My sister often teases me." He Zishi felt her cheeks flush as she gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, never having imagined that one day she could appear so lovely. "What about you, sister?" Chan'er smiled gently, donning a light-colored gauze dress, draped in a sheer white veil. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a soft femininity. Without a trace of makeup, she casually secured her hair with a ribbon, drawing it forward across her chest, and turned to He Zishi, signaling that she was ready. If it weren't for the regulations in the former Jin Kingdom prohibiting women from wearing their hair down, she would have let it flow freely. "Sister, honestly, a bit of adornment would suit you better. Although you look beautiful like this, don't you think it might seem a tad too plain?" Chan'er shook her head, admiring her reflection in the bronze mirror, feeling quite content. As the two emerged from the room, they left the two men speechless. Their hairstyles were so simple, perhaps the simplest they had ever encountered. Yet, there was an undeniable charm to it. He Irua gazed at his sister, aware of her beauty since childhood, and lamenting why their father was so cruel as to send such a lovely sister to the mountains to learn martial arts. After all, a woman's hands are quite precious. Yet, he knew he could not challenge his father's authority. Their father was a stern and resolute man, whose word was law, unalterable even by their mother. At that moment, Situyi furrowed his brow tightly, as if a few pesky caterpillars were crawling upon his forehead. No matter how she adorned herself, she remained captivating, even without makeup. This could lead many to covet her beauty. I must devise a plan to prevent any future complications. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he smiled broadly, instructing Irua, "You shall decorate a carriage to resemble a wedding carriage returning home." Chan'er's lips twitched in disbelief. "Must you be so childish, Your Highness? Would you care to enlighten me on what a wedding carriage looks like?" Chuckling, she realized that she was unaware that in the former Jin Kingdom, carriages were simply categorized as either ornate or plain, and as for a wedding carriage returning home, it was merely an ordinary carriage. There were no wedding carriages here. Situyi glared at Irua with eyes like stars ablaze, shooting daggers of fiery anger. "Sister, do you even know what a wedding carriage looks like?" Faced with Situyi's fiery gaze, Irua quickly sought his sister's assistance. He Zishi looked at Chan'er, who silently shed tears at the predicament that had fallen upon her. "Ayi, who will sit with whom? Do you not realize that returning home refers to the woman's family? The woman resides in the capital, but where is the man's family? If in the capital, there seems to be no recent weddings. If outside," Chan'er deliberately trailed off as Situyi stepped closer. "What if it is outside? Wouldn't they be of good family? That must mean they are either officials or merchants. Outside the capital, aside from the Grand General, there are no high-ranking officials, right? Men marry lower-status women. While my sister and I are both quite appealing, why would we willingly marry outside the capital?" With that, she cast a playful look at Situyi, who hung his head in frustration. He would not accept being a mere gigolo. "I am the 8th prince. I hereby command you, upon leaving, to address me as my lord," Situyi proclaimed proudly, as if declaring the weather was splendid for an outing. Chan'er blinked, finally understanding what Situyi was being so obstinate about. "Ayi, may I wear a veil?" Situyi's eyes widened in realization. How had he not thought of that? What a foolish oversight. He eagerly nodded, delightedly urging her to choose a veil. Chan'er's eyes twitched slightly. Was it really necessary? Yet, her lips involuntarily curled into a beautiful arc, unable to suppress her joy. It felt wonderful to be valued. Chapter 21. The tea appreciation gathering. As they departed, 2 carriages were already prepared. Initially, He Ruo had intended to ride a horse, but C2 Yi insisted on taking the carriage, wanting to accompany Chan'er. Chan'er sighed, "Brother, must you ruin my reputation so?" Although she did not truly care. He Ruo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, never having known his lord could be so childish. It was acceptable in childhood, and as he grew older, he merely considered him a bit roguish. Now, he realized that there was no end to his childishness. Yet, looking at his sister, who had finally reunited, he wished to accompany her to the tea appreciation gathering. What if she were to take a liking to some young gentleman there? No, he must sit with her to supervise. She could not simply choose anyone. The tea appreciation gathering, held annually, was ostensibly a contest of poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. But in reality, it provided an opportunity for wealthy young men and women to interact. If any took a liking to one another, and their families were well matched, it would surely result in joyous celebrations, though tragedies also occurred. For instance, 2 years prior, a prize daughter of the Minister of Justice fell for a handsome young gentleman, only to discover he was already married, and to a merchant's daughter, no less. Naturally, the Minister of Justice would not consent to such a match, not merely due to the merchant's status, but because of the man's existing marriage. The young lady wept for many days, eventually settling for a match arranged by her family, which was rumored to be less than favorable. After all, many were aware of the affair, and her new family would certainly know as well. Had it not been for her father, she might have found herself destined to be a concubine. Hence, following that incident, a regulation was established for the tea appreciation gathering. Only unmarried individuals could attend, and they were required to disclose their family backgrounds. Those with families could observe but not participate, or face the consequences of being pelted with eggs, a decree tacitly endorsed by the emperor. As for why the emperor allowed such a rule, it traced back 18 years. At that time, the reigning prince, aged 28, inadvertently overheard mention of the first tea appreciation gathering in the former Jin kingdom. Intrigued, he decided to attend, contemplating whether such an event should be promoted annually or prohibited altogether. Coincidentally, he sought an opportunity to venture out of the palace incognito, using this public event as a pretext. During the gathering, a girl, dressed in tattered clothing and with a dirty face, stood on the stage, clearly having journeyed to Jin City as a beggar. At the age of 14, she stood there defiantly, demanding, "Why can't I participate?" The first-place winner would receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. While many might not consider this a significant sum, for her, it held great value, as she had come specifically for the prize. The organizer found himself in a dilemma. He could not simply declare her a beggar without the right to participate. Moreover, the gathering had stated that anyone with knowledge of poetry, wine, flowers, and tea could join, regardless of status. Yet, allowing a beggar to compete alongside the wealthy young men and ladies posed a challenge to their social standing. Observing her dirty hands, while a slightly soiled poet might be excusable, how could she partake in wine and tea? Thus, the organizer thought to offer her 10 taels to dismiss her. He did indeed follow through. Yet the girl raised an eyebrow. "My family has fallen into hardship, leading me to this state. It does not give you the right to insult me. You claim that anyone, regardless of wealth, may participate, yet you discriminate against me. This leads me to question if the former Jin kingdom truly practices equality between rich and poor, or merely speaks of it while acting otherwise." Her words were piercing, inciting a sense of vexation, yet no retort could escape my lips. The young lady spoke astutely. "They disdain you, denying your participation. I shall ensure you partake." The prince glanced at those flanking him, and then pointed to 2 establishments. One was the Jaejun Pavilion, the other the Ming Sha Fong. "You may enter and select your attire and accessories at will. I shall cover the expenses. Let us see who dares to demean you with mere 10 taels of silver." Upon finishing his declaration, the prince surveyed the crowd with a chilling gaze, leaving many trembling, inexplicably awed by his commanding presence that suffocated them. The young woman, upon casting her gaze toward the prince, recognized his extraordinary nobility, presuming him to be a high-ranking official. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that he was the emperor of the former Jin dynasty. Her name was Qi Xiying, and after graciously thanking the prince, she entered the Ming Sha Fong, selecting a delicate yellow blouse and skirt. After a simple grooming, she adorned herself, retaining a jade hairpin that bore a small gem. As she emerged from the establishment, the crowd was left in astonishment. She was strikingly beautiful. Although merely a change of attire had washed away the grime, it bestowed upon her an ethereal charm. A scholarly elegance lingered in her features, and her smile eclipsed the brilliance of the stars. The prince regarded her with a glimmer of awe in his eyes. The tea-tasting event was stirred into a tempest by her presence, and, out of curiosity, the prince joined the festivities, yet he was ultimately outmatched by her. The outcome was that Chanxin emerged victorious, approaching the prince with her reward, still offering him 5 taels of silver. The unexpected addition of this silver made the prince's brow twitch. How utterly exasperating. But the true conundrum lay in what followed. Chanxin remarked, "Thank you for your assistance. This is to return your favor. If any is left, consider it a token of gratitude." Gratitude? The prince was momentarily confounded. Though he was unaware of the attire's value, he wished to exclaim that it seemed impossible to have any silver remaining. Yet, as a sovereign, how could he voice such a sentiment without appearing petty? The 5 taels were a slap in the face. The prince found himself in a precarious position, unable to accept or reject. "I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Chanxin bowed and turned to depart, but the prince furrowed his brow. The term she casually used, "this humble servant." Women of the former Jin dynasty would not refer to themselves in such a manner. It was a customary expression among unmarried ladies of the great Shang nation. The royal guard, having overheard, stepped forward to block her path. "Are you from the great Shang nation?" Chanxin's brow knitted slightly as she regarded the individual before her, glancing back at the elegantly poised prince, who was indeed a court official. "Yes, I am from the great Shang nation, having fled here. I wonder if you have any objections? I hardly believe such a grand nation would fear a mere woman. If they were to be fearful, then surely this country would lack prospects for development, would it not?" The prince, impressed, marveled at her audacity to openly declare her origins, having traversed the tumultuous path from the great Shang to the former Jin. This was the capital of the former Jin, and yet she dared to speak thus. "Are you not afraid we will slay you?" the prince inquired, only to witness Chanxin smiling in response. "Slay me? Is it merely a matter of lifting a hand or taking a step? I may have had no choice in my origins, but the path ahead is mine to forge. Wherever I choose to reside shall be my homeland, whether it be the former Jin or the great Shang. Both are formless and transient. Wherever I alight is my home. Yet, if the former Jin cannot accommodate me, it merely reflects my own misjudgment in overestimating it." Upon hearing this, the prince instructed his guards to escort her away. At that moment, onlookers assumed her fate was sealed. Yet only a select few within the inner circle knew she had been taken as a favored concubine by the prince. The current Qi concubine, known as Situye's mother, was none other than Chanxin. This was a closely guarded secret, known only to a handful of senior officials. Due to the suppression from these elder statesmen, Qi concubine remained merely a beauty, and even after bearing the 8th prince, Situye, she had yet to ascend in rank. When the 4 arrived at the tea-tasting event, it was already a sea of people. The young ladies remained in their carriages, while the young gentlemen had taken their seats. The competition stage was set with the necessary equipment. Due to limited spots, Hiru registered for both Chan'er and Situye, and they happened to be the last 2 to sign up. Chan'er was her real name, while Situye used the alias C Tuesday. Soon, an announcement echoed that the tea-tasting event had officially commenced. The matches were determined by lot, pairing individuals against each other. It was a one-on-one contest, not requiring every participant to compete in every category, as it was entirely dictated by the draw. There were a total of 40 participants, with 24 lots, 20 bearing names of the final contestants, and 4 denoting the competition categories. The first 20 lots drew names, while the latter 20 drew categories. It was quite fair. However, Chan'er drew the tea category, which was her weakest skill among the 4. Yet, someone was even more unfortunate. Upon seeing her opponent, she couldn't help but feel tears welling up. It was none other than Ling Huan. Ling Huan regarded her, already sensing familiarity. But at this close distance, she recognized her immediately. "My lady, you possess such beauty. Is it truly so inconvenient to venture out either in male attire or veiled? Could it be that the lady harbors some grievances or peculiar preferences?" The crowd turned their heads, pondering if she truly had grievances. For surely she wouldn't have time to participate in the tea tasting if so. Was there truly some eccentricity at play? "Chan'er, un pe torbit," both gracefully. My lady jokes. My previous male attire was merely for convenience while traveling, and now the veil is to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, I inadvertently revealed my male attire yesterday, and to be prudent, I must now conceal myself to prevent unwanted attention, preserving my dignity and avoiding any accusations from those who might seek to expose my identity. The implication was a blatant accusation. Had it not been for Ling Huan, she wouldn't have needed the veil today. Ling Huan scoffed, turning away, only to catch sight of Si Tu-yi, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Chan'er, following her gaze, felt a pang of discomfort. She had already been anxious. And now. But this was a male-dominated society. She took a deep breath, deciding to ignore it. Perhaps it was best to pretend she hadn't seen. Chapter 22. A calculated move, she took a deep breath, resolving to act as if she hadn't seen, turning her head to avoid any further distress. Suddenly, a clang resonated as the gong sounded, signaling the commencement of the competition. The first pair consisted of two beauties competing in a drinking contest. This contest involved not only consuming the wine, but also discerning its type and vintage, effectively a tasting challenge. The former Jin dynasty had only been established for 74 years, and the C2 clan had once been dominated by outsiders. The women within the clan were originally spirited and bold, yet following the establishment of the nation, they hoped for a gentler demeanor without losing their inherent vivacity. Thus, while the former Jin did not demand that all women be adept at drinking, it was preferable for noble ladies to possess some wine-tasting skills and the ability to recite drinking verses, making wine culture somewhat fashionable among women. The second pairing consisted of a man and a woman, with the lady shyly participating in a floral arrangement challenge. This proved quite challenging for the young gentleman. The third pairing also involved flowers. Si Tu-yi was in the 8th group, competing in poetry, which, while seemingly simple, presented its own difficulties. It was simple in that both young gentlemen and noble ladies were typically well-versed in poetry. Yet it was challenging due to the need to respond to a line provided by the host within a fleeting moment, approximately 10 seconds, maintaining meter, rhyme, and adhering to various poetic forms, such as 5-character, 7-character, 5-word, and 7-word verses. Thus, while poetry appeared easy, it was indeed one of the more challenging categories. When it came to Chan'er and her group, they faced tea tasting, which is regarded as the most difficult of the 4 contests. Tea tasting required considerable finesse, and the event mandated that those competing in tea must recite tea-related stories and compose poems or verses during the contest. Si Tu-yi crossed his arms, observing Chan'er as she meticulously roasted and ground the tea cake, then boiled water to brew the tea. She remained unflustered even when accepting Ling Huan's tea orders, while Ling Huan appeared somewhat fatigued. Have you noticed? Chan'er seems to know many poetic verses that we are unaware of. Ruo nodded in agreement. Within such a short time, she had already recited numerous astonishingly elegant verses. For instance, the half-walled mountain house awaits the bright moon. A cup of clear tea honors a kindred spirit. The poet sets sail with delight, brewing tea for the learned scholar. Ling Huan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, nearly losing her composure. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu shot a sideways glance at Chan'er, who, in response, pressed her forehead, asserting that she had not done so intentionally. Her studies had become a jumble. How could she remember which lines were contemporary and which were yet to come? Before long, the tea was ready, and the attendees gathered around. Chan'er's tea was a pure white hue, with a delicate froth that clung to the rim of the cup, lingering without dissipating. The crowd collectively sighed, marveling at such craftsmanship for the first time. In contrast, Ling Huan's tea, also a pure white, could only await the appearance of watermarks, allowing the others to continue their competition. Chan'er, feeling anxious, returned to Si Tu-yi's side, where he gazed at her curiously. "What s with that expression? Why are you looking at me?" she retorted, her tone sharp enough to provoke even Hizishi. "Why not? I am the 8th prince. After all, is it so wrong to cast a glance your way? I'm merely curious about what you might not excel at. Aside from martial skills, I am proficient in everything." Si Tu-yi regarded her with a scrutinizing look, clearly underestimating her capabilities. Chan'er huffed and turned away, ignoring him. "Believe it or not, it matters not. Conversing with you is futile." Si Tu-yi felt an undeniable joy. Ever since Chan'er had entered his life, he found himself smiling frequently. Was this what it felt like to be enamored? Her laughter brought him happiness, while her frowns stirred worry within him. He began to center his life around her. The announcer called forth the names of the 4 finalists for the second round of the grand finals. Chan'er felt dismayed as she recognized only one among them. It was herself, Ling Huan, Sidu Yi, and another named Yuan Kai. Sidu Yi's expression darkened as he quietly remarked, Yuan Kai is the youngest son of Yuan Jingxin. Although born out of wedlock, he possesses remarkable literary talent, being one of the foremost scholars in Jincheng. Unless unexpected circumstances arise, he is certain to achieve the top rank in the upcoming imperial examination. And if there are unexpected circumstances? Sidu Yi raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that few could rival Yuan Kai's brilliance. Should Chan'er participate in the examination, she would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Alas, her gender barred her from official service. The world is vast, and not all literati hail from the capital. Did I not hone my own literary prowess in I Ching back in the day? I.e., perhaps there are individuals elsewhere with even greater talents. So do not fret, Chan'er suggested, mistakenly believing Sidu Yi worried about the implications of Yuan Kai's success on the Crown Prince's prospects, which could in turn threaten Sidu Yi's safety. However, Sidu Yi's true concern lay elsewhere. He was anxious that Chan'er might not secure victory. His desire for her triumph was not motivated by the reward of 10 taels of silver, but by the wish for her to achieve renown. If her name resonated throughout the capital, would not his father and mother agree to his marrying her as his principal wife? While mulling over his ambitions, he contemplated ways to eliminate Yuan Kai from the competition, hoping to prevent any unforeseen complications. Although he trusted Chan'er's intellect would prevail against Yuan Kai, he aimed for absolute certainty. A sudden thought struck him. He leaned in to whisper a few words to He Ruo, who left with a disgruntled expression. What is your brother up to? Chan'er questioned, looking at He Zishi, who merely shook his head, revealing nothing. Moments before, Sidu Yi had murmured something, prompting He Ruo's departure. He Zishi too was curious about his brother's actions. Ye, what did you send brother He to do? Sidu Yi furrowed his brow. Brother He? It's nothing. Let us head to the stage. The competition is about to commence. Afterward, if time permits, I shall treat you to roasted duck at the renowned restaurant. Their duck is exquisite. Chan'er could not help but twitch her lips. Were they discussing the same matter? The leap in topics seemed quite abrupt. She recalled his earlier demeanor, which hardly seemed that of an immature boy. How had he transformed so suddenly? Reflecting on the adage, those in love are often foolish, she pondered whether he was indeed in love. She glanced at him, finding him beaming, his eyes sparkling with life, nearly blinding her with their brilliance. The competition commenced with poetry, each round unfolding with increasing intensity as they sought to determine a singular victor. In the previous round, Chan'er and Ling Huan had competed in a tea duel, with Chan'er evidently besting Ling Huan, though both had advanced to the next stage. Ling Huan, however, felt unsettled, having been the cherished jewel of her family throughout her life. She prided herself on her literary accomplishments, having been well-versed in poetry since childhood. Yet today, Chan'er had recited numerous verses about tea that she had never encountered. What did this signify? It underscored her inferiority. Ling Huan's pride could hardly bear this revelation. Among the noble ladies of the capital, who could rival her? Yet now, she found herself outmatched by a rural girl, who, moreover, displayed no understanding of decorum. Did she not realize the importance of feminine virtue and propriety? Attempting to masquerade as a knight, she donned male attire. Such thoughts only soured Ling Huan's gaze toward Chan'er, being the only daughter of Ling Hao. The organizers recognized the need to ensure her advancement, as it would be an unprecedented occurrence to see her eliminated. Thus, the spectators exchanged glances, questioning whether they ought to be impartial or biased in their judgments. As the contest began, the first challenge was poetry. The 4 contestants engaged in a spirited exchange, flawlessly reciting verses from 5 to 7 character lines. It was clear that Chan'er's poetry included many lines unfamiliar to them, each revealing profound intricacies and exquisite imagery. While all could competently respond with 5-character verses, they turned to 7-character lines to determine the victor. With delicate features, the young lady sheds tears easily, her peach-leaf brows long and prone to sorrow. The world divides the bright moonlit night into 3 parts, with 2 parts of it being unruly in Yangzhou. Exquisite, exquisite. My lady, may I inquire as to the author of this piece? A judge approached, eager for clarification. Chan'er performed a graceful curtsy and replied, in truth, I do not know his name. One day, as he passed by my home, he grew thirsty and sought a bowl of water. I offered him tea, and in gratitude, he imparted a wealth of poetic knowledge to me. I have merely managed to recall a few verses. The audience gasped collectively. Merely a few verses? Such knowledge could not possibly be described as mere. What profound erudition must that recluse possess? Could Chanxin truly claim these verses would not exist until later? Surely, the ancients could not fathom the concept of time travel. Even she had taken considerable time to accept her own circumstances. Thankfully, she was born anew in this world. The first round concluded with Chanxin's victory. The second round involved a wine tasting. Just as it was about to begin, a loud voice proclaimed, "Lord Yuan has arrived." The crowd knelt in unison, while Situ Yi stood tall, his expression resolute, causing the guards to frown. "How bold! You dare not kneel before the right minister?" Situ Yi smirked, a hint of mischief in his eyes, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. The guard trembled as he approached the carriage, whispering something to Yuan Jingzhen. Startled by the sight of Situ Yi, Yuan Jingzhen dropped the curtain in haste, rushing out. Situ Yi spoke first. "What brings the right minister here?" "We are in the midst of a wine-tasting competition. Do you wish to join us?" The right minister, being astute, quickly understood and refrained from bowing. "Kaya, return home with me. I have matters to discuss with you." Yuan Kai hesitated but did not dare to delay, promptly joining his father's side. "Young master, you ought to return home soon. Your parents are quite worried about you." Chapter 23. The bucket-waisted child. In this chapter, Yuan Jingzhen gazes at Situ Yi, comprehending the recent uproar at the Yuan residence, where individuals had asserted that the family owed them money, complete with a promissory note as evidence. Just as Yuan Jingzhen was about to leave the estate, he recognized the handwriting on the note. He glanced around and spotted Situ Yi's dedicated bodyguard, heroine, hurrying away. The familiar script led Yuan Jingzhen to suspect that Situ Yi was indeed behind this scheme. He surmised that Situ Yi intended to lure him into a confrontation. Otherwise, heroine, skilled as he was, could easily evade any followers Yuan might send after him. Uncertain of Situ Yi's true intentions, Yuan Jingzhen decided to make a grand entrance, fearing that avoiding the situation might leave him vulnerable to criticism. Yet, his anxiety stemmed from the possibility of losing face in the forthcoming competition. Although he supported the crown prince, he could not overlook Situ Yi's formidable status. If Situ Yi's son were to triumph over a royal, the implications would be dire. Thus, he summoned Yuan Kai. Unbeknownst to Yuan Kai, this situation was causing him distress. Why could they not wait until after his competition to discuss such matters? Although he lost the first round, he was confident that he could outshine the woman in the wine-tasting segment. While he might ultimately falter, he believed he deserved a chance to prove himself. However, he would never dare express his grievances to his father. It was simply unthinkable. In a state of frustration, he followed Yuan Jingzhen back home. Meanwhile, Situ Yi wore a sly smile as he observed heroine signaling him. "Did you receive the money?" Heroine nodded, feeling a pang of embarrassment for his master. "You have wealth. Why resort to promissory notes at Chui Bao Zhai? It's truly shameful. Had we not encountered Yuan Jingzhen when he was leaving, I might have had to enter the estate to resolve this." Heroine expressed his concerns regarding the note now being in Yuan Jingzhen's possession, but Situ Yi waved dismissively. Having already devised a plan, upon returning to the palace, he would praise Yuan Jingzhen, claiming that the latter had generously funded his new attire, which would surely endear him to the emperor, who would then retrieve the note. The worst that could happen was a reprimand. Heroine nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Situ Yi's scheme. Yuan Jingzhen had indeed made a hasty entrance and exit, as Chanxin lifted her gaze to follow Yuan Jingzhen's departing sedan. Her eyes sparkled. "Ah Yi, you had to go do this, didn't you?" Situ Yi feigned ignorance. What did I have Heroine do? And stop calling him. It makes me sound younger than him. Though it was true that he was younger by a few months, he would never concede to calling Heroine brother. That would be a betrayal of pride. Chanxin rolled her eyes in exasperation. What does it matter who is older? With Yuan Kai's departure, only 3 competitors remain. I voluntarily concede in the wine-tasting round, as I do not drink. Situ Yi was incredulous. How could she not have tasted wine, given her upbringing in such an environment? However, he resolved to inquire about this privately later. In the next rounds, Situ Yi emerged victorious in the second, while Ling Huan triumphed in the third, which involved floral arrangements. When it came time for the tea competition, Situ Yi grinned and asked, "Miss Ling, Will you compete against Chan'er? Ling Huan replied, I shall not. I cannot match her tea commands, so I forfeit. The crowd admired his candid acknowledgement of being outmatched by a woman. Yet, Ling Huan felt the sting of defeat, having previously struggled to keep pace with Chan'er. She faced a dilemma. To forfeit was to admit inferiority, yet to continue would be undignified. Ling Huan forced a smile, acknowledging her shortcoming with a painful grace. You have exquisite talent. Miss Chan'er, I am in awe of your abilities. Today I may have lost, but I shall not be discouraged. Thank you for teaching me that the pursuit of knowledge is endless. I hope for another opportunity to learn from you. Chan'er bowed, responding, You flatter me, Miss Ling. I had hoped to seek your guidance in the arts of floral arrangement and wine tasting. Despite Ling Huan's victory in floral arrangement, Chan'er sought to balance the scales, recognizing Ling Huan's superiority in skill. As Ling Huan departed, she cast a meaningful glance back, a cold smile playing at her lips. Chan'er, realizing she had made an enemy even before the competition concluded, she lamented her unintentional offense. She had intended to concede gracefully, but her keen senses had betrayed her, revealing her ability to identify wines by scent alone. Ultimately, Chan'er claimed victory, her name echoing throughout the city. Sitting in the esteemed Tianxia First Building, she beheld the roast duck on the table, her eyes nearly popping out with delight. This roast duck appeared more enticing than any she had ever encountered. Though she had lived in the countryside, she had not been impoverished, but the treacherous roads made trips to town perilous. Villagers would send representatives to procure essentials, including ingredients for barbecues, where roast duck was a staple. Sita observed her fascination with curiosity. Have you never tasted it? Sana explain it. Madame Chui forbade us from indulging in greasy foods, fearing it would ruin our figures, which is why many delicacies remained untouched. As a courtesan, I'm not obliged to entertain guests, though I occasionally dine with select patrons. They are aware that I do not drink, so no one insists upon it. Situye, holding a lotus leaf, smeared it with sauce, wrapped it around the roast duck, and offered it to Chan'er. Try this, and later sample it with sugar. See what you prefer. Chan'er nodded, expressing, it would be even better with scallions or radish strips. Sita frowned at her suggestion. You cannot eat those. Chan'er playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing her oversight. Such ingredients were merely for seasoning and should never accompany roast duck, especially for women. I meant to suggest that during preparation, the duck should be carefully sliced, allowing the seasoning to permeate the meat for enhanced flavor. Sita pondered her words, considering trying it in the palace kitchen upon his return. If successful, he could treat the emperor and empress. If it failed, he could simply dismiss it as a personal folly. When I return, I shall have the kitchen experiment and invite some discerning ladies to taste. If it passes muster, I will ensure they prepare it for you daily. Chan'er chuckled. Even the most delectable of dishes cannot be consumed daily. Moreover, it's duck. While it is indeed rich in vitamin C and dietary fiber, boasting properties that lower cholesterol and facilitate digestion, indulging in it every day would inevitably lead to a rather rotund figure, regardless of my appetite. What is vitamin washing? Dietary freshness? And what is this about a barrel waist? I'm familiar with a small waist, she added, realizing too late that they might not comprehend her references. A barrel waist is merely the antonym of a small waist. How could they not know this? My point is that while duck is delightful, it should not be a staple. A balanced diet with a reasonable mix of both meat and vegetables is essential. Having said this, she handed a piece of roasted duck to Situyi, who accepted it with a smile, allowing the conversation to drift into oblivion. Hikiruo could not help but silently lament. Had he inadvertently uttered something unclear, the prince would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. Yet here, a mere piece of roasted duck sufficed to appease him. Your Highness, you truly lack ambition. I disdain you. She observed his brother's disdainful expression, which was glaringly obvious. Brother, could we perhaps be a bit more discreet in our disdain? Although I share your sentiments. The meal was consumed with each harboring their own thoughts. Afterward, Ruo prepared to escort Situ Yi back to the palace. Chan'er sat in the carriage, her hands tightly clasped, and suddenly spoke up. Situ Yi, mistaking her anxiety for fear, was about to offer her comfort when she interjected, I wish to. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. She burst into a hearty laugh, causing Chan'er's cheeks to redden even further. She then kindly took her to the restroom, leaving 2 statues behind. Was it truly necessary to be so bashful about a simple trip to the restroom? Situ Yi fumed internally. The prince was utterly lacking in consideration, making her wait all day for a visit to the lavatory. He Ruo felt an even deeper disdain for his own master. Chapter 24. A joyful laughter after much contemplation. Chan'er deemed it necessary to clarify certain matters with Situ Yi beforehand, lest they become flustered and muddled later. Thus, she beseeched Situ Yi to remain for an additional day. With 2 days remaining until Situ Xian's birthday, returning tomorrow would still afford Situ Yi ample time to pay his respects to his father and mother, who would likely scold him merely for his frivolity. This was preferable to making a misstep in their explanations, which could lead to complications. Situ Yi, after some consideration, agreed, and the 4 of them settled in the inner hall while he Ruo dispatched a servant to inform the palace. After all, the prince had returned to the capital for 2 days. Such a significant event would not have gone unnoticed within the palace walls. Failing to convey a message of safety would undoubtedly lead to unfounded speculation. Once the servants were dismissed, Situ Yi, unusually serious, asked Chan'er, "What is it you wish to say?" Chan'er pressed her lips together, her expression grave. "Yi, how do we come to know each other?" Situ Yi was taken aback. Had she developed amnesia? "On that day, when I was pursued, and you were whipped, it was you who risked your life to protect me, allowing me to hide in your boudoir." She nearly slipped, realizing that if he Ruo learned she had hidden beneath her bed, he would surely find it amusing. Chan'er was momentarily stunned before she smiled at Situ Yi, her meaning clear. "I possess leverage over you." Through their days together, she had discerned that Situ Yi possessed a certain childlike nature, especially when interacting with her. Thus she felt little need to be overly restrained. Such restraint could lead to estrangement, and given their current private setting, devoid of outsiders, there was no need for excessive caution. Situ Yi raised an eyebrow at her, his face marred by 3 lines of annoyance. Was she not speaking to him with decorum just moments ago? How had she transformed into someone who could both glare at him and laugh? He feigned anger and glared back. He Ruo and he she exchanged glances, both silently acknowledging the same sentiment, boredom. Chan'er lifted her teacup and sipped. "This simply will not do. Should your father and mother inquire why I was whipped, how will you explain? What is my standing? Must I be brought into the palace as a reward for saving you?" If she were to demand entry into the palace on the grounds of having saved him, it would be interpreted as ulterior motives. Even their current encounter might be misconstrued as Chan'er's scheme. In such a scenario, even if she saved the 8th prince, she would be condemned to a life of imprisonment or execution. Should the 8th prince insist on bringing her into the palace, the officials would surely censure him for disregarding the emperor's safety and his own. If her past were to be uncovered, the 8th prince would be accused of indulgence and debauchery. Should the political factions become enraged, not only would the 8th prince face demotion, but Chan'er's life would also be in grave jeopardy. Situ Yi pondered these implications, furrowing his brow, realizing he had underestimated the cunning of those within the palace. Each individual would have their own informants. If they discovered the truth, it would be impossible for them to remain uninformed. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. If Chan'er is indeed his savior, her identity cannot remain secret. Conversely, if she is not, how can he take her into the palace? What shall we do? You, having been saved, felt the need to repay your debt of gratitude. Thus, you ventured to the general's residence in Liao City, acquiring funds from the general to aid the girl who saved you. Upon returning to Liao City, you fortuitously encountered me and Sister Shi, who were also being pursued. You and brother he rescued us. After bidding us farewell, you returned to the capital, and due to a carriage mishap, we collided once more, discovering that the kin we sought was none other than he Ruo. A flawless explanation. Situ Yi reached out to pat her nose, but the next moment, a troubling thought struck him. How do you know the funds came from the general? A fleeting panic crossed Chan'er's mind, but her demeanor remained composed. How would I know? We were indeed being pursued, and just happened to cross paths with the general, who saved us. The pursuers were Yuan Jingzhen's subordinates. He would not foolishly disclose that the one who saved us was the general. Will the general remain silent? Chan'er lightly tapped Situ Yi's forehead with her delicate fingers. Silly, does the general care for such trifles? Moreover, it's one thing for others to know, but no one would pursue the matter further. Instead, it provides a perfect excuse for our acquaintance. She then turned to he she, "Sister, should anyone inquire about my background, this is what you shall say." Leaning in close, Chan'er whispered her plan to Shi, who nodded in agreement. Sister, you truly are astute. This indeed clarifies many matters. Chan'er nodded. Tomorrow, when we enter the palace, brother, you need not say a word. You left the mountain at 10, while I was merely 6 years old then. Thus, it's entirely reasonable that you do not recognize me. Heroine nodded. This was indeed the best course of action, as he feared saying something that might jeopardize them all. He was to play the role of an honest, straightforward character. He was quite pleased with this role, nodding appreciatively. Chan'er offered a few more reminders before asking, You all know how to act? Yes? Please do not ruin this splendid script. This provoked hearty laughter from Shi and Situyi, while Heroine stifled his mirth, nearly suffering internal injury. To him, Situyi was a prince, his master, and he could not afford to be so casual in his presence. Situyi pautut in displiasure. Heroine, I call you by your name, yet you maintain such distance. You may be respectful in public, but here, with just the four of us, who among us lacks keen hearing, should anyone dare to eavesdrop, they would likely turn into a panda before hearing anything. Upon hearing this, Heroine could no longer contain his laughter. Turn into a panda? Have you ever seen what a panda looks like? Chan'er asked, her lips twitching. Isn't a panda just a bear cat? It's a national first-class protected animal. I can't believe they still exist in this era. But shouldn't they be in Sichuan? This place should be. Never mind. Chan'er shook her head in frustration. She wasn't yet familiar with geographical locations. Chan'er, what are you thinking about? I was wondering if you have ever seen a panda. Oh, I mean a bear cat? Have you? Feeling slighted by the disdain of the girl he admired, Situyi protested in his heart. Who says I haven't seen one? A bear cat is just 2 eyes and a nose, much like a dog. As Chan'er listened to his ludicrous comparison of bear cats to dogs, her lips twitched incessantly, and the number of crows above her head seemed to multiply. Situyi had stated that while a panda has 2 eyes, they are not like human eyes. Similarly, dog eyes are the same. By the same logic, their noses must also be alike, and as for their mouths, that was even more evident. Undoubtedly, his conclusion that bear cats are akin to dogs stemmed from the fact that pandas eat bamboo, indicating their sharp teeth, while dogs can bite fiercely and chew bones, which also speaks to their sharp teeth. Hence, pandas must be dogs. Chan'er was utterly bewildered. She couldn't comprehend his reasoning. Thus, the lovable, quiet, and cute panda morphed into a fierce, lazy, and loud dog. The panda felt innocent. How adorable and charming it was. The dog, too, felt wronged. It wasn't fierce at all. Its barking was merely its duty to protect its home. Chan'er turned her head away from Situyi, for if he were to see her expression at that moment, it would surely shatter her image of beauty, as her laughter was so exaggerated that one could almost see her throat. The He siblings, despite their efforts to contain themselves, could no longer hold back. Zishi slapped the table beside him, causing Heroine to wince in sympathy. Sister, please stop. If the table breaks, the Emperor won't buy a new one for me. I'll have to pay for it myself. Zishi's smile froze on his face. Aren't you my brother? Shouldn't you first ask if my hand hurts? Chan'er, completely devoid of her usual composure, burst into laughter before the 3 of them. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time she had laughed so heartily, aside from her childhood ignorance. In ancient times, women were taught to smile without exposing their teeth and to cover their mouths with a handkerchief when they laughed. Such unrestrained joy was a rare luxury. During her time in the brothel, as a courtesan, she had to conduct herself with grace and propriety. Tears of laughter welled in the corners of her eyes. After her mirth subsided, she said, Ayi, brother sister Zishi, thank you. How many years has it been since I laughed so freely? In the past, I laughed only out of obligation, but meeting you has truly brought me joy, though I've never felt so relaxed. Chan'er, how old are you? And you speak of so many years. Upon hearing Chan'er's words, Situyi felt a pang of compassion. He intentionally teased her to distract her from such thoughts. He mused that had she not been sold as a child and lived with her mother, she might have many beautiful memories. He remembered his own childhood. Before others, Chimarin was not his biological mother, but he was the son of the Empress. He had to address the Empress as mother, greeting her daily before acknowledging his own mother, which brought him a sense of sorrow and bitterness. It's all right, it's all right. Chan'er would not be oblivious to his subtle encouragement. Situyi nodded. Iru, you and Zishi may call me I privately, like Chan'er, but in public, we must adhere to etiquette. In my eyes, you are family and friends. Those in the palace, those so-called family members, are merely caught up in power struggles and deceit. devoid of genuine affection. Besides my mother, who is quite distant, she too must navigate the palace's treacheries simply to survive. In the future, if I feel weary, I shall find an excuse to bring Chan'er to the He residence for some leisure. What do you think, Aru? In truth, the male lead was quite childlike. Chapter 25. Carefree and unrestrained, Aru watched Situ Ye's serious demeanor. What else could she do but nod? She had known Situ Ye since they were 10 years old, and now 6 years had passed. His words were sincere and not spoken lightly. Given his seriousness, why should she dismiss his heartfelt intentions? Life in the palace was indeed challenging for him, not due to a lack of wealth or food, but rather the absence of genuine emotional connection. For a child, familial bonds are precious, especially for those raised in the palace. They have witnessed treachery and deceit. While they may not voice their thoughts, they inevitably feel disappointment and loneliness. Otherwise, Situ Yi would not have sneaked out of the palace to play and would not have encountered her. Their meeting and the instant camaraderie they shared indicated that their friendship and familial bond were destined from start. They were brothers. Chan'er smiled softly, lifting her gaze to the outside world. It was time for breakfast, and how swiftly time had passed. She realized that she had only known Situ Yi for about a month, yet he, a prince raised in the palace, was so open-hearted towards her. She felt fortunate to have such wonderful friends in the He siblings. Her life thus far had been, at least until now, quite happy. Will we return after breakfast tomorrow? Situ Yi shook his head. It's fine to return afternoon. We can go shopping this morning. Chan'er was evidently delighted. When she first arrived, the bustling streets had sparked a desire within her, but she had been preoccupied with tasks. Now, she could stroll through the market with him. However, the next morning, as she prepared to leave, her excitement waned. In the morning, before she had fully awakened, a swarm of maidservants arrived to assist her in dressing. With her eyes still closed, she allowed them to fuss over her. Finally, after washing up and getting dressed, she opened her eyes and caught a glimpse of herself in the bronze mirror, her mouth agape. What is this? Am I being dressed like a butterfly? She wore a flowing white dress, cinched at the waist with a sky-blue ribbon tied into a butterfly knot. The look was elegant and delicate, with her dark hair styled up, adorned with 6 exquisite butterfly hairpins. A jade butterfly lay gently at her neck, and silver butterfly earrings dangled by her ears. A carnelian butterfly pendant was tied at her waist, and a lotus jade bracelet adorned her wrist. While the ensemble should have felt mismatched, the color coordination was harmonious and utterly refined. But was it not too ostentatious? Wearing so many butterflies, would people mistake her for the butterfly king? After all, butterflies are but transformed insects, aren't they? With that thought, Chan'er felt her steps grow heavier. Upon exiting her room, she spotted Situ Yi, who scrutinized her from head to toe before nodding and haughtily declaring, mediocre. Chan'er shot him a fierce glare. Did you order this? Situ Yi feigned innocence and walked towards the dining hall. After their meal, the group set out from the He residence to the market. Situ Yi pointed to another outfit in the carriage, saying, "You'll need to change before entering the palace. This outfit is suitable for such an occasion." She nodded, for the palace had many rules. A sense of anxiety began to creep in. I don't understand the rules. Don't worry, I'm here for you. When the time comes, I'll protect you. After the 7th prince's birthday, I'll have the palace matron teach you the court etiquette. You're clever, so you'll learn quickly. You truly overestimate me. Situ Yi smiled, for in his heart, he believed Chan'er to be exceptionally bright. As long as she wished to learn, there was nothing she could not master. Wait, he suddenly turned to Chan'er, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Did you not say you could do everything except martial arts? How then do you lack knowledge of wine tasting? And court etiquette? Can you truly claim to know everything? As Chan'er sipped her tea, she was taken aback by his words and ended up spraying tea all over him. Situ Yi, caught off guard, had no time to dodge, and thus became the unfortunate target of her outburst. With a scowl, he wiped the tea leaves from his face, his expression darkening in an instant. Chan'er awkwardly set down the teacup, her eyes darting about, and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe Situ Ye's face. "Ye, you cannot blame me for this. I merely spoke without thinking at that moment. Who would have known you would actually remember? Besides, I do possess an appreciation for wine." "What?" Situ Yi felt deceived, his expression darkening. "I didn't wish to become enemies with Ling Huan. There is no need to quarrel fiercely over a mere competition. That's why I claimed I lacked the skill. However, I did not intentionally let her win. She truly surpassed me. I am not a lady of refinement, and such matters do not concern me. Chan'er, Ling Huan is not worth your effort. Even if you were to feign defeat, she would genuinely believe you incapable, never suspecting you were offering her an opportunity. Her thoughts are always centered on herself. Such a selfish person does not merit your favor. With a sigh, Chan'er reflected on her true intentions, which were not to impress Ling Huan, but rather to win the admiration of Ling Hao. If she triumphed over Ling Huan, it would not bring glory to Ling Hao. Conversely, if Ling Huan won, and Ling Hao learned that C2 Yi had participated, he would naturally suspect foul play. I.e., the political arena is akin to a battlefield. I know you are intelligent, yet you have not considered every angle. You are too innocent and kind-hearted. Those who thrive in the political sphere are often as fierce as wolves while maintaining a facade of politeness. C2 Yi remained silent, accepting her words. Though he had once contemplated competition, he had never considered the importance of courting the favor of ministers, believing the ultimate authority lay with his father, the emperor, who was known for his diligence and compassion. As long as he acted with the people's welfare in mind, he assumed his father would not disregard him. However, his recent experiences outside the palace had revealed much to him. He had learned that while the emperor wielded immense power, he was not free to act capriciously. True tyranny lay in the hands of a despotic ruler. Having observed Chan'er's recent actions and words, he felt a sense of immaturity within himself. Do you think I am fit to be the crown prince? Even if my father plans to replace me, am I truly suitable? You are too naive. I.e., you must understand that kindness can be exploited. Those who are benevolent may be taken advantage of, and a gentle horse can be ridden by others. If someone genuinely befriends me, I shall reciprocate with kindness. But what if they harbor malice? Chan'er looked at C2 Yi, knowing her words were merely a metaphor to elucidate his current predicament. Those who treated him sincerely deserved his goodwill, but those who were unkind, you follow your path, and I shall follow mine. Chan'er nodded. Yi, you are astute, yet you view people with excessive simplicity. Human hearts can be treacherous. Even Yi, you should remain vigilant of. With just a few words and my act of saving you, you have laid bare your soul to me. If I truly intended to harm you, you would find yourself disgraced, and you would die without even knowing the cause. C2 Yi refrained from responding. He disliked such talk, firmly believing in Chan'er's loyalty to him. Chan'er ignored him and peered through the curtain, suddenly exclaiming, "Stop the carriage, stop!" The maidservant assisted her down, and C2 Yi followed, puzzled by her intentions. "What do you wish to do here?" Chan'er pointed to a vendor selling cotton candy. "I want to eat." C2 Yi's lips twitched, and he retorted, "You are still young, merely a child. You cannot eat that. It will ruin your teeth." Chan'er frowned. "Young? I have already outgrown the age of losing teeth. Besides, I am only 4 years younger than you. Does 4 years constitute being a child?" "Not at all." "Then I shall have that." She turned to indicate another stall. C2 Yi glanced over, nearly choking in disbelief. "Can you not resist sweets?" "Can I say I cannot?" Chan'er blinked her large, innocent eyes at him, causing C2 Yi to feel dizzy. In a moment of weakness, he commanded his servants to purchase the candy for her. Holding the sugary treat, C2 Yi felt torn. He neither wanted to give it to her nor keep it for himself. What would it say about him? A grown man, parading around with a string of candy. Finally, he hardened his heart and tossed the treat to her, declaring, "This is a one-time indulgence. There shall be no repeat." Chan'er beamed, her eyes squinting in delight as she began to eat without a care for her image. C2 Yi frowned, thinking, "Chan'er, at the very least you are 12 now. Do you truly consider yourself a child? Have some regard for your dignity." At that moment, he clearly forgot that he had just remarked on her childishness. She approached, unable to suppress his laughter at the sight of Chan'er enjoying her candy. She usually appeared so astute and wise, hardly resembling a 12-year-old child. Perhaps her upbringing shaped her intellect. Without her cleverness, she might not have preserved her honor, or even her life. As the four of them strolled down the street, they passed vendors selling icy porridge, dumplings, and fortune-telling services. Chan'er halted before an art stall, captivated by the paintings. Though the artistry was not exceptional, it exuded a carefree spirit. "Ah, Chan'er, did you know that Yi can paint too? He has created a portrait of you, treating it like a treasure he keeps close." Hiruo recalled the day he had inadvertently glimpsed the paper in C2 Yi's arms after leaving the general's estate, and how tense C2 Yi had appeared, as if he were protecting his very life. Chan'er shot C2 Yi an annoyed glare before turning to leave. C2 Yi, perplexed by her expression, shifted the blame onto Hiruo. Although Hiruo had spoken the truth, Such matters should not have been revealed in Chan'er's presence. They began to playfully tussle. Heroine's skill surpassed Si-Tu-Ye's, and amidst the scuffle, Heroine easily extracted a neatly folded piece of paper from Si-Tu-Ye's chest and tossed it to Chan'er. Si-Tu-Ye was taken aback and rushed to snatch it back, but it was too late. Chan'er had already unfolded it, revealing a drawing similar to the one she had seen at the general's estate, yet far more refined. She read the inscription aloud. As slender as a willow, shy before the rain, graceful in movement, with brows like autumn waters and skin like jade caressed by a gentle breeze. Are you referring to her or me? Chan'er inquired, pointing at the figure in the painting. Chapter 26. The palace gates like the sea. Si-Tu-Ye regarded Chan'er, understanding her inquiry was rhetorical. He swiftly snatched the painting back, declaring, I am, of course, referring to her. My artistic skill is far beyond your comprehension. He folded it, placing it securely against his chest. Chan'er watched him store her portrait so openly, her face flushing crimson. At least you could have hidden it away from my sight. To keep my portrait in your embrace before me. Cough, cough, well, even if it is my likeness, that still cannot be. Her cheeks burned, and she lowered her gaze to her toes, mentally cursing Si-Tu-Ye's ancestors for his audacity. She contemplated that although her frustrations were private, they were futile to express. Make way, make way. Suddenly, several soldiers in official attire began clearing the street, marching directly towards Si-Tu-Ye. They knelt and announced, 8th Prince, the Emperor awaits your return at Qilin Hall. He has heard that you are accompanied by a lady. Si-Tu-Ye narrowed his eyes, glancing at Chan'er. Heard? From whom? Fortunately, Chan'er had prepared well, or else if they had returned to the palace prematurely, those who informed the Emperor of their presence could have conspired against her. Return to the palace, Si-Tu-Ye ordered coldly, stepping beside Chan'er, his gaze resolute. I will protect you. Chan'er's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded in agreement. Once seated in the carriage, she changed her attire. Draped in a flowing white gown adorned with plum blossom patterns, complemented by a delicate moonlit embroidered top resembling a flying saucer, and lined with soft pink satin, Chan'er's appearance was ethereal. The cuffs were intricately embroidered with butterfly motifs, while the bodice featured a few strands of lace. The hem of her skirt, thin as a wisp of mist, cascaded like gossamer, and a golden belt accentuated her waist, rendering her an image of elegance and nobility. She sat beside her in the carriage, observing her distracted demeanor with growing concern. Sister, are you all right? Chan'er shook her head. How could she admit to her troubles? The palace was a place that devoured its inhabitants without a trace, where even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Death was a triviality compared to the torment they inflicted, subtle and insidious, often unnoticed until it was too late. If she could, she would prefer to remain outside the palace, living joyfully with Si-Tu-Ye. Yet, his exceptional intelligence and kind heart made him a target, regardless of his current restraint. As she had previously mentioned at the general's residence, formidable rivals had already emerged. This was an unalterable truth. Recalling the numerous palace intrigue dramas she had watched in her past life, few concluded with a favorable outcome. Had she made the wrong choice? Should she have followed him without reservation? Perhaps then, they could have evaded such a fate. Sister, do you think it was a mistake for me to refuse to go with ye? She looked at her, perplexed by her sudden inquiry. I believe your choice was not erroneous. Your concerns are valid, much like in the previous dynasty. Many loyal ministers and generals were persecuted due to their achievements overshadowing the ruler. If you and His Highness remain passive, should the crown prince ascend the throne, the 8th prince would undoubtedly meet his end. And if the 7th prince were to inherit the throne, you mentioned he is a person who eradicates threats. Would he spare His Highness's life? Though I lack knowledge of military strategy, I understand the principle of eliminating potential dangers at their roots. Indeed, even if she and Si-Tu-Ye refrained from vying for power, they would still not be spared. He was like a thorn in the side of any future ruler, a risk to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Neither the 7th prince nor the crown prince would allow such a vulnerability to persist. After all, failing to eradicate a threat only allows it to flourish anew. As they approached the palace gates, Chan'er lifted the curtain, gazing at the grand entrance. Just a threshold away lay two worlds, one of freedom and the other of confinement. One tranquil and harmonious, the other a treacherous abyss. One indulgent and carefree, the other fraught with caution and restraint. Fear not, sister, I shall accompany you into the palace. My brother will make arrangements, and I will protect you. Chan'er looked at her in astonishment. She had never considered that Zishi might also enter the palace. Zishi was a martial artist, strong and capable, but her straightforward nature posed a risk. One careless word could jeopardize Chan'er's safety. Uncertain of her status upon entering the palace, Chan'er feared she would merely serve as a maid for the 8th prince, perhaps even relegated to a mere concubine, akin to a servant in an ordinary household. Hearing Chan'er's thoughts, Zishi furrowed her brow. This cannot be. Sister, I cannot be his primary wife. I lack status to support him. As a prince, he cannot be seen with a mere concubine. If he were to accept me, I would only be his secondary partner. Sighing, Chan'er felt unjustly treated, but some sacrifices were inevitable. This was the imperial palace, not their home. It belonged to the royal family, not to the common folk. What is this commonwealth you speak of? Zishi asked curiously. Chan'er hesitated before shaking her head. I was merely speaking whimsically. I envision a nation where everyone enjoys peace and equality, a mere fantasy. She could not reveal that the concept of a commonwealth belonged to a future era. It was indeed a fantasy, as the notion of equality and shared prosperity seemed unattainable. Flowers wilt in the deep palace, and the aureole mourns. The palace maid's heart breaks in the upper sun palace. The imperial city cannot help but flow eastward. Upon the leaves, a poem waits to be sent. What is the subject of the poem inscribed upon the leaves? Zishi observed Chan'er. Perhaps she too was reluctant to enter the palace, yet felt compelled to do so for the sake of love, sisterly love and romantic love alike. Chan'er recited a well-known story of a palace maid who, envious of the blooming flowers outside, felt trapped within her gilded cage. Was life truly so terrifying within those walls? Was there no joy, only suffering? No freedom, only restraint? Zishi gazed at the imposing palace gate, feeling a pang of trepidation. Indeed, was it truly so dreadful? She feared she would soon be ensnared within that oppressive environment. Chan'er, observing her sister, hoped she would not share the same fate. At that moment, a flicker of anxiety washed over her. In legends, a palace maid expressed her longing through verses inscribed upon leaves, receiving solace from a poet who wished to alleviate her sorrow. Zishi's gaze intensified. She yearned to know the poet's reply. Chan'er smiled faintly, reciting, "A leaf inscribed with poetry escapes the forbidden city. Who responds with heartfelt words? Alas, unable to grasp the leaf adrift in the waves, it merely drifts on, a reflection of spring." She lamented her fate, feeling it less fortunate than that of the leaf. The poet, upon reading her words, could only feel indignation, helpless to change her plight. Zishi fell silent, her lips pressed together. Chan'er revealed a barely perceptible smile, yet said nothing more. Zishi, perceptive as she was, sensed the tension in her sister's words, intentionally stirring her emotions to dissuade her from entering the palace. After a moment of contemplation, she declared with resolute conviction, "I cannot allow my sister to face the palace alone." Chan'er found herself at a loss for words, grappling with a mix of excitement, disappointment, warmth, and a chilling sense of foreboding. Various complex and conflicting emotions surged within her. She was thrilled to have such a devoted sister, disappointed that Zishi's decision did not align with her desires, warmed by the knowledge that her sister cared, yet chilled by the realization that the safety of their family's future was now intertwined with this perilous gamble. If victorious, the He family would bask in glory, and Sidu would surely not neglect Zishi, his beloved sister. Yet if they were to lose, it could spell doom for Situ, perhaps even a fate of lifelong imprisonment. This was all the more cruel, as the He siblings, having drawn close to Sidu, would be viewed as threats to the victor's ambitions, making their survival even less likely. In such a scenario, Sidu might prefer an untimely demise to this treacherous game of power. Sister Zishi, why must you be so resolute? If you remain outside the palace, I could still visit you. Sister, do not deceive me. I understand. It may not be particularly difficult for the 8th prince to visit the He residence, but bringing you along would be another matter. Although I am my brother's dear sister, he is merely a guard. Thus, I cannot enter, and you cannot leave. If I do not accompany you, we may never meet again in this lifetime. However, if I am with you, I can protect you and see my brother every day. Indeed, as long as Situ remained in the palace, he would have to enter daily as his trusted guard. Many times, he resided within the palace, as each residence required protection, including that of the 8th prince. He was the leader of this guard, and thus, accommodations were made for him within the 8th prince's residence. Even without it, given the bond between him and Situ Yi would surely arrange a separate residence for him. Chan'er smiled helplessly. With such a sister, what more could she ask for? She vowed to uphold her initial promise, to shield her from all tribulations, while also ensuring the safety of the He siblings. This gamble could only end in victory, never defeat. Chapter 27. How they met upon entering the palace gates. They walked for an unknown duration before being invited to disembark. After approximately a quarter of an hour on foot, they arrived before a magnificent and resplendent palace. The strong, vigorous characters on the plaque gave one a sense of overwhelming grandeur. This was the Emperor's palace, the Tai Chi Palace. How splendid it is, sister. What should we do? My legs are trembling. I can scarcely move. Hizishi's trembling legs were not due to fatigue. As a martial artist, she certainly had more stamina than Chan'er. It was purely the sight of the Tai Chi Palace that had frightened her. It seemed that at this moment, the Tai Chi Palace was the most aggrieved. What am I doing to scare you? Are you paralyzed with fear merely by my presence? Did I make a ghostly face at you or brandish a weapon? Chan'er stifled her laughter behind a handkerchief, recalling that they were in the Imperial Palace, where every move would attract the watchful eyes of many. She could not afford to create trouble for herself and her sister right from the start. Sister, the Tai Chi Palace is the Emperor's residence, which includes the Xianshi Hall, a chamber for the Emperor's rest, and the Chanxin Hall, where he conducts official business and reviews memorials. Occasionally, discussions are held in the Chanxin Hall, though I am uncertain about that. Additionally, we just heard about the Qilin Hall, where the Emperor might take a brief respite, and the Jinhua Hall, where he dines. Does the Emperor not tire from his constant movements? Does he really require a dedicated dining area? Hizishi, well aware of her surroundings, expressed her curiosity in a voice barely above a whisper. Knowing Chan'er's keen hearing would pick it up, the proximity of their conversation ensured that others, including Heroine and Situ Yi, remained oblivious. Chan'er shot her a glance of reproach. I will tell you later. Consequently, they entered the Tai Chi Palace, bypassing the Chanxin Hall and arriving at the entrance of the Qilin Hall. Hizishi's lips twitched in annoyance upon realizing that the Chanxin Hall had a back door leading directly to the Qilin Hall, making their journey unnecessarily lengthy. However, she could only grumble silently in her heart, aware that not everyone could enter the Chanxin Hall. As they awaited the announcement, Hizishi quickly surveyed her surroundings. Her excellent vision allowed her to spot that the palatial halls were not as distant for the Emperor, while others had to take long detours. He could simply use the back entrance. How shameless! She raised her gaze to Situ Yi, pondering whether he too would become an unprincipled person in the future. With Chan'er by his side, undoubtedly he would. Thus, our kind-hearted and endearing 8th prince was unjustly scorned, facing derision for no reason at all. In the end, he would earn the title of being shameless, which was truly a misfortune for him. Just as Hizishi's thoughts were wandering, a voice akin to that of a duck resonated, announcing the 8th prince, guard he, and the 2 young ladies for audience. After the announcement, the attendant waved his feathered duster flamboyantly. Chan'er lowered her gaze, contemplating whether the flamboyance was necessary. As for Hizishi, her eyes widened in curiosity. What was that in his hand? This was her first encounter with a feather duster. After all, her teacher was neither a monk nor a Taoist, but merely a reclusive master who had once received kindness from Hijini, thus teaching his 2 children martial arts in return. However, the He siblings were unaware of the underlying reasons. Situ Yi gently tugged at Chan'er's hand, prompting her to look at him as he smiled softly. May I find a soulmate, never to part until old age. This is my promise to you. Chan'er momentarily froze. But Ai, do you not realize our current circumstances prevent us from being together? Even if we were together, you would have a legitimate wife, and I would not be her. She lowered her head slightly, knowing that eunuch Zheng had served the emperor for many years and could certainly discern the subtle dynamics at play. He had immediately recognized the affection the 8th prince held for this girl, yet she seemed somewhat reluctant. Nonetheless, he tactfully pretended to see nothing amiss and led the 4 into the Qilin Hall. At that moment, the emperor leaned against a small table beside a couch, listening to the concubine Shi and the empress as they shared amusing tales, his laughter echoing joyfully. Upon catching sight of Situ Yi entering, he straightened up, finally deigning to return. If I did not summon you, did you intend to remain absent? Situ Yi stepped forward to pay his respects. Son pays his respects to father, mother, and the esteemed mothers. After a lengthy exchange of greetings and a deep bow, he led Zishi and Chan'er forward to perform their own respectful greetings. All rise. Come here, my son. Let me see if you've been injured. Situ stepped forward, responding without decorum. Father need not worry. I am of ironclad constitution. To leave a mark on me would not be an easy feat, however. I have lost weight. It is indeed due to hunger. It is all because Father favored others, failing to provide me with sufficient silver. Situ Yi was the first to accuse, yet in reality, it was the emperor who was partial. Or was it rather that he squandered money recklessly? The seventh prince received 100 gold when leaving the palace, while he received a generous 500. How could he dare to claim favoritism? The emperor chuckled in disbelief, beckoning him to sit beside him, then turning his attention to the three standing before him. Guard he, I have heard you found your sister. Which one of you is she? Could it be both? He Irual pulled his Zishi down to kneel. We thank your majesty for your grace. She is my biological sister, who once practiced martial arts with me on the mountain. I came down early and was separated from her. Common girl, he Zishi pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Very well. Raise your head so that I may see you. Hizishi looked up, her willow-like brows and elongated, sparkling eyes captivating at first glance. Perhaps due to her years of martial training, there was an underlying air of heroism about her, exuding a commanding presence. Indeed, she bore the same striking demeanor as Gardhi. After a moment, the emperor turned to Chan'er. And who is this young lady? Could she be my son's savior? Chan'er trembled slightly. How had the emperor learned of this? Thankfully, she had previously prepared her words. She glanced at He'Ira, who stepped forward to bow. Your Majesty, she is my sister's sworn sister. According to my sister, she is the daughter of a farmer from down the mountain. Your sister mentioned her? Do you not know her? The emperor frowned slightly. His son's sworn sister was the daughter of a farmer from below the mountain. Yet he did not recognize her? Why then was she in his presence? He recalled the words of Yuan Jingzhen earlier that day. Yesterday, while strolling through the eastern city with his wife, hoping to buy her a set of jewelry, he had overheard the shopkeeper lamenting. Curious, Yuan Jingzhen inquired and learned that a certain young master had visited with two extraordinarily beautiful ladies, selecting over 2,000 taels of jewelry, yet had left without payment, merely scribbling an IOU. Upon examining the IOU, he immediately frowned and settled the bill, subsequently seeking to discover the identity of the young lady in question, leading him to hastily enter the palace today. His inquiries revealed that while she appeared ethereal and breathtaking, she was not of noble birth. Her origins were dubious. Yet the eighth prince had written an IOU on her behalf. How could one be certain she would not bring disaster? After pondering this, Yuan Jingzhen hesitated, then added, I had concerns at that time and inquired where she worked, only to find out it was in Yicheng. Your Majesty, you are aware that I visited Yicheng recently to procure goods for my wife. Little did I expect to encounter the renowned brothel's headliner. Yuan Jingzhen paused, yet the emperor understood, motioning for him to continue. However, Yuan Jingzhen remained silent, merely presenting a jade pendant. The emperor raised an eyebrow. He recognized this jade pendant as a tribute from the local governors, which had been awarded to the great general upon his triumphant return. Upon inquiry, he learned that it had been found in the young lady's chamber. Consequently, the emperor promptly issued a decree for Situ Yi to bring He'Ira and the two young ladies to the palace, as he wished to see for himself what kind of enchanting beauty had captivated the great general, who had devoted his life to love and now followed the eighth prince. How could he not be concerned? The emperor turned to Hizishi, his voice gentle and benevolent. How did you come to know her? Hizishi and Chan'er knelt on the ground, and Hizishi began her tale. Years ago, after her brother descended the mountain, the 8-year-old Hizishi wept for a long time. Her master, unable to bear it, permitted her to descend the mountain for a day of play. Having trained in martial arts for 2 years, her master was not worried about her safety. Furthermore, their mountain was devoid of ferocious beasts, and the farms below posed no danger. Thus, Hizishi ventured down the mountain, where she encountered Chan'er. From a young age, Chan'er possessed remarkable beauty, and upon seeing such a lovely person for the first time, Hizishi fell in affinity and would often sneak down to help Chan'er with farm chores. Chan'er's mother was very protective, stating that while Chan'er was allowed to engage in farm work, she would merely supervise, never letting her toil in the fields for fear of her health. Moreover, she taught Chan'er to read and write. Tragically, a year before Hizishi's descent, Chan'er's mother passed away. Chan'er sold most of their land to afford her mother a proper burial. At only 11, Chan'er went to live with a wealthy family in the village, accompanying their young lady in her studies. When he Zishi descended the mountain, she was reluctant to leave Chan'er alone, for the villagers, aware of Izishi's presence, had refrained from causing Chan'er harm. Otherwise, with Chan'er's beauty and intelligence, she might have been taken as a child bride by some family. Thus, Hizishi took Chan'er with her. After listening to Hizishi's account, the emperor nodded and inquired about her acquaintance with the 8th prince. Hizishi recounted Chan'er's words verbatim. "Are you truly not Yi-Er's savior?" The emperor gazed at Chan'er. Most of his doubts dissipated, yet a trace of uncertainty lingered. Having read the great general's memorial from a few days prior, he harbored some hope for the 8th prince, knowing that those around him could not afford to be negligent. Chan'er bowed her head and calmly replied, "In response to your majesty, I have never ventured far from my village. The farthest I have been is to my family's fields. I have never saved the 8th prince. If there is any debt of gratitude, it is the 8th prince who has favored me. Lift your head. Let me see," commanded the emperor. Upon hearing this, Situye's heart raced. What if his father also favored Chan'er? He immediately stood and swiftly positioned himself in front of Chan'er. "Father, I have a request." The emperor's eyelids twitched. Since this young woman entered the palace, he had not yet seen her face. Now that he finally had the chance to behold the beauty described by Yuan Jingzhen, she was obstructed by Situye. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his son truly harbored feelings for this maiden? It seemed Yuan Jingzhen's concerns were not unfounded. Throughout history, when dynasties faced extinction, enchanting beauties often emerged. Yet, what was the nature of the relationship between the great general and her? The emperor raised his gaze to look at Zheng Gonggong, who leaned forward and whispered, "If the great general rides swiftly, he will likely arrive in about an hour." The emperor nodded and then turned to Situye, who was puzzled as to why his father urgently summoned the great general. Did he know that the one who saved Chan'er was the great general, not him? "Father, I genuinely like Chan'er. Since the day we met, she has occupied my heart. I hesitated to express my feelings. But after encountering her again the other day at the tea gathering with Heroine, my admiration for her talents has only deepened. I must have her." The emperor stared at Heroine for a long while, then waved his hand. "You step aside. I shall decide your matters." As Situye moved to the side, the emperor finally beheld Chan'er's appearance. Her features were exquisite, her eyes sparkling with allure, as if one could easily fall into their depths. With a light touch of blush and a graceful demeanor, even while kneeling, she exuded an ethereal presence, indeed resembling a heavenly beauty. At that moment, Chan'er finally discerned the emperor's visage. His forehead was broad, his brows like mountains, his eyes radiating brilliance, his face resembling a masterfully sculpted figure. No wonder Situye bore such striking resemblance to his father. "Ying, what do you think of Yi-Er's feelings? With your majesty and the empress making the decision, I am at ease." Although Qi Marin said this, she shot an annoyed glare at Situye. The emperor, ignoring the empress, turned directly to Chan'er. "If I were to grant you to the 8th prince as a concubine, would you accept?" His tone was indifferent, as granting her the status of a concubine was already a considerable concession. Although she possessed remarkable beauty, there was no guarantee she would not bring calamity. Moreover, the emperor still harbored doubts. Was she truly not the one who saved the 8th prince? Upon hearing this, Situye grew anxious. "Father." Chan'er first expressed her gratitude to the emperor, who then lifted a teacup to sip. She continued, "I come from humble beginnings. While I yearn for wealth and nobility, I also possess self-awareness. Coming to the palace with the 8th prince was merely to repay a debt of gratitude. I ought to be delighted at being granted as a concubine, yet I find myself unable to rejoice." The emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Did she still wish to be the principal wife? Situye felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Chan'er must harbor feelings for him as well. She, like him, desired to share their lives together. "I am not of respectable lineage and unworthy of the prince. I came to repay a kindness. Yet it seems I have brought the 8th prince into disrepute. This is my fault. Rather than gratitude, it is vengeance I seek. I would gladly follow the 8th prince without title or status, but I cannot tarnish his name." A flicker of surprise crossed the emperor's eyes. "If I were to allow you entry into the palace and grant you the status of a respectable lady, would you then accept?" Chan'er smiled selbstdeprecatingly. "I follow in my mother's footsteps. She was a healer, and I am one as well. I am certainly not of noble descent. The criteria for noble lineage exclude healers, shamans, merchants, and laborers. He Irual and he Zishi exchanged astonished glances. She could practice medicine? She hailed from a family of healers? Sidi Yi, however, was not as surprised. He recalled how she had discerned the poison when he had asked the old physician about her pulse, made judgments, and instructed him on how to administer needles and medicine. This was why she possessed medical knowledge. The emperor looked at Situ Yi, who lowered his head. I am aware. That day at Guiyun Pavilion, she detected something amiss with the dishes, and when she tasted them, she nearly lost her life. At that time, Irual had confined everyone in the restaurant, but they were released afterward. Yet you released them without uncovering the culprit? We identified the perpetrator, but they were rendered unable to speak. Hence, we released those in the restaurant. He Irual had indeed confined the individuals within the restaurant. An inquiry would easily substantiate this. Yet, who could fathom the events transpiring within their private chamber? Naturally, their narrative would hold sway. The elder physician, summoned forth, would merely affirm that Chanxin had indeed been poisoned, but due to his limited medical prowess, he could not remedy it. It was Chanxin who had resolved the issue herself. This explanation was, therefore, impeccably seamless. Chanxin cast a glance at Situ Yi, then lowered her head. Yi responded swiftly. She had not contemplated amalgamating the previous incident to allay the emperor's concerns. Instantly, the emperor dispatched individuals to investigate, including inquiries directed at the elder physician. After half an hour, reports returned confirming the situation. The elder physician could not alleviate the poison, and it was indeed the young lady who had resolved it herself. Your medical skills are quite commendable. Chanxin shook her head, asserting that she was merely versed in numerous folk remedies, and her previous treatment had only addressed surface symptoms. To expunge the toxins from within would require a year of careful recuperation. After all, the poison she had suffered from was unique to her, causing her no trepidation that others might attempt to replicate her experience or suffer harm. The Empress chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, why not acquiesce to Yi's wishes? I perceive that Yi has truly developed genuine feelings. What a jest. It was only if Situ Yi encountered misfortune in marriage that he would face public scrutiny. He posed no threat to the seventh prince whom she had raised herself. The seventh prince, Situ Xian, was nurtured by the Empress, whose own mother had perished in childbirth, leaving the Empress childless. Thus, the seventh prince was brought up alongside her. The Empress's maiden family bore the surname Wan, with the current Prime Minister Wan Fa being her paternal uncle. The emperor had received substantial support from the Wan family upon ascending the throne, which had secured her position as empress, yet the emperor had never held her in high regard. The same applied to the seventh prince. Chanxin suddenly interjected, I must express my gratitude to your majesty, but there is something I must convey. She pressed her lips together, glancing at Situ Yi, uncertain whether her words might incite his ire or lead him to take her seriously, consequently denying her forgiveness. The emperor's gaze was inscrutable, with just a few simple words. He discerned that this young lady was exceptionally intelligent. Speak. This encounter with the eighth prince was purely coincidental. I do not dare to presume. However, he has shown kindness towards me and Sister Zishi, for which I ought to repay with my life. Yet gratitude does not necessitate such an approach. Even if it were to be so, it is not the appropriate time, for I am utterly ignorant. Should I inadvertently err, it could implicate the eighth prince and lead to allegations of ulterior motives in approaching him. Although my background is humble, I possess integrity and do not wish to be suspected of harboring hidden agendas. Pausing for a moment, she silently implored, Yi, I am sorry. You must believe me. Should the eighth prince persist, Chanxin would rather spill her blood than marry. If one day the misunderstandings surrounding me dissipated, I would not hesitate to offer myself in gratitude. Chanxin implied that her feelings for Situ Yi were rooted solely in gratitude, devoid of romantic inclination. Moreover, she was unwilling to let her mistakes entangle the eighth prince. After all, she had been sought after by him personally. Should she falter, the eighth prince would likewise be subjected to reproach. If her intentions were misconstrued, Situ Yi would also bear the brunt of the blame, resulting in undeserved calamity. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the emperor's eyes. Perhaps she truly held no ulterior motives? Your Majesty, the Grand General has arrived at the Hall of Governance. He wishes to discuss urgent matters with you, matters of great significance. Furthermore, he mentioned, the young eunuch trembled. Please, Your Majesty, proceed to the Hall of Governance first, and after addressing state affairs, we may discuss your familial matters. Observing the young eunuch's quaking legs, the emperor furrowed his brow. Could the Grand General possibly be discussing family matters? Certainly not. Or would the young eunuch be reduced to such a state of fear? Thus, the emperor strode towards the Hall of Governance, leaving behind a directive for all to remain. Following that statement, who would dare depart? Chanxin scrutinized Chanxin, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its origin. Enough, you need not remain kneeling. With the empress having spoken, everyone expressed their gratitude and rose to their feet. Chanxin swept her gaze over Situ, noticing the resentment and distance in his eyes. And a wave of unease washed over her, reminding her of the other shore. Flowers bloom on the other shore without a shore. Souls fall into oblivion, yet remain in the river. Drunkenness obscures the vastness of the waves, and in dreams, the flickering lights are cold. Flowers and leaves do not meet for 1,000 years, as fate ebbs and flows in a graceful dance. The flower knows not how to speak, yet bows its head. The Buddha guides my heart, and the Buddha sighs in vain. The flower of the other shore is regarded as a curse and punishment. Could he and she truly traverse to the end together? Would he genuinely trust her until the very end? Could she observe him surrounded by numerous beauties without succumbing to jealousy and suspicion? She understood that he had already begun to harbor doubts, while she could not manage to suppress her own envy and mistrust. Yet she had to extricate him from her life. Chapter 29. The fiery golden phoenix Chanxin cast her gaze downward, her heart heavy with pain, uncertain whether her choice was the right one. This was the second time today she had harbored such thoughts. Had she made the wrong decision? Had she chosen to leave with Situ, perhaps she could have truly escaped. The Buddhist saying goes, every cause has its consequence. The cycle of cause and effect is unyielding. Retribution is merely a matter of time. If a Yi and she truly intended to depart, she would inevitably face the scrutiny and judgment of others. Furthermore, within the court, there would certainly be those who would stand up to accuse her of being a calamity to the nation. It wouldn't only be the crown prince and the seventh prince targeting them. Enough, enough, she thought. Since she had made this choice, she would resolutely forge ahead. As for her future with the Yi, she would protect it. Situ regarded her. Chanxin, do you truly see me only as a means to repay your gratitude? If your intentions are solely to repay me, I do not require it. I have never uttered a falsehood. All my words are sincere. I desire but one heart, to grow old together without parting. He paused, unable to articulate the next sentiment. Eighth Prince, how can you say such a thing? She was inherently forthright, particularly regarding Chanxin and Situ. Their unabashed laughter over the past few days had extinguished any need for caution in her mind. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that the Empress and several other concubines were present. I have heard Chanxin mention that she wants. Sister she. Sana interjected, kneeling down. I beseech your majesty to pardon my sister's rashness. She is trained in martial arts since childhood and possesses a straightforward disposition, speaking candidly without reservation. She did not intend to raise her voice in the presence of your majesty. Though Chanxin was unaware of court etiquette, she had watched enough palace dramas to know that one could not speak freely in the presence of the emperor and other dignitaries unless permitted to reprimand someone. Heroine also knelt to plead for her sister. Chanxin smirked. Your majesty, I believe the emperor is quite pleased with this young lady's forthrightness. Why not listen to what she wishes to admonish Yi about? Eighth Prince, you have always been capricious and mischievous. It would be quite entertaining to hear. The empress smiled. Is this the eighth prince's biological mother? So eager for someone to chastise her own flesh and blood? She nodded in agreement. She dared not continue. Her statement had been interrupted, and realizing her surroundings, she understood the gravity of the situation, especially with the empress and the other concubines present. Never mind, reprimand away. The empress has granted you clemency. If you do well, I shall request a reward from the empress on your behalf. Chanxin delicately touched her nose with a handkerchief. She pondered. Given the emperor's attitude, it seemed that the matter of Situ marrying a legitimate wife would be addressed with this individual, who must be Situ's mother. Since she had spoken, what was there to fear? Besides, she was trained in martial arts and would not be easily intimidated. After you saved Chanxin and me, did Chanxin not gift you a golden chain as a token of gratitude? Are you aware of the extraordinary significance of that chain? After much contemplation, she finally devised a commendable rationale to explain Chan'er's gift of the chain to him. The queen and the other ladies were initially taken aback, but soon covered their mouths with laughter. A golden chain was something that only those from rural backgrounds would cherish. How could the aristocrats of the palace hold it in such high regard? Situyi expressed his confusion before nodding in agreement. Chan'er, however, grew increasingly anxious, regretting her decision to reveal the chain's significance. Had she known, she would have kept it to herself. The chain had only been mentioned in passing during their escape. And while she had shared its origin, claiming it was a token from her mother meant for her future husband, she had omitted its true powers. Thus, Chan'er felt compelled to reclaim it from Situyi. In her straightforward manner, Hezishi inadvertently disclosed that the chain was meant for Chan'er's future spouse, embellishing her statement with, "The fact that Chan'er hasn't asked for it back signifies her deep intentions towards you." Unbeknownst to Hezishi, she was referring to her own surprise rather than Chan'er's. Hezishi was aware that Chan'er had long known his identity, yet she herself had only realized it when her brother produced the token. Situyi gazed blankly at Chan'er, astonished that the golden fire phoenix was indeed the heirloom left for her future husband. A smile crept upon his lips when she had gifted it to him. She had merely mentioned its antidotal properties without revealing its deeper significance. This suggested that she had harbored some affection for him even then. After parting from Chan'er, he had pondered for a long time before understanding why she had guessed his identity. Her insights had been influenced by Mama Chui's remarks. Any young master would have hesitated upon hearing of the prime minister and the crown prince, yet he had shown no concern. Moreover, Irua's comment about his bowing to her indicated his extraordinary status, someone who did not fear either the prime minister or the crown prince. A privilege shared only by him and the seventh prince. Situyi, what kind of chain is it? Do you still have it? Show us, the queen urged. Situyi, unperturbed, produced the dazzling fire phoenix from his garments, its brilliance momentarily blinding everyone present. In that instant, no one noticed the normally composed Marin's brief flicker of excitement. Yet she quickly masked it. After all, she had perished in that great fire. How could it possibly be hers? Perhaps it was merely a case of resemblance. The queen examined the chain, noting its unfamiliar luster, distinct from the gold they had encountered before. As she casually lifted it to return to Situyi, she caught a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting from it. Her eyes twinkled with delight. Oh, it truly shines brilliantly, and it carries a fragrance. Fragrance? Your Majesty, you jest. Marin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The queen handed it to Marin, who inhaled deeply before turning to Chan'er. You are indeed a farmer's daughter? Though Marin appeared calm, the queen discerned her excitement. Something was amiss. She couldn't help but scrutinize Chan'er closely. Perhaps this girl could unveil some hidden truths about Marin. Within the confines of the palace, despite her status as queen, Marin remained the most favored, a beauty whose origins were often scrutinized. The queen had always doubted the veracity of her claims of humble beginnings. Could a beggar truly possess such talents? Suddenly, an audacious thought crossed her mind. If this theory held any truth, it would unravel the very fabric of the court. She sipped her tea, contemplating the implications. Tanya, aware only of her mother's identity, had come to the capital in search of her father, her own name shrouded in uncertainty. The queen's agitation puzzled Chan'er. Why was she so stirred? Both the queen and Chan'er could sense the underlying tension. Situyi, too, felt a flicker of suspicion. The chain bore a subtle yet alluring scent, reminiscent of Irua's odd reaction upon first encountering it. Situyi recalled that she had snatched it and taken a whiff without hesitation. He pondered Chan'er's quest for her father, though she claimed ignorance of his identity. Numerous signs suggested he held considerable power. If not a king, then certainly a high-ranking official. Chan'er's medical skills, though unspoken, could not have been solely taught by her mother, as they had been separated since she was 5. Even if she had received rudimentary instruction, her expertise must have been self-taught. During their time at Guyan Pavilion, when Chan'er explained her poisoning, she had mentioned being raised on medicinal baths, some ingredients of which required adult detoxification. She had said little else. Yet how could her mother possess the secrets of such formulations? Typically, the knowledge of medicinal families was passed down through sons. And Chan'er's mother had married into the Jiang family, suggesting Chan'er was not a Jiang by blood. Thus, Situyi was resolute in his disbelief that Chan'er was not of noble lineage. Yet, he also rejected the notion that she was the emperor's daughter, for such a status would render their feelings forbidden, leading to her eventual demise. The illustrious kingdom of Jin would never sacrifice its dignity for a princess. Consequently, Sidi Yi was convinced that Chan'er was not the emperor's daughter, but could she be related to his mother? A wave of fear washed over him as he recalled the events from 11 years prior, when his grandmother had passed and his mother had vowed to guard her spirit for 3 years at the Taimao Temple near Yicheng. While he had been raised in the palace. What is your mother's name? Chan'er, feeling a surge of emotion at the mention of her mother, replied softly. Her name is, well, I'm not entirely certain. The villagers refer to her as Dr. Hui. Her mother had instructed her to keep her family's name a secret, especially from those in the palace. Qi Marin took a sip of tea, concealing her sorrow. It dawned on her that she had survived the fire. Was she unwell? Wasn't she a doctor? How could one who healed others neglect their own health? Regaining her composure, Qi Marin inquired, her tone seemingly callous but laced with genuine concern for Chan'er's mother. Is it not rather heartless to speak of such matters? At that moment, the prince entered with an imposing presence, followed by the formidable General Pang Dingshan. Chapter 30. Reaping what one sows upon his arrival. Everyone rose to pay their respects to the emperor, and Qi Marin smiled, acknowledging her oversight. She cast an apologetic glance at Chan'er, who, with downcast eyes, was touched by Qi Marin's concern for her mother. Was she, a Qi? Shena lifted her gaze to Qi Marin, recalling the mention of her mother in a letter, and she now pondered whether Qi Marin's sudden interest was indeed peculiar. After the emperor took his seat, his gaze towards Chan'er shifted, revealing a more inscrutable demeanor. I heard you triumphed at the tea-tasting event yesterday. Did Situ Yi also compete and lose to you? Your Majesty, your topics shift rather abruptly. Chan'er mused, wishing to voice her thoughts, yet knowing the precarious nature of her status. Thus, she nodded obediently. The emperor retrieved a painting from his robe, stating, I painted this yesterday, but could not compose a poem to accompany it. Could you assist me with that? Eagerly, the eunuch Zheng presented it to Chan'er. Upon seeing the artwork, her heart raced. This was the extent of the emperor's authority. He could fabricate truths without a hint of shame. Though the ink had dried, it was evident that it was freshly created, yet he claimed it was from the previous day. In the realm of authority, his word was law, while the words of others would be deemed treasonous. How unjust! Chan'er raised her gaze to the Grand General, a bold thought taking root in her mind. Had the general just uttered something to the emperor in the Hall of Governance? Perhaps it would be best to compose a poem first. The painting before her depicted a breathtaking landscape, a scene from a deep valley where verdant trees, varying in height, clung to the sheer cliffs. Amidst the foliage stood a pavilion, majestic and imposing, while in the distance, a clear spring appeared to cascade downwards, shimmering in the sunlight, revealing a riot of colors. What a splendid depiction of a celestial realm. Your Majesty, may I truly inscribe a poem upon this artwork? This was the emperor's creation. Could she not feel apprehensive? As the emperor sipped his tea, he glanced up at her, his expression slightly displeased. Was he truly that fearsome? The general had remarked on her audacity, claiming she dared to speak freely in his presence. Did she now appear so brazen? Was he some venomous beast? With a calm and unadorned response, Chan'er took up her brush. The lofty cliffs ascend to the heavens. A spring cascades from the skies like drifting snow. Sunlight bathes the pearls in vibrant hues. Its source connects the 4 seas and distant lakes. She then handed the painting to eunuch Zheng, who presented it to the emperor. Upon finishing the poem, the emperor stood in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. This was undoubtedly a remarkable piece of poetry, both in its imagery and meaning, a true masterpiece. The emperor scrutinized Chan'er from head to toe, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration, yet also a trace of bewilderment, reminiscent of his initial feelings towards the enchanting Qi beauty. Why had Qi Si journeyed so far from the great Sheng to the former Jin? He recalled the events from the past. After bringing Qi Si into the palace, he had dismissed everyone else. He was skilled enough to feel secure with hidden guards stationed outside the Hall of Governance, unafraid of any impropriety on her part. Qi Si raised an eyebrow. I merely considered you a mere official, yet you turn out to be the Duke of Governance. The Duke regarded her keenly. Now that you recognize my status as Duke and Emperor, why do you not kneel? Qi Si burst into laughter, her mirth so infectious that the Duke worried she might laugh herself breathless. Once her laughter subsided, the Duke received the answer he sought. She replied that she could not yet acknowledge herself as a citizen of former Jin, despite being homeless, for she was uncertain if the realm could accept her. If it could not, would she not be sacrificing her life needlessly? She would not engage in such a losing proposition. I grant you citizenship and permit you to reside in former Jean. However, if you were to commit any act detrimental to the realm, how should I deal with you? Let a myriad of arrows pierce my heart. And if that seems insufficient, strike me with a salt-water-laden rod, ensuring to sprinkle more salt afterward. Oh, and don't wait until I recover, for I may retaliate. Hence, as a precaution, bind me before I heal and slather me in sugar, allowing the ants to feast upon me. The Duke was taken aback. How could this woman be so ruthless? Was she suggesting strategies for her own demise? It seemed more akin to her plotting against him. This thought jolted the Duke back to reality. Reflecting on the words of Chi Beauty from the past, he found himself unnerved. Yet, why had he inexplicably developed such affection for her over the years, a feeling that only intensified? Perhaps this was what they called a fated attraction? Throughout the years, Chi Beauty had consistently demonstrated her integrity. She had never harbored ill intentions. Any actions she took were merely for self-preservation, executed with such finesse that they resolved her own crises without exposing the puppeteer behind them, leaving them a chance to escape. However, she would not tolerate repeated provocations. She was also very dutiful to the late Empress, who, before her passing, had remarked that among the consorts, Chi Beauty was the only one who was sincere, particularly towards him. Following the Empress's death, Chi Beauty had voluntarily observed a 3-year mourning period, though he initially opposed it. Recalling the Empress's fondness for C, the Duke acquiesced. 3 years was but a brief interlude. They maintained correspondence throughout this time, although the frequency of their letters had diminished by the 2nd year. The Duke bypassed the Empress and directly handed the painting to Chi Beauty, a flamboyant disregard that infuriated the Empress, though she dared not vocalize her anger. At that moment, her resentment towards Chi Beauty was palpable. Chi Beauty, upon reading the poem, was equally astonished. The imagery was exquisite, perfectly capturing the essence of the Emperor's painting, with the line about the source connecting the 4 seas resonating splendidly, articulating the Emperor's sentiments. You were raised in the countryside. From whom did you acquire such literary talent? Given that the tea party had been fraught with deceit, she felt compelled to deflect any credit to a fictitious reclusive master. The mention of this imaginary figure caused Pang Dingshan to raise an eyebrow. Did the girl not blush even while lying? Upon hearing this, the Duke merely smiled, saying nothing further. As he toyed with a jade pendant in his hand, Madame Qin, with a keen eye, noted the Duke's subtle attempts to draw Chan'er's attention with the pendant. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at the Empress, who nodded in agreement. Madame Qin addressed the Emperor, Your Majesty. Do you intend to reward her with this jade pendant? The Emperor paused, and before he could respond, the Empress interjected, Oh, how familiar this seems. After a moment's realization, she exclaimed, Is this not the pendant you bestowed upon General Pang? Has he returned it to you? When did His Majesty become so miserly as to give something back to its original owner? Situyi raised his head in confusion, momentarily stunned upon seeing the pendant. Was this not the one he had lost? Chan'er, overhearing the exchange between the Empress and another consort, gazed up at the jade pendant. Just one glance revealed it to be a piece of inked jade, distinct from the softer variety. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was why the Emperor was playing with it while smiling at her. A General Pang. Did this pendant conceal some secret? A look of confusion filled Chan'er's eyes. A perplexity that did not escape the notice of the Duke and the Empress, as well as the other consorts. Did she not recognize it? General, please explain. The general remained silent, merely glaring at Situyi with an intensity that almost suggested he wished his eyes would leap from their sockets to confront him directly. One could not help but wonder at the depth of his animosity. Situyi arched an eyebrow and straightened his posture. Why do you stare at this prince? A glance at this prince is worth 100 gold. How many have you cast upon me? Pay up. The crowd fell silent, incredulous. 8th Prince, do you believe money grows on trees? Are you made of gold? Others gaze upon His Majesty without demanding payment. Yet you do? The general retorted without mercy. How is it that I have only glanced at you, yet you seem to have forgotten that I have already paid in advance, 210 gold, no less. And let us not forget the food and drink you consumed at my expense. How do we account for that? Hey, General, must you be so petty? You remember every detail of the 10 gold? Well, as for the monetary aspect, let's not dwell on it. Must we really account for every morsel consumed? Is it possible the eighth prince has truly drained the general's coffers? The emperor, aware of the underlying circumstances, recalled that the general had just mentioned this matter in the Hall of Governance, albeit without revealing that Chan'er had saved him. Father, I owe the general 210 gold and over 2,000 taels to Chui Baozhai, for which I wrote a promissory note. However, Lord Yuan has settled the debt for me, but he took my note with him. What shall I do if he comes asking for it in the future? I am destitute. Situ Yi began to feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, Qi Beauty's complexion darkened. Once a fair maiden, her countenance now rivaled that of ink. The empress found amusement in the situation, thinking, "See, this is your Qi Beauty's son." The duke slammed his palm upon the small table, demanding, "Explain yourself." With that, he tossed the jade pendant back, leaving Situ Yi disoriented, realizing he had not escaped the inevitable. As the general's expression suggested, he was unlikely to offer an explanation. Thus, Situ Yi had no choice but to recount the events, omitting, of course, the matter of redeeming Chan'er. He had gone to aid his life-saving benefactor in her redemption, but after some unforeseen incidents, he ended up giving her 200 gold pieces, fearing he might lack sufficient funds. He also relinquished the jade pendant bestowed upon him by the Grand General. It was later rumored that she entered the residence of a wealthy family as a concubine. Situ Yi lamented for quite some time, unable to bear the thought that his savior had been reduced to such a fate. Chan'er felt a pang in her heart. After all, Situ Yi was merely a bystander, effortlessly voicing his opinions while she bore the brunt of her circumstances. What was he implying? If he were to take a legitimate wife, what would her role be? A bitter realization washed over her. She had indeed brought this upon herself. Chapter 31. Half a master Jimerin glanced up at the sky, noting the lateness of the hour, and thus rose to perform a curtsy to the Prince of Politics. Your Majesty, Yi and the others have yet to partake in their midday meal, and you have kept them here for an extended interrogation. While you may not feel pity, I certainly do. Watching Jimerin's face contorted in feigned concern, one would assume she was worried for her own son. Yet little did they know she wished to see him starve. The prince, shaking his head in resignation, mused that they must have eaten well in the streets. They were likely not hungry just yet. Indeed, Jimerin laughed at this, her beauty shining through. The prince was waiting, not for an explanation regarding the jade pendant, but for the story of how Situ Yi and Chan'er had met. From what the Grand General had just revealed, the prince surmised that the Grand General had saved Chan'er, not Situ Yi. It was clear that Chan'er and Situ Yi had known each other long before. Otherwise, why the need for deception? But how had they come to know one another? Waving his hand, the prince dismissed everyone except Chan'er. Speak truthfully to me. How did you and he come to know each other? Chan'er, her bright eyes darting about, replied, "Please forgive my sister Zixi any wrongdoing." The prince immediately recognized that Zixi's account of Chan'er's lineage was also fabricated, and he nodded in understanding. The common girl indeed met the eighth prince through a life-saving encounter. My adoptive father was a gambler who, 3 years prior, had crippled my mother, leaving her bedridden until her passing this year. After burying her, he, in a fit of madness, attempted to sell me for money. In the struggle, he nearly choked me to death, but I was fortuitously rescued by the eighth prince. She continued. Later, the eighth prince bestowed upon me some money, and in gratitude, I gifted him a chain my mother had entrusted to me for my future husband. Afterwards, my sister concealed me in the mountains until Zixi ordered me to descend. The prince found her narrative utterly plausible. Gamblers were indeed plentiful in this world, and such tales were not uncommon. He pieced together a coherent timeline. Situ Yi had saved Chan'er, she had hidden in the mountains, and later, when pursued, had been rescued by the Grand General, who brought her to the capital. Their paths crossed again due to a startled horse, leading them to become acquainted. It was a serendipitous connection. Thus, the prince inquired about her feelings regarding Situ Yi's desire to take her as his legitimate wife. Chan'er candidly expressed her thoughts, stating that she wished only to stay by his side. Her humble origins rendered her unworthy of the title of his official spouse. She was content merely to care for him. The prince acquiesced, allowing her to be taken away, later summoning Situ Yi. It was unclear what was discussed, but Situ Yi never again broached the subject of making Chan'er his legitimate wife. As for Zixi, Chan'er pleaded with the prince to prevent her from entering the palace. Understanding her intentions to protect Zixi, the prince permitted her to visit the palace 4 days a month, with further exceptions as necessary. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Zishi, who wept profusely, blaming Chan'er for the decision, Chan'er found herself alone with Situ. She glanced at him, then lowered her gaze to her feet, hesitant to speak, fearing he might still harbor resentment. "Are you hungry?" he asked, his tone rigid, lacking the gentleness of before. Chan'er pouted, thinking him stingy. Zishi had just clarified her feelings, and yet he remained obstinate. "I am not hungry, you miser," she retorted, taking a few steps away before pausing, realizing she did not know which palace belonged to Situ. Situ stifled a laugh as he stepped in front of her, continuing to speak. "From this day forth, you are to be my personal maid. You must adhere to my rules. I do not wish for you to address me as 8th Prince or your Highness in private. You may call me Yi or simply Sir. In public, follow the palace protocols. Tomorrow, I will send a matron to instruct you on the palace rules." The crux of Situ Ye's message was encapsulated in 2 words: personal maid. Chan'er followed him, listening as he rambled on about various regulations. In essence, he was indicating that in private, he would still be her Yi. This pleased her, for she sensed his anger had dissipated, although perhaps a lingering tension remained. But that was inconsequential. She had faith he would gradually come to see her sincerity, as their time together, albeit brief, would reveal her true intentions. He then proceeded to describe the palace layout, noting that only he and the 7th Prince had not ventured beyond the palace or been assigned territories, and thus they could not reside in the inner palace. The 7th Prince occupied a palace on the west side of the main hall, named Yunjing Palace, which boasted a beautiful garden, albeit devoid of plum blossoms, making it somewhat desolate in winter. In contrast, the 8th Prince resided in the palace to the south, humorously dubbed the Entertainment Palace. His whimsical naming had drawn much criticism, leading to reprimands from ministers who accused him of indulging excessively within the palace, tarnishing the royal reputation. Consequently, the name was rescinded, and a decree was issued forbidding the 8th Prince from naming his palace. Thus, it became known simply as the Nameless Palace. Sanya, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah Yi, how playful you must have been." He chuckled. "Well, I was only 8 then. Was it truly my fault? Besides, that day, I was rather upset and blurted out a name, which my servants took to heart and inscribed it." Chan'er nearly choked on her disbelief. "You just admitted that you were a child. How could I not take you seriously? Who would dare question your decision?" Soon, they arrived at the Nameless Palace. Upon entering, Chan'er glanced around. It resembled more of a courtyard than a palace, as most surrounding structures had been constructed later, encroaching on the main hall's grounds. The courtyard, while not vast, was quite comfortable, with a study and bedroom within, as well as several empty rooms. Situ Yi pointed to one of the vacant rooms and called out, "Liang Ping, go have this room tidied up. I bestow it upon the young lady. Ensure it is immaculate and bring in some potted flowers. Do not neglect her." Liang Ping, having heard the command, emerged, and upon seeing the room Situ Yi indicated, hesitated momentarily before glancing at Chan'er, his expression shifting to one of understanding. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Watching him hurry off, Chan'er pulled at Situ Ye's sleeve. "Ah Yi, your father seems to have intended for me to serve as a maid, not to live in luxury. Is it appropriate for me to have a room to myself?" Situ Yi gazed at her with a bemused expression, as if questioning what was inappropriate about it. Chan'er's lips twitched in exasperation. Indeed, this was his palace. And if he could think of such an odd name as the Entertainment Palace, what else might he conjure? Though she reminded herself that this had been his whim when he was only 8. As the hour for dinner approached, the small kitchen presented the prepared dishes. "Everyone, please go down and let the young ladies serve me." The others obediently made their way downstairs, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Although it was said she would serve him, in truth, it was merely an invitation for her to dine with him. After all, Chan'er was already ravenous, so she set aside her reservations. Once the meal concluded, complications arose. Situ Yi had overeaten and was now feeling uncomfortable, having never consumed such a large quantity before. He had indulged simply because he was in a good mood, only to find that one extra bowl had left him feeling distended. Groaning as he lay on the small couch, he had never experienced such discomfort before. Now he understood that overeating was far worse than hunger. During his martial training, he had often faced punishment from his masters, being denied meals, which had made hunger a familiar ordeal. He recalled his first time learning to read and write with the Grand Tutor, when, in his youthful exuberance, he nearly broke the leg of the tutor's stool. When the tutor sat down, The leg gave way completely. Consequently, C2Yi was punished by kneeling and went an entire day without food. At that tender age of 5, he was robust enough to endure a day of hunger without issue, returning to his martial practice the next day. Reflecting on those past experiences, C2Yi suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. How he missed those days of being punished with hunger. As C2Yi rambled on, Chan'er sat listening, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. The reason for her amusement was not solely him. Liang Ping was also present, and she was not as familiar with him, thus perceiving him as an outsider. At 15, Liang Ping had accompanied C2Yi since he was 5, being one of the few individuals in the palace whom C2Yi could trust. Liang Ping, this is Miss Chan'er. You should regard her as half a mistress from now on. Only when she agrees to marry me will she truly be your mistress. Upon hearing this, Chan'er's expression soured. It sounded as if he were dividing her up. The notion of being merely a half-mistress did not sit well with her. Chan'er nearly stumbled at the implication. Liang Ping, having spent so much time with C2Yi, had also grown a bit audacious. His keen observational skills allowed him to discern that Chan'er was a compliant person, which emboldened him to jest. Moreover, her beauty suggested intelligence. Liang Ping believed that the saying beauties are as cunning as serpents held truth, for only the clever could harm others yet preserve their own safety. Therefore, he believed that while beauty was not essential, intelligence was paramount. If one possessed beauty, intelligence was a necessity. In the harem, only those with astute minds could navigate the treacherous waters of survival. In Chapter 32, Liang Ping remarked, "In this palace, mere appearance is insufficient for survival. Intellect is paramount." Countless individuals from the previous dynasty were not stunning, yet managed to capture the emperor's favor and rise to prominence due to their clever hearts. He continued, "Consider Lady Qi. Although she is a beauty, how often does the emperor visit the harem? If he does, it is predominantly for Lady Qi. If the emperor were to visit the harem 10 times a month, 4 of those visits would be to her. The other consorts were fortunate to receive even 1 visit, let alone hope for a second. Such thoughts were mere fantasies." C2Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Does my father often visit mother? Then why has she never been promoted beyond the rank of beauty?" In the harem, there were ranks such as Empress, Lady, Jowie, and Marin, with the latter being the lowest. Logically, after giving birth to a prince, even a slight elevation in rank should be expected, yet his mother remained merely a beauty. It was no wonder C2Yi felt his mother was not favored. He assumed the emperor visited her only during the day for brief moments of companionship, treating her more as a scholar's assistant than an object of affection. Hearing Liang Ping's words today left him astounded. "How do you know this?" "During your absence, I overheard the attendants of the respectful affairs room mention that the emperor was going to Lady Qi's chambers again. I found it strange and inquired further, discovering that Lady Qi received the majority of the emperor's visits." C2Yi's expression shifted. Why has mother never mentioned this? Is it not said that a favored mother will also favor her child? Previously, the emperor had displayed little kindness toward him, only showing warmth after he returned victorious from a campaign alongside the Grand General. Gradually, he had come to regard the emperor with less trepidation. Suddenly, Chan'er interjected, "Your Highness, are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Her question caused C2Yi to groan again. Would he admit he had been feigning discomfort? Though he truly felt unwell, it was not to the extent that he needed to lie on the couch groaning. He simply wished for Chan'er to stay with him a while longer. Accepting his own childishness, he merely wanted this small desire fulfilled. After a few more groans, noticing Chan'er's indifference, he could no longer maintain his facade. He sat up and, with a serious expression, asked, "Chan'er, what do you think about the relationship between my father and mother?" Chan'er smiled gently. "Your father dotes on your mother, always eager to share everything with her. Today, the poem I presented to him was first handed to Lady Qi. Despite the queen being in between them, he preferred to circumvent her. Can you not see this? But why have you only just realized your father's frequent visits to your mother's chambers? I am certain your mother possesses an extraordinary background. Otherwise, with her current status, she would not merely be a beauty." C2Yi furrowed his brow. Liang Ping glanced between Chan'er and C2Yi, convinced that the prince harbored feelings for the young lady before him. If he held such affection, why not directly request the emperor to grant her to him? After all, he would soon turn 16. Liang Ping had been with him since he was 5, and Chan'er was one of the few he could trust in this palace. She could trust him as well, for there was no need for excessive formalities in his presence. Channa nodded, but began to feel curiosity about Lady Qi's true identity. One thing she was certain of was that Lady Qi was not an ordinary figure. Perhaps she was the senior disciple of her mother. Yuchan had previously mentioned in a letter that Channa should seek out her senior, named Qi Wan, the only one not of the Yu family who had studied the art of poison medicine. However, in the years leading up to the family tragedy, she had assumed an alias to investigate certain matters, only to lose contact afterward. Yet, that year, her senior had suddenly sent a letter back. Although the identity of the sender remained unknown, a general direction had emerged. The following year, the incident of the drug massacre erupted, and she hurried back to assist the injured, for the Yu family lacked sufficient manpower. Though she was but one individual, her presence made a significant difference, saving many lives. Afterward, the entire Yu family faced execution, yet Qi Wan was not among those condemned. Thus, Yuchan sent Channa to seek her, convinced that she could provide assistance. Yi, what is your mother's name? Qi Xiying. Channa, what is it? Channa shook her head, knowing some matters were too sensitive to divulge. Her family's issues could potentially lead to multiple casualties, even the fall of a nation, if such matters were to be carelessly revealed. The Yu family would truly be left without heirs, and the art of poison medicine would be lost forever. It is late. You should rest early. Tomorrow will be a busy day. With that, Channa turned to leave, but Si-Tu-Yi grasped her hand, pulling her back onto the small couch beside him, pouring her a cup of tea. Stay with me a little longer. I will be away all day tomorrow. I'll have Liang Ping accompany you. Just being near me will suffice. Liang Ping, take good care of the young lady, and tomorrow, let Aunt Yu teach her the palace rules. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her suffer any grievances. Yes, I understand. After a bit more conversation, Si-Tu-Yi finally allowed Channa to return. They both enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. The following day, Channa was awakened early. After washing up, she began learning the court etiquette from Mama Yu, which included how to greet different individuals in various contexts, the appropriate phrases to use, and the proper conduct when serving her master during meals, along with the consequences of any mistakes made. Channa absorbed the information swiftly. Having frequently watched court dramas in her previous life, she possessed a rudimentary understanding. However, each dynasty has its own set of rules, and thus she expressed her confusion. In reality, the principles were quite similar, and, within just a day, she had mastered half of the lessons. Mama Yu, concerned for Channa's well-being, decided not to overwhelm her further. Even Mama Yu remarked on Channa's intelligence, noting how quickly she grasped the material. Teaching Channa was a task Mama Yu found particularly effortless, having initially expected her to take a considerable time to learn, as it was normal for noble young ladies to require several days of education. However, unlike them, Channa possessed a unique aptitude. When Si-Tu-Yi returned in the evening, Channa respectfully performed her curtsy and proceeded to serve the evening meal. Upon the meal's arrival, she glanced at it, her brow slightly furrowing, yet she remained silent. Have you all eaten? Si-Tu-Yi inquired casually, but his you all was directed solely at Channa. With many attendants present, Channa's position was not yet elevated enough for her to respond. Liang Ping interjected, replying to Your Highness. This servant allowed Miss Channa to serve you during the meal, so she could swiftly learn how to be a competent attendant. Thus, she has already eaten. The others have not. Came a nonchalant reply from Si-Tu-Yi, but his eyes revealed his satisfaction with Liang Ping's approach. The entire court was aware of the special bond between Channa and the prince, which rendered them hesitant to voice any objections. After dinner, Channa was summoned to the study. Channa, today I visited father, and he mentioned that you are to name my palace. Furthermore, you will be my teacher to instruct me in reading and writing, he lamented. It's infuriating. I can read and write perfectly well. Serves you right for being so carefree and neglecting your duties, especially in front of your father. Perhaps your mischievous childhood left a lasting impression? Recalling how Mama Yu had her practice serving tea today, with Liang Ping joking beside her to help her focus, she smiled. Liang Ping, lacking in humor, thought that Channa would be keen to hear stories about the prince's childhood mischief. Thus, he began recounting tales. Mama Yu, being Si-Tu-Yi's wet nurse, and having raised him, understood the prince's intentions in allowing her to teach Channa, and thus did not intervene. Si-Tu-Yi had been exceedingly mischievous as a child. There was an incident where he sneaked into the Hall of Governance and placed glue beneath the emperor's dragon couch. When the emperor sat down, he immediately sensed something was amiss, and upon standing, he was furious. Fortunately, the glue was poorly applied, and the fabric was thick enough to prevent a major embarrassment. However, this incident angered the emperor, resulting in C2 Yi being punished to transcribe 10 chapters of the Analects. Copying 10 chapters was no small feat, and the prince, unable to bear the punishment, sneaked out of the palace at night to pour oil on the ground, ensuring it would not harm the emperor. That evening, when the emperor returned to his chamber and stepped onto the slick surface, he slipped, causing chaos among the eunuchs nearby and ultimately leading to him injuring his back. For 3 days thereafter, he could not walk without pain. Consequently, C2 Yi was grounded for 3 whole months. Chan'er stifled a laugh upon hearing how mischievous he had been as a child. During their first meeting, he had appeared remarkably composed and mature. Who would have guessed such a cautious individual had once been so playful? Reflecting on it, she recognized that this was merely one of the lesser mischiefs committed by the 8th prince. Clearing her throat, she said, Yi, could you do me a favor and procure some items from the Imperial Medical Bureau? I wish to plant flowers. Flowers? What would you need from the Medical Bureau for that? If you dislike the flowers in your room, you can simply ask the servants to exchange them until you find ones to your liking. Also, Chan'er, tomorrow is my 7th brother's birthday, and mine is in 10 days. What gift will you present to me? His expectant gaze fell upon her, prompting Chan'er to glare back at him. I'll give you flowers. I'm a man. What would I do with flowers? Chapter 33. Cooking in person. Upon hearing Chan'er's words, C2 Ye's eyes widened, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. For a moment, Chan'er felt a flicker of nervousness in his penetrating gaze, which sparkled like a clear mountain stream. Despite having contemplated seizing power, his heart remained pure and transparent. He was kind-hearted, simply unwilling to let the common people fall into the hands of his elder brother. Indeed, if a person like the crown prince were to govern, the realm would surely be doomed. Yi, from now on, you should eat more vegetables and avoid meat sauces, savoring the original flavors of the greens. Also, use less oil. Greasy dishes are detrimental to your health. C2 Yi nodded vigorously, eager to comply with Chan'er's advice. Am I truly your teacher now? Upon hearing this, C2 Ye's expression soured, bewildered by his father's intentions. Nonetheless, he nodded. Very well, let's begin with your diet. Thus, Chan'er shared her educational methods with him, causing his eyelids to twitch in disbelief. Chan'er, are you intentionally making this difficult for me? I cannot merely study literature. I must also continue my martial training. I've been busy lately, but once tomorrow passes, I will train before dawn every day. How can I possibly endure not eating meat? I'm not forbidding you from eating meat. If you want me to be your teacher, you must heed my guidance. I shall ensure your meals are well-balanced and your health remains unscathed. If you can persuade your father to adopt this diet, I assure you he could extend his life by several decades. Upon hearing this, C2 Yi leaped to his feet, covering Chan'er's mouth. Even though this is my study, it is prudent to be cautious. Walls have ears. Speaking so loudly could lead to dire consequences. The emperor is eternal. Are you cursing him by suggesting he could live for decades more? Chan'er sighed, momentarily forgetting that they were in an ancient setting where such remarks were taboo. Unlike modern times, where people could speak freely about death, here such discussions were fraught with tension. Just find a way to convince your father and mother that this diet will strengthen their health and well-being. C2 Yi nodded. This reasoning was palatable. But why should he be the one to persuade them? To please your father, considering the mischief you caused during childhood. He would only show you kindness due to the merits of brother, he, and your mother. C2 Yi was taken aback. What mischief had he committed? Chan'er assisted him in recalling. When you were 6, Empress Qi was in the ancestral temple mourning for the Empress Dowager. You attempted to sneak out of the palace to see her, but the emperor was well aware of your intentions and had guards watch you closely for 12 hours. Ultimately, you boldly stormed into the emperor's chamber, fortunate that he happened to be resting. Otherwise, who knows what would have transpired? You then dramatically declared, Father, if you do not permit me to see my mother, I shall invade your chamber every night to monitor you and forbid you from seeing those you cherish. A threat, an outright threat. However, would the emperor be swayed by his threats? The one he cherishes is in the ancestral hall, guarding the spirit of the Empress Dowager. He cannot even see her. Thus, the emperor elegantly disregarded a certain petty individual, turning over to continue his slumber, leaving behind a remark. If you wish to come, then come, but do not disturb my sleep. Otherwise, I shall confine you to my chamber and make you a guardian at my door. If any concubine dares to approach, you shall chase her away. If you fail, I shall have you beaten. Upon hearing this, Situ Ye's face darkened. Where did you hear this? Was it from you, Mama, or Liang Ping? No need to say more, I understand. It must be Liang Ping with his loose tongue. I shall punish him. He must learn to slap his own mouth. Upon hearing his name, Liang Ping was about to step into the study, but upon hearing this, he rolled his eyes and turned away. Since being summoned was not a good omen, why would he approach to invite scolding? I'm quite curious, i.e., did you truly cease your visits upon hearing that your father intended to punish you? Did you really concede so easily? Situ nodded and recounted the truth. He knew his father was deliberately setting a trap. Should he dare to visit again, even if his father had not summoned a concubine that day, he would surely send for one at the last minute. At merely 5 years of age, what could a small child do against a concubine? In the end, it would be he who faced the consequences while his father would revel in amusement. To avoid providing his father with such entertainment, he chose not to go. Chan'er trembled with laughter, astonished that the 5-year-old Situ Yi could contemplate so much. Indeed, quite impressive. The following day, the weather was somewhat gloomy. It was the 7th prince's birthday. Early in the morning, after Chan'er finished her grooming, she rushed to the small kitchen, confirming that Situ Yi had not yet had breakfast. She began preparing a meal for him. The kitchen staff, unsure of how to proceed, ultimately sought out Yumama, as Chan'er's status was quite special. Although she was said to be the personal maid of the 8th prince, he had instructed Liang Ping to prepare a room previously designated for the legitimate consort for her use. Everyone understood the implications. The 8th prince evidently intended to court her. Yet, why had he not approached the emperor directly? This question left many puzzled. When Yumama arrived, Chan'er was instructing the cooks on how to prepare the dough. Yumama cleared her throat and said, His Highness never eats flour-based foods in the morning. Chan'er smiled radiantly. He will eat it, I assure you. Having prepared the ingredients for barley and red bean porridge, she began making stuffed pancakes. The kitchen staff watched in wide-eyed astonishment. They had never seen such a method before. Before long, the delightful aroma of the stuffed pancakes wafted through the air, captivating the cooks. Why is breakfast not yet ready? Does no one realize His Highness has important matters today? Liang Ping's voice boomed. Upon seeing Chan'er actively preparing breakfast, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. It took a while for him to regain his composure. Miss Chan'er, why are you personally cooking? His Highness promised me yesterday that his meals would be arranged by me, so I must take charge. Moreover, I heard His Highness does not enjoy flour-based foods, so he rarely eats in the morning, correct? After leaving Situ Ye's study yesterday, she had inquired about his dietary habits. She even deduced the reason for his aversion. Liang Ping awkwardly nodded. If possible, he would avoid eating any meals during the day. While it was manageable in his own palace, at social gatherings or banquets, or when summoned by Lady Qi, he had no choice but to partake. Lady Qi was aware of his distaste, but insisted that not eating flour-based foods was detrimental. Hence, she frequently invited him to dine in her palace. Just then, the barley and red bean porridge was ready, accompanied by a few side dishes. The maidservants served the breakfast in front of Situ Yi, trembling as they placed it down. Situ Yi furrowed his brows upon seeing it, about to erupt in anger until Chan'er walked in, nearly forgetting that he had promised her to allow her to arrange his meals. To his surprise, on the very first day, she had prepared pancakes. Seeing Situ Ye's aggrieved expression, Yumama chuckled. It seemed only Chan'er could manage to tame their master. Chan'er first ladled a bowl of porridge for him, encouraging him to try it. Your Highness, how does it taste? Situ Yi took a sip, his eyes instantly lighting up, and, just as he was about to continue drinking, Chan'er halted him. What nonsense! If you fill up on porridge, will you still have room for pancakes? Even if you get hungry later, that is a concern for later. She then picked up a piece of the stuffed pancake and offered it to Situ Yi, who inhaled deeply as if he were about to eat delicacies, placing it into his mouth and swallowing with a gulp. Alas, tragedy struck. Tea, I am choking. After gulping down several sips of tea, he finally managed to speak again, gazing sorrowfully at Chan'er. Is it possible to not eat flour-based foods in the morning? Not possible. I even cut the pancake into small pieces for you. Otherwise, you would have choked even worse. Chan'er replied softly, deftly offering him another piece. This time, he had no choice but to chew and swallow. Otherwise, I will become upset. Situ Yi glared at the pancake as if it were a long-standing enemy, wishing to crush it with his teeth. Wait a minute. If I bite it to pieces, what is there to hate? I would rather feed it to a dog. Liang Ping, give me a pet tomorrow. I want a dog. Upon hearing this, Liang Ping burst into laughter. Their master, who usually detested dogs for shedding, now desired one, showcasing just how much he loathed the pancake. Chan'er stifled her laughter, thinking to herself that soon he would be addicted to it. This time, Situ Yi chewed slowly, and upon finishing, he looked at the pancake with a peculiar expression. The pancakes he had previously tasted always had an odd flavor, yet this one lacked that strange taste. It seemed to possess an abundance of flavors. He discerned that there were eggs and chopped scallions within. But how had they been incorporated? Why did this taste differ from what he had eaten before? That is because this pancake was personally crafted by our Miss Chan'er, Liang Ping proclaimed proudly. Upon hearing this, Situ Yi stared at Chan'er, inquiring how she had done it. Even the palace chefs struggled to make decent pancakes or dumplings. Chan'er explained, if the dough were the same, then dumplings would be unpalatable. The issue lies not with the dough, but rather with the filling. As for the pancakes, it is because they lack proper seasoning. Moreover, the most crucial point is that you have always held a bias against flour-based foods, having already deemed them unappetizing. Thus, when you eat, you devour them hastily, naturally missing out on the flavors. However, today, as I encourage you to eat slowly, you were able to savor the essence within. Chan'er's words held merit. Previously, Situ Yi had always endured his meals, hastily finishing them in one go, never truly tasting anything. Yet now, observing the limp appearance of the flour dishes, they appeared quite unappetizing. He had once detested them immensely. Chapter 34. The Precious Daughter of Wealth. His aversion to flour-based foods had been profound. Now, it was not so intense, especially regarding these dishes before him. After all, they had been prepared by Chan'er. As the meal concluded, remnants of food littered the table. Situ Yi devoured an entire pancake along with 2 bowls of porridge. Liang Ping stared in astonishment. When had His Highness ever consumed so much pancake? Not only that, he had also finished 2 bowls of porridge. Was he not afraid of overindulging? Even the 2 plates of side dishes Chan'er prepared were completely cleared. The allure of a beautiful chef was indeed remarkable. However, Liang Ping could not help but scorn his master for lacking self-control. If Miss Chan'er were to cook daily, he would surely perish from overeating. Even if he did perish, he would inevitably become the subject of ridicule at others' tables. What would they laugh about? That he had eaten himself to death. Reflecting on how some people could scarcely afford a meal while he faced the absurdity of choking on his own gluttony, the contrast was stark, with equally tragic outcomes. After breakfast, Heruo arrived, accompanied by Hizishi. Yesterday, the emperor had consented to allow Hizishi to enter the palace today. During the family banquet, Chan'er was permitted to attend, though her role was merely to serve dishes to Situ Yi. As Situ Yi departed with Heruo and Liang Ping, Chan'er remained behind, engaging in light conversation with Hizishi in her room. Since there was little to occupy her in the palace, and as her sole duty was to attend to the 8th prince, other matters did not concern her. Chan'er recounted recent events and shared mischievous tales from Situ Yi's childhood, leaving Hizishi blushing with delight, her beauty radiant. A knock echoed at the door, and upon opening it, a servant announced, "Are you Miss Chan'er? These packets of medicine and flower seeds have been sent by the 8th prince." Chan'er accepted the items, dismissed the young eunuch, and entered her room. Upon opening the medicinal herbs and inhaling their fragrant aroma, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Yuma, please brew these herbs for me, 3 bowls per set, and remember to bring a mortar for grinding along with some sealable bags." Yuma, puzzled, took the items and descended to prepare the medicine. "Sister, what are you up to?" Chan'er, with a hint of mystery, produced a small vial from her belongings, pouring out several dark seeds. "These are seeds of a rare flower from the western regions, which is said to be on the verge of extinction, an accidental find for me." The seeds had been given to her by a patron at the Hehuan Tower, who wished to test her knowledge. When she realized she did not recognize the flower, she cleverly inquired, "What do I gain if I know it? I do not engage in matters that bear no reward." With that, she turned to leave, but the man stopped her, saying, "If you recognize it, I shall gift it to you." Chan'er, intrigued by the rarity of the western flower, turned back, eager to possess it. It is called the ghost flower, also known as manjasaka. It is not to be confused with mandrake or other similar names. There are 4 flowers of the other shore, and this is merely one of them. As for any other names, I am unaware. These are the only 2 I know. The man was taken aback, believing her words. Chan'er was uncertain if the manjasaka still existed, but it was improbable that many had encountered all 4 flowers of the other shore, even fewer in the future. Historical records mention these 4 flowers, yet the most renowned were undoubtedly the Manjusaka and Mandragora, particularly due to their poignant love stories, while the others remained obscure. Thus, by leaving some ambiguity in her response, she safeguarded herself from being contradicted should he know the true name of the flower. Consequently, the seeds fell into her hands. Previously, she had stumbled upon a description of a flower in her family's poison medicine manual, and the seeds matched those she held. Chanur planned to plant just 1 seed initially, cautious not to risk losing all 30 she possessed should her assumptions be incorrect. "Sister, what purpose does this flower serve?" she was asked. "It has myriad uses, including pain relief and inducing sleep. Do not be misled into thinking these effects cannot coexist within a single herb. The world is full of wonders. Moreover, it can be combined with other medicines to yield various effects, but it is a challenging flower to cultivate. Each plant produces only about 10 seeds, and it demands an untainted natural environment, requiring careful watering. Too much or too little will lead to its demise." Izishi, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "Isn't there another remedy for pain and sleep? Why resort to this flower? And do you realize it is merely a flower?" However, seeing her sister's enthusiasm, she refrained from further critique. After lunch, Yuma returned with all the concocted medicines, and upon Chanur's count, there were 15 fragrant bowls. Alongside the medicine were the items she had requested. Chanur crushed the medicinal residue, just enough to plant a single seed, though she noted that it might not suffice for the seedlings once they sprouted. "Sister, will you water them with medicine in the future?" "Yes, but not just yet. This flower, known as the purple enigma, possesses natural toxins, albeit mild. You will not succumb to poisoning merely by touching it. Remember when I rendered those cloaked men unconscious at the inn?" Izishi's eyes lit up with curiosity. Could it be that flower? Yet, disappointment followed as Chanur clarified that it was not, but indeed more toxic. The purple enigma, true to its name, emitted an exquisite fragrance, enchanting yet misleading, as it only released its toxic scent at night, while during the day, it exuded a healthful aroma, albeit one that was quite unpleasant. As the saying goes, all that glitters is not gold. Some fell prey to its alluring scent, while others, undeterred by its odor, reaped its benefits, emphasizing that external appearances are secondary to intrinsic value. Chanur's explanation only heightened Hizishi's concerns. "Will you not be harmed by it at night?" With a gentle laugh, Chanur reassured her, "My dear sister, can this place truly be deemed a pristine environment? I shall request the prince to grant me the small garden behind the palace. Once it sprouts, and I confirm it is indeed the purple enigma, I will inform him. You will assist me in tending to the 30 plants. I cannot manage them alone." Though Hizishi wished to voice further concerns, she fell silent, recognizing that Chanur had her reasons. The two continued to playfully banter until He-Iruo returned, though Situ-Yi was absent. He-Iruo informed them, "Miss Chanur, the prince awaits you at the He-Shuo Palace. He feared you might have trouble finding it and sent me to guide you. Sister, you should come as well." The He-Shuo Palace served as the empress's quarters, where the 7th prince had been raised. Thus the family banquet for his birthday was naturally held there. "Brother He, please refrain from formalities. I am but a palace maid here." He-Iruo nodded lightly. Upon their arrival at the He-Shuo Palace, Situ-Yi had been waiting for quite some time. As they approached, they spotted a man adorned in a rich azure silk robe, holding a jade fan, exuding an air of elegance. Chanur humbly bowed her head and stepped back, performing a formal greeting. Hizishi found herself momentarily entranced by his striking features, particularly his captivating eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to the 8th princess. His dark brows framed his eyes, which sparkled with warmth, creating an amiable visage devoid of menace. His clear gaze rested upon Hizishi, filled with curiosity. Who was she? Blushing, Hizishi quickly knelt in greeting, while Situ-Shien casually remarked, "Ah, old 8, you arrived quite early. I saw you standing from a distance. Why not come inside? 7th brother, have you not heard? Just a couple of days ago, Father Emperor bestowed upon me a personal maid from the palace. Today, Father Emperor specifically instructed me to bring her along to assist in preparing the dishes. He insinuated, albeit hesitantly, that my picky eating habits must stem from the fact that Liang Ping is not a beauty, though his words were veiled. The meaning was unmistakable. The emperor granted me a beautiful maid with the intention of alleviating my fastidiousness regarding food." On the surface, Situ-Shien maintained his smile, yet his thoughts whirled tumultuously. Could it truly be that a maid was awarded merely to curb his finicky palate? Surely not. Who among us does not know that this maid was someone he himself had brought back from outside the palace? What, then, was the true nature of their relationship? Mother mentioned that the young woman possessed considerable talent, though her origins raised some suspicion. He had implored the emperor to grant her to him as a formal consort. Yet the emperor had declined, and subsequently, he was unsure how Si-Tu Yi had been persuaded. Chapter 35. A wrathful outburst. Eighth brother. You are indeed too particular. Not only do you refuse to eat wheat-based dishes, but you also shun vegetables. The imperial physician has advised you to consume more greens. Humph. Those wretched doctors are nothing but parasites, claiming that their insistence on vegetables is for my benefit when, in fact, they merely wish to see me turned into a mere vegetable. They have harbored ill feelings towards me ever since I played pranks on them in my youth. With that, Si-Tu Yi proudly lifted his chin, as if he had successfully dealt with those physicians, relishing in his perceived triumph. The truth was, his grievances with the doctors stemmed from a minor ailment. They had prescribed a medicine, but he found it bitter and refused to take it, accusing them of trying to harm him. Would the emperor believe such nonsense? Given Eighth Prince's mischievous nature, it was hardly surprising that he would tell such fibs. If one physician were suspected of ill intent, the emperor might investigate, but how could they possibly accuse a multitude of physicians? Such a claim would lead to his certain demise, and no investigation could ever reveal the truth. Then, Si-Tu Yi procured some medicinal beans and kitchen spices from who knows where, pouring them in a medicine bowl and subsequently expressing discontent with its peculiar taste. The physicians, upon examining it again, exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their confusion. The emperor began to worry. Could there truly be something amiss? The physicians dared not mention the odd flavors of beans and spices. Should they reveal that it was Eighth Prince's doing, it would be seen as negligence in overseeing the medicinal materials. Moreover, they were acutely aware that the emperor favored Qi Marin above all. Eighth Prince was her only son. Even if the emperor outwardly displayed displeasure, if something were to happen to him, their own lives would be at stake. As a result, after a brief consultation, one physician took a sip, leading to, well, it was predictable, they all fell ill. Recalling this incident, Si-Tu Xian burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He caught a glimpse of He Zishi, his heart racing as he realized she was the seventh prince. A flush crept onto his cheeks. Yet he understood well that he was merely a pawn in a game of intrigue. Come, let us not keep Mother and the others waiting, he suggested, momentarily forgetting the two kneeling figures. You need not remain on your knees. Rise quickly. What good is it to kneel on the ground? Anyone unaware might think I have punished you. Chanxin kept her head bowed, having not spoken a word since they arrived. Eighth Prince, after taking a few steps, found her unusual silence perplexing. Oh, right. They were in public. She was merely my personal maid and needed to adhere to proper etiquette. Thus, he dismissed his concerns and followed Seventh Prince into the Hishua Palace. Upon entering the Qing Huan Hall, the emperor occupied the high seat, with the empress on his left and the concubines seated in order of rank, followed by the crown prince and crown princess. Si-Tu Yi was puzzled. Where was Mother? Looking around, he noticed there was no place set for her, which displeased him. Hadn't he, the emperor, always claimed to favor his mother? Such favoritism seemed dubious when her seat was absent from the family banquet. He sulkily took a seat, his face clouded with irritation, and whispered to Chanxin, "Do you believe Father Emperor truly favors my mother?" Chanxin remained silent, her gaze fixed downward, oblivious to the absence of Qi Marin's seat. "Your Highness, there is something I forgot to mention, but you must trust me." Si-Tu Yi raised his brow in confusion, suddenly aware that Chanxin had not lifted her head since encountering Seventh Prince. A thought struck him. Could Chanxin and Si-Tu Xian be acquainted? Startled by his own assumptions, he gazed at Chanxin, who appeared awkward, realizing he might have guessed correctly, though he was unsure how accurate his assumptions were. She leaned closer, whispering, "We had a meal together once. I will explain more when we return." Si-Tu Yi stood frozen, astonished that she had dined with Seventh Brother. He turned to look at Seventh Prince, who was engaged in conversation with Xieming, while Xiao Li was pouring him tea. Noticing the unfriendly gaze from Si-Tu Yi, he turned and was momentarily taken aback. "Is that her? Chanxin?" He sprang from his seat, startling Xiao Li, who knelt in trepidation, bewildered by his master's sudden shift in demeanor. The emperor, too, looked on in confusion as Si-Tu Xian smiled awkwardly. Father, I am surprised. When did eighth brother acquire 2 personal maids? His astonishment was sparked by the sight of C2 Yi's companion. Without that context, who would believe such a thing? The emperor chuckled softly. Among these 2 children, one is Yi Er's personal maid, and the other is the sister of He Hu Wei. It seems you have taken a liking to one, Haven Tu. C2 Xian cast a sidelong glance at Chanxin, pondering why she had initially rejected him only to now accompany C2 Yi. C2 Yi, I am eager to see how long you can maintain your facade. One day, I shall unveil your true self. You have taken what I cherish. As your mother usurped my own mother's favor, I will ensure you pay the price. Chanxin's heart sank as she detected a flicker of hatred in his eyes, a profound, piercing resentment. Had she truly become the object of such animosity? The age-old adage of man's wrath for a fair maiden echoed her mind. Had she unwittingly become that fair maiden? With a heavy heart, she offered a simple greeting to Seventh Prince, but turned to find she's demeanor had shifted. Oh dear, could it be that all events were converging at once? Sister, please do not develop feelings for him. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers. As Chanxin entered, she observed this scene, her keen intellect grasping the underlying tensions. Despite C2 Xian's best efforts to suppress his anger, some matters cannot be concealed. Chanxin paused, reflecting on past events. She glanced at Chanxin, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness. Not at all. Come and sit, the Emperor beckoned, gesturing to the seat beside him. Originally designated for the Empress Dowager, this seat had remained vacant since her passing. Today, however, upon noticing that the concubines had settled, the Emperor observed that no seat had been prepared for Chanxin. Discontent flickered in his gaze as he glanced at the Empress. Yet he chose silence over confrontation. Seeing Chanxin approach, he directly invited her to his right side. After all, this was a family banquet. No one would dare question his actions. Seated at the Emperor's right side bore a clear implication. Chanxin was far more esteemed than the Empress. The Empress, seething with rage, twisted her handkerchief, wishing to tear Chanxin's face apart. Yet she maintained an amiable facade, exclaiming, "Oh dear sister, I nearly forgot to arrange a seat for you." The seating was perfect, but when Yu Zhao arrived unexpectedly, I inadvertently overlooked it amidst the chaos. Chapter 36. The blue emerges from the indigo, listening to the Empress's words. Chanxin remained unfazed. After all, it was easy to forget amidst the bustle. Since Yu Zhao had recovered, and considering the significance of a prince's 16th birthday, her attendance was mandatory. Yu Zhao, originally named Yu Chui'er, was the daughter of a vice-general. 3 years prior, during a battle against the Great Shang Kingdom, Vice-General Yu sacrificed himself to save the general by taking an arrow to the heart, leading to his untimely demise. Although he managed to turn the tide of the battle, he did not gain much acclaim for his efforts. Following the cessation of hostilities, both kingdoms returned home for a temporary peace. The emperor intended to reward heroine, yet he expressed a desire only to care for C2 Yi, emphasizing that the true hero of the conflict was the late Vice-General Yu. Consequently, the political prince posthumously honored Vice-General Yu with substantial rewards and elevated Yu Juiyu to the rank of Yu Zhao. Initially, Yu Zhao had a close relationship with the beautiful Qi, which only deepened following these events. Observing their camaraderie, the emperor took particular care of Yu Zhao, frequently visiting her. However, 6 months ago, while strolling through the imperial garden, Yu Zhao slipped, resulting in a slight fracture of her pelvis. The emperor ordered her to rest within the palace, exempting her from all duties until her recovery. During this time, only the beautiful Qi frequently visited her. Occasionally, the emperor would also come by, but usually when Qi was present, leading Yu Zhao to deduce that the emperor saw Qi instead. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy at the emperor's visits. In ancient times, a fractured pelvis required rest, and severe injuries could prove fatal without surgery. Today, the empress intentionally spoke in a manner that hinted at her intentions. The beautiful Qi, well aware of the empress's motives, understood the implications of Yu Zhao's earlier slip. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this incident. Ji approached Yu Zhao, first offering her respects before gently patting her hand, advising her to take care of her health and to refrain from venturing out too much. Yu Zhao nodded, showing no remorse for the empress's words. After being in this environment for so long, she could discern the truth behind them. Since their acquaintance, she had aided her in many ways. Chan'er, observing this interaction, began to formulate her own plans. Clearly, the palace was rife with factions. And Yu Zhao, Yi, and Qi appear to share a strong bond. While that day, Madame Qin was undoubtedly aligned with the empress. Chan'er served tea to Situ Yi, stating that if his father did not favor his mother, given his childhood mischief, he would have long been confined or sent to a distant territory. Moreover, when his mother entered the palace, the emperor had immediately seated her at his right hand. With that, the conversation ceased, and Situ Yi grasped its meaning. After the meal began, Liang Ping departed. Chan'er served dishes, selecting only vegetables for Situ Yi. He protested, "Chan'er, are you not bold enough to give me some meat?" His expression resembled that of a child yearning for sweets. "These vegetables have absorbed the essence of meat. You shall eat them. Do not forget your promise to me." Chan'er insisted, reminding him to learn proper dining etiquette. Situ Yi felt an urge to shout. He knew how to eat. Qi occasionally glanced at him, finding his disgruntled expression amusing as he reluctantly consumed the vegetables. Unable to suppress her laughter, she inadvertently chuckled. The political prince inquired, "Ying, what brings you such joy?" Clearing her throat, Qi replied, "I beg your pardon, your majesty. Look at your—" gesturing towards Situ Yi. The emperor followed her line of sight and saw Situ Yi frowning at his bowl of vegetables, pouting adorably, reminiscent of his charming childhood. As a child, Situ Yi was endearing, and aside from his mischief, he was delightful. However, after returning from the battlefield at 13, he seemed to have matured, and his playful nature had waned, leading the emperor to regard He Ruo with newfound respect. The emperor believed that He Ruo's influence had contributed to Situ Yi's transformation. Although he acknowledged that his reasoning was somewhat tenuous, he had long harbored intentions of naming Situ Yi as the crown prince. Yet, he felt Situ Yi was too headstrong and rebellious, refusing to eat even a morsel of vegetables. Over time, how could he expect his health to improve? And if he continued in his obstinacy, how could he govern a nation? Perhaps the general was correct. He recalled a conversation in the Hall of Governance, where the general had expressed hopes that sending her to Jin City would allow her to aid Situ Yi in overcoming his bad habits, shaping him into a near-perfect individual capable of shouldering the burden of the kingdom. While it may seem absurd to have a woman assist a man, the political prince believed that women could possess insights in a governance that rivaled or surpassed those of men. He was not a ruler bound by tradition. He believed that any policy beneficial to the state and its citizens was worthy of consideration, regardless of its source. However, like any ruler, he was fiercely protective of his power. "Ying, I believe Chan'er may become a second you," he remarked. She paused, glancing at Chan'er, musing this name. "Chan'er, given how he treated your family, do you still hold affection for him? What merits does he possess that justify your sacrifice?" "Junior sister, rest assured, I will uncover the identity of those who harmed your family. Is something amiss, Ying?" "Oh, nothing at all. Your Majesty, I am I, and she is she. I merely hope she exceeds me in every regard." The political prince's comment stirred memories within Qi, an influence that was not entirely beneficial. Nodding, he instructed, "When time allows, summon her to your palace. I wish to converse with her, but it must be under your name for—" "Ah, Ying, even if you harbor good feelings toward her, do not display them too openly. Treat her with caution." She nodded, understanding the directive. "Your Majesty, do you genuinely hope for Year to be capable?" The political prince affirmed, with Chan'er by his side, he will inevitably refine his character. A monarch cannot be excessively benevolent, yet a measure of compassion is indispensable. Presently, Year seems to lack cunning. Since he is so sincere toward Chan'er, he must be tempered through her challenges. Might this be a disservice to Chan'er? Qi felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that Chan'er was likely the daughter of her junior sister, and now, for her son's sake, her junior sister's daughter would endure hardship. "Ying, Year is sincere in his feelings. He will not wrong her. You and I cannot remain by his side indefinitely. Thus he must grow stronger to safeguard her. Even without your opposition, do you believe the Empress would spare her?" Qi froze, realizing the Emperor had always been aware of the Empress's schemes against Chan'er, but had refrained from acting due to her family ties. The one family had 3 sons. The eldest was the Empress's biological father, who, after marriage, remained childless until an unfortunate accident led to his drowning. His wife, upon hearing the news, fainted, only to be later diagnosed with pregnancy. More than 8 months later, she bore a daughter, the current empress. The second son of the Wen family was born out of wedlock, while the third was the legitimate second son. Inheriting the Wen family estate, now the Prime Minister Wen Fa. He was well-educated and known for his integrity, always prioritizing justice over familial ties. Having risen to the position of Prime Minister, he supported the political prince, recognizing that should the prince ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly become a wise ruler. The political prince ascended at 15 and took the throne a year later, marrying the empress, Madame Qin, and several other noblewomen, granting the empress her status and overseeing the harem. Later, when the king turned 18, he discovered that the former prime minister harbored treacherous intentions, with irrefutable evidence to support this claim. Consequently, he was deposed, in consideration of his past contributions as a founding figure of the state. The king granted him a death of dignity by presenting him with poison, while ensuring his entire family remained in lifelong confinement, prohibiting direct relatives from holding any official positions. Subsequently, the king appointed Wen Ba as the new prime minister. In truth, the king had been quite merciful, given the treachery and solid proof against the former prime minister. The laws of the former Jin dynasty would have warranted the extermination of his entire clan. After the king took consort Qi as his concubine, numerous incidents occurred that the king knew were orchestrated by the queen. However, since consort Qi remained unscathed, he chose to endure the situation. Were it not for the prime minister's unwavering loyalty, the queen would likely have been deposed long ago. "I understand," replied the maid. The king nodded, his gaze deep and penetrating as he looked at Situ Yi and Chan'er. The palace is fraught with danger. To survive within these imperial walls, one must learn the art of survival. Year, grow up quickly, empower yourself. Only when you are strong can you protect the people and matters you hold dear. At this moment, Situ Yi had eaten quite a bit, yet he felt an overwhelming discomfort, sensing several pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He could distinctly feel the unfriendly scrutiny of the seventh prince, Situ Xian. This was the first time he experienced such blatant hostility. Despite knowing that Situ Xian had never been overtly cordial, his disdain had always been subtly veiled. Was it perhaps due to Channa? He glanced at her, but she remained composed, quietly serving him food. The meal was laden with unspoken tension. Although the queen maintained a smile, her heart seethed with resentment, questioning why consort Qi was permitted to sit at the king's right side. Moreover, she had noticed Situ Xian's apparent interest in the maid by Situ Ye's side. She certainly bore the allure of a seductress, having ensnared Situ Yi, and now she dared to pursue my royal son. Chapter 37. The usurpation of authority. As the family banquet concluded, Chan'er followed Situ Yi on their way back. Situ Xian caught up with them, accompanied by Xiao Lizzie. "Old 8, may I visit you for a while? It has been too long. We ought to catch up. By the way, how was your experience outside the palace? I heard you were even pursued." Before Situ Yi could respond, Situ Xian continued, "Alas, if it weren't for your penchant for mischief. Returning just 2 days ago and immediately being preoccupied, I wouldn't have had to wait until now to inquire about you. It has been nearly 2 months since we last met, hasn't it?" Situ Yi managed a forced smile. "Indeed, it has been 2 months." Situ Xian followed Situ Yi toward his unnamed palace, yet his gaze frequently drifted toward Chan'er. Lowering her head, Chan'er curtsied and said, "Your Highness, since the seventh prince intends to visit, may I return to the kitchen to prepare something?" Situ Yi responded nonchalantly, but internally he was elated. "Quickly go. Let that wolf keep staring at you. It makes me uneasy. Moreover, Chan'er, how do you know him? Why have you dined together?" Once granted permission, Chan'er hurriedly departed, while Zishi followed closely behind. They soon returned to Situ Ye's palace. Observing the lack of even a plaque on the palace, Situ Xian chuckled. "Old 8, you are of age. It is time to name your palace. Although, perhaps we won't reside here for long. It cannot be that others continuously refer to it as the unnamed palace." Situ Yi pouted. "Seventh brother, do you think I don't wish to? I do want to truly, but Father Emperor forbids it. He has expressly prohibited me from naming my palace. Although he recently broached the subject again, he still won't allow me to name it." Situ Yi fell silent, feigning a look of grievance. Situ Xian observed him curiously. Could it be that Father Emperor has permitted Chan'er to name it? Surely not. Father Emperor wouldn't be so unreasonable, although Chan'er is indeed clever. "Old 8, who is it that has been entrusted with this task?" "My newly appointed teacher has been assigned the honor," Situ Yi replied, pouting. Father Emperor even stated that if I am dissatisfied with this teacher, he would toss me into the river to feed the fish. Situ added with a huff. Does he not realize that fish would dare not consume me? They would only risk bursting. Zishi could not contain his laughter, prompting Situ to pout in displeasure. Look, your sister is mocking me. Turning around, he noticed that although Hieru did not laugh out loud, she was clearly more amused than Zishi. Look at this bunch of so-called friends. In the midst of their conversation, the five entered the study. Suddenly, a small creature appeared, startling Situ. This little being was entirely snow-white, save for its eyes, which gleamed a silken hue, and a straight white stripe running down its snout, resembling a boundary line. It was no larger than a palm, resembling a recently born puppy. Its bark was anything but timid. Where did this come from? You, so small, dare to bark at us all? Do you not realize how misplaced your bravado is? After a moment of stunned silence, Situ was the first to recover, kneeling down. Hey, little thing, where did you come from? Who allowed you into my study? Are you not aware that no one is permitted here? Realizing the absurdity of his own words, he mused that perhaps it was a rogue pup. But still, no unauthorized beings should be allowed. Liang Ping explained this to me. At that moment, Situ completely forgot that he had instructed Liang Ping earlier that morning to procure a dog for him. Liang Ping hurriedly arrived, observing the diminutive, yet audacious creature barking loudly without fear of authority. He secretly admired it, raising a thumb in approval. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, respectfully replying, Your Highness, it is a dog. By now, everyone had grasped the situation. How had this dog entered Situ-Ye's study? He typically despised dogs, finding their shedding bothersome. And although this one was small, it was still quite furry. Liang Ping, the 8th prince, stood up in anger, his face reddened with frustration. Does this prince not know it is a dog? I am asking you how it came to be in my study, barking so brazenly. Does it not understand that this is my sanctuary? Is it attempting to usurp my authority? Situ Xian could no longer contain his laughter, while the others stifled their amusement due to his presence. The little dog seemed to comprehend, ceasing its barking and tilting its head quizzically at Situ, as if pondering the sudden changes in height. Your Highness, it was you who instructed me to acquire a dog this morning during breakfast. After the banquet commenced, I left to attend to this matter. I thought, should I wait until tomorrow, you would surely be irate upon seeing me at breakfast. Liang Ping felt wronged. He had continuously kept the prince's words in mind, and though he received no praise, being yelled at was disheartening. Does your Highness know how unjustly I feel? Indeed, it was because the 8th prince had forgotten his own words earlier that Liang Ping had taken to calling him Your Highness in his mind. Woof! The little dog, feeling ignored, barked again, attempting to garner attention. Situ Xian, in high spirits, reclined onto a small couch. Old 8, I didn't expect your life to be so luxurious. Surely you do not intend to use this little one to frighten someone? It is far too adorable for that. This remark held merit, as in his childhood. Situ had once procured 2 hamsters through some means. At a family banquet, he had secretly released them, causing all the concubines to scream in horror, losing all semblance of composure. The outcome was predictable. He had been punished, yet the emperor, being fond of him, had only administered 10 strikes and confined him to transcribing the classic of filial piety. Situ felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he recalled that earlier in the day, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had asked Liang Ping to bring him a dog tomorrow while looking at the pastry. But wasn't that tomorrow? Moreover, if it were the pastries made by Chanxin, they were quite delicious. Just as Situ was about to speak, urging Liang Ping to swiftly remove the small dog so it wouldn't assert its presence in his study, the scene took a turn. Chapter 38, Killing with a Borrowed Knife, Your Highness. The tea and snacks are ready, Chanxin announced, leading a maid who carried the refreshments to the low table. Situ took a seat on the opposite side, casually grabbing a piece of pastry and stuffing it into his mouth before mumbling indistinctly, Sister Ping, get rid of it. However, his urgency caused him to choke, and as he coughed, an unfortunate incident unfolded. Situ Xian had been gazing at Chanxin as she entered, completely unaware of Situ-Ye's predicament. The pastry he had hastily consumed was almost entirely expelled from his mouth, and regrettably, it landed squarely on Situ Xian's face. Little Li was stunned, frozen in disbelief. He had never encountered such a situation. The 8th prince had sprayed the 7th prince with pastry. Chanxin, witnessing the chaos, could only facepalm. Little Li, you were supposed to serve the 7th prince. How can you be so daft at a time like this? Meanwhile, Liang Ping wore a look of quiet lament as his gaze fell to the ground, where a fluffy little creature lay, a small, adorable dog. Chanar's eyes sparkled with affection as she instructed the maid to prepare water for the seventh prince's bath. I just need a little water to freshen up. The seventh prince waved off. The maid hurried to comply, and Sidi awkwardly interjected, Brother Seven, this isn't my fault. You should be dodged. How could one foresee such an incident? Eating and speaking simultaneously. How could not choke him? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was Siduye's subsequent declaration. Chanar, this fluffy little thing is a gift from me to you. You must take good care of it on my behalf. Also, communicate with it well. If it dares to invade my study again, I will not hesitate to punish it severely. I will have it torn apart, and I will ask Father Emperor to annihilate its entire lineage. Chanar was thrown into disarray. Communicate with it? Was that a veiled insinuation that she was akin to the small creature? Sidiyi, was this a blatant act of vengeance for the meal I made you eat today? And what the dog's entire lineage? Who exactly did it comprise? Did he truly intend to eradicate its kind? However, Chanar maintained a composed demeanor, responding politely. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. She then approached the small dog, which timidly retreated. Do not come closer. I'm a good dog. I do not wish to be torn apart. It whimpered silently, trembling in fear. Chanar smiled gently, kneeling before it. Be good, little one. Your uncle has gifted you to me. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, and I promise to treat you well. Whatever your uncle eats, you shall eat too. Thus, Chanar openly retaliated with her words. You likened me to a dog, did you? Then do not expect to escape unscathed. Though her voice was barely above a whisper. The others in the room, all trained in martial arts, were keenly perceptive. While Siduyi sipped his tea, he almost choked again upon hearing her words. Sidu Xian, exhibiting newfound prudence, jumped up from the low couch, declaring, I shall freshen up first. With a meaningful glance at Chanar, he pondered why such a woman would not choose to accompany him. Wherein lay his inferiority? As Sidu Xian exited, Chanar stood, cradling the small dog, and approached Sidiyi, murmuring, I suspect that the individuals who attempted to assassinate you last time are likely connected to the seventh prince. We shall discuss this further once he has departed. With that, she retreated, still holding the dog. Sidiyi's brows furrowed. Could it truly be Brother Seven? He had initially thought it might be the elder brother's doing. But now, once Sidu Xian had finished freshening up, he returned to find Chanar conversing with the small dog. Be good, little one. I shall name you Xiao Yi. You are the leaf in leaf, not the Yi of our prince. Do not flatter yourself, understand? Or else, I will not be able to ensure your treats. Sidu Xian watched her retreating figure, reminiscing about the moment he had fallen for her. Only for her to reveal her affections lay elsewhere. Yet today, she appeared before the eighth prince. Was she truly a savior? Brother Seven, why do you linger outside? Do you harbor an affection for that fluffy little ball brought by Liang Ping? If you do, I shall retrieve it for you. Consider it a gift. Just remember to return the favor with a splendid gift in kind. Perhaps a fine ancient inkstone will suffice. Sidu Xian entered the study, a slight smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought the eighth prince had a sense of humor? Do you truly fancy ancient inkstones? Siduyi chuckled, though a chill ran down his spine. He had believed Brother Seven to be less amicable than he appeared, yet now he realized he might also covet his life. The elder brother feared a rivalry for the throne, but what motivated Brother Seven? You should return now. It is late, and your sister has spent the entire day in the palace. It would be best for you to head back, he advised. I take my leave. He Ruo led He Zishi away, leaving only Sidiyi, Sidu Xian, Little Li, and Liang Ping in the room. The two simultaneously gestured for Little Li and Liang Ping to exit. After Little Zi, she left the study. He first sought out Chanar, who was crouched down feeding the small dog. No, Xiao Yi, a truly adorable creature with round, dark eyes and a tiny black nose. Its short tail resembling a fluffy ball attached to its rear. Sister, this little dog. Brother, it has a name. It's called Xiao Yi. Please refrain from calling it just little dog, as it sounds quite unappealing. Little Yi? He Z, she chuckled, having misunderstood, prompting Chanar to roll her eyes and clarify. After exchanging a few more words, He Z, she intended to leave, but he Ruo, ensuring no one was around, inquired, Why do you suspect the seventh prince was behind the last incident? Chanar stood, more cautious than he Ruo, and circled the room before whispering. Firstly, I saw him in E City during the last incident, which raises suspicion. Secondly, my main concern arose today when I saw his expression upon encountering Qi Meiren in Qinghuan Palace. His eyes betrayed a deep-seated loathing. Such hatred is a reflection of encountering someone one has despised for years. The seventh prince does not see Qi Meiren every day, so that loathing could erupt in an instant yet be concealed immediately after. Heruo tightened her grip. Why would the seventh prince harbor hatred for Qi Meiren? If he truly despised her, could he not have orchestrated the assassination of the eighth prince? Why not the crown prince? Chan'er, discerning Heruo's thoughts, smirked slightly. The prince is hiding in the joyful pavilion due to the assassination attempts, and the mastermind behind it is Yuan Jingzhen. The emperor is aware of the pursuit, but does he know where the prince is hiding? Upon hearing this, Heruo quickly comprehended. If it were the crown prince orchestrating the attacks, he would not have chosen a location near E-City, as it held his vulnerabilities. However, if the eighth prince was indeed hiding in the joyful pavilion, then the crown prince could not escape culpability. Hence, Yuan Jingzhen was merely directing his focus towards Chan'er, for she possessed knowledge of their affairs, and they would not allow her to jeopardize their grand scheme, even if just a little. Then, having fixed the person who saved the eighth prince at the Qing building, it forced Chan'er to deny her identity as Situ Ye's savior. Thus, if she were to speak of their affair in the future, would she not be lacking in evidence? If, at that time, she were to admit that she was indeed Situ Ye's benefactor, it would implicate not only her, but also Situ Ye, Heruo, and Zishi, all of whom would be guilty of treason. Initially, Chan'er refrained from claiming responsibility for saving Situ Ye out of concern that Yuan Jing might resort to underhanded tactics, leaving her unqualified to stand beside Situ Ye. Furthermore, her promise to the Grand General would become meaningless, and she would be labeled as a femme fatale, leading to Situ Ye's disgrace. Given these considerations, it is evident that the crown prince would not send anyone to assassinate the eighth prince. Otherwise, he would not go through such elaborate measures. Miss Shena, you are truly astute. Chan'er gently shook her head, considering her intelligence to be unremarkable. If we are to speak of cleverness, Yuan Jing is the true mastermind. She did not believe the crown prince had not entertained thoughts of eliminating Situ Ye, especially now, when the opportunity is rare, and missing it would mean losing everything. Yet Yuan Jing managed to persuade the crown prince to wait and use the seventh prince as a pawn, while they remained inactive, a brilliant strategy of using another's blade to kill. By this time, it was nearly the hour of you, and the palace gates would lock in half an hour. Thus, Chan'er hurried the two out of the palace, and, upon turning back to gaze at the empty palace gates, a faint smile graced her lips. The entertainment palace. How clever of him to conceive such a notion. He could have simply chosen any room as the entertainment hall, yet he named the palace gates so, which explains the minister's criticisms. Speaking of these ministers, were they not the censors? I recall a humorous line from a drama I once watched. From afar, it resembles encountering excrement. Up close, it is a censor. Censors encountering excrement. From a distance, it looks like a wolf. Up close, it is merely a dog. Are the deputy ministers akin to dogs? I must say, such words are truly unjust. They have done nothing wrong, yet they are used as targets for scorn. At this moment, Xiao Ye suddenly began to howl, prompting Chan'er to return to the courtyard, where she found Situ Xian standing awkwardly before Xiao Ye. I just stepped out, and it jumped out from that room, then started barking at me. Chan'er placed her hand on her forehead. Xiao Ye, do you even know who you are barking at? That is your uncle's brother. You must call him uncle. The small creature may be diminutive, yet its courage is considerable, and it possesses impressive guarding skills. Chan'er quickly walked over, bowed to Situ Xian, and picked up Xiao Ye. This maid will take it away. Chan'er pausitzlichtli. Seventh prince, do you have any instructions? Situ Xian furrowed his brow slightly, just as Situ Ye emerged from the study. Seventh brother, I've tidied up, all done. Chapter 39. Let us call it a little pig. Situ Xian also has feelings for Chan'er. Situ Ye felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, resolving to declare Chan'er's autonomy. Seventh brother, what's wrong? Did my personal maid offend you? If so, for my sake, please spare her. Personal maid. The implication was clear. She was already Situ Ye's, though not yet formally recognized. Situ Ye nodded earnestly, stating, look, that room is her residence. He then approached Situ Xian, whispering, originally, I intended to take her as my legitimate wife, but she refused. My father said that as long as I excel in my studies, achieving even half of my tutoress intelligence, he would ensure that Chan is officially recognized as mine. Therefore, I can only let her follow me without a name for now. After all, Chan is too beautiful. If I do not secure her first, what if some wolf comes along and takes her? The wolf he referred to was, of course, Situ Xian. Oh, this is the second time today I've heard you mention your tutor. Who is he? If it were the current prime minister, it would be a different story. Old 8 would be far from marrying Chan when he dares to reach even half of his intelligence. That will be 5 or 6 years from now. By then, who knows what the circumstances will be. She is, overall, very clever. Hey, seventh brother, let us depart. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Chan, take good care of the little dog. I will return shortly, and it shouldn't take longer than an hour. After saying this, he gazed at her intently. Chan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, but could only nod in response. Chan carried Xiao Ye back into the room, and Liang Ping knocked at the door, bringing a bowl of noodles. Miss, you haven't had dinner yet. Please eat something to ease your hunger. After placing the noodles down, he stood to the side. Chan looked at the noodles, feeling a wave of emotions. In this imperial palace, who truly cares for the feelings of others? Miss, you should eat while it's hot. If the prince returns and finds you haven't eaten, I would have a hard time explaining. Did the prince instruct you? Liang Ping nodded. As soon as the prince returned, he inquired about you. And upon learning you were back, he headed straight to the kitchen. He had me prepare this, but due to being busy with the seventh prince's matters, it was only now that I could bring it to you. Chan nodded, setting down Xiao Ye, taking a bite of the noodles. No wonder Situ Yi was reluctant to eat. The noodles can only be described as overcooked. Do the people here not know how to make noodles? Yet she had eaten well-prepared noodles before. Why are those in the palace so unpalatable? Liang Ping shook his head and explained. And Chan then understood that it wasn't he that the palace cooks were incompetent. Rather, Situ Yi had harbored an inexplicable aversion to noodles since childhood, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against them. Thus, when he lived alone, the kitchen staff avoided those who could cook noodles. However, one day he suddenly craved noodles, but the cooks couldn't make them. Still, they had to force themselves to try, resulting in noodles that were utterly inedible, leaving a lasting impression on Situ Yi. Noodles are tasteless, and indeed, very tasteless. After begrudgingly finishing the noodles, Chan found herself at a loss for what to do. In ancient times, there was little to occupy one's self with. Thus, she took out a Buddhist scripture to read. Liang Ping was taken aback. He hadn't expected the young Miss Chan to be so engrossed in Buddhist teachings. A good thing. But Liang Ping had no idea that what Chan was reading was not a Buddhist scripture. The cover merely concealed the true contents. The secret manual of a family of poison doctors. Poison medical manuscript. Chan waited for Situ Yi's return. But as the hours passed, she found herself waiting for 2 hours. Before she knew it, it was already the hour of high. Chan was not bothered by the late hour. After all, she had not maintained an early bedtime habit in modern times, and having grown up in such an environment, she had developed a tendency to stay up late. It was not until the hour of high and a quarter that Situ Yi staggered back, drunkenly heading straight for Chan's room. He knocked on the door, prompting Chan to frown upon seeing him. How could he have gotten so drunk? She immediately instructed Liang Ping to prepare a hangover remedy. Supporting him, she brought him to the small couch, where he collapsed, squinting at Chan. Chan, you are truly beautiful. Chan was momentarily taken aback by his compliment, then shrugged and smiled. You're this intoxicated, and you're still thinking about looks? Even without makeup, dressed in simple palace attire like any other maid, she remained incredibly stunning. I long to possess you, yet you do not agree. Chan, in 9 days, it will be my birthday. Will you marry me then? Chan was taken aback, her lips twitching as she glanced around the room at the others present. Your Highness, have you had too much to drink? Why are you speaking nonsense? Chan, a humble maid, dares not aspire for such heights. Besides, had you not previously promised the emperor? Woof, woof, woof. Well, this little creature is causing a ruckus again. Situ Yi frowned slightly. Why are you still here? Do you dare to bark at me? You truly are testing my patience. Chan felt exasperated. Aye, how old are you to be bickering with Xiao Ye? Why are you even talking to it? At this moment, it seemed that Chan had developed a bout of intermittent amnesia, completely forgetting that she had just conversed with Xiao Yi earlier in the day. Indeed, Xiao Yi cast a disdainful glance at Chan, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The name Xiao Yi was derived from the conversation she had with it. Your Highness, look at this little dog. It is quite adorable, and since you have gifted it to me, it is naturally under my care. I even named it a lovely name, Xiao Yi, which means leaf. No, upon hearing the name, Xiao Yi, how could it not sound like my own name? It has infringed upon my name, and while it deserves the gravest punishment, I shall, out of consideration for the fact that this prince has bestowed it upon you, spare it from death, though it cannot escape the lesser penalties. Someone, take it away to another room for the night. From now on, when the time for rest arrives, remove it. Ah, let us double the good fortune, for in light of Chan'er, I shall grant it another name. Yinner. Chan'er furrowed her brow. Your Highness, it is a male dog. Yinner sounds too feminine, does it not? Chan'er, have you begun to speak nonsensically? Since you know it is a male dog, why would you suggest a feminine name? A male dog? Then it must not stay in your quarters. For men and women should not engage in close contact upon hearing this. Chan'er nearly exploded with frustration. Had there not been others present, she would have certainly jumped up to deliver a sharp reprimand to Sida Yi. What did he mean by men and women should not engage in close contact? She took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions, and only after 5 breaths did she begin to regain her composure. Sida Yi observed her reactions. His mood elevated beyond mere words. It was a rare occasion to see Chan'er on the brink of collapse. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Very well, Your Highness, I had forgotten to inform you. Your teacher instructed that upon your return, you should promptly retire to bed, for tomorrow at the hour of Chun. You must return from a martial instructor, as your teacher is to impart your first lesson. At this, Sida Yi stiffened, the effects of the alcohol dissipating by 3 parts. She was indeed his teacher. How could he offend her at this moment? Foolishness, utter foolishness. Your Highness, you are not foolish at all, just a tad more so than a pig. Listening to Chan'er, Sida Yi felt as though he might spit blood. Chan'er, do we truly engage in such banter? You seek revenge, and then insult me. If I am a pig, then what does that make you? I am a boar, and I intend to marry you. So does that imply you are a sow? Chan'er had not anticipated that after imbibing so much, Sida Yi would become so articulate. Though perhaps not entirely so, it was still a marked improvement. She extended her delicate hand, gesturing towards Liang Ping, who entered with a hangover remedy. Please, Liang Gong Gong, assist His Highness in consuming the remedy and escort him back to his quarters for rest. He may be quite busy tomorrow. Liang Ping was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Chan'er and then at Sida Yi. After all, his master appeared to be in a mood of discontent, undoubtedly having suffered some loss. Does my master not understand the principle of lowering one's head when under the eaves? Though this palace belongs to him, this room was expressly granted to Miss Chan'er by his own words, thus it rightfully belongs to her. Liang Ping presented the remedy, and without hesitation, Sida Yi gulped it down, placing the bowl aside. He pointed at the little dog and declared, I have decided, from now on, it shall be called Xiao Zhu, little pig. No objections allowed. When it is time to rest, you, Sida Yi pointed at a maid who had just entered with Liang Ping, take it away and find it a warm nest to rest in. When you have nothing else to do, you shall attend to it. From this day forth, you shall serve it. Serve it well, and you shall be rewarded. Chan'er genuinely felt like banging her head against a wall. This was a dog, and he dared to call it little pig? Not only that, but he also assigned someone to be its caretaker. The poor maid timidly approached the little dog. No, the little pig. Though she felt that her master was less demanding than this little creature, at least her master did not bite. However, this little pig might. If it bit her and she contracted some illness, what a tragic fate that would be. Once the maid had taken the little pig away, Sida Yi staggered to his feet. I had intended to inform you that I have disappointed you today. I thought I could return in an hour, but I lost track of time while drinking with my elder and 7th brothers. Sida Yi approached Chan'er and mumbled softly. Though his meaning was not overtly clear, Chan'er understood. He had come specifically to apologize. A sweetness blossomed in her heart, and she extended her hand to support him. Your Highness, allow me to escort you back to rest. Chapter 40. Striking the snake's vital spot the following day, Chan'er rose early, prepared breakfast, and stood at the palace gates waiting for Sida Yi's return. With just a quarter of an hour until the hour of Chun, she spotted him in the distance, a smile of understanding gracing her lips. However, the next moment, her smile froze as she realized that Sida Yi was accompanied by Sida Zhang and Sida Xian. Each was followed by their respective attendants. Chan'er quickly curtsied. The group exchanged a few casual remarks at the palace gates, and Situ Yi urged Chan'er to rise and led her back into the palace. Situ Zhang narrowed his eyes, observing Chan'er's retreating figure. This maid seems unfamiliar. When did she arrive? Situ Xian smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, dear brother, are you not aware? She was personally brought into the palace by the 8th prince. It is said that she once sought to marry the emperor, but alas, she declined, reportedly due to her humble origins. Eventually, the emperor allowed her to serve the 8th prince, and she is now his personal maid, though the specifics escape me. Personal maid, you say? In simpler terms, is she not akin to a concubine in a regular household? Upon hearing this, Situ Xian's heart tightened, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy and malice flickering in his eyes, yet he maintained a smile. It seems not. The 8th prince wishes to take her as his legitimate wife. By the way, have you heard that the 8th prince was recently pursued? Rumor has it that she was the one who saved him what I cannot have. The 8th prince shall not acquire either. Chan'er, as long as you are willing to part from the 8th prince, I shall persuade my mother to intercede on your behalf. I will certainly ensure your safety. Situ Zhang raised an eyebrow, recalling the way Situ Yi had looked at her. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. They say to strike a snake at its vital point. 8th prince, I finally discern where your weakness lies. As they spoke, they reached the residence of the crown prince. After parting ways with the 7th prince, he headed straight to the crown princess's quarters. You wretched maid, you cannot even style your hair properly. What use are you? Take her away and punish her. On the ground knelt a maiden of delicate beauty, her demeanor calm despite her position. It was evident that she had been well trained. What is the matter? The crown princess was taken aback, not by the fact that the crown prince had returned earlier than usual, but by the laughter that laced his words. What joyous occasion warranted such delight? Crown prince, what brings you such joy today? Situ Zhang ignored the crown princess, glancing down at the kneeling girl, momentarily taken aback. Was this not the girl he had recently summoned, Ru Qing? He recalled that day when, while seeking an audience, he had passed by the Chanxin palace, the residence of the late Empress Dowager, now merely tended by a handful of servants. He had spotted her and taken a liking to her, thinking to bring her into the palace and claim her one day. It seemed she had indeed found favor. But to think that after only a few days, the crown princess had set her sights on her very well. She hails from the late Empress Dowager's palace. However, mistakes must be punished. Let her spend some time in the servitude quarters to learn how to be a proper servant. Thank you, Crown Prince, for your mercy. Ru Qing gracefully completed her curtsy and exited, heading to the servitude quarters to accept her punishment. Ru Qing was indeed a person of exquisite clarity. When the Empress Dowager was still alive, she was but a little girl, entering the palace at the tender age of 4. The Empress Dowager found her charming and entrusted her to the care of her close attendant, Granny Zhang, to learn the palace etiquette. Although she was only 4, too young to grasp much, Granny Zhang, reluctant to burden her, imparted only a few essentials of palace rules, teaching her to recognize some characters. And she managed to grasp the basics of the 1,000-character classic, along with the teachings for women and palace regulations. However, shortly after she began her studies, the Empress Dowager passed away, and Granny Zhang, bound by the Empress's wishes to educate Ru Qing, did not attend the morning rites. Instead, it was replaced by the self-appointed service of the noble consort Qi. From that point on, Ru Qing remained in Chanxin Palace, fulfilling her duties as a maid. A few days ago, when Granny Zhang fell ill, Ru Qing sought medicinal herbs from the imperial hospital and fortuitously encountered the crown prince, who, without hesitation, brought her to serve in his palace. Ru Qing was not naive. She understood the crown prince harbored other intentions towards her and pondered how to evade his advances. When the crown princess asked her to style her hair, Ru Qing realized that regardless of her skill, the crown princess would use this as an excuse to dismiss her. Little did she anticipate that it would nearly cost her life. Fortunately, the crown prince returned just in time. However, he mentioned she should stay in the miscellaneous room for a while, implying he would seek her out again in the future. But she doubted he would remember her after some time. With a gentle smile in her crescent-shaped eyes, Ru Qing appeared serious, but if one looked closely, her eyes sparkled with mirth. Her lips, a vibrant red, were so enticing they could tempt one into mischief. Lost in thought, she turned a corner and collided with someone. Expecting to fall ungracefully, she was instead caught by a pair of strong hands. A gentle voice inquired, "Miss, are you all right?" Regaining her senses, Ru Qing looked up to see a man with sharp, penetrating eyes and distinct features, exuding a subtle aura of a general. She quickly composed herself and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." He smiled, revealing a charming grin. "What assistance? I was careless. Had I not been distracted, I wouldn't have bumped into you. You seem to be in a hurry. I shall not keep you." With that, he bypassed her. Ruching glanced back, appreciating his impressive stature, and felt an unusual sense of security when he had held her. Alas, she felt she was not destined for such protection in her lifetime. Palace maids could only leave the palace at 25, and those favored by the ladies of the court often remained, eventually becoming nannies. Such a fate ensured a life of comfort. However, those released from the palace faced grim prospects, as 25 was deemed an age of spinsterhood. Though the palace offered financial support, accustomed to luxurious living, the meager provisions would hardly suffice. Ruching did not harbor romantic feelings for him, but rather cherished the feeling of being protected, a sensation she had never experienced before. A husband was a woman's refuge. How could she not yearn for such a protector? Yet, at 15, she felt she had missed her chance to find a husband. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for overthinking. She needed to report to the miscellaneous room and accept her punishment, prioritizing her survival. Meanwhile, after walking a few steps, the man turned back to glance at her. He remembered her smiling eyes, which sparkled with joy even in seriousness. He wondered which palace she belonged to and what her intentions were. Wait, was she headed towards the miscellaneous room? He turned again, puzzled, observing her palace attire. She did not seem like a servant of the miscellaneous room, so what could she possibly want there? Lost in contemplation, he arrived at the entrance of the C2Yi Palace, where Steward Zheng approached him. "Guard, His Majesty seeks your presence." He nodded, curious about the Emperor's summons, hoping it was not for any unpleasant matter. After finishing his breakfast, C2Yi entered his study, where Chanxin sat at a small desk, a hefty book before her, along with a ruler, giving her the appearance of a teacher, albeit an unusual one as a female instructor. "Yi, take a seat. Since your father has appointed me as your teacher, I shall fulfill my duties diligently. From today until your birthday, you shall continue your martial training in the mornings. Return to follow the meal plan I provide, study for an hour and a half in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon, and 1 hour before bed. At that time, please inform your father of your schedule and devise a way for him to give you a verbal promise to avoid any unexpected interruptions during your studies." After a moment's thought, Chanxin added, "Given the palace is rife with sudden occurrences, some of which must be attended to, I mean to say that unnecessary matters, such as your 7th brother or elder brother inviting you for a drink, should be excluded. Situye nodded, understanding Headington. The palace often witnessed sudden illnesses, and while he could rely on his father's verbal assurance, many would gossip if he failed to attend, branding him as disrespectful. But I already know all that." Situye protested, feeling aggrieved. He had learned it before. Did he really need to go over it again? Very well, he conceded, but it feels peculiar to learn alongside you, especially since you were younger. He felt embarrassed, but recognized that his father was not one to jest. There must be a reason behind it. Chanxin shook her head. "Yi, I am not asking you to learn to read and write, for you are already well versed in those. As I have previously mentioned, you possess great wisdom. However, the world can be treacherous, and one must remain vigilant. Your kindness is your strength, but also your vulnerability. I intend to teach you the art of discerning people's hearts, an essential skill for survival in the palace. Unfortunately, such lessons are rarely imparted by traditional teachers, let alone a grand tutor, as it borders on sowing discord. If discovered, you understand the potential consequences better than I." Chapter 41. All affection and adoration. C2Yi sat up straight, determination etched on his face. "I will ensure your safety." Chanxin smiled, though her words were heavy. They bore truth. She was not concerned, for she had meticulously examined the study, ensuring every corner was secure. Should someone attempt to eavesdrop, even if they overheard, there would be no evidence to incriminate them. If they were to listen from outside, it was unlikely as long as C2Yi remained in the palace. Liang Ping would be there to warn them. Even if he could not, with the acute hearing possessed by both C2Yi and Chanxin, they would not make such a grave mistake. Thus their lessons commenced. Chanxin proved to be an exceptional teacher, employing methods far beyond those of ancient educators. Rather than rigidly reciting doctrines, she elucidated concepts through real-life examples and subsequently asked C2Yi if he could recall any similar experiences. C2Yi was no fool. His memory was sharp, and as Chanxin guided him through the lessons, he began to recollect instances he had previously overlooked. Just as he was so mischievous in his childhood, His father, the emperor, would merely impose simple punishments, the most severe being a mere 3 days of kneeling. Following this, he would send a multitude of physicians to tend to him, which, in hindsight, was indeed a manifestation of his protective nature. He vividly recalls the year his mother had gone to the ancestral temple. After failing to infiltrate the palace, he sought alternative methods. At that time, the fifth prince had not yet been dispatched to his fief and was 1.5 years older than Situ Yi. Upon hearing of Situ Ye's predicament, he approached him with a suggestion. Situ Yi, solely focused on seeing his mother, heedlessly accepted the advice. Consequently, he made his way to Chanxin Palace and set fire to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This hall had been the favorite retreat of the late empress during her healthier days, adorned with an array of flowers she personally nurtured. However, as her health declined, despite the constant care, the flowers lost their vitality and vibrancy. Ultimately, on the same day the empress passed, the flowers withered completely. Though the Hall of Supreme Harmony lost its former splendor, the emperor ordered it to be meticulously maintained and even had new plants transplanted there. Yet, those plants withered overnight, leading some to speculate that they mourned for the empress, departing with her. Thus, the hall remained merely clean. Dousing it with oil and igniting the flames. He had anticipated the emperor's wrath would lead to his banishment to his mother's side, to keep vigil for the late empress and pray for her. To his surprise, while the emperor was indeed furious, he merely punished Situ Yi to kneel in the ancestral hall dedicated to the late emperor and empress for 3 days and nights. Many found this astonishing, given the emperor's profound filial piety towards the empress. How could he impose such a lenient punishment for such a grave offense? It seemed utterly unfathomable. After the 3 days, Situ Yi struggled to rise, ultimately being carried back to his quarters by eunuchs, after which the emperor dispatched all the physicians to heal him, asserting that if they failed, their lives would be forfeit. This left everyone astonished once more. Setting aside Situ Ye's apparent disrespect towards the late empress, the emperor's attitude towards him was perplexing. He had never been particularly kind to Situ Yi. Typically, Situ Ye's offenses were minor, and the emperor would impose rigorous penalties, often harsher than those for other princes. Yet this time, for such a serious infraction, he only mandated 3 days of kneeling in the ancestral hall. Following that, he even ordered physicians to tend to him, declaring that if they failed to cure him, or if he were to develop any lasting ailments, their heads would be on the line. Even more bizarre was the emperor's disbelief that this was solely Situ Ye's idea. Eventually, it was indeed revealed that it was the fifth prince's suggestion, leading to the disgrace of his mother, Lady Li, who, after receiving a severe reprimand from the emperor, was never seen in her palace again and was demoted to a lower rank, becoming Lady Li. 3 years later, on the day Lady Qi returned from the ancestral temple, where she had gone to pray for the empress, she was welcomed back by civil and military officials and the other consorts. However, the fifth prince was conspicuously absent that day, and the following day, the emperor dispatched him to his fief. It was later discovered that the fifth prince had been completely unaware of Lady Qi's return, although everyone was aware. The only one capable of keeping such information from the fifth prince was the emperor himself. Even if the empress managed to keep the news from the harem, how could she control whether the ministers informed the fifth prince? Thus, this was merely an excuse for the emperor to send the fifth prince away. Tanya, why do you think my father acted this way? Chanxin smiled gently. Do you not see? Your father did this for you. He feared that the fifth prince might one day devise a wicked scheme against you. Although you are kind-hearted, it is all too easy for one to learn to be malevolent. Situ Yi understood this concept well, but why wait 3 years? There had been no shortage of opportunities in that time. Furthermore, when the emperor had already ascertained that it was the fifth prince's idea, he merely sent a verbal warning. It was still for you. Consider this. At that time, your mother was absent from the palace, and Lady Li, even if her family lacked significant power, her father was at least a fourth-rank official. You were merely 5 years old, and if Lady Li wished to harm you, si tu n'audit in realization, then it would be exceedingly easy. Chanxin remained silent, for Situ Ye's deduction was indeed accurate. To a 5-year-old child viewed as the least favored prince, it would be simple to orchestrate his demise. After all, which mother does not wish for her son to succeed? If he were truly sent to a fief, returning to the palace would be exceedingly difficult, as without pressing matters, summoned princes were not permitted to return to the capital. If they departed, matters of the throne would no longer concern them. Alas, I initially thought that my father did not care for me at all, and I never contemplated the intricacies involved. I did not expect there to be so many twists and turns. Chan'er, why do I feel so foolish? If you had not said anything, I would have continued to believe my father did not love me. Chan'er stood and approached Situ-Yi, saying, affection does not always need to be vocalized. Words are easy to say, but actions speak volumes. In this palace, what does affection truly mean? Some believe it is a matter of frequent visits and bestowing gifts. But is that genuine affection? Situ-Yi gazed at Chan'er, pondering her perspective, which differed from many others. Do you not desire gold, silver, and jewels? Do you not covet wealth? Of course I do. It is human nature to be drawn to such things. But, i.e., desire cannot be solely based on material wealth. I recall you once said you liked me. Did I present you with gold, silver, or wealth? Situ-Yi was taken aback. Indeed, he had professed his fondness for Chan'er. But why? Was it because she saved him? Or because she provided him with resources for his departure? Or was it her beauty? However, he realized none of these reasons sufficed. During the 7 days they spent together, despite their limited conversation, her willingness to risk her life to save him left a profound imprint on his heart. Moreover, when he first laid eyes on her, the scars from her whippings were evident, yet she still refused to submit. Her unwavering spirit earned his admiration. Thus, although their words were few, she had indelibly etched herself into his heart. Chapter 42. Drought and Floods. Chan'er, do you believe in me? Do you trust the words I have spoken to you? Chan'er nodded. To find a heart that belongs to one, to walk together until the end without parting. Once, you contemplated giving up your princely title for me. Why would I not trust you? Yet, this palace is fraught with peril. I only hope that you and I can safely reach the end. Safely reaching the end? What did she mean by the end? At that moment, they heard footsteps approaching from outside. Chan'er discerned that at least 6 individuals were approaching, including the general and the emperor. Liang Ping and heroine were among them, while the remaining individuals were yet indistinguishable. Chan'er subtly whispered a few words to Situ-Yi, who nodded in agreement. When the emperor, accompanied by the chancellor Wen Ba, General Peng Dingshan, left Minister Ling Hao, Grand Tutor Qin Zhengpeng, and heroine arrived at the study, Liang Ping was about to announce their presence when the emperor raised a hand to silence him. The emperor leaned in to listen to the sounds within the study, for he had personally ordered Chan'er to be Situ-Yi's tutor, and he was eager to discover what Chan'er would teach him. Today he had intended to address some matters, and upon hearing from Liang Ping that he and Chan'er were in the study, he sought to listen firsthand. Only the sound of Chan'er could be heard, saying, "The issue you raise is indeed noteworthy, but it is ultimately a natural disaster. How do you propose we defend against drought and flooding?" Situ-Yi pondered for a moment. "I am not my father, the emperor, who possesses such extraordinary talents. I cannot think of a solution. What do you suggest, miss?" Upon hearing Situ-Yi's evident flattery, the emperor straightened his posture, feeling quite pleased. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand. He genuinely yearned to understand what foresight they possessed regarding the defense against drought and flooding. At that moment in the study, Chan'er shot Situ-Yi a significant glare, then picked up the ruler and struck his palm thrice. Initially, it was agreed that Situ-Yi would speak to earn the emperor's esteem, but he had audaciously tossed the question back to her. This infuriated her, prompting her to leave the first mark of the ruler on his hand. The emperor's lips twitched. Was it truly wise to have Chan'er as his teacher? Was she not seeking personal vendetta? The issue of drought and flooding had always been a formidable challenge, even for him, who could not perfectly prevent it. Now, as they discussed it, would it be too harsh for Situ-Yi to be punished with 3 strikes of the ruler, simply because he failed to propose an effective preventive measure? However, Chan'er's subsequent words completely transformed the emperor's perspective, not only altering his view of her, but also leaving him quite satisfied with his decision to have her teach Situ-Yi. He felt a sense of self-satisfaction, believing himself to be sagacious. Natural disasters have existed since time immemorial. Although we have the Astronomical Bureau to observe celestial phenomena, does the saying not go that heaven is unpredictable? If we do not prepare in advance, what good is foreknowledge? Thus, the emphasis must be on prevention. Chan'er bit her lip, uncertain of how the emperor would react to her remarks made in his presence. Would he not be enraged enough to take my life? My existence truly hangs by a thread, susceptible to sudden demise. To discuss drought first, it has been a frequent occurrence in every dynasty, and its cycles are only becoming shorter. Drought initiates a widespread disaster chain with prolonged and significant detrimental effects. Sitayi suddenly interrupted Chan'er, asking, "What is a disaster chain?" Chan'er instinctively rubbed her forehead, having forgotten that she was supposed to be the teacher. Yet, she had never been a teacher in her past life. She had merely tutored others and truly enjoyed the educational endeavor. Had it not been for her grandfather, she would have chosen to be an educator. Clearing her throat, her expression turned serious. It is akin to a rope. Intertwining these three events creates a larger harm. If our gene state can ensure the well-being of its citizens, what is there to fear about unifying the realm? Yet, she acknowledged that unification was not an overnight affair, nor merely a matter of resolving a drought or flooding issue. "But do you not desire the populace to live happily? Your father is the emperor. You should dutifully propose good suggestions to alleviate his burdens. If you empathize with your father's daily concerns for the state, why not strive to ensure the prosperity of his subjects? Perhaps my methods cannot resolve everything. Yet the principle of accumulating small efforts into great achievements is something I trust you understand, as does your father." A shadow of worry crossed Chan'er's face. "As a woman, I have never concerned myself with who governs the state. My sole worry is whether they can ensure a prosperous life for ordinary citizens. If they can, we shall be grateful and protective. Otherwise, the opposite shall ensue. This embodies the principle that water can both carry and overturn a boat. If you were a common citizen, what would you think?" Sitayi furrowed his brows. As a prince, hearing such words from Chan'er stirred significant emotions within him. Indeed, if he were an ordinary citizen, would he care who occupied the throne? During his recent experiences outside the palace, he had heard numerous voices of the people, their grievances. Many citizens only knew the emperor as the ruler, oblivious to other matters, lacking the time or means to comprehend them. When they experienced injustices without recourse, they would curse the emperor as incompetent, lamenting the pervasive corruption. Yet, how many truly understood how much of their plight reached the emperor's ears? If someone in the court stood up for the common folk, proposing good counsel that was adopted by the emperor, the people would proclaim him wise and benevolent. Sitayi now recognized why his father had sent him and his seventh brother out to gain experience. His father sought for them to grasp a crucial truth. As an emperor, he is not a deity, merely a man, incapable of meticulous oversight in every matter. The best he could do was to strive for peace and the prosperity of his people, while avoiding partiality. The common folk do not concern themselves with who sits at the top. They only care about whether they can live in comfort. This is not selfishness, but rather human instinct. It is akin to his desire to roam carefree alongside Chan'er, indifferent to who rules the nation. No, he does not care. He does not even care if that person can maintain the stability of the gene state. Indeed, they are merely the common folk, longing for wealth, yet not able to attain it simply by desire. To speak irreverently, even if a dynasty changes, they will still remain the commoners. However, if the current emperor can take preventive measures to ensure the well-being of the people, when war arises, the youth will naturally volunteer for military service, driven by the fear that the next emperor might not provide for their families. With such sentiments, how could there be a shortage of soldiers? Indeed, this brings us a step closer to invincibility in battle. He thought, wait, how do we stray from the topic? Sitayi suddenly recalled that they were supposed to be discussing drought and flooding. Outside the study, the emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. Had they finally realized they had digressed? Yet, Chan'er's words held merit. If more citizens willingly joined the military, victory on the battlefield would be more assured. Although achieving invincibility might be unattainable, they would certainly progress further. The Grand Tutor observed the emperor's expression and knew he was pleased with this speaking young woman. Yet who was she? A mere woman daring to discuss state affairs openly. Did she aspire to lead the roosters at dawn? Chan'er continued, very well. Let's first consider how to defend against drought and flooding. Throughout history, many dynasties have faced massive migrations and social upheaval due to these disasters, leading to banditry or armed uprisings that threaten the very foundation of the regime. The emperor, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the general, who smiled knowingly. Chan'er was indeed audacious, unafraid to voice her thoughts. He did not believe that Sitayi had not heard their footsteps, so her boldness must have been her own initiative. We must take precautions during times of peace. When disaster strikes, we cannot rest on our laurels simply because preventive measures were implemented. We must still combat droughts. For example, we can provide disaster relief, relocate those affected, protect vegetation, improve crops, and enhance agricultural techniques. Situ Yi had initially hoped for Chan'er to offer a simple overview, yet he was surprised she could articulate such significant insights. However, he wondered how protecting vegetation and improving crops related to drought prevention. Furthermore, how could agricultural techniques be enhanced? Chan'er could perceive Situ Ye's concerns. After all, this was an ancient era, and many concepts would elude their understanding. A modern individual would hardly have any questions. Nature is inherently harmonious, yet the exploitation of agriculture has led to resource degradation, resulting in soil erosion and desertification. This, to some extent, has increased the occurrence of natural disasters such as droughts. If you doubt it, you may personally inspect the severely affected barren lands and observe whether they are plagued more by droughts and floods. This inquiry does not necessitate a personal visit. One can discern the situation from local reports and tax data, which evidently correlate. Those who govern wisely must first eradicate the 5 calamities. This is not mere rhetoric. If drought and flood occur frequently, how can the state possibly amass enough grain for relief? Thus, the focus must remain on drought prevention and disaster mitigation. Sima Yi nodded, fully aware of the pressing question, how to prevent such calamities. I once perused an ancient text that proposed the approach of engaging the populace in agriculture and sericulture, imposing light taxes, and encouraging ample reserves to ensure the granaries are stocked and prepared for droughts and floods. This advocates for farmers to maintain a certain level of grain storage, embodying the philosophy of prioritizing agriculture to ward off disasters, akin to accumulating wealth among the populace. Sima Yi furrowed his brow at the notion of accumulating wealth among the people. Shouldn't it be wealth for the nation? A wealthy populace leads to a strong nation. Furthermore, it does not imply that all wealth should be hoarded among the common folk. Each region should possess its own granaries. Special officials should periodically inspect these stores to prevent corruption among officials, even though achieving complete security may be unattainable. Sima Yi understood the principle that clear waters harbor no fish. Is there anything else? In addition, there is the need to develop water conservancy projects and perfect agricultural irrigation systems. However, I am not well versed in these matters. I have merely read about them. The practical implementation and viability depend on capable individuals like yourselves. Sima Yi affectionately pinched Chan'er's nose, momentarily forgetting that they had originally intended to speak casually for the benefit of those outside. Yet, in the midst of their discussion, they genuinely felt as though they were engaged in a lecture or a debate. As for floods, they are not fundamentally different from droughts. The strategies I have mentioned apply equally to both. What are floods, if not an excess of water? It seems rather unreasonable to claim otherwise. Reflecting on a passage from a Ming Dynasty scholar in the Essentials of Knowledge and Cultivation, she recounted that due to the unpredictable nature of winds and droughts after rain, one must use hose to turn the soil, mound the seeds, and shield the ground from the sun, thereby preventing moisture loss and ensuring deep-rooted nourishment, which fortifies the crops against both wind and drought. As for the applicability of these methods, I cannot firmly assert. I can only advocate for bold experimentation and careful validation. What a call for bold experimentation and careful validation. At that moment, the emperor could no longer contain his excitement. He forcefully pushed open the study door and entered with a beaming smile. Chan'er and Sima Yi were taken aback. They exchanged glances. Realizing they had completely forgotten the emperor was outside, Chan'er immediately knelt, and Sima Yi rose to pay his respects, saying, "Your humble son greets the emperor. The servant pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor." "Rise," the emperor commanded. "Chan'er, you need not perform such grand gestures every time you see me. I grant you permission to forego such formalities in informal settings. I thank your majesty for your grace." With that, Chan'er rose, relieved to be spared the formalities she detested most. The emperor scrutinized Chan'er, marveling at a woman with such depth of thought and intellect. Indeed, if she were to teach Yi, he would surely thrive. "I heard everything you just said. It was splendid. I have made no mistake in selecting you as Ye's mentor." He then glanced at the grand tutor, Qin Zhengpeng, and added, "Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengpeng immediately knelt, admitting, "I am indeed ashamed. I recognize my error." The emperor waved his hand, acknowledging that he too had made mistakes in his reign. He pondered aloud. "That statement you made earlier, was it a quotation? From which book did you derive it? I have never encountered it." Chan'er understood precisely which phrase the emperor referenced, yet she found herself unable to explain it. The Ming Dynasty was a historical period long past. After the Ming came the brief reign of Li Chuanwang, followed by the Qing invasion and then the Eight-Nation Alliance. This train of thought furrowed Chan'er's brow, recalling that her previous life was steeped in legalism. Yet rural folk still resorted to vigilante justice. Would anyone seek justice for her in death? A bitter sigh escaped her heart. No, she doubted that would happen. Her grandfather was gone, and that man was the root of her and her grandfather's suffering. Chan'er. Sima Yi noticed her lost in thought, failing to respond to the emperor's question. Growing anxious, he called out to her. Chan'er snapped back to reality, considering how to answer the emperor's query. Your Majesty, I encountered an erudite recluse who possessed only 3 books, but claimed to have gleaned all his knowledge from them. Out of curiosity, I took a glance. The emperor nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. He noted that if she could recall that phrase, it could only mean 2 things. Either she had an excellent memory and was fortunate, or she was concealing a significant secret. However, he decided against pursuing the matter, as he could sense Chan'er's sincerity in her desire for Sima Yi's well-being. Yi, study diligently under Chan'er. I do not expect you to become exceptionally clever, but in accordance with your kind nature, I hope you can ably assist the future sovereign in achieving enduring greatness. Simultaneously, I wish for your lifelong happiness. Each listener had their own interpretation of the emperor's words. To the general, it was a protective sentiment towards Sima Yi. Chan'er pondered whether the emperor feared his words might be misconstrued as favoritism towards Sima Yi. Meanwhile, the left chancellor, Ling Hao, detected an undertone of hopeful expectation. Yet it seemed to hint at Sima Xian being favored for the crown, with Sima Yi positioned as a supporting talent. Grand Tutor Qin Zhengpeng speculated that the crown prince's position was precarious, yet the emperor's words did not convey a strong preference for Sima Yi. Thus, the only remaining possibility pointed to Sima Xian. However, the emperor remained focused on Sima Yi's demeanor, much like the present situation. The Grand Tutor was genuinely perplexed. As the father of Qin Fu, a member of the empress's faction, he was the mentor to both Sima Yi and Sima Xian. This suggested the emperor's lack of favor towards the current crown prince. Yet, he understood that the empress's uncle, Wen Fa, would not blindly support her ambitions. Unless Sima Xian accomplished something remarkable, Wen Fa would not lend his support, which seemed exceedingly unlikely given Sima Xian's temperament. Just as Sima Yi intended to respond to his father, a familiar yet troublesome voice rang from outside. Woof. Instantly, 3 dark lines appeared on Sima Yi's forehead. Your humble son remembers your teachings, father. He turned, barking at the small pig scampering in. Little pig, why have you come in? Who is responsible for this pig? How could it be allowed to wander? Do you not know your father is easily frightened? If you startle him, who will bear the blame? The emperor's mouth twitched at Sima Yi's words. Who told you that your father is easily frightened? My son, do you truly slander your father's noble image? Little did the emperor realize that in Sima Yi's eyes, his father's noble image had long since faded. Chapter 44. The son of a good family thanks to Chan'er's remarks. Sima Yi's lingering fear of the emperor evaporated. He realized that as long as he remained within the bounds of his father's tolerance, no matter how much mischief he caused, his father would never genuinely be angered. Yea, that was clearly a puppy. How can you call a little pig? Has your head been caught in the door? Can you not distinguish between a pig and a dog? Sima Yi stumbled, nearly falling. Father, do you truly think your son so foolish? At this moment, a palace maid rushed in, and upon seeing so many distinguished figures in the study, she was momentarily taken aback, collapsing to her knees in trembling silence. Meanwhile, the little pig displayed an audacious demeanor, dashing toward Chan'er. She sighed, Little pig, could you please come over at a more suitable time? She crouched down to embrace the little creature and approached the maid. Take it away first and find something delicious for it. I noticed it was drooling over the braised pork yesterday. Have someone prepare a meal for it. The maid accepted the little pig, but hesitated to move. Aware that the emperor had yet to speak, the prime minister was bemused. Was it really necessary to prepare braised pork for a mere puppy? Their little dog was indeed quite privileged. Hurry along, he urged. Understanding her concerns about her status, the prime minister waved her off. Once she had exited, he turned to discuss the purpose of his visit today. I am here for 2 reasons. The first pertains to Gardhi. I still wish for him to accompany the general, but he is stubbornly insistent on following you instead. The prime minister understood that Ru was worried about Situ Yi. However, now that he had Chan'er by his side, he felt emboldened to bring it up again. Situ Yi glanced at Hiyuru, who had been his companion since they were 10, and they had shared 6 years together. Throughout these years, they had not only dined and played together, but also shared the burden of mistakes, with Hiyuru always taking half the responsibility. 3 years ago, the general and the prime minister had intended for Hiyuru to learn military strategies under the general's guidance, but Hiyuru had declined, prioritizing his own safety. Situ Yi recognized that Hiyuru's concerns were solely for his sake. Naturally easygoing, Hiyuru was described as kind-hearted, unwilling to guard against those who did not genuinely wish him well. Thus, Hiyuru was exceedingly worried about him. Father, regarding Hiyuru, I truly wish he could accompany the general. After all, that would pave the way for his future. However, I prefer to respect his personal wishes. I do not wish to impose my status upon him, for he is my brother. This last sentiment remained unspoken. Were it just him and the emperor present, Situ Yi would have voiced it directly, but they were not alone. The chancellor, the left minister, and the grand tutor were also present. Not to mention the grand tutor was the father of Lady Qin, and he would naturally lean towards her. Very well, we shall discuss this matter further with you, the general, and guard he in due course. The second matter is that your birthday is approaching. You and Xin have both turned 16, which means it is time for marriage. I have already spoken to your 7th brother about this, and now we await your response. In 3 days, on the 15th, suitable candidates will enter the palace, including the second granddaughter of Grand Tutor Qin Minjun, and the eldest daughter of Left Minister Ling Huan. Both are exceptionally talented and beautiful. The Prime Minister looked up at Situ Yi, who remained impassive, showing no sign of wavering. Your mother's wishes are for you to select one from this group as your primary consort. Additionally, she has requested a favor from me to grant Chan a status befitting a noble woman. Although she hails from a family of healers, if I agree, I trust there will be no objections. After surveying the others, they all bowed in unison, affirming, we have no objections. The Prime Minister nodded in satisfaction, having brought them together to secure Chan's noble status. Chan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, while ancient emperors were known for their promises, nothing was more formal than this arrangement. With so many significant ministers present, her noble status would be beyond reproach and would not be used against her in court. Your servant expresses gratitude for the emperor's grace, she said, preparing to kneel. However, as someone who is not accustomed to kneeling, and recalling the Prime Minister's earlier words about informal occasions, she slowly lowered herself. The emperor smiled knowingly, fully aware of her subtle reluctance. Enough. I have already stated that no formalities are needed in informal settings. A simple expression of gratitude will suffice. However, since I have granted you this privilege, as a condition of exchange, you must educate my son well, ensuring he does not remain as he was before. The emperor deliberately elongated his words, leaving the implication hanging. Everyone present understood that he referred to Situ Yi's past mischief. The condition he mentioned was for Situ Yi to mature and fulfill the responsibilities befitting a prince. Chan'er performed a simple bow, readily agreeing. Though Situ Yi had been a bit unruly in his youth, he had grown into a more composed young man. General Pang, what are your thoughts on the matter we discussed earlier? Pang Dingshan stepped forward, his expression grave. I of course agree, but I am uncertain if Miss Chan shares the same sentiment. Chan'er looked at Pang Dingshan, puzzled, and then glanced at the emperor. What matter were they discussing? Did it concern her? Chan'er, I intend to grant you the status of a noble woman. However, despite the presence of so many esteemed ministers, lacking a solid backing would be somewhat precarious. Therefore, I plan to have you recognize General Pang as your adoptive father, thus providing you with a formal identity. An adoptive father is not a betrayal of one's roots. It does not alter anything. Yet, should others wish to criticize you freely, they must think twice. Understanding the emperor's intention, Chan'er realized that establishing a connection with General Pang would provide her with a degree of protection. Even if the general chose not to assist her directly, others would hesitate to speak ill of her or Situ Yi, given the formidable support of the general. This realization prompted Chan'er to bow deeply in gratitude and formally acknowledge General Pang as her adoptive father. Once all matters were settled, the emperor dismissed everyone except for the general. Naturally, Hiyuru remained. Chan'er noted that it was nearly noon and politely inquired, Your Majesty, will you dine in the princess palace? Unaware that Chan'er was merely being courteous, Situ Yi, coming from a family that lacked such customs, assumed she genuinely wished for the emperor to stay for a meal. Moreover, Chan'er had previously mentioned persuading their father and mother to dine according to her preferences, so he thought it more direct to invite the emperor to dine in the palace. Father, Chan'er's culinary skills are exceptional. Although I am not fond of noodles or vegetables, I thoroughly enjoy her cooking. As he spoke of others' cooking, Situyi's brow furrowed. It could kill a fly. Oh, the emperor's interest piqued. He glanced at Chan'er. Then I must try it, as it would be a rare honor to sample a meal prepared by the general's adoptive daughter. I suppose I am fortunate to have the general's favor today. The emperor's words were sincere. After all, he had come today to secure Chan'er's noble status, and, having recognized the general as her adoptive father, she was now considered a general's daughter. It was unlikely she would freely cook for just anyone. Furthermore, this meal could be seen as a special preparation for the general, with the emperor benefiting from it. Chan'er smiled awkwardly, realizing she had merely intended to be polite. She had no plans to cook. Why did her fate have to be so tragic? With tears welling in her eyes, she went to prepare lunch. Chapter 45. A witty discussion on dishes at this point. Only the emperor, Situyi, the general, and Heiru remained in the study. The emperor resumed the discussion about the first matter, sincerely hoping for Heiru to learn military tactics from the general. Situyi was acutely aware that following the grand general, Heiru's prospects would undoubtedly surpass those of being under his own wing. Yet, Hero was his brother, and the last thing he wished for was to impose his status upon him. He merely hoped that Heiru would tread the path he envisioned. Your Majesty, I truly wish to remain by your side to protect you. I'm not one who lacks discernment, but, Your Highness, you are exceedingly kind-hearted, and I find it hard to trust others to look after you. At this moment, Heiru felt no hesitation and boldly articulated his thoughts. As only the four of them were present, and he had not uttered anything excessively outlandish. Observing Heiru's forthrightness, the Minister of Politics found it difficult to respond. He merely exchanged a look with the Grand General, conveying a clear message. I bestow upon you a clever and astute daughter. You must find a way to guide this promising yet obstinate child to become a second Grand General like yourself. Pang Dingshan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he recalled Siye's words from their earlier meeting at his residence. They say a son follows his father. If he lacks a rebellious spirit, how could I be rebellious? It seems Situyi indeed possessed foresight. Ahem, how about this? Since Heiru is concerned for the 8th prince's safety, you have a sister who shares a strong bond with my daughter, right? Conveniently, on the 1st and 15th of each month, I must attend court. You could accompany me to Liao City on the afternoon of the 1st and return on the 4th. Then visit on every 2nd day and return on every 4th. During your visits to Liao City, allow your sister to enter the palace to care for the 8th prince. I trust you won't worry about your sister, will you? Heiru was momentarily taken aback, asking, visit on the 2nd and return on the 4th? That amounts to just 3 days in a month. His inquiry earned him disdainful glances from the other 3. It's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, as well as the 12th, 13th, 14th, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. That totals 9 days. Situyi unceremoniously pointed out the flaw in Heiru's understanding. Feeling slightly embarrassed for his earlier confusion, Heiru flushed, reflecting on how, as a grown man who had seen battle, he was now blushing over a simple miscommunication, especially when it wasn't even for a woman he admired. The group then deliberated on the specific arrangements, including where Zishi would reside during her days in the palace. Heiru's greatest concern lay in Zishi's free-spirited nature. The palace was filled with individuals of varying ranks, and he feared that should she encounter someone of significance and speak out of turn, it could lead to repercussions, not for himself, but for her. The Minister of Politics, however, was untroubled. Heiru, you need not worry. I have faith that with Chan'er guiding her, she will know what to say and what to avoid. Moreover, should any incident occur, I possess the authority to address it personally. Grateful, Heiru knelt to express his thanks, with the minister's assurance. Even those who might wish to punish Zishi privately would think twice. For one, Zishi's own skills were commendable, and few would dare to challenge her discreetly. Additionally, with the minister's backing, any private punishment would be seen as a grave affront to the emperor, punishable by severe consequences. Your Majesty, lunch is ready, Liang Ping announced as he approached the study door. The Minister of Politics rose and made his way to the dining hall. The palace, constructed from the remnants of a former dynasty, was not particularly grand. Although referred to as a palace, it was essentially a courtyard with 4 entrances. The capital had shifted to Jin City only after the first emperor of the Jin dynasty established it as such, following a year of expansion. However, given the recent cessation of hostilities, extensive renovations were ill-advised, leading to only a simple enhancement. Moreover, the palace was originally a temporary residence, spacious yet lacking in opulence. The emperor favored the distinctly marked seasons of the northern lands, and though Jin City did not exhibit them as prominently, it was still preferable to many other locales. Initially, the emperor contemplated relocating the capital further north, yet his ministers vehemently opposed this due to the proximity to the borders of the Great Shang Kingdom, which posed a risk to the realm's stability. Consequently, the location was settled upon. As the new ruler, the minister sought to retain the adult princes close by, rather than confining them to the inner palace, with the intention of discerning a suitable candidate for succession. Opening a residence outside the palace was not his desire. He preferred to observe them personally and ensure their conduct. Hence, the East Palace was separated into Yun Jing Palace and this unnamed palace. Upon entering the dining hall, the array of dishes, while not extravagant, was indeed appetizing. Very well, today we shall not distinguish between ruler and subject. Let us all sit together. With a grand gesture, the Minister of Politics invited Siyi to take a seat beside him and beckoned, "Chan'er, come sit by my side." The minister could not help but feel a pang of frustration, thinking, "Son, shouldn't you offer the Grand General a place first? If you have feelings for Chan'er, why not curry favor with her adoptive father? After all, he is your father-in-law." Chan'er first greeted the minister, then Siyi, and finally the Grand General, saying, "Father-in-law, please take a seat." The minister nodded, appreciating Chan'er's sensibility, and shot a pointed glare at Siyi. The latter felt unjustly accused by the look. After the steward, Zheng Gonggong, sampled the dishes and began serving, the minister interjected, "Zhengde, you needn't serve me. You should join us for lunch as well. After all, you've already tasted the food, and with my son present, what could possibly go wrong?" Zheng Gonggong said nothing, merely bowing and withdrawing, a testament to their years of mutual understanding. He knew that words would hold little weight. As the door to the main hall closed behind him, the group settled down. The Minister of Politics took the head seat, flanked by the Grand General and Siyi, followed by Heroine and Chan'er. As the minister prepared to eat, he examined the modest spread before him. Merely 4 dishes and 2 soups. "Chan'er, won't you introduce these dishes to us? What are their names?" The minister's inquiry was a subtle challenge, testing Chan'er's quick thinking. She smiled slightly, not overthinking it. For the 6 dishes were likely unfamiliar to them. Due to their foreign heritage, their usual cuisine was steeped in tradition, quite distinct from that of the Central Plains. Even if they had sampled Central Plains cuisine, these modern preparations would be new to them. Ancient seasonings may have lacked refinement, but the essence of the dishes remained intact. After all, ancient cuisine was entirely natural, unlike modern dishes laden with pesticides. Compared to contemporary fare, ancient dishes were undoubtedly more nutritious and flavorful. Thus, Chan'er stood and pointed to the ginger spinach, saying, "This is ginger spinach." The minister interrupted, "Are you not aware that Yi dislikes the taste of ginger? Moreover, it does not sound appetizing." Understanding her predicament, Chan'er realized the minister was not genuinely inquiring about the dish names, but was rather testing her. With a twinkle in her eye, she recalled the clever responses of Ziwei from My Fair Princess and smiled brightly. "The dish is named A Wisp of Willow, 1,000 Threads of Grievance, 3 parts rest, 2 parts pause. This dish possesses nourishing and health-promoting properties." Observing the expression on Situye's face, it is evident that he has a hearty appetite. However, the king remarked that Situye despises ginger juice, which could be interpreted as a form of disdain. He then pointed to the stir-fried crab roe and the lotus pond stir-fry, saying, "This dish is called Still the Peach Blossoms Flowing, Bamboo Leaves Drunk Before the Cup. It too serves to nourish and promote health." Additionally, this dish evokes the image of lotus fields by the lakeside, where faint hints of red flowers can be seen, playing a role in disease prevention. Next, he gazed at the crispy meat and said, "This dish is named The Autumn Air Can Sadden, Yet the Light Chill is Most Charming, though it is currently summer. The end of the season is in sight, and our Jin City remains quite warm. Thus, I intentionally prepared this dish to clear heat and detoxify." He then pointed to the mushroom soup and a yellow fish and sea cucumber broth, remarking, "This dish is titled Frost Forms, Uncommon Varieties Fade. Yet one stands tall amongst the branches. although its essence may not reach such heights. The mountain mushrooms indeed hide among the grass, unwilling to yield to the lesser herbs, awaiting discovery, much like a steed waiting for a discerning rider. This soup also serves to clear heat. The final dish is named Peach Blossom Waters Flowing Away, revealing a realm beyond this world, and it promotes digestion. Hearing your words, I cannot help but feel you possess an intention to retreat from the world. However, regarding Chanxin, it is somewhat convincing to say she has received guidance from a person of great wisdom to acquire such knowledge. The poetry implies a desire to withdraw. Were it not for such a sage, at her tender age, despite a bit more experience, she would not harbor such thoughts, would she? Thus, it is only possible that her mentor is indeed a recluse, guiding her talent toward a disposition of withdrawal. Chapter 46. A Mere Woman. The king casually picked some dishes and took a bite, nodding in approval of the exquisite craftsmanship. He sampled each dish, relishing the informal dining experience for the first time. Your Majesty, when my mother was alive, I indeed considered retreating from the world, for then I would not have suffered so greatly at the hands of my adoptive father. However, as fate would have it, since I honor my mother's last wishes to find someone, I could not leave. The king nodded, remaining silent, then glanced at the general, who was rarely so gentle in demeanor. Usually stern, he would occasionally smile, but gentleness was not his hallmark. It could only be said he was not cold. My daughter, dear, you shall henceforth be my good daughter. If that scoundrel dares to bully you again, I shall make him regret his very existence. Furthermore, should anyone dare to harm you, I will tear down their roof. Upon saying this, he looked up at the ceiling of the dining hall and casually inquired, Eighth Prince, I wonder if the roof of your palace is sturdy? A threat. This is a blatant threat. Situ Yi stiffened, holding his head high, exuding an air of fearless defiance. My palace is indeed solid. Moreover, I shall not grant you the chance to tear it down. If it is to be torn down, I shall do it myself. Cough, cough. The king was caught mid-bite when he heard Situ Ye's words, leading to a choking fit. Chanxin quickly rose to pat the king's back, easing his breath, and poured a cup of tea for Situ Yi, waiting until the king had settled before allowing him to drink. The king shot a glare at Situ Yi. Chanxin, give a name to Yi's palace. I do not trust him. Your Majesty, is that appropriate? You do not trust your own son, yet you trust an outsider? Suppressing laughter until her face flushed. One wonders what thoughts were racing through Ye's mind at this moment. Does he think I am usurping his father's affection? Father, I have a question. Am I your son, or is she your daughter? Why do you trust her, but not me? Indeed, Situ Yi did not disappoint Chanxin, leaving her in a state of amused exasperation. It must be said, Situ Yi is exceedingly childish. Your Majesty, I do have a name in mind, though I am unsure if it will suffice. Pray share it. Since hearing Chanxin's clever naming of the dishes, the king eagerly anticipated the name she would bestow upon Situ Ye's palace. Not only did the poetic essence and meaning align closely, but the fact that she could conceive such an insightful name in a brief moment demonstrated her intellectual agility and depth of knowledge. Lanyu Pavilion. Lanyu Pavilion. Lanyu Pavilion. Exquisite, the king exclaimed, once again appraising Chanxin, then turned to the general. How I wish Chanxin were a man. General Pang Ding Shan nodded in agreement. If Chanxin were a man, she could lead troops into battle. Within a decade, the great Shang kingdom would surely face defeat. Alas, she is but a mere woman. No, Chanxin cannot be a man. Just then, as the king and General Pang lamented Chanxin as femininity, Situ Yi interjected. What nonsense! If Chanxin were a man, would that not imply I have a penchant for unconventional inclinations? We cannot set such a precedent. At that moment, Hero, who had remained silent, suddenly summoned courage. If Miss Chanxin were a man, I would not be compelled to learn military strategy under General Pang's insistence. Moreover, I could wed my sister to her, which would be splendid. Upon saying this, he was met with an indignant glare from Situ Yi. Yet, Hero remained unfazed. But the next moment, Yi, why did you kick me? Situ Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. He had clearly aimed at Hero. He looked at the king with a pitiful expression. Father, I merely intended to peteraw, but perhaps I overstepped. Everyone else was left speechless. Hero's I twitched. Your Majesty, Your Highness General, do you not think we should focus on our meal? The dishes will grow cold if we do not eat. Miss Chanxin worked hard in the kitchen. It would be unkind not to appreciate her efforts, would it not? Eat. We speak not while dining, understand? The king resolutely buried himself in his meal, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. At long last, the meal concluded, and the king, in high spirits, personally inscribed a name for Situye's palace and ordered its restoration and decoration. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the day for well-bred youths to enter the palace, the queen observed the new arrivals with a smile, nodding approvingly, offering a few simple words of guidance before allowing them to follow Lady Yuan to learn the palace rules. Lady Yuan held the rank of a palace maid of the 8th grade, thus wielding a degree of authority. They were responsible for instructing the new palace maids. Each batch of well-bred youths passed through Lady Yuan's hands, though some were naturally more fortunate, such as Ling Huan and Qin Minjun. Those of a certain status would typically be bestowed upon different princes after completing their etiquette training. Those not married off or chosen by a prince remained in the palace as maids until the age of 25, when they could exit. Chan'er and Situ Yi sat in the study, discussing the topic of the day. They had previously been talking about how to discern human hearts, gauging a person's thoughts through minor actions. Today, they revisited a matter Chan'er had previously mentioned, to be foolish in the face of wisdom. At this point, Situ Yi recalled a question. Chan'er, since the pleasure house originally belonged to Yuan Jingzhen, why was it necessary to purchase it? Chan'er understood he was referring to the incident when the pleasure house auctioned her off, though he did not state it directly, likely to spare her feelings. While I do not know the true reason, I suspect it was to distance himself from the affair. But could it truly be that simple? At this moment, as Chan'er contemplated this question, her heart began to waver. If outsiders were unaware it was his property, why did he make such a public appearance? Although he did not explicitly state he was there to buy her, many were privy to the truth. Furthermore, within the realm of brothels, who did not know his intentions? If he sought to distance himself, why take such actions? With so many subordinates, surely he had trustworthy individuals. Why must he personally attend? The doubts were indeed numerous. Without any action on his part, she could not unravel the mystery. She has been in the palace for several days, having only met the crown prince, Sidu Zhang, once in a hurried encounter at the courtyard gate. Why is there no sign of Sidu Zhang? Surely he would come to investigate the situation at least once. And what of Yuan Jingzhen? Last time, he was led to the tea-tasting event by Sidu Yi and then took away Yuan Kai. He must have discovered that she was indeed in the capital and by Situ Yi's side. Otherwise, the chancellor could not possibly know so much. Chapter 47. Choked while eating i.e., you mentioned that Yuan Kai is Yuan Jingzhen's illegitimate son, but isn't Yuan Jingzhen's wife particularly jealous? Situ Yi nodded and began to discuss the matter of this illegitimate son with Chan'er. Originally, Yuan Jingzhen had no concubines or secondary partners. However, later on, when Yuan's wife became pregnant, she feared that Yuan Jingzhen might keep a mistress outside. Rather than endure such discomfort, she preferred someone familiar to serve him. At least someone she knew, who would not stir up trouble under her watchful eye. Thus, Yuan's wife elevated her personal maid to the status of a concubine. 3 years later, coinciding with the 10th anniversary of Yuan Jingzhen's mother's death, Yuan's wife returned to her hometown with him, leaving the concubine to manage the household on her own. As fate would have it, just after they departed the capital, she learned of her own pregnancy. Had Yuan's wife remained, perhaps Yuan Kai would never have been born. Or if Yuan Jingzhen and his wife had been aware of the concubine's pregnancy before their departure, the outcome might have been the same. The concubine's life would likely have been in jeopardy. The concubine understood this, hence she kept her pregnancy a secret. Yuan's wife's people also left with her, and it was not until Yuan Jingzhen and the others returned that the concubine was close to her due date, which is why Yuan Jingzhen paid particular attention to her, and Yuan's wife had no opportunity to act. As for Yuan Kai's remarkable talents, it was likely the result of the concubine's private tutoring. Though the concubine was not highly educated, she was clever and astute. Even though Yuan Kai was raised under Yuan's wife's care, she could not afford to be overly harsh with him. Moreover, the concubine subtly encouraged Yuan Kai, which spurred his ambition further. The legitimate son was a dullard, while the illegitimate son was exceptionally gifted, which infuriated Yuan's wife for quite some time. Chan'er nodded in comprehension, realizing there was much more to this than met the eye. But how did Yi know this? She cast a puzzled glance at Situ Yi, her eyes filled with accusations of eavesdropping. Situ Yi picked up his teacup, sipped leisurely, and after a moment, set it down. Achan, this information was not obtained through my inquiries. It was revealed by Yi Ruo. All right, now I finally believe. With a skilled hand, no wall corner is unturned. Ah, another line of poetry I don't understand, but it sounds rather trite. Is it not something you composed yourself? Ha! If my father and the Grand General knew their talented daughter penned such lines, they would surely be mortified. Chanarshot Siti glare, that is not poetry, is merely a proverb. Of course, you esteemed gentlemen would not understand, nor have you ever heard it. If I told you to dig at a wall corner, I would genuinely fear you would take a hoe to our courtyard. Situyi's lips twitched. Chanar, am I really that foolish? While I may not grasp the precise meaning, I know you would never truly expect me to dig at our courtyard's wall. If I were to dig, it would be someone else's. Chanar, what does a hoe look like? Gazing at Situyi's sparkling eyes filled with curiosity, Chanar replied impatiently, look into a bronze mirror. It will reflect exactly how a hoe looks. Situyi's expression fell. You, Chanar, do you have no sense of aesthetics? I'm a handsome man, a remarkably handsome prince. With that, Situyi proudly lifted his head, resembling a peacock surveying its domain. You always resort to your status when you cannot win an argument, bringing forth this prince to assert dominance. However, those 3 words truly do carry weight, but not in my presence. Yes, you are not just anyone. You are my teacher. Situyi seemed to grasp Chanar's intent, huffing as he turned away while muttering, a good man does not quarrel with a woman. Chanar pursed her lips, a charming smile gracing her lips. A good man. Tell me a few wall corners to listen to. Just then, Liang Ping entered and overheard her words, puzzled. What is a wall corner? He instinctively glanced at the corners of the courtyard. What is there to discuss? Aren't they all the same? Can they even bloom flowers? As he pondered this, he noticed an unnamed flower standing at one corner, having sprung up unnoticed, unsure if it was a domestic or wild bloom. All right, Liang Ping conceded. Indeed, flowers can grow at corners. Liang Ping, is there something you need? Reporting to your highness, a messenger has just come from Lady Chi's palace, stating that she wishes to meet Miss Chanar. Situyi's brow furrowed. What could his mother want of Chanar? Recalling that the chancellor had mentioned a favor sought by his mother, allowing Chanar to be recognized as a legitimate daughter and bestowing upon her the title of a general's adopted daughter, he felt reassured. Chanar, my mother resides in Fengke Palace. Situyi then shared with Chanar some taboos and preferences regarding his mother, as well as details about Fengke Palace. Originally, Fengke Palace was not meant for Lady Chi, as she was merely a beauty. According to the system of the former Jin dynasty, Fengke Palace was designated for the consort, while other palaces had fewer restrictions. However, since the chancellor had no intention of establishing a consort, Fengke Palace remained unoccupied until Lady Chi entered the palace, at which point the chancellor granted it to her, thus sealing the fate of the relationship between the empress and Lady Chi. Initially, there were suggestions in court against giving Fengke Palace to Lady Chi, arguing it was against ancestral customs, but the chancellor dismissed them, stating he had no intention of establishing a consort, thus avoiding courtly unrest. This was not without reason. At the dawn of the former Jin dynasty, a consort was appointed, but the ensuing palace intrigues escalated into court disputes. During that time, the ailing king established his eldest son as the crown prince. However, not long after, this crown prince, appointed by the ailing king, inexplicably choked to death while eating. Consequently, the crown prince position was vacated, yet the ailing king was gravely ill, leaving the third prince, the consort's son, as a strong contender, while the second prince, being the ailing king's cousin's son, was considered simple-minded and thus excluded from contention. The chancellor was the youngest son of the ailing king, and his maternal family was the weakest. During this time, the third and fourth princes were in fierce competition, and the empress, fueled by her hatred for the consort due to the crown prince's demise, ardently supported the fourth prince. The empress believed that the crown prince's death was orchestrated by the consort, which, in fact, had some truth to it, although the precise circumstances remained unclear. Eventually, when Fu noticed the fifth prince and, after some investigation, decided to support him. At that time, the fifth prince was merely 13, and his maternal family lacked influence, relying solely on Wen Fu's private efforts. By 14, he had garnered some support from few officials. Meanwhile, the ailing king's condition worsened, and unforeseen complications arose. The imperial physicians discovered that the king's ailment was not due to illness, but rather poison, a slow-acting toxin that had gone undetected until it was too late. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the poison likely originated from the consort. Consequently, the third prince found himself in a precarious situation. as being accused of conspiring against the emperor was no trivial matter, even though it was not definitively proven at that time. Such implications necessitated careful consideration from his supporters. Then Wen Fu secretly sought to gather support for the fifth prince, and ultimately, everyone unexpectedly rallied behind him. Half a year later, the political king ascended the throne smoothly, with all the ministers who had supported him receiving commendations, while the third prince was sentenced to life imprisonment. This was due to evidence proving that his mother had conspired against the political king, although the evidence was not entirely conclusive, resulting in a life sentence rather than execution. As for the fourth prince, during the struggle for the throne, he made grave errors that nearly led to the political king's demise. Upon his ascension, the political king bestowed upon him the death penalty. However, his family was spared, merely demoted from officials to commoners, forever barred from official positions and examinations for 3 generations. The second prince was sent to his fief for cultivation, while the late empress was honored as the Grand Empress Dowager. And the secondary consort was granted a white silk ribbon, honoring his mother as the Empress Dowager. After these events, the political king resolved not to appoint a secondary consort. Under such circumstances, the Fengke Palace was granted to the beautiful Qi. Chan'er, my mother is exceedingly kind, yet I am her only son. Thus she dotes on me in a manner unlike others. I have grown accustomed to it. She is quite typical of a domineering nature. She may bully me, but no one else is permitted to do so. Upon hearing this, Chan'er couldn't help but raise her brows. I sent this what they call protective of one's own. Moreover, she frequently criticizes my faults, yet she alone is entitled to do so. You must contradict her, proclaiming my virtues instead. Otherwise, she shall be displeased. She is incredibly astute, capable of discerning the truth of your words through your emotions, language, and choice of words in an instant. Hence, it is wise not to speak falsehoods in her presence. Chan'er nodded. Do not worry. I understand what must be done. I have met her once before and have some understanding of her disposition. Moreover, her demeanor towards you may differ from that towards me. Thus your insights may only serve as reference. Sima, I concurred. While that may be so, I remain concerned for your well-being. Perhaps I should accompany you. Immediately, Sima, I stood up, preparing to change his attire to accompany Chan'er in meeting his mother. Chan'er found this amusing yet worrisome. I only acted thus when it came to her matters. Did he always act impulsively without careful thought? Such a temperament in the palace was far from advantageous. Chapter 48. The gift of 10 sticks of the ruler's rod. Chan'er gently shook her head, declining Sima I's kind offer. She then leaned closer to whisper a few words into his ear. Sima I's expression turned grave upon hearing her thoughts. If what Chan'er suspected were true, the days ahead would likely be arduous. After speaking, Chan'er rose, adjusted her palace attire, and, under Liang Ping's guidance, proceeded to the Fengke Palace. At that moment, Qi Meiren was reclining on a small couch in the Yinyu Pavilion, sipping tea while reading a book. Xiaxiang gracefully entered, my lady. The personal maid of the 8th prince has arrived. Qi Meiren set down her teacup, her gaze still fixed on the book. Let her wait. This was a gift from me to her. Pointing to a mat, Qi Meiren instructed, and Xiaxiang's expression flickered momentarily before swiftly returning to neutrality. Understood. After taking the mat outside, she re-entered shortly after. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Qi Meiren closed her book, and Xiaxiang assisted her in rising. After a brief adjustment to her attire, Qi Meiren settled back onto the small couch. Let her come in. Chan'er knelt there, and although there was a mat, kneeling was still kneeling. During her first visit to the palace, she had only knelt briefly. Most of the time, she stood. Yet here, upon arrival, she was made to kneel for a full quarter of an hour. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not frustrated or complaining. She has finished her grooming. You may enter. Having spent considerable time with Qi Meiren, Xiaxiang understood her thoughts well. While she did not treat Chan'er with overt reverence, she was not excessively disrespectful either. After thanking her, Chan'er rose but stumbled slightly due to the prolonged kneeling, nearly falling to the ground. As she steadied herself, a sharp pain shot through her knees. Upon entering, she inadvertently noticed an inconspicuous little maid exiting the Yinyu Pavilion. A smile crept across her face. Surely, such an unremarkable individual would not attract anyone's attention. Stealing a glance at Xiaxiang, she caught a fleeting smirk in her eyes, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. She realized, then, that she was no longer concerned about her inexplicable punishment. It was no wonder Sima I remarked that his mother was astute, She truly was exceptionally clever. Despite knowing that there were spies in her courtyard, she neither eliminated them nor restricted Chan'er's freedom. This was akin to exposing the hidden pieces on the chessboard. Better to know the identity of one's adversaries than to have them lurking in the shadows, waiting to trip you up. Yet at the same time, Chan'er felt a twinge of unease. The palace's intrigues were brutally fierce. Having watched so many palace dramas, it was evident that sacrifices were inevitable. Moreover, the lives of maids and palace women were hardly regarded as lives by their mistresses. She began to regret entering the palace alongside Sima I, increasingly pondering whether it would have been better to follow him into the mountains and rivers, living a simpler life together. She wondered if such a life was still within her reach. Lost in thought, she entered the Yinyu pavilion and beheld Chanxin, momentarily taken aback. Today, Chanxin was adorned in a gown of azure hues, her hair fixed with a golden hairpin embellished with wisteria blossoms, and her temples adorned with magnolia ornaments, simple yet remarkably elegant. Suddenly, Chanxin Wisteria? How did she know what wisteria looked like? If her memory served her right, the former Jin kingdom had no wisteria. Although wisteria thrived in temperate or warm climates, it was primarily found near the southern borders of the former Jin kingdom, with further south leading to the territory of the southern Mu kingdom. Despite the long-standing peace between the two nations, there was no trade. Thus, wisteria predominantly flourished in southern Mu. Yet, because of its adaptability to various growing environments, she had noted its cultivation in her poison medical texts. Could it be that this Chanxin was indeed the senior sister of her mother? If that were true, it would be splendid, but she could not afford to be careless. The consequences were too grave to bear. Why do you not even bow upon seeing this palace? Chanxin raised her hand, delicately dabbing her nose with a silk handkerchief, as if something unsightly had marred her features. Your servant Chan'er pays her respects to Chanxin. She curtsied, not overly formal, as it was not an official occasion, and given her status as the adopted daughter of a great general, though she remained Sima I's maid, the implications were different now. Rise. Chanxin's tone was indifferent, and she glanced at Xiaxiang, who stepped out, taking the other palace maids with her, leaving Chan'er alone with Chanxin. It was clear that Chanxin had something significant to discuss with her. Sister has arrived. Sun Wan, leading the newly entered palace maids, approached their quarters with a broad smile after allocating the courtyards. However, Ling Huan's expression was far from pleasant. Given her status, she was not required to enter the palace as a noblewoman. According to the ancestral system of the former Jin kingdom, daughters aged 12 to 15 from families of officials ranked 4th or higher could serve as 4th-rank female officials in the palace. The selection of consorts for the emperor was a joint effort of the emperor, empress, and dowager empress, while the selection for princes was undertaken by the empress and their mothers. Those not selected could return home and marry at 15. Yet this year, the selection ceremony for Sima Xian and Sima I had changed, now exclusively choosing from noble families. Since her previous encounter with Sima I on the street, Ling Huan had developed feelings for him. Their subsequent meeting at the tea-tasting event deepened her admiration for his talents, provided she could overlook that wretched Chan'er. Xiaoyu glanced at the approaching Sun Wan and declared, Sun Wan, Our Lady demands a separate chamber. Sun Wan's expression was one of resignation as she said, Miss Xiaoyu, in truth, you have your own quarters. Although you are assigned to share a room with General Pang's daughter, she does not reside here. Her presence is merely nominal. You see, Sun Wan glanced around and lowered her voice. She lives in Lanhua Pavilion. Excuse me? Lanhua Pavilion? Where is that? Moreover, isn't General Pang childless? Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, puzzled, as she had never heard of such a place within the palace. After all, it was common knowledge that General Pang fought valiantly in battle, and when his wife passed away, he had no offspring. Ever since, he had lived in solitude, without even a concubine. Where could this daughter possibly come from? Well, to entertain the possibility, even if he had a daughter, what made her so exceptional? Sun Wan stepped closer to Xiaoyu and whispered, I heard she was brought into the palace by the 8th prince and is the adopted daughter of the general. Everyone knows how deeply the general loved his wife. He would never take a second wife, let alone a concubine, and not even a single maidservant. Yet, this adopted daughter seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and it was even decreed by the emperor. Lanhua Pavilion was originally nameless, and everyone had gotten used to calling it the Nameless Palace, which was, in fact, the 8th prince's residence. The name was given by her, with the emperor's own inscription. personally framed and restored by eunuch Zheng, which demonstrated its significance. Ling Huan, upon hearing this, felt a chill emanate from her eyes, reminiscent of ancient glaciers. It is she. How could it be her? She was beside the 8th prince and resided within his palace. Shall you go? Ling Huan whispered a few words into Xiao Yu's ear, and a look of understanding crossed Xiao Yu's face. This servant shall take care of it at once. With that, Xiao Yu paid no further heed to Sun Quan and left directly. Sun Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, you haven't finished your training. You can't wander around after learning palace rules. If anything happens, it would implicate me. Just as she was about to call after her, Ling Huan stopped her. Fear not. You shall not be implicated. Having said that, she handed over a pouch. Although Sun Quan accepted the pouch, she felt at a loss for words. After all, Ling Huan was the legitimate daughter of the right minister. Who dared to provoke her? Certainly not she. Now, all she hoped was that Xiao Yu would not run into any trouble that would reflect poorly on her. After all, should a problem arise, Ling Huan would undoubtedly remain unharmed, but as a teaching maid, she would face punishment. The lightest consequence would be 30 strokes of the cane, while the heaviest could lead to the loss of life. Not long after, Xiao Yu returned, excitement radiating from her as she hurried to Ling Huan, eagerly recounting her observations from Fengke Palace. Upon hearing, Ling Huan's spirits lifted. Chan'er was punished to kneel in Fengke Palace for at least 2/4 an hour, and then, Xiao Yu, knowing that her master would continue to inquire, smiled even broader. Then that wretched maid was summoned by concubine Shi. But it seemed she was dismissed after just a cup of tea and received 10 strokes as punishment. Did she bleed? Xiao Yu's excitement dimmed slightly as she replied. I took a discreet glance, and she did not bleed. After all, it was merely 10 strokes. I suspect concubine Shi, mindful of that maid's current status, only punished her lightly. Eventually, I exerted considerable effort and finally saw Aunt Xia. Aunt Xia mentioned that concubine Shi loves to listen to autumn wind when she has a headache, so I told her that Our Lady can play it. Consequently, Aunt Xia asked me to inquire if Our Lady has time to perform for concubine Shi to alleviate her headache. Ling Huan's eyes, resembling glistening grapes, narrowed with delight. How fortunate that Xiao Yu encountered that wretched maid receiving punishment. Is the palace's situation as my father described it? Xiao Yu nodded. It is indeed true that the Empress and concubine Shi are at odds, as the Emperor dotes on concubine Shi. He has showered her with affection for 10 years without fail. Furthermore, although some say the Emperor claimed her noble background was sought by concubine Shi, Aunt Xia informed me that this is not the case. This is precisely why concubine Shi is incensed with that wretched maid. After hearing this, Ling Huan stood up. Let us go see concubine Shi to perform a piece for her and help ease her headache. Chapter 49. Return to Lanhua Pavilion at this moment. The servants' quarters were in disarray, not for any trivial reason, but because the crown princess had just sent over 2 sets of formal palace attire, intended for important occasions. The first set was blue, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, though it depicted a 4-clawed design. The second set was made of dark blue silk, adorned with a pattern of a dragon above and a phoenix below, with the dragon being a 4-clawed golden dragon and the phoenix a fledgling. It was evident that these garments were meant for the crown prince and crown princess at official events, such as the emperor's birthday celebration or feast for foreign guests. However, it was unusual for the servants' quarters to be responsible for laundering such formal attire, and if they mishandled them, it would truly be a matter of life and death. Typically, the servants' quarters handled rough tasks, and while they washed garments belonging to various imperial ladies and concubines, these were mostly ordinary clothes. Garments of such significance were meant to be cleaned by specialized laundry services. Suddenly, eunuch Lu recalled Ruqing, who had recently come from the crown princess's quarters, allegedly because she had hurt the crown princess while styling her hair. While this was the rumor, everyone knew the truth was likely far from it. With her delicate features and seemingly cheerful eyes, Ruqing was indeed a beauty, and although the palace was filled with such women, her beauty was considered exceptional. It was said that Ruqing had previously served in Chanxin Palace before being transferred to the crown princess's service, a clear indication of the prince's intentions. However, their scheming should not drag us, the lowly servants, into their conflicts. Though eunuch Lu ranked as a first-class eunuch within the servants' quarters, holding a 6th-grade position, he was still the highest authority in that area. After all, the ranks of palace maids and eunuchs differed from those in the court. While the court hierarchy was strictly hierarchical, palace dynamics depended more on who had won the favor of their masters, rendering ranks somewhat superficial. In the servants' quarters, there was little opportunity to gain favor, but ample risk of offending their superiors. Eunuch Liu was in a foul mood and summoned Ruqing, presenting the two sets of valuable palace attire to her. Ruqing, you recognize these garments, don't you? You know how to wash and care for them, I trust. Ruqing glanced at the garments and then slightly bowed before stepping back. The two maids carrying the clothes followed her closely. Ruqing bit her lip, aware that palace attire could not be casually laundered. The necessary materials were not available in the servants' quarters unless she sought out Granny Zhang, who was the only one capable of acquiring them. First, take them to my room and remember to remind everyone that if anything goes awry and these garments require compensation, it will not be just my responsibility, but the entire servants' quarters. Having spoken, Ruqing departed. The two young maids exchanged glances. Though Ruqing was a second-class maid of the 8th rank, currently penalized to perform menial tasks, her status still held weight. While the two maids were merely junior maids of the 9th rank, they dared not disregard her words, but within the servants' quarters, they held the lowest position. Those who shared a room with Ruqing were also of similar rank, so they hesitated to relay her message. However, palace intrigue was pervasive, even extending to their small servants' quarters, which were rife with internal strife. Once outside the servants' quarters, Ruqing hurried toward Chanxin Palace. From a distance, she spotted someone leaning against the palace wall, moving slowly, wincing with every step. Despite her contorted expression, her beauty was undeniable. She was a woman of ethereal grace. Ruqing unconsciously quickened her pace, changing direction to approach her. As I drew nearer, I discovered that she possessed a pair of captivating eyes, shimmering and soft, evoking a sensation that one might easily become ensnared within their depths. Her features were perfectly harmonious, her complexion as pale as snow, rendering her beauty beyond words. I was utterly entranced. It was my first encounter with someone of such exquisite allure. Even the phrase, stunningly beautiful, fell woefully short of capturing her magnificence. Who is she? I thought, momentarily taken aback by her gaze fixed upon me. It made me slightly bashful, my cheeks flushed. However, as an opportunity arose to engage with someone, I felt compelled to inquire, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the Lanyo Pavilion?" Though I was not typically directionally challenged, the vastness of the palace overwhelmed me. My mind had been consumed with Liang Ping's various admonitions, causing me to lose track of my path. Liang Ping had mentioned that Xia Xiang would accompany me back, but given the recent circumstances, it was a stroke of luck she had not ridiculed me further. Upon hearing my question, she performed a respectful greeting. Dressed in the attire of a 4th-rank palace maid, she naturally assumed I was one of the palace's inner maids. "If you wish to go to the Lanyo Pavilion, allow me to escort you," she offered. I nodded, my discomfort manifesting as a dull ache in my rear. I had anticipated a mere 10 strikes. Yet the pain was far more intense than expected. While I had endured my share of trials at the Huahuan building, none had been quite this excruciating. Was it possible that strikes to one's rear were particularly painful? She remained silent as we journeyed, and upon reaching the Lanyo Pavilion, we encountered Heroine exiting. He paused, surprised. "Banxiao, why are you so late?" "His Highness just asked me to inquire about your whereabouts, jokingly suggesting you might have lost your way in the palace." It was only then that Heroine noticed my pallor. "Are you injured?" He glanced at the maid supporting me, though I was unfamiliar with her. "Wait, she seems somewhat familiar," he mused. As Ruqing released me, she bowed to Heroine, who, as a guard, held a significantly higher status than us. The Lanyo Pavilion was the residence of the 8th prince, and his sole attendant was Heroine. Ruqing was aware of Heroine's reputation. He was said to be remarkably handsome, rivaling even the 8th prince, and held in high esteem by the Grand General, who repeatedly urged him to accompany him into battle. Yet he had declined. "Brother I'm fine. Please do not inform His Highness of this. Just say, I have returned, but am feeling a bit fatigued and wish to rest in my chamber." Ruqing nodded, recognizing that this inner maid was well regarded in the 8th prince's presence, allowing her to forego her duties. However, it struck me as peculiar. When had the 8th prince acquired an inner maid? Typically, a princess palace would only have a chief eunuch of the 5th rank, his personal attendant. Ruqing assisted me into the pavilion, and suddenly Heroine exclaimed, "It's you? You were the one I encountered last time, weren't you?" Surprised by his recollection, I nodded. Hirua's face softened into a gentle smile. Thank you for bringing Banqiao back. The last time I saw you, you weren't dressed in the attire of the service quarters. I was punished for a mistake and sent to the service quarters, I explained. Hirua nodded in understanding. Banqiao, what happened to you? Liang Ping emerged from the study, holding a small piglet, and spotted me as I was about to enter my room. I quickly gestured for silence, but it was too late. I heard Sidi Yi hastily approaching from the study. Ignoring the pain in my body, I hurriedly opened the door, only to be halted. Banqiao. I turned, forcing a smile and bowing. Your Highness, I am simply fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Situ Ye's expression darkened as he approached me. Ruqing quickly offered her respects, and he dismissed her. Banqiao, why did you not inform me of your return? Did you intend to sneak back to your room? Your complexion appears quite poor. Your Highness, I assure you I am well. Ruqing deduced that the 8th prince currently had a personal maid, reputed to be exceptionally beautiful, and it became evident that I was indeed that maid. Moreover, I had recently become the adopted daughter of the Grand General. Given my appearance, and Hirua's earlier comments, it was reasonable to surmise that Qi Meirin had ordered my punishment. Has my mother troubled you? Situ Yi inquired, turning to Ruqing. What transpired with Banqiao in my mother's presence? In his concern, Situ Yi failed to notice Ruqing's service quarters attire. After a brief bow, she replied, Your Highness, I am uncertain. I am from the service quarters, and while on my way to Chanxin Palace, I encountered Banqiao, who inquired about the route to the Lanyo Pavilion. So I guided her. What is your role in the service quarters? Situ Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Banqiao, not typically directionally challenged, was lost in the palace. It dawned on him that apart from himself and Hirua, she had no acquaintances within the palace. If this maid proved to be principled, she could be assigned to attend to Banqiao. I was punished for a mistake, I clarified. Which palace do you serve? Upon hearing this, Ruqing realized Situ Yi's intentions and instinctively glanced at me. It appeared the rumors were true. The 8th prince had a fondness for me. Yet I pondered why he hadn't sought the emperor's approval to take me as his own. Was it possible that Qi Meirin disapproved? After all, why else would she have ordered my punishment? Slightly punished by the crown princess. Situ Ye's brow arched slightly as he regarded me, and I returned a questioning glance at Ruqing. Her words were artfully chosen. She did not claim to be a member of the crown princess's household, but rather that she had been punished while there. This implied that she was not originally from the crown princess's household, but had been assigned there for reasons unknown, and the crown princess had seen through it all, delivering the punishment. It indicated that she still belonged to the crown princess's retinue. Chapter 50. A handful of beans seeking initial subscriptions and support. Liang Ping a reward. Liang Ping produced some silver coins for Ruqing, who expressed her gratitude. After sending Ruqing away, Situ Yi noticed my labored movements and, without hesitation, swept me into his arms. Alarmed, I exclaimed, What are you doing? Put me down. Realizing that my rear still throbbed with pain, I became acutely aware of our surroundings. We were in the courtyard. Not alone, as other maids were present. Situ Yi, however, seemed oblivious to their presence, as if they were non-existent. Banqiao, remember, now that I'm holding you, we must adhere to the propriety of male-female interactions. Thus, your only path forward is to marry me. Embarrassed, I lower my gaze, momentarily forgetting my discomfort. Situ Yi carried me into the room, and I heard Liang Ping declare, Anyone who dares to speak of what they have seen or heard today will face execution. I glanced at Situ Yi, contemplating his intentions. Situ Yi set me down beside a small couch, but as I sat, I winced in pain. Oh, come on. My rear was just beaten. This single mat offers no cushioning. Of course it hurts. What is wrong? Did you receive strikes? Situ Yi blushed at the sight of me, sprawled over the small couch. I shot him an indignant glare. If you know why ask. Just leave. Get out. Situ Yi, feeling rebuffed despite his good intentions, retreated hastily, while Hirua watched with amusement. Your Highness, aside from the strikes, what other punishments exist in the palace? Given Banqiao's estate, it's clear she has been punished. Liang Ping nodded with a smile, affirming, Indeed. His Highness usually appears quite astute and lively, yet falters at critical moments. You shall leave the palace. Let your sister care for Chan'er while I seek an audience with my father. I must request that father allow Miss He to stay here until Chan'er recovers. With that, Situ Yi strode off, determined to find his father, but was interrupted by Chan'er's call from within the room. Blushing, Situ Yi entered to find Chan'er gazing at him intently. Aye, Do not go seeking your mother about this. Today's incident is entirely my fault. Chanxin, you. Situ Ye's eyes darted. I merely stated my intent to visit my father, not my mother. Chanxin, with her large, glistening eyes, fixed her gaze upon him. Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. Caught in her scrutiny, Situ Ye had initially planned to deny it, but she continued, if you truly care for my well-being, consider this matter as if you were oblivious. Do not even approach your father. My injury is not severe, and, as a physician, I can manage it myself. Ultimately, Situ Ye relented to Chanxin's wishes. After Chanxin received 10 strokes of the rod as punishment, life quieted down considerably. Though occasional banter between her and Situ Ye persisted, the reasons for their quarrels seemed rather juvenile. For instance, Chanxin sat by a small couch engrossed in a book while a piglet lounged at her feet, blissfully napping. Situ Ye entered, announcing, Chanxin, tomorrow marks my birthday. Do not forget to present me with a gift. Chanxin did not even lift her gaze, having grown accustomed to his presence. He treated her room as if it were his own, entering whenever he pleased without so much as a greeting, disregarding her feelings entirely. She often wondered if he truly believed this space was his bedroom, despite her lack of consent. Wasn't it said in ancient times that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Yet, Situ Ye seemed to dismiss such conventions entirely. Feeling somewhat vexed, she responded nonchalantly with a simple signaling that she remembered his request. Situ Ye was indignant. Is it not my birthday tomorrow, and you offer no reaction? A mere suffices? Chanxin, I am speaking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Oh, have you forgotten? Just yesterday you called me a deaf mute. This was indeed something Situ Ye had said in a fit of pique when she ignored him. Now, however, Chanxin wielded his words as a shield. Moreover, I must say, what your birthday? On such an occasion, you ought to show filial piety to your mother. Do you not understand that a child's birthday is a day of hardship for their mother? Stop. I have heard that countless times, and I am well aware of the sacrifices made by my mother to bring me into this world. Yet here I stand, declaring my birthday is near, and I wish to see how you shall celebrate it for me. Reluctantly, Chanxin closed her book. Have you lost your senses? I have already stated that I shall gift you flowers for your birthday. She then bent down to lift the piglet, saying, Little pig, remember this. After I present my gift to your uncle, you must bow to him. Do you understand? Situ Ye suddenly had a thought. My brothers. Their children are all in their fiefs. Only my eldest brother has a daughter in the palace, but she is maternal. I now wonder, who is the father of Little Pig? Which of my brothers could it be? Liang Ping listened with a racing heart, glancing outside to see He Ruo and He Zishi stifling their laughter, their shoulders shaking, revealing their amusement. Liang Ping envied their fortune in being spared from the household duties. How lucky they were! Situ Ye's behavior struck her as exceedingly childish. Yi, what are you implying? They're all your brothers. If Chanxin intentionally left her statement unfinished, casting a meaningful glance at Situ Ye, clearly inviting him to ponder the implications, which only incensed him further. Her silence felt like an unspoken reproach. Frustrated, Situ Ye stood up with a huff, marched over, and snatched the piglet from Chanxin's arms. Luckily, the piglet was docile and familiar with him, appearing content in his embrace, its round, dark eyes fixed on Situ Ye, who, however, had no intention of acknowledging it. He simply handed the piglet back to Liang Ping and strode away. Upon seeing him leave, He Zishi rushed into the room. Sister, you and His Highness continue to squabble over such trivial matters? Is it my fault? He insists on arguing with me. I was merely reading, yet he demands a gift. I have already informed him that I shall give him flowers, but alas, he seems to have forgotten. Can I be blamed for that? He Zishi sighed, perplexed as to why a grown man would desire flowers. Sister, if I may say, you should recognize the value of such gifts. The flowers I offer are truly precious. When bestowed correctly, they can be life-saving, but if misused, Chanxin fell silent, her eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of unspoken danger. He Zishi froze, suddenly recalling her sister's capabilities. Could it be that Chanxin had cultivated those flowers in merely a few days? Chanxin sensed He Zishi's thoughts, but remained quiet. The flowers she intended for Situ Ye were of a different kind, not the one she had planted, but rather something else entirely, which she could not disclose. How fares your brother in his studies of military strategy under the great general, my adoptive father? Has he mentioned anything to you? Upon hearing this, He Zishi pouted. Sister, our father is rather unkind. My brother says he has not taught him military tactics, but merely left him to study alone. Lately, every visit has turned into a sparring match. Although my brother is skilled, he cannot compare to the general. Experience is paramount, and one cannot simply rely on skill alone. Our father is quite cunning, often employing underhanded tactics. For instance, tomorrow is the 22nd prince's birthday. My brother intended to request leave to celebrate, but had to plead for 2 days and made no less than 10 attempts. Chana was taken aback, nearly dropping her eyes in astonishment. After all, the great general was now Heroine's mentor. In ancient times, the principle of 1 day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father was held in high regard. Yet, to celebrate a Ye's birthday, one would spar with their own mentor? It is not as you think. It is our father's stipulation. He said if my brother could defeat him, he would grant permission. Otherwise. So that was the case. Yet, it was clear that the outcome would inevitably favor Heroine. Still, Chanxin speculated that perhaps Heroine's victory was not entirely genuine, but rather that their father had allowed him some leeway. It was not bias on Chanxin's part. She had witnessed their father's prowess. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance and asked, "Can brother he truly defeat my adoptive father?" Hizishi's brows knitted together, resembling a caterpillar, before she shook her head, then nodded. In any case, her brother had prevailed. Initially, Hizishi could not fathom how her brother could triumph over the formidable general. However, the truth was that during their duel, Heroine had cleverly utilized a handful of beans, prompting the general to relent and grant him the day off for the birthday celebration. Yet, Hizishi remained puzzled. After all, it was merely a handful of beans. What made it a victory? You see, the general once said, unforeseen circumstances can turn the tide of battle. If two opponents are engaged in a contest and one appears to be losing, what would happen if, at that moment, they scattered a handful of round beans? In the absence of vigilance, one cannot maintain their balance at will. Thus, it is the opportune moment to turn the tide. Moreover, the beans I scattered were no ordinary beans, but rather castor beans. Importantly, I was not on horseback, while the general accepted my challenge from atop his steed. With this clarification from Heroine, Hizishi understood. No wonder the general conceded so swiftly. I must admit, my brother is rather unscrupulous, employing such underhanded tactics. Were this a military campaign, perhaps this ploy would have saved countless lives. Chapter 51. Twists and turns. The two sisters were engaged in delightful conversation, and when Sidiyi and Heroine returned, they heard their laughter resonating joyfully within the chamber. A gentle smile flickered across Situye's face. Ever since Chanxin entered the palace, there seemed to be a touch more warmth within its walls. Yet, mother, why must you treat Chanxin in such a manner? When I inquired about the cause, she merely claimed it was her fault, refusing to divulge anything further. Mother, what is it about Chanxin that incites your displeasure? Each time this thought crossed Situye's mind, a pang of bitterness pierced his heart. He yearned to protect her, but the first to harm her was his own mother, and he felt utterly powerless. He turned towards the study. Liang Ping. Find a way to uncover what transpired with Chanxin in Fengke Palace. Understood. Liang Ping accepted the task and departed. Situye gestured to Heroine to make himself comfortable. Heroine did not hesitate and seated himself directly. Yi, do you believe the words of His Majesty to be true? Was Chanxin's noble lineage truly sought after by Qi Marin? You are more acutely aware of your mother's temperament than I. Heroine stopped there. Indeed, Situye was well aware of his mother's disposition. If she cared for someone, her affection was profound, yet for those she despised. While she would not resort to malice, she would never offer them a kind word, adhering solely to the principle of do not provoke me. And I shall not provoke you. Yet, given Chanxin's nature, it seemed improbable she would have offended her. Moreover, if she had aided in securing Chanxin's noble status, it would signify affection. Mother would not impose punishment for a mere triviality, even if it were only 10 strokes of the cane, which, while not excessive, bore significant weight within the palace. For some, a mere 50 strokes could be fatal. Heroine, am I too foolish? A principle that even Chanxin understands eludes me. For the first time, Heroine witnessed Situye's despondency. Yi, do not berate yourself. You are not foolish, merely too kind-hearted, reluctant to see the worst in others. As Chanxin articulated, the palace is rife with complexities, and you are now quite conspicuous. Situye took a deep breath, recalling Chanxin's admonition to remain unobtrusive. Previously, he had thought it was merely a fear of his father's disfavor or the crown prince's potential wrath. But now he realized that even seventh brother could be so callous. Situ Yi had always assumed the crown prince had dispatched assassins after him, especially since he had been sent out to experience the lives of commoners, a rare opportunity. When he first encountered the assassins, his immediate thought was that his elder brother had finally taken action. Yet, after Chan'er's caution, he reconsidered. Upon privately listening to Chan'er's analysis, he began to suspect seventh brother was indeed a likely culprit. Although he had always known that his so-called seventh brother did not genuinely share a bond of brotherhood with him, he now pondered, if kindness is a flaw, then I would rather forsake it to protect Chan'er. He paused, taken aback. Yi, do not take my words amiss. I feel that while you and Chan'er are currently enamored, there is something about her that remains unknown to us. You may cherish and adore her, but it would be wise not to become too deeply entangled. Furthermore, this palace is no place for profound sentiments. After speaking, he glanced outside to ensure no one was eavesdropping before adding, should you become emperor in the future, do you truly wish to have a favorite consort? Your father adored your mother, yet he never designated a favorite. Although he could not ensure equal treatment, he managed to maintain the respect of the ministers. The consorts are intricately tied to the officials of the previous dynasty. Situ Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard such a candid observation from heroine. He understood heroine's loyalty. Yet the fact that he would offer such counsel was unprecedented. His heart began to waver, uncertain of how to proceed. In the past, he had contemplated contesting with the crown prince and Situ Xian, for he knew that the world could not be entrusted to the crown prince, lest the people suffer. However, he also could not yield it to Situ Xian, for could the empress preserve his mother's life? It was impossible, more challenging than the sun rising in the west. Thus, he had previously felt compelled to vie for the position of heir due to these dual pressures. Yet upon meeting Chan'er and engaging in candid discussions with the general, he found himself yearning for a carefree life with her. As for his mother, he would seek the minister's consent before his departure, allowing her to accompany him. After all, there were precedents of consorts accompanying princes to their fiefs. However, Chan'er refused to leave with him, even encouraging him towards this very moment, where his father increasingly valued him. Although it was ostensibly due to his military prowess, Situ Yi understood well that should the crown prince be deposed, his chances of ascending would soar to 80%. What was Chan'er truly thinking? Did she cling to the riches and honor, or aspired to become empress, desiring the glory of being above all? Could she truly be that person? With a heavy sigh, Situ Yi lamented that he should not doubt Chan'er. Her sincerity towards him was evident, even if others failed to see it. She had declined his marriage proposal, choosing to remain a maid by his side. Thoughts swirled in his mind, leaving him sleepless through the night. At last, the day of Situ Ye's birthday arrived. The family feast was held in the Iran Hall of Fengke Palace, attended by the minister, the empress, and Qi Meiren. As Qi Meiren was Situ Ye's mother, her position of honor was only natural, though subordinate to the empress. Situ Yi approached to pay his respects, performing the customary grand bow, despite it being his birthday, as per tradition. Once seated, he realized that directly opposite him was none other than Ling Huan. How had she come to be here? Today was a family gathering, and her presence seemed unwarranted. An uneasy premonition surged within Situ Yi as he instinctively glanced at Chan'er before turning to Qi Meiren. However, Qi Meiren paid him no heed, her gaze softening as she regarded Ling Huan. Huaner, you have been in the palace for 6 days. Are you settling in well? Thank you for your concern, Meiren. Initially, I struggled to adjust, but my recent experiences have imparted a valuable lesson. Others will not constantly accommodate me. Only through self-improvement can I earn their acknowledgement. Qi Meiren smiled warmly, clearly pleased, before her gaze subtly drifted to Chan'er, though she said nothing further. Yi, that is Ling Zuixiang's legitimate daughter, Ling Huan. She is indeed among the most outstanding of this batch of noble daughters. Afterward, she turned to the empress. Your Majesty, proposals for Xian and Yi's marriage will commence at 25. Do you have anyone in mind? I have a candidate I favor, but I fear it may coincide with your preference, which would be unfortunate. The empress understood Qi Meiren's implications, having just praised Ling Huan and then inquiring about her thoughts on marriage. It was evident, but was she truly not considering Chan'er for Situ Yi? Who might your favored candidate be? Allow me to guess. Might it be the daughter of the general who sought Chan'er's noble status on your behalf? The queen smiled playfully. And as the crowd remained oblivious, she discreetly glanced at Chan'er before turning her gaze to Ling Huan. Ling Huan's complexion turned slightly pale, yet she maintained a smile, as if entirely unconcerned. Chimarin paused momentarily, her face betraying a hint of dissatisfaction as she cast a glance at Chan'er. Following that, she shot a furtive glare at the emperor before stating, "My preferences are independent of her status. After all, it is merely a matter of identity. I simply believe it inappropriate for someone of dubious origins to be so close to Yi, which is why I sought a respectable position for her." Although her words seemed to acknowledge her request to the emperor for a title, her earlier reaction made it clear to any discerning observer that the status of a respectable woman was not something she had sought for herself. Rather, the emperor had deliberately imposed it upon her, inciting her ire. Moreover, the recent punishment of 10 strokes of the cane administered to Chan'er by Chimarin was well known, even to the emperor, who had chosen to overlook it due to its relatively light nature and his usual fondness for her. This was indeed a prudent choice, sparing him from future reproach, for a prince embodies the identity and dignity of the royal family. Chimarin nodded with a smile, indicating her agreement. At that moment, Madame Qin interjected, "Then who is it that my sister favors? Perhaps I should consider the prospects for my elder brother's child?" Chimarin tilted her head, seemingly pondering which of the children belonged to Madame Qin's elder brother. Ultimately, she found herself at a loss, and, with genuine curiosity, inquired, "I truly haven't noticed. Please forgive me, dear sister, but which one is it?" Madame Qin felt an overwhelming urge to drown her in exasperation. This was a blatant slap in the face. Yet she could only force a smile and respond, "No matter, perhaps my girl simply hasn't learned well enough to catch her discerning eye. The talents of my sister have made us all hesitant to approach, so naturally, her standards are high. My daughter lacks such fortune, it is better left unmentioned." Madame Qin's resilience was commendable. Even when aware of the humiliation, she endeavored to salvage her dignity, willing to suffer a bruise herself rather than allow others to trample upon her. Everyone present understood that Chimarin's affections lay with Ling Huan, and thus Madame Qin feigned ignorance, hoping to elicit a confession from Chimarin, which would surely displease Si-Tu-Yi. Given his capricious nature, he might very well display displeasure towards Ling Huan. After all, she was the cherished daughter of the esteemed Minister Ling. If he were to learn of this, would he simply swallow his indignation? Chapter 52. The fault lies above. As long as Minister Ling was dissatisfied, Chimarin could not push her agenda, significantly increasing the likelihood of linking Ling Huan to Si-Tu-Xian. It is essential to understand that in the court, military power is divided. One part lies with the Minister of Politics, another with the State Chancellor one, and the remaining parts are held by Minister Ling, Minister Yuan, and General Pang. Currently, Si-Tu-Yi appear to have garnered the support of the Grand General. Should he also gain the backing of Minister Ling, Si-Tu-Xian's position would become precarious, jeopardizing the status of those aligned with the Queen. As for State Chancellor one, despite being the Queen's uncle, his temperament was well known, and thus no one dared to solicit his support. The Queen scoffed. Madame Qin was truly reckless, stirring unnecessary trouble and inviting ridicule upon herself. How could she expect not to be scorned? It served her right. Although the Queen understood Madame Qin's motives, she deemed her too hasty. After all, Chimarin was no ordinary adversary. Years of rivalry had proven that she was not an easy opponent. However, if Chimarin wished to match Ling Huan with Si-Tu-Yi, it would ultimately depend on Si-Tu-Ye's disposition, and the ensuing complications would surely be most intriguing. "My queen, the individual I have set my sights upon, you shall discover on the 25th. I hope you will refrain from contesting," Chimarin remarked, aware of her son's temperament, fully cognizant of the implications of her words. Observing her obsequious smile, as if terrified the Queen might vie for her son, the Emperor unconsciously furrowed his brow. The Queen, maintaining a serene demeanor, lifted her teacup to sip, expressing no intention to interject. "I too have found someone of interest," the Minister of Politics suddenly proclaimed, leaving the assembly momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. After all, his assertion merely indicated his interest without specifying to whom he intended to bestow it. Naturally, none would assume he intended to take a concubine for himself, given his age. However, the others might not share that assumption, raising the possibility that Chimarin might entertain such notions. At this, a chill swept through the crowd. Indeed, only Chimarin would dare to voice such sentiments. This word echoed back to the time when the Minister of Politics at the age of 28 had taken her, then merely 14, as his concubine, and had since showered her with affection. While Chanxin was unafraid, the rest trembled at the prospect, though she might escape unscathed. Those around her could find themselves in dire straits should the Minister of Politics unleash his wrath. The Emperor's expression darkened, though he struggled to contain his irritation. "My beloved, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I so reckless? I merely have my eye on a respectable woman for year. However, I have also found one for Xian'er. Yet I believe we ought to respect their own choices." The Minister of Politics' words were clear. He was urging them to refrain from meddling and allow the youth to select their partners. Those who made it into the palace as respectable women, chosen for the princes, were unlikely to be of poor quality. Furthermore, this served as a test of the prince's discernment. Ultimately, any successes or failures would rest solely upon their choices, with no one else to blame. Chanxin contemplated this, realizing the Minister of Politics was indeed a cunning strategist. Even if the princes made their selections, should the minister or the queen, along with Chanxin, disapprove, would the chosen ones ever become the official consorts? Those of slightly better backgrounds might become secondary wives, while those less fortunate could easily find themselves dismissed under some pretext. Regardless of the outcome, no blame would fall upon the Minister of Politics, who would instead gain a reputation for wisdom and integrity, all while maintaining control over his son's marriage. Suddenly, Chanxin recalled Chanxin's earlier remarks, her body jolting in realization. Was it possible that such an astute woman was unaware of the Minister of Politics' intentions? Could it be that she was colluding with him, or perhaps deliberately laying the groundwork for him to proceed? She lifted her gaze to Chanxin, who exhibited no signs of unease, merely lifting her delicate hand to touch her nose, a gesture that seemed habitual, often performed in moments of contemplation. "Your Majesty, your statement seems rather misguided. Though I am but a simpleton, I have heard it said, the will of the parents, the words of the matchmaker. If that is the case, how can we permit them to choose for themselves? Should our royal family set such a precedent, what would become of our authority? Soon, others will follow suit. And what grounds would we have to criticize them? Conversely, if we remain silent, would that not invite chaos? Such reasoning is flawed. My queen, what do you think?" Chanxin calmly posed this thorny question to the queen. After all, Chanxin was merely a concubine. Her words could serve as a suggestion, but held no final authority. Ultimately, the resolution of this matter rested with the emperor and the queen. Chanxin couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was indeed true. Whenever she sought to challenge someone, she resorted to this particular gesture. Having witnessed Chanxin 4 times, she had observed this action thrice. The first was on the day she entered the palace, when Chanxin aimed to unsettle her son, likely out of frustration towards Yi. The second occurred in Fengke Palace, shortly after she had finished kneeling. And upon encountering Chanxin, she displayed this very action, indicating her intent to provoke Chanxin. Today marked the 3rd instance, and it was unmistakably directed at the queen. At this moment, the queen seethed internally, cursing that wretched beggar girl for making her the scapegoat. If she agreed with Lady Qi's words, it would imply that the emperor's actions were erroneous, not only slapping the emperor's face, but also jeopardizing her own future. What of her son, Xian? Would he fare well under such circumstances? Ultimately, the one to benefit would be Lady Qi's son, Yi. Conversely, if she sided with the emperor, it would mean allowing him to disregard the dignity of the royal family, and those old men would surely find a way to impeach her. They might concoct a theory of a crooked beam above leads to a crooked beam below, implying that the emperor and queen were in error, while Xian would be deemed flawed. As for Yi, while he might be affected to some extent, Lady Qi's earlier remarks indicated her disagreement. Thus, the impact on him would be halved or perhaps entirely negligible. In the end, Yi would still be the one to gain. Regardless of the stance taken, she found herself in a precarious position. Agreeing was wrong, but disagreeing was equally so. Her sister jested, but how could the emperor be oblivious to this logic? He merely wished to provide an avenue for both the queen and her sister, concerned they might both covet the same individual, leading to a rift in their sisterly bond. The queen, indeed astute, swiftly conceived a way to evade the weighty matters at hand. Ah, how clever she was, while I appeared foolish. However, the emperor was rather cunning, hinting indirectly. His words earlier suggested he too had an interest. Then he fell silent, waiting for someone to continue. At this juncture, It was clear to all present that Lady Qi was insinuating the queen's argument was overly forced, though she did not articulate it directly, which left the queen unable to voice her displeasure. She was left to feign a smile and agree with her sister. This was akin to receiving a sweet date only to discover a worm within. Though repulsive, one had to swallow it and praise its sweetness, extolling the person's competence. In this exchange, Lady Qi gained the upper hand entirely, while the emperor merely smiled fleetingly. Yet this did not escape Chan'er's keen gaze. It seemed her suspicions were validated, as Lady Qi and the emperor were indeed in sync. But what was the purpose of this performance? Each person at the table harbored their own thoughts, making the emperor's intentions all the more elusive. If he harbored ambitions of replacing the crown prince and fostering hopes for the seventh prince, why would he risk being accused of favoritism? Conversely, if he was supporting the eighth prince, with the crown prince still in place, wouldn't that elevate the eighth prince to a precarious position? Was it not said that great prosperity must lead to decline? Yet, if he had no intention of replacing the crown prince, why retain both the seventh and eighth princes? Was he not courting trouble for the crown prince? After the banquet, Chan'er followed closely behind Situ Yi, her face a mask of conflict. He Ruo, he Zishi, and Shun Ping observed their silence, unsure of how to proceed. Thus they all quietly made their way to Lanyue Pavilion. Suddenly, a melodious call from behind halted their steps. Turning, they saw Ling Huan hastily approaching with Xiao Yu, who first greeted Situ Yi. "Eighth prince, peace be upon you." Situ Yi nodded slightly, but had no intention of speaking. "I beg your pardon for stopping the eighth prince. I simply wish to express my gratitude. During my time in the palace learning the protocols, I have come to realize much and regret my past missteps. Thus, I have come to thank you and offer my apologies." Ling Huan's words were sincere, and her demeanor was that of someone genuinely contrite, evoking sympathy. Yet Situ Yi was unmoved by her appearance. "For what matter do you thank me? What am I to apologize for? I do not recall." Seeing Situ Yi feign ignorance, Ling Huan cast a look of deep grievance toward Chan'er. "I wish to thank you for stopping the startled horse, which allowed me to be saved. As for the apology, it is directed towards you, Miss Chan'er. I did not intend to harm that horse attendant. I was merely frightened. Later, when I saw you and the prince together, I felt wronged, as if the blame were placed upon me, which is why I reacted with anger. Hence, I have come today to seek your forgiveness." Though Ling Huan's words were vague, the others present understood the underlying message, except for Liang Ping. She was acknowledging her past arrogance and requesting that the eighth prince and Miss Chan'er not hold it against her. With that, Ling Huan bowed once more and fixed her gaze on Chan'er. "Miss Chan'er, I truly did not mean it back then. In fact, I had hoped to grow closer to you since the tea party, but having been spoiled at home, I lacked the courage to reach out." Her words trailed off, leaving an air of feigned vulnerability, as if she had suffered endless grievances. Liang Ping suddenly trembled, perhaps due to an exaggerated motion, drawing the attention of everyone present. He hastily bowed. "Your Highness, I did not mean to cause distress. I've been feeling unwell lately and was caught off guard by a sudden chill. I beg your forgiveness." He timed his sneeze perfectly, making it seem as though he were truly afflicted by a cold. "Then, do visit the imperial physician for some medicine. Do not let it worsen and infect me," Situ Yi responded. Liang Ping slowly rose, preparing to withdraw. He Zishi, known for her forthright nature, was not dull-witted either. She recognized that Lady Qi favored Ling Huan, daring to vie for her sister's attention. It was no wonder she found her insufferable. Although she knew she ought to restrain herself, her nature would not allow it. Still, she could not be overtly conspicuous, lest it complicate her sister's position in the palace, which was already precarious. Gently, she tugged at her brother's sleeve. He Ruo was taken aback, but shook his head resignedly. "Your Highness, my sister's health has always been fragile. Perhaps it is best she returns with Liang Gonggong. I hope you will consent." "Fragile? Yet she bests men in skill? She appears lively and energetic now." "Ruo, how can you speak such nonsense?" However, Situ Yi did not expose him, merely nodding in agreement while casting a discontented glance at Ling Huan, making his meaning clear. "Look what you've wrought. Everyone is leaving." Ling Huan's embarrassment deepened. Yet she harbored intense resentment toward He Zi, Shi, and Chan'er. Were they not devoted sisters? One day, she would ensure they regretted their sisterly bond and the humiliation she endured today. A flash of steely resolve crossed Ling Huan's eyes, unnoticed by Chan'er. who felt a chill in her heart. Sister, you must maintain your composure. My current capabilities are insufficient to safeguard you. Watching them depart, Situ Yi withdrew his gaze to focus on Ling Huan. As for the past, since it has long since passed, why bring it up again? You did not thank me or apologize then. What prompts this now? Or are you worried that if I or the seventh prince were to marry you, we might conspire against you? Upon hearing this, Ling Huan's face turned crimson, as if she were a ripe apple, flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Yet, he appeared unfazed, continuing, Rest assured, I shall not, for I never considered marrying you. Should my seventh brother be so unfortunate as to wed you, I would not join him in tormenting you. I am a man of my word. Xiao Yu, witnessing her young lady being humiliated, felt a surge of anger within her. However, the one causing the humiliation was the eighth prince, and they were currently in the royal palace with the master absent. If she spoke out recklessly, it would not only be of no benefit to her lady, but might also bring harm to her. Yet, she harbored resentment towards Chan'er as well. Your Highness, Chan'er interjected as Situ Yi seemed poised to continue speaking. Miss Ling wishes to express her gratitude to you and then apologize to me. If you deem the gratitude unnecessary, then kindly refrain from speaking. I'm still awaiting her apology. Situ Yi looked at Chan'er with confusion. She was not typically one to care about apologies. Why was she acting this way today? Ignoring Situ Yi's bewilderment, Chan'er approached Ling Huan, performed a respectful bow, and said, Miss Ling, I assume you are unfamiliar with the meaning of the phrase beaten to death with a stick? I also presume you have never experienced the sensation of being struck by such a stick? As she spoke, Chan'er's thoughts drifted back to her previous life. My lady is delicate and precious. Who would dare strike her? That would be courting death. Xiao Yu seized the opportunity to speak, knowing that she could be less cautious with Chan'er than with the eighth prince. After all, even if the eighth prince was furious, he could not let it affect her lady. This was a classic case of the powerful bullying the weak. Chan'er, returning to the present moment, surmised Xiao Yu's thoughts and arrived at the same conclusion. Yet, she suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Ling Huan, for at least she had such a devoted maid. No, in the eyes of others, Xiao Yu might be a maid, but perhaps in Ling Huan's eyes, she was more, a constant companion, or even a family member, a sister. Though this possibility was slim, it was not entirely absent. She recalled seeing in palace dramas how many maids grew up alongside the young ladies. And although the young ladies sometimes had bad tempers, they treated their maids sincerely, far better than many so-called blood sisters in the household or palace. Lost in thought, Chan'er momentarily drifted away, remembering the girl who had sent her back that day. What was her name? All she could recall was her warm, smiling eyes. How unrefined. To be distracted while speaking. One wonders how such a person could wear the court attire of the inner palace. Xiao Yu did not conceal the disdain in her voice. Chan'er's palace attire had been chosen by the prince himself, who felt it was an injustice to her. How could the daughter of a grand general be insulted by a mere servant? The prince's silence was a sign of respect for Chan'er, not an indulgence for you. Situ Yi stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Chan'er, glaring coldly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu immediately knelt in apology, but Situ Yi ignored her and turned directly to Ling Huan. Ling Huan, though you are the daughter of the left minister, how have you allowed this maid to behave so audaciously? She dares to disregard the daughter of a grand general, failing to offer proper respect before speaking. It seems that soon I will be a commoner in her eyes. Ling Huan's face turned pale. Xiao Yu, do you not realize your mistake? Ling Huan spoke through gritted teeth, as if genuinely infuriated with Xiao Yu. The maid acted out of desperation and lost her composure. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and plead for the lady's punishment. I will go to the penal office and accept 30 strokes. Very well. I thank you for your punishment. With that, Xiao Yu rose and departed. Tanya, observing Situ Yi shielding her, smiled gently. Her intention today had merely been to prevent Situ Yi from uttering further unpleasant words. After all, with Ling Hao's influence, he was well aware of everything happening in the palace. If he pressed Ling Huan too hard, Ling Hao would certainly support him, which would create significant obstacles for Situ Yi. In light of this, it was better for her to intervene. Ling Hao's anger was directed at her alone, and she did not genuinely wish for Ling Huan to apologize. She only aimed to exchange a few pleasantries and let the matter fade away. However, she had not anticipated Xiao Yu's eagerness to defend her lady, causing everything to spiral out of control. Situ Yi turned to Ling Huan and suddenly smiled. Are you so eager to marry? Ling Huan, whether is I or my seventh brother, none will truly care for you. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. You have never experienced a thrilling life, have you? If you marry me, your days will indeed be unforgettable. However, let me caution you. Such memories may not be ones you wish to have, so I suggest you choose my seventh brother instead. Situ Xian also had feelings for Chan'er. Once he had a legitimate wife, would he still pursue Chan'er? At that point, Chan'er would undoubtedly belong to me. Chan'er felt a tremor of fear. Although Situ Ye's voice was low, her keen hearing allowed her to catch every word. Ling Huan's face turned even paler, and she swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. Chan'er rushed forward to support her. Miss Ling, do not take it to heart. The eighth prince is simply playful. If he has said anything, it is surely intended to frighten you. Ling Huan managed to force a smile, but it was laced with deep disgust and hatred, directed squarely at Chan'er. If it weren't for Chan'er, the eighth prince would never have spoken to her in such a manner. Yet here she was, pretending to be kind-hearted. I have taken note of the eighth prince's words, Ling Huan stated, regaining her composure. With her head bowed, a flicker of unperceived malice crossed her eyes. Since the eighth prince has spoken so, I, Ling Huan, shall indeed marry you. Well then, since you have expressed your thanks and humility, though I see no sincerity in your apology, it seems Chan'er is unconcerned. Let us consider your apology accepted. Who knows what our future relationship may be? With that, she took Chan'er by the hand and walked away. Even after they had distanced themselves, Chan'er could still feel the chilling gaze from behind, filled with profound animosity. Alas, for no reason at all, I am once again the target of hatred. When will this cycle of enmity come to an end? Ye. You should not have provoked Ling Huan's ire so directly. Moreover, I can tell she harbors no ill will towards you. In fact, Chan'er paused, discomfort settling in her heart. She may even have feelings for you. To be continued. Chapter 54. Same-sex repulsion. Subscription requested. Upon hearing Chan'er's words, Situ paused momentarily, but said nothing, merely continuing to walk in silence. Heroine followed behind them, sighing and shaking her head. Did Chan'er not understand the eighth prince's feelings? He favored her more than his desire for power. Heroine often worried that if Yi were to ascend the throne, one day someone might threaten him with Chan'er's life, and he would willingly sacrifice the entire empire for her. He would truly embody the archetype of valuing beauty over power. Upon returning to Lanyue Pavilion, Liang Ping and He Zishi quickly approached. After they entered the study, Liang Ping instructed for tea and refreshments to be served before dismissing everyone. He then stationed himself at the door to keep watch. Ever since Situ Yi had heard Chan'er's remark, he had remained silent. Chan'er knew he was upset with her words, so she chuckled and stepped forward, offering him a teacup. Your Highness, please enjoy some tea. Situ Yi shot her a fierce glare before accepting the cup and taking a sip. Remember, do not speak such words again in the future. If you do, I will not spare you. Chan'er, you have always understood my feelings. I do not wish to hear you say such things. I am changing for your sake. Chan'er's face flushed slightly, while Hizishi looked at Heroine in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. But it seemed no one intended to explain anything to her. Very well, she would wait to ask her sister in private. Occasionally, Chan'er would steal glances at Situ Yi, her expression revealing that she had something to say but was hesitant to voice it. Situ Yi furrowed his brows, pondering if there were still words she dared not speak. Especially in his presence, having already wielded the ruler against him, what could she possibly fear? If there were inquiries to be made, she should voice them without hesitation. Time was fleeting, and opportunities would not linger. Upon hearing this, Chan'er burst into laughter, exclaiming, Yi, I find it puzzling. Why do you speak of wives and marriage with such embarrassment? Even if you harbor no affection for Ling Huan, she is still an unmarried young lady. Women of noble birth tend to be delicate. I, lacking such status, am unconcerned, yet she will surely feel shy. Chan'er recalled the ancient adage regarding the propriety between men and women, such as not sharing a seat until the age of 7. Why was Situ Yi so different? Even during their last visit to Gaiyun Pavilion, he had shown no intention of avoiding others. Dining establishments were predominantly populated by men, with few women present, especially since Chan'er had just changed out of her male attire at Chuibao Zhai under Situ Ye's guidance. She was not vain, but she was aware of her appearance, which at that moment could be considered strikingly beautiful. Upon realizing what Chan'er truly wished to inquire, Situ Yi found himself momentarily breathless, his face turning pale. Was it truly for this reason? Chan'er sincerely nodded in affirmation. Sidhu Yi fell silent, explaining, "Our Sidhu family hails from a foreign lineage. Though we have established ourselves here, many customs remain unchanged. This includes our upbringing. For instance, while we do not expect women to drink excessively, it is essential for ladies of noble birth to appreciate fine wine. That is the crux of the matter. In our clan, women typically drink heartily." Chanur, ever perceptive, grasped the implications of his example. The Sidhu family, being of foreign descent, possessed a more liberated mindset compared to those from the Central Plains. Their demeanor was akin to that of the Inner Mongolians, characterized by a bold spirit. They did not regard marriage as a subject shrouded in shameful silence. Furthermore, they dismissed the notion of not sharing a seat until the age of 7. It appeared that despite their dominance in the Central Plains, certain intrinsic traits remained unchanged, such as their open-mindedness. No wonder the Chancellor entertained such unconventional thoughts, considering the prospect of a woman serving as the prince's tutor, something unheard of in other courts, where such a notion would likely be met with disdain. Did this mean they held no reservations regarding interactions between the sexes? Sidhu Yi, perplexed, nodded in agreement. Or were these antiquated customs about men and women maintaining distance? Such rules seemed to apply only to those of noble birth, not to those who had not experienced anything untoward. For example, if a woman found herself in peril, should she also hesitate to accept aid due to these archaic conventions? That would be absurd. Sidhu Yi mused that the so-called principles of propriety merely served as guidelines, not absolute barriers against contact between the sexes. As long as interactions remained within acceptable bounds, conversing and sharing a joyful meal should be perfectly acceptable. Although he had not personally witnessed such gatherings, he had heard tales from his father about gatherings where men and women of all ages mingled harmoniously, adhering to respect but without excessive restraint. He longed for the day when he could partake in such festivities. "Are you using this against me?" Sidhu Yi was taken aback by Chanur's accusation. He wondered when he had ever wielded such words against her. Then a light bulb went off in his head, recalling that just days ago, after she had been reprimanded by her mother, he had held her and uttered those very words to tease her. "Chanur, remember, I am holding you now. Do you understand the meaning of propriety? Thus, you are left with no choice but to marry me." Although she had said nothing at the time, he was certain she had remembered it, for as soon as he set her down, she had promptly ushered him out, feigning discomfort. Reflecting on it now, he realized that since that incident, they had often quarreled over trivial matters, with him invariably coming out worse for wear. Sidhu Yi fronit, beginning to comprehend that perhaps Chanur had felt shy due to his earlier remarks, leading her to seek excuses to bicker with him. Sanya, caught off guard by Sidhu Yi's newfound insight, was reluctant to concede. With a haughty scoff, she turned away, refusing to engage. Sidhu Yi, in high spirits, exclaimed, "Ah, so it was for this reason. I can clarify. Context matters. If you were in a perilous situation and I touched you to save you, it would not constitute impropriety. However, that day, you were not in danger, yet I held you. Therein lies the issue." She and he Irua, who had been listening to their exchange, could contain their laughter no longer and burst into giggles. She, unperturbed, teased, "Sister, must you and the prince be so childish and amusing?" Chania, feeling zulmavat embarrassed, thought to herself that she could not allow them to continue laughing, lest her image be ruined. "Ah, yeah. I have another question. Why did your mother say your father wishes to indulge in old cattle eating tender grass again?" The emphasis is on that again. Sidhu Yi paused, then chuckled, puffing out his chest with pride. "Let me tell you, what benefits will you give me?" Chanur pouted, "You must tell me, and I will prepare a delicious breakfast for you tomorrow." Upon hearing of the delectable meal, Sidhu Yi's eyes sparkled. "Is it prepared by your own hands?" Ever since tasting Chanur's cooking, he found other dishes lacking in flavor, despite her guiding him through the preparation. The taste was simply incomparable. Her culinary skills were unmatched. Chanur nodded, albeit reluctantly, but she interjected, "Sister, you are biased. During my stay here, I have yet to see you cook for me. I want to eat too." "I don't care," Irua chimed in. "Brother, I won't leave the palace today. I must have Chanur's cooking tomorrow." Irua sighed. "Sister, I must visit the Grand General shortly. You may stay in the palace, but why must my fate be so cruel that I cannot partake in this feast?" With a look of longing, he gazed at Chanur, silently pleading for her to include him in her culinary delights. Chanur couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was it merely a meal they craved? Why did they seem so desperate? Had they truly starved in their past lives? Moreover, was her cooking truly that exceptional? Suddenly, A spark of inspiration lit her eyes. I have an idea. I shall prepare a meal for Yi and sister tomorrow. And after the selection of the royal consorts for the 7th prince and Yi on the 25th, we can gather for a grand feast. I shall see if I can gather all the necessary ingredients. If not, the flavor may suffer slightly. Fear not. As long as it is cooked by Chanxin, it will undoubtedly be delicious. Who dares to claim otherwise? I shall have them executed, Yi declared, casting a sidelong glance at heroine, who appeared innocent. Having said nothing, he too longed to savor Chanxin's culinary creations. Why was Yi glaring at him? Was it truly the case that opposites attract, while similar beings repel? Enough, I have promised you benefits. Now, hasten to divulge. Chanxin had not forgotten the reason behind this exchange. My father is already 46 this year, having reached the age of discernment, while my mother has just turned 32, entering her 30s. Yet, my father married my mother. Is that not old cattle eating tender grass? Pouting, Chanxin struggled to contain her laughter before finally managing to retort. Yi, your father is the emperor. Marrying someone a decade younger than himself should not pose a problem. Should it? Yi's eyes widened as he grumbled. That was not my assertion. It was the old and wrinkled censors who said so. I heard from my mother that when my father wished to take her as a concubine, there was a prolonged debate in the court that lasted for 6 months. Ultimately, my father triumphed over all opposition. Hizishi couldn't help but chuckle at this description of triumph. It seemed somewhat exaggerated. Yet, it could be said that it was not entirely off the mark. What are you laughing at? Really, my father had indeed asked my mother about it first, and she recounted that he had inquired no less than 10 times before she finally acquiesced. However, after another 6 months of disputes, she was eventually brought into the fold after enduring countless hardships. It was the fault of those old men. Otherwise, I would have been born long ago. To be continued. Chapter 55, Maternal and Child Estrangement. When he had first heard these tales, he was still a child. As he grew older, he gradually found it hard to believe his mother's account that his father had asked her first. Yet, upon learning recently that his father indeed favored his mother above all, he began to trust it once more. However, after finishing this thought, Yi looked at everyone with a feigned expression of grievance, making one want to tear that facade apart. If anyone should feel wronged, it should be his mother, not him. Chanxin nodded, realizing the truth of the matter. However, the Duke did not appear to be a man in his 40s. He looked more like someone in his 30s. Yet, Marin seemed to possess the appearance of someone in her 20s, which made the age disparity seem quite pronounced. But that Madame Qin, she aged far too quickly. Despite her good maintenance and supple skin, she still gave off an impression of being much older. Could this be what they referred to as maturing gracefully? Chanxin instinctively touched her own face, wondering if she had a baby face. She sincerely hoped that when she reached her 30s or 40s, she would still appear to be in her 20s or even younger. The three of them watched Chanxin's unconscious motion with curiosity, pondering what she was contemplating. Was she indulging in self-admiration? Yi was the first to bluntly state self-obsession. He interrupted Chanxin's daydreaming, causing her to cast him a disdainful glance. Nightfall arrived swiftly. After bidding farewell to Hiru, everyone seemed ready to relax. Yet, today was destined to be anything but ordinary. The sudden arrival of a visitor cast a shadow of melancholy over Lanhua Pavilion. Yi never expected his mother would come to his palace. If she missed him, that seemed rather implausible. Even so, if that were the case, she would have simply sent someone to summon him to Fengke Palace. Why did she come in person? This seemed quite improper. Mother, what brings you here? Yi blurted out. Marin shot him an annoyed glance. Is it so difficult to come and see your own son? Xiaxi helped Marin take a seat, and as she looked at the pastries that had just been served, Marin casually picked one up and took a bite. Quite well made. Who prepared this in your palace? Yi stood by, mumbling, It's Chanxin. He had not forgotten how his mother had once ordered Chanxin to be punished, although he still did not understand the reason behind it. He believed Chanxin was not someone who would recklessly provoke his mother, and his mother was no one to act without discernment. Knowing both of them well, he found it hard to discern who was right and who was wrong. As her son, he felt he should not blame his mother for anything. Yet Chanxin was the only woman who had captured his heart. She was so delicate, so kind, and so wise. Why had such a conflict arisen between her and his mother? He did not want to dwell on who was right or wrong. He merely wished for such disputes to not occur again. This time, it was Chanxin who had suffered injustice, but he understood her nature. She would not harbor resentment. He would make amends to her in the future. Thus, when facing his mother, he needed to tread carefully, ensuring that Chanxin's affairs would not inadvertently provoke Qi Marin's ire, as it would only bring harm to Chanxin, with no benefit whatsoever. Qi Marin waved to Xia Shi, who produced a brocade box and presented it to Situ Yi. Puzzled, he accepted it and looked at Qi Marin. "Open it and see if you like it. It's a birthday gift from your mother." Situ Yi was momentarily taken aback. After 16 years, it was the first gift he had ever received from her. He eagerly opened the brocade box, revealing a rattledrum. "Mother!" Situ Yi's voice caught in his throat. Since the age of 5, he had not shed a tear. He often claimed that a man should not weep easily. No matter what punishments he endured, or how many times he felt like trying to express his grievances, he always remembered that his mother was indifferent to him. Who would he cry for? For those who waited to see him falter? No, he would never do that. Even when Chanxin unjustly suffered before entering the palace, he had not shed a single tear. It was not that he was heartless. Rather, it was a habit he had formed since childhood. He had long since grown accustomed to silently collecting his tears, never revealing them in public. Yet today, upon seeing this rattledrum, he felt an impulse to cry. He had never imagined that, after 11 years, his mother would still remember his childhood words. "Yeah, this is a gift your mother bought upon returning from the ancestral temple. I heard so much about your achievements as soon as I returned to the palace, so I truly found it hard to come up with an excuse to give it to you. In the circumstances at that time, I should have punished you rather than gifted you something. You were so young. I couldn't let others say that I spoiled you too much. Or else you would be." Sigh. At this point, Qi Marin felt a wave of bitterness rise within her heart, pain for her son. He had always been obedient, but ever since she had left, he had gradually changed, becoming increasingly mischievous. She knew well why he did so much. It was because she had neglected him too much. However, the palace was not like an ordinary household. Situ Yi, though still young, had a kind heart and would not guard himself against others. As Qi Marin was favored, it was not impossible for others to harbor ill intentions toward him. Moreover, if the emperor favored or valued him, his situation would become even more precarious. Thus, she could only appear to care for him while truly not indulging him, even leaving him in the palace. Her journey to the ancestral temple had been for the late Empress Dowager's memorial, but there were also personal matters at play, and she could not bear to leave her son behind. She worried for him, so before departing, she specifically requested the emperor to take good care of him, but not to spoil him too much. The duke understood Qi Marin's concerns and nodded in agreement. However, later on, Situ Yi first barged into the emperor's chambers, then set fire to the Taya Hall, and, subsequently, he seemed to be overtly framing the court physician during his illness. All of this stemmed from his desire to be close to her. After realizing it was hopeless, he sought to draw the attention of those who cared for him. Perhaps after a long period, he had truly become such a person. Yet, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, he had safely lived until today. Today marked his 16th birthday, and it was time to present the long-overdue gift. "Thank you, Mother. You are my son. There is no need for such formalities. However, if you truly wish to thank me, I do have a request for you." Situ Yi looked at Qi Marin with curiosity, but for some reason, an unsettling feeling arose within him. He sensed that this request might prove challenging to fulfill. Nevertheless, before him stood his mother. If she asked for his assistance, he had no choice but to comply, unless it were something he was incapable of doing. If that were the case, she would not place him in such a predicament. "Mother, please speak. Do not hesitate. I will comply with whatever you ask, as long as I am able," Situ Yi declared with determination. Indeed, as long as he could accomplish it, he would certainly comply. Qi Marin's lips curled into a slight smile as she glanced outside, and then Xia Shi exited. "Here, the request your mother has of you is quite simple. It is merely a single sentence. When the time comes to select a consort, you must declare that you favor the legitimate daughter of Minister Ling Huan. You are to take her as your primary consort." What? Situ Yi felt as if struck by lightning. Yes, it was merely a single sentence, undeniably simple. Yet it was so simple that he found himself unable to comply. Observing Situ Yi's ashen countenance, Qi Marin raised an eyebrow, sensing that he was perhaps concerned about Chanxin. Qi Marin spoke nonchalantly, lifting her teacup to sip delicately, her smile widening as she noticed Xiaxiang leading Chanxin towards them. "Here, there is no need for embarrassment. Since you harbor feelings for Ling Huan, if you find it awkward to express it, simply cooperate with your mother. Ultimately, Ling Huan will become your principal consort. Of course, if you desire to take one or two more, your mother has no objections. Mother, this is out of the question. Why is it out of the question? In ordinary affluent families, men often take multiple wives. Why should you, a distinguished prince, have only one principal consort? That will be a source of ridicule. I believe your tutor would not wish for you to be the subject of mockery. Would he? After speaking, Qi Marin glanced at Chan'er, who performed a respectful greeting before looking towards Situyi. It was only then that Situyi noticed Chan'er had arrived. His gaze held a flicker of anger as he turned to his mother, realizing that her actions were all premeditated. Even the drum was part of her scheme. He knew his mother was intelligent, yet he had never anticipated that one day her cunning would be employed against him. He was her son. Could she truly manipulate his marriage affairs? He understood she meant well. Marrying Ling Huan would secure Ling Hao's support for him. But why was she now pressuring him so? Mother, do you not know my true feelings? My heart has always belonged solely to Chan'er. One person? Qi Marin cast a disdainful glance at Chan'er. You care for this individual more than for other matters, do you? Huh? Are you truly unaware of your own predicament? And as for your mother, what has she endured over the years, being belittled by those old men in the court? And the queen in the harem, ever ready to pounce on my faults. Do you think being this beauty has brought me comfort? You truly intend to disregard everything for her? If so, I shall have no choice but to eliminate her. Situyi was stunned into silence. Could it be that she desired power and status? Was it merely a lack of a pawn to seize power? Contemplating this, Situyi lowered his gaze to the brocade box in his hands, suddenly breaking into a self-deprecating smirk. Before anyone could react, he hurled the brocade box to the ground with a resounding crash. Qi Marin was taken aback, staring blankly at the box that Situyi had disdainfully discarded. Summer Fragrance reacted swiftly, rushing forward to halt his next action, only to be shoved aside by Situyi. Get away, he shouted, then stomped on the box with force, shattering it. Summer Fragrance fell to her knees in fright, and Chan'er, noting the expression on Situyi's face, sensed the gravity of the situation. Year, how can you behave this way before your mother? What kind of manners are these? She turned to Chan'er. My Year has always been well-mannered, albeit a bit mischievous. But he knows etiquette. After a few days with you, why has he become so uncouth? What have you taught him? Finally regaining her composure, Qi Marin felt a pang of heartbreak. The drum, which she had cherished for years, was now cruelly destroyed just when she had the chance to present it to her son. I must now suspect that you were sent by someone to deliberately tarnish my son's reputation. Guards, take this seductress away and ensure she is interrogated. If we fail to uncover the truth, well, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Suddenly, two guards rushed in. Situyi's expression turned more mocking. Did one require guards to observe their son? Mother, you truly understand your son's character too well. Otherwise, how could you so confidently assume I would confront you for Chan'er? Mother, your scheming is impressive. However, you underestimate your son's stubbornness. Halt! This is my palace, and you shall not wreak havoc here. Liang Ping, throw these two guards out. Qi Marin was once again taken aback. Was this truly her son? Before Liang Ping could decide on a course of action, a petite figure darted past, and the two guards were inexplicably ambushed from behind, as if pricked by something sharp. They felt a sudden ache throughout their bodies, and, upon focusing, saw a woman holding a rope, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. With a swift toss, she bound the two guards, and Liang Ping, recognizing there was no retreat, rushed forward to assist. In an instant, the guards were tightly bound, and Zishi seized the rope's end, striding away with them. Moments later, two cries of despair echoed, leaving everyone bewildered about the events that transpired. When Zishi returned, she addressed Situyi. Your Highness, they have been dealt with. A smile graced Situyi's face. Zishi was far more impressive than Iruo. While Iruo might overthink, it was understandable given their differing focuses. Zishi's priority was Chan'er, while Iruo's was Situyi. Chan'er approached Zishi, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she refrained from criticizing Zishi. Sister, what did you do to them? Nothing much. Just taught them a lesson about being complicit in wrongdoing. If you assist tyrants, you must be ready to suffer the consequences. This phrase, assist tyrants, thoroughly infuriated Qi Marin. You wretched child, how dare you be so audacious before me? You even dare to treat my people with such disdain? To speak of assisting tyrants? Then I must be the tyrant. Does that mean my deeds are tyrannical? Situyi seemingly ignored her, praising Zishi, excellent. Zishi speaks wisely. Indeed, You are worthy of being Irua's sister. I did not misjudge you. Turning to Chi Marin, he continued, Mother, it is quite late. I kindly ask you to return to the palace. Chi Marin's expression fluctuated through shades of pale, red, and purple before she finally squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You truly are a good son. With that, she departed with summer fragrance. Yeah, you cannot be so impulsive. I understand your genuine feelings for me, but confronting your mother in such a manner brings no benefit, neither to you nor to Chi Marin, nor to me. Situyi laughed carefree. As for my mother, I shall apologize tomorrow, but no one shall harm you. Channer, that is my bottom line. I have long declared that power and status no longer hold significance for me. All I require is your presence. You are more important than anyone or anything. The sincerity in his final statement resonated deeply. With a soft sigh, he gazed at the remnants of the drum he had crushed underfoot. It was now unrecognizable, merely a heap of broken wood. He knelt beside the shattered drum, as if mourning its loss. Channer walked over, crouching down and reaching out to pick it up, but Situyi stopped her. It is no longer meaningful. Situyi recalled the moment when he was 5 years old, crying out to his mother before she departed to mourn, Mother, I want a drum. At that time, Chi Marin, preoccupied with the Empress Dowager's health, had merely responded absent-mindedly and sent him away. Situyi felt both excitement and trepidation, while his mother had promised him a drum. He worried whether she would remember to buy it for him. Throughout his upbringing, his mother appeared to dote on him, yet in reality, no one knows. She only occasionally glances at him. She has never given him a gift on his birthday, nor has his mother ever bestowed upon him a present, whether for his birthday or during festive occasions. Whenever they meet alone, her demeanor towards him is consistently cold and indifferent, devoid of warmth. Yet in public, she displays a great enthusiasm, and during those moments, he finds solace in the affection of his mother. Not long after, the Empress Dowager passed away, and the beautiful Chi volunteered to keep vigil, causing him to forget about the drum he was supposed to shake until today, when he finally received it, only to realize it was a mere ploy to win his affections. Situyi felt a profound sadness. Was he truly someone who was unloved and uncared for? No. He had the love of his father. If it weren't for the reminders from Channer during these past days, he might not have felt that affection at all, leaving him in profound loneliness. The Emperor's special favor towards him must also relate to Chi. Surely, he knows that his mother does not adore him. Yet he is her son, and thus the Emperor naturally extends his love to him, albeit subtly. Observing the hurt in Situyi's expression, Channer empathized with his sorrow. Reminiscent of her own past experiences of being unloved by both parents, having only a grandfather by her side. In this life, although her mother cherished her, they were forcibly separated, only to reunite at her mother's death. In both lives, happiness slipped through her fingers. I am here. I will always accompany you until you tire of me. Otherwise, I shall never leave. Situyi looked up, gazing into Channer's sparkling, alluring eyes, and suddenly smiled, nodding. Indeed, he still had Channer by his side. He abruptly stood and took her hand, leading her away. Channer followed silently, unsure of his intentions. Behind them, Liang Ping intercepted He Zishi, who looked at Liang Ping with confusion. Liang Ping wore a knowing smile. Miss He, do you not wish for His Highness and Miss Channer to unite soon? Upon hearing this, He Zishi's cheeks flushed deeply, taken aback by the suddenness. Wait, my sister is only 12. She has not even come of age yet. Meanwhile, Channer found herself led into Situyi's bedroom, staring at him in bewilderment. Is there something that cannot be said in the study? Why must we come here? Ayi, what is wrong? Situyi looked at Channer, bemused by her sudden naivety during such a crucial moment. I now firmly believe you are a pig. Channer bristled at his unexpected insult. Just as she was about to retort, Situyi scooped her into his arms, startling her into a gasp. Realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed crimson as she awkwardly pushed against him. Ayiyu. At that moment, Situyi had already carried her to the bed, gently setting her down. Channer, you have always known how I feel about you, haven't you? I wish. This was the first time Situyi had so openly expressed his feelings, and a blush tinged his cheeks. Summoning his courage, he declared, Channer, I want you to become my wife today. Channer understood that he was being rather indirect, yet, yeah. Do not worry. Tomorrow, I will petition the Emperor to formalize your status. Even if my mother wishes for me to wed Ling Huan, she cannot force you into a lesser position. Situyi said, waving his hand, causing the curtains to fall. Wait, Yi, that's not what I meant. Sidi Yi, however, disregarded her words, climbing onto the bed. With no experience in such matters, he only knew that they should shed their garments. He understood Chan'er would not take the initiative, so he reached to remove her clothes. Chan'er, terrified, grasped his arm and exclaimed, I am not yet of age. Siduya Po said, Perpliet. Many marry before coming of age. Chan'er realized he still did not grasp her meaning and braced herself to explain, I have not. Well, my body is still that of a child, not yet matured. Moreover, the toxins within me have yet to be cleared. I cannot. Finally, she managed to stammer out her thoughts. Siduyi stared blankly for a moment before finally comprehending. Then why is Mother Chui pressuring you? Chan'er felt increasingly awkward, believing it was sufficient to simply accept her circumstances. She had no intention of accepting such pressure, so whether she was coerced mattered little to her. Siduyi was taken aback. Chan'er spoke so lightly. It pierced his ears like a sharp blade. He lay back, pulling Chan'er into his embrace, but a strange sensation lingered in his heart. When Chan'er had been so mistreated by Mother Chui, had she truly refused to accept it solely out of defiance? Or was there another reason? Suddenly, he felt a jolt of realization. Why not ask her? But would she be angry? Would she leave him without a second thought? If he remained silent, the question would forever haunt him. She was astute and would eventually uncover the truth, leading to a potentially worse outcome. Chan'er, if the toxins in your body were to be cleared, would you be able to, Chan'er felt exasperated. What kind of topic was this? In truth, it was not impossible, but as a physician, she knew enough to understand that it could be detrimental to one's health, potentially leading to many adverse consequences. However, she had not researched it thoroughly. Chan'er assumed he was merely curious, completely unaware that Siduye's mind was preoccupied with different thoughts. Upon hearing her response, Siduye's heart tightened, as if he had confirmed his suspicions. If you had already matured, even without coming of age, and someone treated you that way, would you agree? Chan'er was momentarily bewildert. Who treated me that way? What would I agree to? After connecting the preceding conversation, she suddenly grasped the meaning behind his words and the strange inquiries he had posed. She sat upright, fixing her gaze on Siduyi, who looked equally flustered. For a moment, they simply stared at one another, one intensely scrutinizing while the other averted his gaze in guilt. Minutes passed before Chan'er unexpectedly smiled. Ye, whatever you think, let it be. However, I do not blame you, now or in the future. After saying this, she rose from the bed and left like a gust of wind. Siduyi pondered her words, a sense of impending loss washing over him. She claimed she did not blame him, nor would she in the future, yet he understood that there would be no further development between them. He knew her nature well. Her lack of blame did not guarantee she would not distance herself from him. Yet, she had said, whatever you think, let it be, and those words rendered Siduyi paralyzed with uncertainty. The following morning, Chan'er personally ventured into the kitchen, where the old matrons were astonished to see her, particularly given the dark circles under her eyes. They speculated wildly, having witnessed Chan'er being led into Siduye's chambers the previous day. This implied she had become the 8th prince's beloved, suggesting a sleepless night. Youth truly had its advantages, brimming with vitality. During mealtime, Hizishi was also present. Siduyi deliberately sent everyone away, allowing Hizishi and Chan'er to take their seats. After Chan'er respectfully expressed her gratitude to Siduyi, she sat down to eat. Hizishi was puzzled by the situation between the two. Chan'er had not returned the previous night, which implied she and Siduyi had already formed a bond. Yet, what was happening now? Did Siduyi not intend to take responsibility for her sister? Thinking this, Hizishi glared at Siduyi with resentment. Siduyi felt helpless. He genuinely wished to take responsibility for Chan'er. Chan'er, please do not be upset. Yesterday, I was at fault. I apologize. This was the first time Siduyi had so directly uttered an apology. Previously, he had only hinted at his remorse. Chan'er smiled, albeit distantly, Your Highness. Such words truly humble a mere servant. Sister? What is going on? Hizishi was taken aback, realizing that only the 4 of them, along with a small pig, were in the room. Sister, stop talking so much and eat quickly. After the meal, you may have to accompany His Highness on his errands. With that, she ignored everyone else and focused on her breakfast. Observing her demeanor, Siduyi felt a bit stifled and fell silent. After the meal, Siduyi left, taking only Liang Ping with him, instructing Hizishi to stay and protect Chan'er. After all, he had just confronted his mother on behalf of Chan'er. and he worried she would not let the matter rest easily. Shortly past noon, someone from Fengke Palace arrived. Chan'er and he Zishi proceeded to the palace, where the emperor and Situ Yi were also present. The two respectfully greeted the emperor, Qi Meiren, and Situ Yi. Subsequently, the minister dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only a few trusted individuals in the room. Chan'er, what do you mean by this? The minister inquired, directing his question solely to Chan'er. Your Majesty, I am but a commoner, fortunate to receive your kindness, which granted me the status of a respectable family member and a loyal adoptive father, like the great general. I am eternally grateful. However, regarding the eighth prince, my thoughts remain unchanged since I first entered the palace. The minister nodded, indicating that Chan'er did not agree to marry Yi as his principal wife. Ying, you two are making too much fuss. Chan'er is quite admirable, intelligent, and talented. Moreover, she is loyal and devoted to our Yi, seeking only to repay her kindness. What are you still worried about? Yi was wrong to confront you, but your approach was also somewhat inappropriate. Why did you choose to discuss Yi's marriage yesterday? You gifted him a present and then mentioned this matter, so of course, Yi would think too much about it. Wouldn't that make him angry? I believe Yi's confrontation with you was not solely for Chan'er, but also because you presented a gift while imposing conditions. Qi Meiren's expression stiffened. But he is my son. Am I not allowed to decide on his marriage? I have previously stated that if he wishes to take a concubine, I will not stop him. I only ask that he marry Huaner as his primary wife. The minister looked at Qi Meiren quizzically. Why do you favor Ling Huan so much? Qi Meiren appeared flustered, seemingly recalling Ling Huan's appearance. She is impeccable in looks and talent, with great character. While Chan'er possesses these qualities too, what is crucial is that Huaner embodies the grace of a noble woman, fitting to be the future princess. Moreover, I can tell she has feelings for Yi. When I first met her, she mentioned that Yi saved her. The minister nodded in realization, so that was the case. He then turned to admonish Situ Yi. Regardless of whether your mother was right or wrong, you must not speak to her that way. She is your mother. You are 16 now, no longer child. Whether or not your mother is at fault, you cannot treat her like this. Situ Yi remained silent. Though his father spoke the truth, he had acted impulsively yesterday. He acknowledged his rashness, but his mother had been excessive. How deeply he cherished Chan'er, even if his mother was unaware. She should not have given him a gift and made such remarks. Furthermore, she regarded him merely as a pawn. That was what truly hurt him. Noticing Situ Ye's silence, the emperor's expression grew tense, prompting Chan'er to interject. Your Majesty, I have a request. What is it? This was the first time Chan'er had directly expressed a request. I humbly ask your Majesty to grant a marriage between His Highness and Ling Huan, the legitimate daughter of the left minister, next month. I dare to request that on the day of their wedding, your Majesty may issue a general amnesty to showcase your benevolence. Izishi gasped in horror. Sister, what about you? The emperor looked troubled. It is unprecedented for a prince's wedding to coincide with a general amnesty. Your Majesty, you are a wise ruler. Has it not always been so that what once did not exist can come into being? Rules are established by humans. If they are good, they should be followed. And if not, they should be abolished. Should we allow poor customs to persist and harm future generations? As for precedents, someone must have the courage to initiate them for others to follow. A prince's wedding is not a grand affair, but next month is also your Majesty's birthday. Would it not be a double celebration if the prince marries at this time? If the seventh prince were to marry in the same month? The minister's eyes sparkled with realization. He had completely forgotten his own birthday. Very well, I grant it. Do you have any other requests? The minister did not believe that she would solely request this. I wish to ask for your Majesty's permission to leave the palace. With that, Chan'er bowed deeply, and as she lowered her head, a tear fell. She discreetly wiped it away and waited quietly. The minister was clearly taken aback, exchanging a glance with Qi Meiren, and neither spoke. They maintained this silence for a while until Qi Meiren finally asked, Are you blaming me? I would not dare. Chan'er replied, I miss home dearly and long to return to see it. Moreover, I have lost my mother and owe my filial duty. It is inappropriate for me to attend a prince's wedding, so I seek your Majesty's grace to allow me to return to honor my mother. After the memorial, I shall return once more. She would not state it outright, but she felt somewhat disheartened by Situ Yi. He did not trust her at all, and given her background, she truly felt unworthy of him, especially in this male-dominated era. Thus, she dared not remain by his side. She needed to avoid him. as she could not bear to witness the one she loved marry another, particularly in this situation where she had personally sought a favor for him. How ironic it was, indeed. To be continued. Chapter 58. For joys arrive at this moment. Siti, who ought to have spoken first, had remained silent from the beginning, not uttering a single word, nor casting even a glance in her direction. Zishi glared at him with disdain, clenching her fists, wishing she could strike him. Situye, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, wondered if she truly intended to leave him. If his father allowed her to exit the palace under the pretense of honoring her mother, would she ever return? His hands tightened around each other. He could not permit her to leave. Father, mother, I have something to say. The minister nodded at him. Thus, Situye declared, I do not wish to marry the left minister's daughter, but if I must marry her, I insist that Chanur be present. Otherwise, I shall never wed. I will do everything in my power to keep you here. Chanur looked up at Situye in shock. How could he be so heartless? To make her witness the man she loved marry another? She recalled a saying she had come across in her past life. My boyfriend is getting married, and I am not the bride. At that time, it seemed amusing, and she had laughed for quite a while, mocking the woman for being foolish. He had married someone else, so how could she still refer to him as her boyfriend? He was merely an ex-boyfriend, or perhaps even further removed. Moreover, such a person was not worth grieving over. However, the reality of the situation weighed heavily upon her, rendering her unable to smile. Indeed, how could she find joy? No, she ought to smile. She should be filled with happiness for him. After all, every aspect of this was her own choice, including the wedding, which she had personally petitioned for on his behalf. In her past life, would she have so generously sought to marry someone else for the one she loved? Not a chance. The Duke and the beautiful Chi exchanged glances, both sighing deeply. The beautiful Chi spoke. Chanur, I must admit that I have some reservations about you. You are aware of my son's feelings for you. But being of royal lineage, he cannot have only one primary consort. Furthermore, that primary consort must be of noble birth. I do not demand that my future daughter-in-law be exceptionally remarkable. I merely seek a woman of unblemished reputation, ensuring my son's future is secure. Yet you are but a commoner, your origins often under suspicion. Currently, as his maid, no one speaks ill of you, but should you become his primary consort, my son would undoubtedly face public scrutiny. On a smaller scale, it would be seen as him willingly descending in status. On a larger scale, it would bring disgrace to the royal family. I, too, hail from humble beginnings, and my own elevation was met with controversy for half a year. Matters of royalty are never trifles, especially when it comes to a prince marrying a primary consort. If mishandled, one could even be accused of treason. I understand, Chanur replied. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to express the truth. I truly just want to return home to see my father. Before Chanur could continue, the Duke raised a hand to stop her. Oh, my son, do not put Chanur in a difficult position. Consider her perspective. Shall not grant you permission. Thank you, your majesty. The matter seemed resolved. The Duke called his son, Situye, to the Hall of Diligence and discussed the pros and cons of the situation. Situye understood that his father had his best interests at heart. Yet, Father, if you were in my position and Chanur were my mother, how would you choose given our current circumstances? Father, I truly only wish to be with her. I seek nothing else. The Duke squinted, pondering how his son had become such a lovesick fool. Although he, too, had once been infatuated with the beautiful Chi, he was now clear-headed. Yet his son seemed. He waved his hand weakly, signaling for Situye to withdraw. He summoned the beautiful Chi and recounted his conversation with Situye. The beautiful Chi frowned. Your Majesty, as I said, Year is not suited for this. His temperament is far too frivolous. The Duke shook his head. He takes after me. After uttering this, he sighed softly, his affection for the beautiful Chi unwavering over the past 18 years. The beautiful Chi's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing his words. Since Yira's birth, he had never voiced such sentiments before her, though she had always known it. Knowing was not the same as hearing. Had he listened to me sooner, and not held such high hopes for him, Chanur would not have had to suffer. Recalling their recent encounter with Chanur at Fonke Palace, where the Duke had disguised himself as a young eunuch, the beautiful Chi remembered laughing heartily upon seeing him. After her amusement subsided, she had summoned Chanur, initially punishing her to kneel as a show for the watching eyes in the courtyard. Then, she had critiqued Chanur until the Duke could no longer bear it and intervened. Their casual conversation had revolved around ensuring Situ Ye's safety from the traps laid by the Crown Prince and the Seventh Prince, guiding him towards propriety and ambition. Chan'er was clever and had discerned the unspoken implications. The Duke held high expectations for Situ Ye, yet the beautiful Qi was merely a beautiful woman, while the Seventh Prince was favored due to being raised by the Empress, considered a legitimate son. The former Jin dynasty had an unspoken rule. The legitimate heir was determined by birth order, not merit, and the favored son by nobility, not age. Although this had never been strictly adhered to, the old men had always pressured the beautiful Qi. If the Duke were to endorse Situ Ye, it would surely incite internal strife. Furthermore, with the recent stabilization of the conflict with the Great Shang nation, it was not the time for discord, lest they provide an opportunity for the Great Shang to exploit. Thus, Chan'er had cooperatively spilled tea, earning herself 10 strokes of the cane from the beautiful Qi. The purpose of this act was to create the illusion of discord between them, for while the beautiful Qi may have been antagonistic, she would not endanger Chan'er's life, nor implicate Situ Ye. But the Empress could not be so lenient. This tactic was not only to protect Chan'er, but also to safeguard Situ Ye. Yet today, why did she request to leave the palace? Ying, have you been too harsh on her, causing her to buckle under the pressure? Qi Xing rolled her eyes dramatically at the Duke. I haven't even begun to apply pressure. After a moment of silence, the beautiful Qi spoke softly, Your Majesty. If you were to watch the one you cherish marry another, could you bear it? Could you find joy in it? Especially if the one she marries is someone you personally selected for her? Upon hearing this, the Duke's expression darkened, and Steward Zheng couldn't help but break into a sweat. Only the beautiful Qi dared to challenge the Emperor so boldly. The woman I cherish is already mine. Who dares to steal her from me? I shall annihilate their entire lineage. After saying this, his countenance softened slightly. Now tell me, is it right or wrong for me to allow her to leave the palace? The Duke understood that the beautiful Qi was merely drawing a comparison, yet it was evident that Chan'er held genuine affection for Situ Ye. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong. Looking at Situ Ye's obstinate expression as he had just departed, it was clear he would not allow Chan'er to leave easily. It was likely that his decree would result in Chan'er being monitored closely for 12 hours. Is it truly so? Does a mother not have the right to consider her son's feelings? I have made my decision. The wedding will take place on the 10th day of the 8th month, which conveniently coincides with my birthday. This year, we have also managed to mend relations with the Great Shang nation, ensuring at least 3 years of peace. Thus, my birthday will be celebrated grandly, and the Great Shang will send emissaries. As the Duke spoke, he carefully observed the changes in the beautiful Qi's expression, continuing, at that time, we shall also arrange Xian'er's marriage. Such a celebration of 3 joys, with the Great Shang's envoy present, will allow me to grant a general amnesty. Wouldn't tea that showcased the enlightenment of our Jin dynasty? Your Majesty, first of all, I am not a spy sent by the Great Shang. You need not scrutinize my face when mentioning their envoy. Secondly, have you chosen a suitable match for Xian'er's marriage? If 2 princes are to marry simultaneously, whose wedding will you attend? Lastly, and most importantly, it should be a celebration of 4 joys. Since the Great Shang envoy will come, it signifies that the borders are temporarily stable. Is this not also a joy? The Duke's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, announcing 4 joys is even better than 3. As for the candidates, the 25th Empress will decide. I shall not attend any of the weddings. I will be too busy celebrating my birthday. But what a Chan'er! The beautiful Qi was deeply concerned. She knew Situ Ye well. He would undoubtedly employ extraordinary means to keep Chan'er with him. She hoped that the situation would not spiral out of control. I will leave it to the Grand General. Since it is a celebration of 4 joys, Chan'er should be present. After all, she is the Grand General's only daughter. The beautiful Qi glanced at the Duke, thinking him a clever fox. On the 25th of July, during the selection of consorts, neither the 8th prince nor the 7th prince had chosen. In the end, both received imperial decrees from the Duke. The 7th prince was bestowed with Qin Minjun as his consort, while the 8th prince was granted Ling Huan. The auspicious date was set for the 10th day of the 8th month. The 7th prince's expression darkened, then broke into a sinister smile. If he could not have her, neither would anyone else. As the days passed, Chan'er, apart from preparing daily meals for Situ Ye, saw little of him. The reasons were twofold. She did not wish to meet him, and he was preoccupied with the impending wedding and the Duke's birthday celebrations. The The C2 family does not impose many requirements regarding the grand wedding, although there are some differences compared to the customs of foreign clans. The traditional practices such as the bride not being seen and the veil not being lifted until an auspicious hour are largely absent. Particularly, this wedding is extraordinary as it coincides with the birthday of the Prince of Politics, thus sparing the couple from such mundane rituals. On the day of the wedding, the bride will be escorted from Lady Qin's fragrant hall to the prince's palace, where they will pay their respects to their respective mothers. As for the Prince of Politics, as he stated, he simply lacks the time to attend the royal wedding. While the notion of 4 joyous events arriving simultaneously is commendable, it does carry its drawbacks. After all, every advantage must come with a corresponding disadvantage. However, given the current circumstances, the benefits evidently outweigh the drawbacks, to the advantage of the Prince of Politics. The court officials are well aware of this, and thus most do not dwell excessively on the matter. On the eve of the wedding, August 9th, Chanxin, who had been silent for so long, finally came alive because the Grand General had arrived. Chanxin, I have heard about your situation from His Majesty. Alas, that young man has wronged you. While I wish to unveil his true nature, this marriage was, after all, sought by you on his behalf. Therefore, I have devised a better plan. Come with me. We shall reside outside the palace, for we have a residence. Tomorrow morning, we will enter the palace to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. After the banquet, we shall leave, disregarding any concerns about princes. When you feel ready to return, you may do so. Father, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me father, he replied warmly. My life has been dedicated to serving our country, taking countless lives on the battlefield. Perhaps heaven has chosen to punish me by taking my wife from me early, leaving me childless. Now, having you as my daughter brings me great comfort. The Grand General, typically a figure of strength and valor, appeared today as a tender father. Chanxin's eyes glistened with tears as she yearned for parental affection, a sentiment she found elusive. The Grand General, too, longed for the joy of children and had lost his beloved wife far too soon. Overwhelmed by emotion, Chanxin knelt before him. Father, allow me to pay 3 respects to express my gratitude for your kindness. As she completed her respectful gestures, she reflected on her disdain for the customs of kneeling and bowing, yet now she willingly embraced them. Dear General's wife, if you can see from beyond, rest assured that I shall care for the Grand General as my own father, honoring and supporting him until the end of his days. Good child, rise. I am old now, and finally, I have a clever and beautiful daughter, he said, lifting her up. In a moment, I must go to greet the emissaries from Chanxin. After the palace banquet tomorrow, we also have a welcoming feast for them. As my daughter, your presence at the banquet is essential, though your attendance at the welcoming feast is optional. Father, that is still far off. Let us discuss it after tomorrow, she replied, her heart aching at the thought of the wedding. It was a profound sorrow, as if she were about to plunge into despair. She often pondered how callous she had been to push away the one she cherished. Initially, she believed she could remain calm, yet upon first meeting him, she felt a longing that transcended mere acquaintance. However, the subsequent developments forced her to distance him from her life. She considered herself not magnanimous enough to relinquish her husband to another, yet she had indeed sought a marriage for him with someone else. Was her love not sincere? She believed it was. Perhaps her initial assumptions were flawed. Was it laughable? No, it was pitiful. She now felt pitiful, lost in uncertainty about what she truly desired, aimlessly existing. Why had she not chosen to leave with him? If only they had distanced themselves enough, everything would have been different. Surely, it would have been better, for at least they could have been together, regardless of how long their happiness lasted. Chimarin was right. He was born into a royal family. Even as a prince, he would not possess only one legitimate wife. He would have many concubines. However, had she left with him, perhaps that would not have been the case. Even if there would have been others, it would still be preferable to the palace, where countless beauties resided. Did you hear what your father said? Pang Dingshan queried, pulling Chanxin from her reverie. She was embarrassed and lowered her head. Pang Dingshan said nothing further, instead advising her to be open-minded and not adhere strictly to traditions. Ultimately, it depends on the depth of his feelings for you and whether he is worthy of your affection. This will become clear after his marriage. Chanxin pondered his words, realizing that perhaps there was no need to overthink things. At worst, she would help him rise to great heights, and when that time came, she could gracefully withdraw, as many would then vie for his favor and support. I must take my leave now. I have a meeting with the officials in half an hour. Please wait here for my return, and do not wander off, he he instructed before departing. As Channa resumed her day, a warmth enveloped her heart. Despite her sister's frequent visits, she had always masked her sadness, not wanting Yizishi to share her burdens. Yet, after hearing Peng Dingshan's final words, a light seemed to dawn upon her. Even in modern times, marriages and divorces occurred. She did not ask for much. She simply wished for a place in his heart. Affection was inherently elusive. Perhaps they promised eternal love now, but such vows could easily be forgotten. Thus, demanding too much was futile. It would suffice to see how he treated her in the future. She did not seek an everlasting bond, but rather cherished the happiness they once shared. Even if they could not be together in the future, the joy of having once loved was irreplaceable. Having come to this realization, Channa rose and headed towards the small flower house in the courtyard. There, a young maid named Xiaolan awaited her, seemingly quiet yet loyal, chosen by Liang Ping. Though she wore maidservant attire, her status as the Grand General's daughter commanded respect. Miss Channa, Xiaolan greeted with a bow, recognizing her status. Despite the upcoming wedding, Channa resided in the main courtyard of the 8th Prince's palace, while the wedding preparations took place in the secondary courtyard. The implications were clear. Furthermore, everyone was aware of the 8th Prince's recent confrontation with Qi Marin on her behalf, but no one dared to speak of it. Channa nodded gently and entered the flower house, her spirits lifted by the sight of the newly sprouted leaves. She looked forward to winter, when everything would flourish. As winter approached, the flower had nearly matured, a birthday gift promised to Situ Yi. This flower, named Luo Xiaochunhua, was exceptionally beautiful and possessed a fragrance that calmed the mind and aided sleep. Additionally, it was cultivated by Channa using special herbs, enhancing its effects beyond mere tranquility. After observing it closely and finding no abnormalities, she turned toward a hidden door in the greenhouse, gently twisting the knob to open it. Stepping inside, she gazed at the 30 or so stalks of the striking purple flower, her lips curling into a soft smile as she inspected each one, ensuring their health. She then scooped up a spoonful of well-fermented medicinal liquid, carefully watering them. Just as she finished, she noticed the flowers subtly swaying, as if they had come to life. Nodding in gratitude, "Now you must grow quickly and bloom," she encouraged. "I need you as medicinal ingredients. Some toxins can only be neutralized by you." Speaking of the secret antidote pills from the renowned family of poison doctors, although the preparation method was simple, one of the crucial ingredients was indeed this purple flower. Thus, the book detailed its origins and cultivation methods. As long as one plant thrived, she would have seeds. Gazing at the purple flowers, ripples of hope filled her eyes, their potential to save lives resting upon them, especially in the palace, where poisoning was a common method of intrigue. At that moment, she heard commotion outside, as if many people were searching for her. She turned and exited the greenhouse, addressing Xiaolan. "Keep a close watch on the greenhouse. No one is to enter, day or night, not even you. Otherwise, I cannot be held responsible for the consequences," Channa said playfully. Xiaolan smiled gently, nodding in understanding. Each time Channa left, she reiterated this warning, indicating the flowers were of great importance to her. These flowers were indeed fortunate to receive such tender care from such a beautiful person. Yet it was pitiful for the prince, who adored her, as she remained distant, especially after learning of the emperor's marriage decree. Her demeanor grew even colder, as if they were mere acquaintances with no deeper connection. Occasionally, he would accompany her to the greenhouse, but he was never allowed inside. The prince would wait outside, and they would return together. If the prince cherished her so deeply, why not make her his consort? Why marry another? Alas, she lamented, worrying over matters that were none of her concern as a mere palace maid. At this juncture, Channa approached the front courtyard, observing a throng of individuals entering. She frowned slightly. "What brings you here?" The leader stepped forward to bow, responding, "May I inquire if you are Miss Channa?" Channa nodded, and the leader continued, "We come on the Queen's orders to escort you to the palace gate to welcome the foreign envoy." "What? Welcoming a foreign envoy? What does that have to do with me?" However, Channa had no choice but to don palace attire and accompany the guards. After all, they bore the Queen's decree. Yet she felt something was amiss. Why was she needed for this task? If her father had been here earlier, why did he not mention it? She contemplated asking further. But the leader, scratching his head, urged her not to trouble them. If the envoy arrived and not all were present, it would breach royal protocol and dignity. While Channa might escape punishment, they would face disciplinary measures. She could not help but twitch her lips in annoyance. Indeed, besides poisoning, Punishment through disciplinary measures was common in the palace. Reluctantly, she followed them. Upon arriving at the inner court's entrance, the leader stated, "Miss, look, the queen and others are waiting there to welcome the envoy. I cannot proceed further, so please make your way there swiftly. Delays would not bode well." San'an nodded, feeling increasingly perplexed. Although she had grasped palace etiquette, why did the guards refer to palace maids as Miss? Shouldn't they be addressed similarly to others? Yet, she dismissed her curiosity, for tomorrow was the Prime Minister's birthday, and the weddings of the 7th and 8th princes were also occurring. The arrival of the envoy from the great Shang nation was a matter of utmost importance, unlikely to be a time for schemes against her. After all, any mishap would surely attract the Prime Minister's scrutiny, given its implications for the great Shang nation's reputation. Thus, she hastily made her way toward the indistinct crowd in the distance, unaware of the triumphant smirk from the guard behind her as he turned away. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister stood with the Crown Prince, the 7th and 8th princes before a gathering of ministers, awaiting the arrival of the envoy from the great Shang nation. While such an occasion did not necessitate grandiosity, 2 prominent ministers would typically suffice. However, upon learning that the envoy comprised the Crown Prince and the 2nd princess of the great Shang nation, they had to prepare accordingly. The ruler of the great Shang nation, Gong Qingshi, had a younger brother, Gong Qingmian, who served as the Grand General. The bond between the brothers was strong, though spies reported that 11 years prior, they had quarreled during a tumultuous year for their nation. That year, an incident involving poisoning had erupted in Chanxin, the capital, yet a local medical family had intervened to resolve it. However, shortly thereafter, that family was executed. The day after the executions, Gong Qingmian confronted the emperor, leading to the first significant rift between the brothers. Following this conflict, a fire broke out in the palace, reportedly ignited within the quarters of one of the emperor's consorts, implicated in the poisoning incident, who had already been sentenced to death by poison. Her demise was not deemed significant. The emperor's fury led to the execution of several consorts, many by fire, a harsh decree that had never before been witnessed. This turmoil left Gong Qingshi disillusioned with the consorts of the inner palace, resulting in the dismissal of 6 of them, ostensibly favoring the queen, yet he rarely visited her palace. Thus, he fathered only one son, the current crown prince, Gong Molin, who had just turned 15 and was said to be a strikingly handsome youth. He had 3 daughters. The eldest, Gong Peirong, known as Princess Rongfu, was already married. The second, Gong Peiyun, known as Princess Qingyun, had just reached marriageable age but was not yet betrothed, and the youngest, Gong Peiping, known as Princess Omping, was 13 but already engaged. 7th and 8th brothers. What do you make of the great Shang nation sending their crown prince and princess as envoys? Do you truly believe the emperor trusts them enough to send his only son here? The crown prince, Situ Zhang, inquired. Situ Yi shared the sentiment, sensing something amiss. Though the Jin and great Shang nations had temporarily ceased hostilities, it was merely a facade. Both sides were merely biding their time, amassing resources and waiting for the opportune moment. Did the emperor genuinely trust his only son to venture into Jin? The prime minister raised an eyebrow at the crown prince's question, pondering why he had chosen him as heir. Despite his age, the crown prince was reckless, cruel, and lacked knowledge. What say you, 8th brother? Today was a day of ceremony for the envoy's arrival, necessitating adherence to proper etiquette. Typically, the 7th prince would not address the 8th prince as 8th brother, but today was different. The prime minister nodded to himself, recognizing even the 7th prince surpassed the crown prince in propriety. 7th brother, your inquiry has left me at a loss. How could I possibly know what even the crown prince is unaware of? He understands the hierarchy of respect. Yet the one who truly instilled this principle in him is Chan'er. The crown prince, overhearing their exchange, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He had just instinctively called out to the 7th and 8th brothers, and their actions felt like a blatant slap to his face, diminishing his dignity. It was a veiled implication that he lacked understanding of propriety. He discreetly cast a glance at the chancellor, only to find him wearing an expression of discontent directed at him. Clearing his throat, he ventured, regarding this matter, I believe His Majesty is magnanimous. The ruler of the great Shang kingdom is well aware that my father would not arbitrarily detain their crown prince. Moreover, in times of war, envoys are not harmed. We are not in an era of conflict now, so there is no cause for concern. The chancellor shot him a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed by his lack of knowledge. Chan'er, Year, I would like to hear your opinions as well. The chancellor inquired nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Xian spoke softly. Though it is said that envoys are not harmed during conflicts, we must consider who the envoy is. If in times of war, the opposing side sends their only crown prince, should we not be diligent? The implication was clear. To be unmindful in such a critical moment would be foolish. Although diligence could tarnish one's reputation, history has always favored the victors. Is this not a significant matter in the pursuit of victory? The crown prince's face turned awkward, a strange expression crossing Situ Xian's countenance. Situ Xian continued, however, we are currently in a time of peace. Should we act with undue diligence, it would undoubtedly lead to my father's loss of public support. Furthermore, my former Jin kingdom has already announced that on the occasion of my father's birthday tomorrow, we will also celebrate the union between myself and the 8th prince. If the envoy from the great Shang is of little consequence, would that not signify a slight against my former Jin kingdom? Given that the war had just subsided, no one wished to reignite conflict at such a critical juncture. The ruler of the great Shang must feel a sense of helplessness, as he possesses but one son. A smile appeared on the chancellor's face as he nodded, clearly in agreement with this analysis. Year, what say you? In response to father, I am but a dullard, lacking understanding of the great Shang ruler's sentiments. I only know that my duty is to welcome the envoy. The rest is beyond my concern, regardless of his intentions. He is on the territory of my former Jin kingdom. If we must remain fearful within our own borders, does that not imply that we are afraid of the great Shang? The chancellor was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his son, having been tutored by Chan'er for merely a few days, could possess such clarity of thought. Indeed, the thoughts of the great Shang ruler are inscrutable to others. Yet ultimately, the great Shang crown prince and princess are on the soil of my former Jin kingdom. No matter how formidable he may be, a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Will my former Jin kingdom truly cower before him? Upon hearing Situ Ye's words, when Fa was initially stunned, then laughed. Could this be the influence of that woman? He recalled her discourse regarding the calamities of drought and flood, and upon returning home, he mulled over her insights, recognizing her remarkable knowledge and foresight. It was a pity she was a woman. Had she been a man, she would surely achieve greatness in the court. Meanwhile, the other ministers harbored their own thoughts, but only General Pang's smile grew increasingly pronounced. His daughter was indeed no ordinary woman. The chancellor cast a satisfied glance at Situ Yi, only to suddenly squint his eyes. What is she doing here? General, go see if your daughter has any urgent matters. If it is not significant, she should quickly withdraw. The envoy will arrive shortly. After we settle the envoy, we can address her matters. Upon hearing this, Pang Dingshan turned to see Chan'er hastily approaching them, her pace suggesting urgency. He swiftly stepped aside to meet her, furrowing his brow. Daughter, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Chan'er was evidently taken aback. Father, what are you doing here? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. Surely, those ahead cannot be the Empress and her entourage? Pang Dingshan frowned. Realizing she had been deceived, Chan'er turned to glance at the distant figures, only to find them to be court officials. In her haste, she had not closely observed the individuals ahead, mistakenly believing they were ministers while the consorts were in front. Now, it was clear, they were indeed officials. Nonsense. Who informed you of this? The reception of foreign envoys does not necessitate the presence of the consorts. Daughter, have you not learned the palace rules? Have you not studied them? Only the Empress may meet the envoy, and that is during the welcoming banquet. Today's situation is rather special. The consorts may meet them tomorrow, as it is His Majesty's birthday, and they will have another opportunity to meet the envoy at the forthcoming banquet. Chan'er opened her mouth to respond, but chaos erupted ahead as a voice with a distinct quack-like tone announced, "The crown prince and princess of the great Shang have arrived." As General Pang turned, he caught sight of a procession, 5 riders, 2 in front and 2 behind, with the man in the center undoubtedly being the crown prince of the great Shang. Following them were 2 exquisitely adorned carriages, accompanied by a well-trained cavalry escort. Although it was merely a small contingent of around a dozen individuals, their combat capability should not be underestimated. Envoys are not permitted to bring large armies, yet they cannot arrive unaccompanied. So they typically bring a contingent of no more than 20 guards. Once they cross the border, they are met and escorted by the military of the host country to the capital. As they dismounted, The 4 guards of Gong Molin were the first to alight, followed by Gong Molin himself, who gracefully dismounted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the palace gate before him. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, clad in a long robe of moonlight hue. His fair skin appeared even more delicate. His enchanting eyes, when he smiled, narrowed naturally, resembling a crescent moon that beckoned admiration. His crimson lips, lush and inviting, were akin to those of a woman. Situ-Yi gazed at him and was suddenly reminded of Chan'er. Her eyes too possessed a similar enchanting quality that could captivate one's soul. An unexpected pang of regret surged within Situ-Yi, despite knowing Chan'er for so long. He had yet to embrace her. The closest he had come was a brief hug, and that was only after she had been spanked. Suddenly, a sense of fear gripped his heart. Why did this man evoke thoughts of her? It was merely a resemblance of their eyes. Clearly, Chan'er held an important place in his heart, and he could not afford to lose her. The ruler of the great Shang, Emperor Zhaoxian, dispatched his subordinates to escort the crown prince and princess to convey their birthday wishes to the ruler of the former Jin kingdom, Chancellor, as well as to celebrate the wedding of the 2 royal sons. This is the invitation. Please present it to the Chancellor of the former Jin kingdom. Bowing, he lowered his head below the invitation he held, offering it respectfully. This is the customary protocol between envoys of different nations. The presentation of an invitation is mandatory, lest it be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals. This is also a matter of safety. The refusal to kneel stems from the fact that the 2 nations are typically adversarial. One does not kneel before an enemy. Thus, a bow suffices to convey respect. Elder Zheng stepped forward to receive the invitation, which was examined by the imperial physician to ensure there were no discrepancies before it was handed to the chancellor. This, too, is a mark of respect. Should any unforeseen mishap occur during the audience, should the emperor fall ill or be poisoned, this cannot be blamed on the envoy. Hence, the physician's examination serves not only to ensure the emperor's safety, but also to provide a clean bill of health for the envoy. Once the chancellor perused the invitation and confirmed its authenticity, he stepped forward to speak. The great Shang crown prince must be weary from your journey. Please, first feast at the palace. Afterward, I will arrange for you to rest at the guest house. The capital has a designated guest house for foreign envoys, which had already been prepared days in advance. Gong Molin bowed again, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Chancellor. However, may I make a modest request? The ruler was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time a messenger had come here to make a direct demand. Nevertheless, he smiled and nodded. Gong Molin did not hesitate, pointing towards a distant figure. That woman in the pink palace attire. Might I request her company for dinner? The ruler paused. A woman? Where was the woman? However, Situ-Yi stiffened, ready to step forward, only to be restrained by Pang Dingshan from behind. Situ-Yi turned around, unaware of when he had returned. Pang Dingshan spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, that is the daughter of an old minister. As you know, the old minister has a long-standing feud with that old curmudgeon, Gong Qingnian, and would never allow his daughter to serve his nephew. After speaking, Pang Dingshan dramatically waved his robe, adopting an air that no amount of pleading would change his mind. The ruler suddenly remembered that Chan'er had just arrived. He turned to see her swiftly departing and asked, General Pang, does her daughter have urgent business with you? I recall she is not one to be so undisciplined. This inquiry ostensibly pertained to Pang Dingshan's affairs, but in truth, it was a subtle way of informing Gong Molin that the woman was Pang Dingshan's daughter. Indeed, upon hearing this, Gong Molin nodded in understanding. Although he had never been on the battlefield, he was aware of Pang Dingshan's reputation. However, it seemed his royal uncle had misunderstood something. The royal uncle held Pang Dingshan in high regard. Yet, due to their opposing positions, admiration could not blossom into friendship. Despite this, he wished to prevent any further misunderstandings. Thus, his visit was not merely to extend congratulations. He also sought to uncover the nature of Pang Dingshan's misconceptions regarding his uncle. However, since the matter that sparked such hatred could not be directly inquired about, and since the lady was Pang Dingshan's daughter, she could not be casually permitted to attend to him. In truth, Gong Molin had merely been intrigued by the sight of a woman, and her earlier glance seemed tinged with sorrow. Yet from his distance, he could not ascertain if it was indeed sorrow, which prompted his desire for her company. Returning to the matter at hand, it was not of great significance. I have already informed her of the appropriate course of action. The ruler nodded, then turned apologetically to Gong Yulin, who casually waved dismissively, chuckling. I have overstepped. He then instructed a guard to summon Princess Qingyun. When Princess Qingyun emerged, she captivated many with her radiant presence. Her eyes sparkled like the sun, and every smile exuded her noble grace and elegance. She approached with a courteous bow, inquiring about their well-being. Her voice was as soothing as a gentle spring, enchanting the soul, evoking a sensation akin to intoxication without the aid of wine. The ruler smiled silently, leading Gong Yulin to the Jinhua Hall, where the banquet had been arranged. Although Jinhua Hall was located within the Taiji Palace, it possessed two doors, one within the palace and another that remained closed except for official occasions, accessible only through the side hall. While Jinhua Hall was a modest palace, it was no smaller than the average palace. All official banquets and receptions were held there. The ruler typically dined in the warm alcoves of the Chanxin Hall or occasionally in the Qilin Hall, and sometimes in the quarters of the concubines. Thus, aside from grand banquets, the ruler rarely dined in Jinhua Hall. It was unnecessary, and he preferred the convenience of other locations. After the meal, having seen Gong Yulin off, Situyi hastily made his way to the Lanhua Pavilion, directly entering Chan'er's chamber, where she lay languidly on a small couch. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily startled. How long had it been since he had intruded so directly? Quite a while, indeed, long enough for all previous memories to blur. What brings you here? Chan'er inquired coldly. Situyi sat down on the opposite side of the couch, his demeanor serious. What were you doing earlier? His tone was stiff, a typical interrogative. Chan'er furrowed her brow, but remained unfazed, casually flipping a page of her book before responding. I fail to see how that concerns you. 8th Prince, you are rather overstepping. My father will be here shortly, and I shall leave with him. You needn't concern yourself with me. Upon hearing this, Situyi could no longer remain seated. He immediately stood and approached Chan'er, leaning in to gaze into her eyes. Startled by his sudden proximity, Chan'er widened her eyes in surprise, forgetting to push him away or retreat. Chan'er, are you still angry with me? That day, I truly did not mean it. I was simply uncertain. I did not know whether I held significance in your heart or if it was someone else. I once contemplated leaving with you, but you rejected my proposal. Situyi paused, gathering his courage to continue. I confess, I once considered vying for the crown against my elder brother. You know his temperament is ill-suited for leadership. If he were to ascend the throne, the nation would surely perish. However, I met you, and I cannot pinpoint when I began to harbor feelings for you, but I do. Yet, having grown up in the palace, I have witnessed women who sought power and status, who endeavored to please the emperor. Even many maidens aspire to transform their fate. Thus, I have no confidence when it comes to you. I fear you may be. But Chan'er, you must believe me. My feelings for you are genuine, untainted by deception. From this day forth, I shall strive to cast aside my chaotic thoughts and cherish you sincerely until we reach that peaceful conclusion you spoke of. Rather than feigning complete trust in her, it is better to speak candidly, which might earn her understanding more easily. Situyi recognized that Chan'er was merely concerned about his lack of trust in her, yet he was unwilling to deceive her. Thus, he would endeavor to believe in her. Moreover, he thought, Chan'er, being so astute, would surely find a way to dispel any lingering doubts in his heart. Chan'er stared at him in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Tomorrow marked the day of his grand wedding, did it not? His bride was not her, was it? Was this a confession? A declaration of intent? Yet, she had already sought his hand in marriage. Was it not too late for him to express such sentiments now? Nevertheless, hearing his words brought her joy. Arriving at this juncture had been her choice, entirely her own, with no connection to him. The wedding was not her request, nor was it her desire to vie for the crown while remaining in this palace. All of this was her decision. Even if the outcome turned unfavorable, it would be her own doing. But what of him? She had chosen a path for him, yet she could not guarantee him absolute safety. The world is ever-changing. She was no immortal, unable to ensure his ascension to that position. She clenched her hands tightly. Situyi, I ask you, if the outcome of vying for the crown leads to, what will you do? To be continued. Reading for a superior reading experience. Chapter 62, Making a Choice. There is no need for clarity. Situyi naturally grasped her meaning. Hearing her speak thus, he felt a sense of relief, taking her tightly clasped hands in his. Chan'er, do not overthink. We have not yet reached that point, have we? Moreover, Today, I can still hold your hand, and that brings me great satisfaction. I only hope that in the days to come, even if it leads to death. Chan'er quickly withdrew her hand and covered his mouth. Although she was the one who had initiated this, hearing him speak thus made her the most unwilling to hear such words, especially ones steeped in despair. At present, her greatest wish was for him to enjoy health and longevity. Situ Ye's eyes sparkled with mirth, as if he had successfully executed a cunning plan. Suddenly, Chan'er's face flushed crimson. She pulled her hand away, pressing her head down and twisting the hem of her garment, muttering, "You mustn't speak so recklessly in the future, otherwise I shall not spare you." Seizing the moment when she was distracted, Situ tightened his grip, pulling her up from the small couch, and swiftly kissed her. Chan'er stared wide-eyed in shock, but it was evident that Situ Yi was inexperienced. His skills were sorely lacking, merely brushing against her lips, turning clumsily. Cough, cough. Chan'er abruptly pushed aside Situ Yi. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the incoming Pang Dingshan, He Iruo, and Liang Ping. After casting a glance at the trio, she shot Situ Yi an angry glare and murmured, "I'll go check on the flower room. You all can continue your conversation." With that, she dashed out. Pang Dingshan observed her disheveled footsteps as she departed, shaking his head gently, before turning to Situ Yi with a serious expression. "Eighth Prince, is my daughter someone you can treat lightly? Your wedding is tomorrow, yet today you choose to bully my daughter." Situ Yi dismissed the matter lightly, yet his flushed face betrayed his shyness. He plopped down onto the spot Chan'er had just vacated. "General, this marriage is not something I desire. The only person I wish to marry is Chan'er. I only wish for her to be my wife. Alas, I understand she is doing this for my own good. It is precisely because of this that I cannot let her down. She has endured pain to push me away, and has gone to great lengths to curry favor with Ling Hao for my sake, even seeking a marriage proposal in front of my mother, fulfilling her wishes. If I did not treat her well, I truly deserve divine retribution." As Situ Yi reflected on their history, it seemed that from the very beginning, she had sacrificed so much for him. Initially, her life had hung by a thread, although she claimed to be a doctor and assured him there would be no harm. One can never be too cautious, especially since their initial meeting. Her treatment of him had been enough for him to cherish her sincerely. "Eighth Prince, I hope you remember your words today. I will take her away shortly." Upon hearing this, Pang Dingshan's expression softened slightly. "Your Highness, although I had no prior connection with her, now that she acknowledges me as her father, I must fulfill my role as a good father." Situ Yi nodded and rose to bow respectfully to Pang Dingshan, who was momentarily taken aback. A prince bowing to him? "General, you are Chan'er's father. I naturally respect you. At this moment, our relationship is not merely that of prince and general, but rather, you are my future father-in-law. Regardless of my future position, as long as I am not a prisoner, I will recognize you." The implication was clear. Should he become a prisoner to another, he would no longer have Chan'er by his side, and Pang Dingshan would not be his father-in-law. In such a scenario, Pang Dingshan would still be the general, safeguarding Chan'er and ensuring her safety. Moreover, this statement indicated that he had relinquished any lingering thoughts of leisure. He had made his choice between the tranquility of the mountains and the turmoil of the court, opting for the latter. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to give it a try. A smile of appreciation spread across Pang Dingshan's face. Iruo. At this moment, Iruo, who had previously referred to Pang Dingshan as general, now called him master, for Pang Dingshan had once stated that the title of general was reserved for the battlefield. In times of peace, all were equal, especially among the soldiers. Iruo understood Pang Dingshan's sentiment. He was a commander who cherished the lives of his soldiers, choosing to win without casualties if possible, even if it took time. "Your Highness has now awakened. You must study diligently to assist him in safeguarding all he holds dear." Iruo was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded, "Yes, master, I shall obey." Pang Dingshan's words were unmistakable. He supported the 8th Prince's claim to the throne. Situ Yi, rarely seen with such a relaxed smile in front of Pang Dingshan, had always regarded him with a stern demeanor. After all, 3 years ago, he had been placed under guard at the border, leaving him with lingering discomfort towards Pang Dingshan. But now that discomfort was gone, Pang Dingshan was indeed a formidable general, a man of great stature. "Future father-in-law, could you perhaps refrain from taking Chan'er away?" Situ Yi implored, his expression one of distress. He was reluctant to part with Chan'er, especially after finally opening up to her. Since the decree of marriage had been issued, he had ordered Liang Ping to keep her under watch, not allowing her to step outside the palace gates. Chana had remained cold to him ever since. "No, you're getting married. Do you expect my daughter to witness your wedding?" Pang Dingshan's expression turned cold, his tone more rigid. Situ Yi trembled slightly and lowered his head. "I understand." Before long, Chana returned from the flower room, still feeling the warmth on her face upon seeing Situ Yi and Pang Dingshan. Pang Dingshan said nothing further, standing up to lead Chana away. Since entering the palace, today marked her first step beyond its gates. She glanced back at the imposing palace entrance, which she had only seen on television before. The reality felt vastly different. Memories of her initial entry into the palace flooded back, recalling conversations with He Zishi in the carriage about the poet's comfort and the sorrows of life, as if those moments were still vivid. However, her perspective had shifted. Everything seemed altered. She was no longer the person she once was. She had truly matured. "I prepared a set of palace garments for you, my daughter. Be sure to try them on when we return home and check for any discrepancies, so we can make adjustments promptly. We cannot afford to disappoint His Majesty on his birthday tomorrow." Sanya nodded. Despite Pang Dingshan's high standing in court, there were still those who would watch for his missteps. Any errors on his part, or those close to him, could result in criticism. However, tomorrow was not an ordinary day. It was the celebration of the prince's birthday, and with the 7th and 8th prince's weddings taking place and guests from the great Shang nation in attendance, any mishap could have dire consequences. Even a slight tardiness could be perceived as a slight against the emperor, warranting severe reprimand. "Father, I'm not thinking of anything. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble tomorrow." Once back home, Chana tried on the palace garments, finding no issues. After carefully inspecting everything and preparing a few extra outfits just in case, she finally lay down, her mind lingering on Situ Yi's words, her cheeks still flushed. She pulled the blanket over herself and soon fell asleep. As night fell quietly, Gong Yulin stood with his hands clasped behind him in the hall, gazing at the pitch-black sky devoid of stars, save for a solitary crescent moon. The image of the woman from earlier danced in his mind, her slender waist and exquisite features. It was a pity she was so distant, making it hard to see her clearly. She stood proudly, much like the crescent moon itself. Indeed, she was beautiful, wasn't she? He recalled riding up to the palace gates, catching her gaze before she quickly turned and walked away, her father returning shortly thereafter. Only after dismounting and completing the ceremonial handover did he have a chance to speak, but by then, she had already reached the second gate. His father had always warned him that women in the palace were embroiled in power struggles and vying for favor, with some even resorting to lethal measures against others to secure their position. Yet, looking at her, he felt she was not that kind of person. But what did that matter? Even if she did not compete for favor, there would still be those who envied her, just as his mother was envied. Gong Yulin was unaware of which consort was his biological mother. His memory of her faded with time. He only knew that his mother had been tragically slain amidst the fierce competition for favor, and he was merely 3 years old at the time of her demise. His father, the emperor, had confided in him that his greatest love throughout his life was indeed his mother. While outsiders may remain oblivious to this truth, Gong Yulin was acutely aware that his father, under the guise of quelling the strife among the concubines, had dismissed all 6 palaces. In reality, it was a desperate act of love for his mother, whose life had been unjustly taken. The Zhaoxian emperor, burdened with guilt, chose to endure immense pressure to secure a stable future for his son. Consequently, he ordered the execution of the guilty concubines, ensuring they met a fate that mirrored their heinous actions, and subsequently dismissed the 6 palaces. This left only the empress in the palace, who, being a wise woman, would not dare to harm Gong Yulin. Following these events, the Zhaoxian emperor issued a self-punishing edict, establishing a monogamous system. While it permitted concubines and secondary wives, any man who favored a concubine over his wife would face severe penalties, equivalent to treason, resulting in the eradication of his entire lineage. Moreover, should a wife pass away, the husband was prohibited from remarrying for 3 years, and secondary wives could not be elevated to the status of primary wives. Additional provisions were established, including the right of a wife's family to investigate the cause of her death if they harbored suspicions, compelling authorities to conduct a fair inquiry. The specifics extended to the manner in which concubines were served their husbands, elders, and primary wives. With the issuance of this decree, those who had previously taken multiple wives were compelled to reduce their number, resulting in temporary chaos. Fortunately, Gong Qingmian's staunch support quelled the unrest, preventing national turmoil. Many forward-thinking individuals lauded the monogamous system, and opposition was minimal, making suppression of dissent relatively straightforward. However, during this period, an attempt was made to instigate a coup against Gong Qingmian, who publicly executed the conspirator, leading many to deem him foolish. Had he succeeded in usurping power, it was likely he would have prevailed. Yet, he remained steadfast in his loyalty to Gong Qingxi, the Zhao Xian emperor. In time, women entering marriage recognized the merits of the monogamous system and began to endorse it, leading to its gradual acceptance and the restoration of national order. At that time, the nation was in mourning due to the recent death of the Empress Dowager, and hostilities with neighboring states had just ceased. The Dasheng kingdom expressed gratitude through generous gifts, further endearing Gong Qingxi to the governing powers. Subsequently, during the period of peace, invitations for the birthdays of the ruling prince and the royal wedding were sent to the Dasheng kingdom, an unprecedented gesture. Historically, while emissaries would convey congratulations, formal invitations were rare. However, this year was exceptional. Gong Yuan recalled that during court assembly, the Zhaoxian emperor had summoned him and expressed his desire for him to make the journey, despite the objections of the court officials. Only his uncle, Gong Qingmian, remained in support. As the Grand Marshal of the Dasheng Kingdom, his counsel held significant weight. When asked for his opinion, Gong Qingmian stated that the endeavor was not only feasible but essential. This declaration incited a commotion among the officials, who questioned Gong Qingmian's motives. However, the emperor's smile grew brighter upon hearing his words, and he silenced the uproar, asking for clarification. He explained that sending an envoy to the birthday celebration of the Jin Kingdom was already in order, especially given the simultaneous weddings of two princes, which constituted a trifecta of joyous occasions. To send an inconsequential representative would be perceived as a sign of weakness. Upon hearing this, the court fell silent. The Zhaoxian emperor concurred with his brother's assessment and revealed his ulterior motives for sending Gong Yuan. He noted that the invitation suggested a quadruple celebration, indicating that the Jin Kingdom likely regarded their envoy as a significant honor given the current amicable relations, ensuring at least 3 years of peace. After a moment, he added that with the impending marriages of the Jin princes, he felt compelled to send Gong Yuan to gain insight into the matter, allowing him to better understand the concept of marriage. Furthermore, sending Gong Yuan would serve to instill caution in the ruling prince of the Jin Kingdom, as any fear of the crown prince sent by him would signal submission. Conversely, should the prince remain unperturbed, he would refrain from underestimating the crown prince of the Dasheng Kingdom, lest he lose the people's favor and fail to govern effectively. Thus, he would treat the emperor's son with the respect due. After the assembly concluded, the Zhaoxian emperor retained Gong Qingmian and the chancellor for further discussion. Both held equal rank and were valued by the emperor, maintaining a harmonious relationship devoid of the intrigue that plagued previous reigns. Their collaboration exemplified a united front, capable of achieving significant results. Gong Qingmian addressed matters concerning General Peng, while the chancellor faced the challenge of locating his target amidst the vastness of the Jin Kingdom, akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Nevertheless, with a directive in hand, he resolved to pursue it. Gong Yuan sighed heavily, for it was only before his departure that the Zhaoxian emperor revealed the name of his mother and the circumstances surrounding her tragic fate, being trapped within the palace and ultimately perishing in flames. Her final words, uttered in desperation, became a vow he was determined to fulfill, no matter the obstacles he might face. "Your Highness, please return to your quarters and rest," Tian Tong urged with concern. Gong Yuan turned to him and gazed at the night sky, pondering, why are there no stars in the Jin Kingdom? I truly wish to see the stars. In the confines of the palace, he had never realized how much he longed for home until he stepped beyond its walls. Home, in the vast imperial palace. Though his father cared for him, the emperor was perpetually occupied with state affairs and had little time to spare for personal interactions. Each visit was hurried, filled with inquiries about his well-being, yet devoid of genuine companionship. As for the empress, while she posed no threat, she was unable to offer the nurturing concern he craved. The Zhaoxian emperor's dismissal of the 6 palaces was an act of love for Gong Yuan's mother, yet it left the empress isolated in her glory, concealing her inner turmoil. Indeed, the emperor spent more time with the empress than with Gong Yuan. As for the empress dowager, her demeanor towards him was even more distant, for the emperor had borne immense pressure to honor his mother's memory, and the imperial lineage could not consist of a single heir. The Empress Dowager had repeatedly urged the emperor to take another consort, believing it was his duty to ensure the continuation of the royal bloodline. Yet, the emperor had persistently delayed, leading to the Empress Dowager's growing ire directed at both him and Gong Mulan. Despite this, Gong Mulan yearned for the warmth of a home that had always felt cold and distant, because that place was once where his mother resided. It bore witness to the deep vows exchanged between his father and mother. One cannot help but wonder what profound affection could compel the emperor to such lengths for his empress. Crown Prince, Tianong, do not ponder too much. I merely reflect occasionally. By the way, did you see that woman today? Your keen eyes surpass mine. Could you describe her? Gong Mulan turned and took a seat, showing no intention of retreating to his chamber. The guard, referred to as Tianong, couldn't help but sigh. Your Highness, have you just arrived in the former Jin kingdom and already find yourself preoccupied with women? Moreover, this woman is the daughter of General Peng, who would never entertain a union with us. Furthermore, His Majesty has no intention of forming an alliance with the former Jin kingdom. Even if there were to be a union, it certainly would not involve you. Blame your father for not siring more sons. However, he dared not voice this thought. Yet, silence did not shield his thoughts from being perceived. Gong Mulan had comprehended his sentiments entirely. Tiantong, inwardly cursing his lord, questioned whether speaking ill of the crown prince was a privilege of a guard. If I recall correctly, you trained alongside the shadow guards. Perhaps I should. Your Highness, there's no need to reprimand your subordinate. I shall speak. Upon hearing this, Gong Mulan felt amused, thinking that it would have sufficed to address the matter sooner. Thus, Tiantong began to describe the woman he had encountered, and as Gong Mulan listened, he conjured an image of unparalleled beauty in his mind. If she truly appeared as Tiantong described, she would surpass even his second sister in beauty. The Princess Chanxin was slightly older than Gong Mulan, and since there were only 4 children in the palace, their relationships remained rather amicable. Although the birth mother of Princess Chanxin was spared from exile due to her daughter, she had been sent elsewhere to live in comfort, remaining absent from the palace. The eldest princess, Rongfu, was born of the empress. Thus her title was distinct from the others. The third princess, Anping, lost her mother shortly after birth due to complications that were never properly tended to, and subsequently was raised beside the empress. Therefore, the ties between the eldest and third princesses were considerably stronger than with the others. Gong Mulan, however, shared a good rapport with the second princess, as he felt sympathy for her. Though she had a birth mother, they could only spend a few days together each year. Despite being raised at the empress's side, the empress could never truly grow close to her. Your Highness, could it be that you have taken an interest in that woman? Tiantong ventured to inquire. Gong Mulan shot him a disdainful glance. When did my affairs become your concern? It is late. I should retire. With that, Gong Mulan rose and returned to his quarters, leaving Tiantong momentarily stunned. The crown prince had not refuted him. To be continued. Chapter 64. A national banquet the following day dawned clear and bright, with fluffy white clouds adorning the sky, creating a picturesque and harmonious vista. As Gong Mulan and Princess Chanxin exited the residence and mounted their horses in preparation for departure, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of hoofbeats and a melodious laughter behind them. Turning to look, Gong Mulan was immediately captivated by stunning beauty. Her skin was as fair as that of a newborn, and beneath her willow-like brows were a pair of lively eyes, sparkling like a crystal spring hidden in the mountains, irresistibly drawing Gong Mulan's gaze. Her cherry-red lips were naturally tinted, indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty. Gong Mulan could not help but feel a natural affinity towards her. He had never been a frivolous person, always maintaining his integrity, yet this was the first time he felt such a stirring sensation. Ban Chao sensed someone observing her and turned to find a face as flawless as jade, with features sharply defined and captivatingly curious eyes scrutinizing her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she recalled that in ancient times, it was rare for women to ride horses in public. The last time she had ridden was when Situ Yi had held her in his arms, yet she had never mentioned that she could ride alone. Why did she say could? It was because she had never ridden by herself. In her past life, she often accompanied her grandfather to gather herbs, always riding while he led the horse. Upon reaching the mountain's base, he would secure the horse before they ventured into the mountains. Rural life was relatively simple, devoid of petty thieves, so they never feared losing the horse. However, the horses of her past life were not the same as those here. They were not trained like those in stables. Moreover, her grandfather had always held the reins, while in this life, Situ Yi had embraced her while riding, making her unafraid. But if she were to ride alone, she felt uncertain. Yet Pang Dingshan insisted that she, being his daughter, must know how to ride. Thus he had lent her his mount. Now, riding out, she attracted many gazes along the route. Though under the general's fierce glare, they fell silent. Ahem, Crown Prince of the Great Shang, might I inquire what you find so captivating about my daughter? Pang Dingshan was displeased with Gong Molin's obvious scrutiny of Ban Chao. Gong Molin awkwardly averted his gaze. I did not anticipate encountering General Pang upon my outing. May I ask who this is? He gestured toward Ban Chao. Pang Dingshan curtly replied, as I have stated, that is my daughter. Your method of flirtation is rather outdated. Furthermore, Crown Prince of the Great Shang, do not harbor any ulterior motives. His irritation was palpable. I just asked why you were looking at my daughter, and you feign ignorance? Have you lost your wits? Gong Molin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the general's previous remarks. It was not entirely his fault. He had been lost in admiration of Ban Chao. When he heard the cough, he had still been in an awkward state, unable to retract his thoughts before he uttered those words, which had now led to his public embarrassment at the hands of the general. Tiantong felt a strong urge to cover his face, thinking, Your Highness, you are truly embarrassing. I feel ashamed on your behalf. I apologize, I have been rude. Your daughter is simply too remarkable, causing me to momentarily lose my composure. I implore General Pang to forgive me. Pang Dingshan dismissed him. Daughter, perhaps you should consider taking the carriage. There are many eyes upon you on this journey, and I would not want those unsavory individuals, especially those from outside, to take advantage of your beauty. Tiantong observed his master being subtly ridiculed once more, and as a loyal subordinate, he felt compelled to defend him. Tiantong, Gong Molin, aware of his guard's protective instincts, quickly called out to halt him. Tiantong glanced at Gong Molin, pouting slightly, yet he fell silent. Ban Chao chuckled softly, finding her father's behavior rather childish. Just moments before, many had discussed the situation, and though she had insisted on taking the carriage next time, he had vehemently opposed it. Now, witnessing him react so strongly to a mere glance and comment from the Crown Prince, she wondered how deep his grudge truly ran. She was unaware of the complexities surrounding the general's wife. Few knew the truth behind her sudden absence, and only a handful of influential figures in the court were privy to the details. Father, let us hasten. We may miss our appointment. Pang Dingshan, hearing this, chose to ignore Gong Molin, as he had initially meant to speak lightly, never intending for Ban Chao to return to the carriage. Time was of the essence. Moreover, his resentment towards Gong Molin stemmed from an old grievance, rooted in the shameful actions of Gong Qingmian that had led to his wife's unfortunate fate. Thus, Pang Dingshan's displeasure towards Gong Molin was unavoidable. However, it was evident that Gong Molin was unconcerned. He had practically confirmed that General Pongda must have some misunderstanding regarding the Emperor's uncle. It seemed that even if other matters could not be resolved during this visit, successfully clarifying this misunderstanding would be a worthy endeavor. Thus, the group of four, accompanied by a multitude of servants, set forth towards the imperial palace. Along the way, the general's disdain for Gong Molin was palpable, particularly as Gong Molin rode beside Chan'er, engaging her in conversation. Before long, they arrived at the palace gates. Upon reaching the second gate, they dismounted, for vehicles and horses were not permitted to roam freely within the imperial city. Only the side entrance for soldiers allowed horseback riding, which was not open for general passage. Shortly thereafter, the grand banquet commenced, and the attendees entered the Jinhua Hall in succession. Naturally, the highest seats were occupied by the Prime Minister and the Empress, followed by the consorts who had borne children. Those who had been childless for years were not entitled to attend such a grand affair. To the right of the lower seats sat the Prime Minister, with the Crown Prince directly opposite. From right to left, the seating arrangement continued with Gong Molin and Princess Qingyun, the General and Chan'er, the 7th Prince and his consort, the 8th Prince and his consort, as well as the right and left ministers, each accompanied by their wives. Following them were the remaining officials, arranged by rank, extending a long line outside the Jinhua Hall. Each guest presented 3 gifts, with the finest bestowed upon the Prime Minister for his birthday, while the gifts for the 7th and 8th princes symbolized wishes for longevity and early progeny. Yi furrowed his brow at the repetitive sentiments of early progeny. If they were so capable, Why not produce offspring themselves? It felt like a curse directed at him. Were the Prime Minister and Qi Marin to learn of Si Zhuye's thoughts, they would likely be infuriated. How could the birth of a child be considered a curse? After the gifts for the princes were presented, it was finally time to offer gifts to the Prime Minister. This arrangement was made because the gifts for the princes were few and hardly worth mentioning, serving merely as a prelude. Only officials of the second rank or higher would prepare gifts for the princes. Others needed only to offer a few flattering words. The first to present a gift was the Prime Minister himself. Since the consorts presented their gifts after the banquet, when they returned to their respective chambers, they had no opportunity to offer gifts during the national banquet. After all, merely being in attendance was a privilege granted to those who had born children. What more could they desire? The Prime Minister presented a stack of written papers, piquing the curiosity of the assembly as to why he would present such a peculiar gift. Was it possible he had written countless wishes for the Prime Minister's birthday on those papers? Chanxin could not help but smile at the thought. If the Prime Minister truly did this, he would be utterly endearing. However, this notion dissipated when the Prime Minister began to speak. Initially perplexed, he accepted the stack of paper, but as he read, his eyes widened in astonishment. Eventually, he stood up, exuberantly exclaiming, "Excellent! Minister 1, you have done me a tremendous service. This is undoubtedly the finest gift I have received this year." Upon hearing such high praise from the Prime Minister, the audience grew even more curious about the contents of the papers that could elicit such a reaction. After all, the foreign envoy from the Great Shang was still present, and the Prime Minister's excitement resembled that of a rural child encountering something extraordinary for the first time. "Do you all know what the Prime Minister has gifted me?" The assembly exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their collective curiosity, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, expecting the Prime Minister to elaborate. This is a national governance strategy. Recently, someone had raised issues concerning disaster prevention and drought relief, and she had offered a simple explanation along with suggestions. The Prime Minister had transformed these ideas into a practical plan, and this stack of what you perceive as mere paper is actually this proposal, hope for the common folk. She cast a meaningful glance at Chanxin before turning away. Initially, she had expressed that while she could propose suggestions, the execution required capable individuals to implement them. It was merely a bold attempt requiring careful validation. Now, with the Prime Minister concretely planning this series of proposals, their feasibility had markedly increased. How astute our emperor is! Upon hearing this, the officials instinctively overlooked the fact that this proposal originated from her suggestions, attributing all credit to the Prime Minister. The flattering words suited him well, and he wore a broad smile, likely feeling that no future gifts would elicit such a reaction. "Minister 1, might you refrain from being so talented, so as to leave us with a chance to shine?" Chapter 65. The birthday gift diminished. Gong Molin raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip. Disaster prevention and drought relief? Who could have proposed such a suggestion that thrilled the Prime Minister so? If the suggestion were indeed that remarkable, should I not seek to acquire it? Otherwise, would our great Shang not appear to be at a disadvantage? Yet, if that person could be of service to our great Shang. Gong Molin abruptly halted his thoughts. His purpose for attending was to celebrate and convey congratulations. Such contemplations could wait until after the festivities concluded. He subtly signaled to Tian Tong, who understood his cue. At this moment, everyone was immersed in joy, oblivious to Gong Molin's demeanor, save for Chanxin, who noticed him. Her gaze flickered. He, the crown prince of the Great Shang, and the only heir of the Great Shang Emperor, was indeed permitted to attend. Yet, considering the emperor's character, he would not be so despicable as to withhold his presence. It appeared that despite frequent conflicts between the two nations, their relations were not as irreconcilable as depicted on television. Perhaps it was merely a matter of personal ambition. Who does not yearn for the unification of the realm? Power is an irresistible temptation for everyone, particularly for those in high positions, who have long reveled in the various satisfactions that authority brings. Chanxin sighed softly, recalling a time when someone was willing to forsake power and status for her. Yet, she turned her gaze to Si Zhuye, who was seated just an arm's length away. At that moment, he also turned to meet her eyes, and as their gazes locked, she quickly turned away, her cheeks betraying a blush. Ling Huan, seated beside Si Zhuye, shot a glance filled with jealousy. Gong Molin caught sight of this exchange, a smile tugging at his lips. So, it seemed her affections lay with the 8th prince, who appeared to reciprocate those feelings. If that were the case, why had he not chosen to marry her instead of the current princess consort? The present eighth prince consort seemed no easy adversary. The days ahead should prove to be anything but dull. The ceremony for presenting birthday gifts continued, with no one paying heed to the thoughts of the few individuals nearby. The crown prince and his consort approached next, offering their gift, a snow lotus. Given its quality, it likely exceeded a century in age. The snow lotus, a rare bloom from frigid terrains, was exceedingly difficult to procure. Even if one managed to find it, whether it could be transported from such harsh conditions remained uncertain, indicating that this particular snow lotus was indeed a costly treasure. Yet, the Prime Minister's earlier enthusiasm seemed to have waned, understandably so, for the Prime Minister's gift was a governance strategy incomparable to any other offering. For a wise ruler, the finest gift is undoubtedly a superior strategy for governance. Clearly, the Prime Minister's substantial gift had resonated deeply with the Emperor. Nevertheless, the Emperor was keen to see what gifts his sons would present this year, particularly those from Si Zhuyi, which he anticipated with great interest. After all, he held substantial expectations for these two sons, hoping they might coexist harmoniously. Next came the general's turn. The omission of Gong Molin was due to his status as a foreign envoy, who would wait until the Emperor's family had completed their presentations. The general's gift was rather simple, a handful of beans. Upon seeing it, he immediately bowed his head in embarrassment. The origin of this bean is significantly tied to his initial victory over the Grand General. Previously, the Grand General had inquired what gifts would be suitable for the sovereign, to which Heroine had proposed an array of suggestions, all of which were dismissed by the Grand General. Eventually, in a moment of desperation, Heroine sought counsel from the Grand General, who proclaimed, "I wish to present His Majesty with a formidable warrior." A formidable warrior, of course, referred to none other than Heroine himself. The bean subtly indicated him, prompting the sovereign to recall this incident upon gazing at it. A smile blossomed on his face, and he cast a meaningful glance at Heroine, instructing eunuch Zheng to take good care of the bean. Gong Molin observed this exchange in utter bewilderment, pondering why the previous gifts from the state of Jin were so peculiar, either a sheet of paper or a bean. While the paper could be understood as state policy, the significance of the bean eluded him. Is there something amiss with the minds of the people from Jin? Princess Chanxin queried, pointing to her own head. Upon hearing this, Gong Molin nearly spat out his tea. Grateful he remembered he was attending the sovereign's birthday banquet in Jin. Otherwise, he would have lost face entirely. Would his father, uncle, and the Grand General not each deliver a kick to him? Merely the thought of his father's kick was enough to make him shudder, let alone those from his uncle and the Grand General. Sister, refrain from such foolishness. Walls have ears. If someone overhears, it would be impossible for us to explain ourselves. Princess Chanxin shrugged, choosing not to respond further. Next, it was the turn of the seventh prince, Situ Xian, who presented a calligraphy piece inscribed with only 8 characters. Universal celebration. Amnesties for all. The sovereign was taken aback and stood up, as he had yet to announce the idea of amnesty. This decision was typically made after the ministers had paid their respects. Yet here was Situ Xian proposing it. Although others did not perceive it, eunuch Zheng, standing behind the sovereign, certainly did. If the sovereign were to later announce it, would it be credited to Situ Xian or to Chan'er? The notion had originated from Chan'er, and he had already promised her. But surely Chan'er and Xian'er were not acquainted privately? Even if they were, Chan'er would likely not have mentioned it to him. Thus, the sovereign cast a glance at Situ Xian and, in a hushed tone, asked, "Who suggested this to you?" Situ Xian was momentarily taken aback. Could he not have conceived it himself? However, upon meeting the sovereign's inquisitive gaze and a casual glance toward Chan'er, Situ Xian understood that someone had indeed previously suggested it. None other than Chan'er. With a smile, he replied, "Father, in that case, I will prepare another gift in due time." The sovereign shook his head. "It is rare for you to have thought of this. I am quite pleased. Xian'er, your future is bright. Continue to strive. This gift brings me great satisfaction." Raising his voice, he added, "It is commendable that you have this filial piety. This is the 3rd gift that pleases me." Immediately, the audience erupted in murmurs, as the 7th prince had merely given a piece of calligraphy. Why was the sovereign so delighted? The sovereign had referred to it as the 3rd gift. The first must certainly be from the Prime Minister, and the second from the Grand General, though many were puzzled by the implications. Did this not suggest that the crown prince had failed to deliver a gift that resonated with the sovereign? It appeared the crown prince's status was indeed precarious. At that moment, Liang Ping rushed to Situ Yi, whispering a few words. Situ Ye's expression darkened. How could such a thing occur? Do you know who did this? Is there a way to remedy it? The servant replied, I do not know, but the painting is irreparable. What shall we do now, your highness? Preparing another gift would be too late. Ling Huan questioned, why prepare another gift? It merely signifies a lack of distinction. What does one failure signify? Situ Ye ignored her, Time King her ignorant. Yet Liang Ping could not afford such a luxury, as she now bore the title of 8th Prince Consort, and he was her public superior. Returning as 8th Prince Consort was not due to a lack of distinction, but because the painting had been sullied. Ling Huan furrowed her brow, pondering who could be responsible. What use is it to dwell on this now? If we cannot produce a birthday gift, discovering the culprit would be futile. Are you suggesting we confront my father with the accusation that this person ruined the painting I intended to present him? That would surely be adding insult to injury. Ling Huan felt her face flush with embarrassment as she was scolded. They had just wed, and he was already shouting at her. All of this, she concluded, was Channer's fault. Sensing a malevolent gaze upon her, Channer turned her head, only to meet Ling Huan's eyes, filled with a desire to devour her. With a resigned shrug, she was about to turn away when she wondered if it was merely her imagination, sensing that Situ Yi appeared to be in distress. At this moment, Liang Ping also noticed Channer looking in her direction and, inspired, approached without consulting Situ Yi, succinctly explaining the situation to Channer. Upon hearing the details, Channer's brow furrowed. Not this trick again. She recalled similar scenarios she had witnessed on television, where individuals used grand banquets to embarrass others. In Iron Teeth and Bronze Teeth Ji Xiaolan, the emperor intentionally troubled Ji Xiaolan by having someone replace his painting with a blank sheet, which Ji Xiaolan cleverly turned to his advantage by utilizing the gift offered by Hishan. Yet now, such conditions were not available. Suddenly, Channer's eyes sparkled with an idea as she beckoned Liang Ping closer. Liang Ping leaned in to listen, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. Miss, can this truly work? Channer replied, I need time, as long as I can delay for a quarter of an hour. I assure you that a Ye's birthday gift will not be inferior to the others. Liang Ping hesitated, but preparing another gift within a quarter of an hour is not impossible. Do you believe in me, Liang Ping? She asked earnestly. Liang Ping, looking into Channer's eyes, inexplicably nodded. Then go prepare the large sheet of white paper I mentioned, ensuring the dimensions are precise. Moreover, when presenting this large sheet, make certain to secure that quarter of an hour. Liang Ping seemed to have made a significant decision, rising to convey Channer's plan to Situ Yi before departing to procure the white paper. After all, this matter pertained to his master's fate, and he could not trust anyone else. As the discussions quieted, a young eunuch announced the 8th prince and 8th prince consort to present their gifts. Situ Yi and Ling Huan stepped forward, first bowing and offering a plethora of well wishes. Behind them, Liang Ping held a long brocade box, standing with a serious expression that conveyed a sense of gravity not typical of birthday gifts. Year, what gift have you brought for me? Situ Yi grinned, Father. The gift lies within this brocade box, but I have a request. The sovereign was taken aback. Was this not his birthday? Why was he being presented with a request? He had not received anything of great value, yet had dispensed numerous precious items, making this birthday feel like a loss. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference, responding flatly, What is your request? Is it not my birthday? Am I mistaken? Could it be that you're concerned I might forget the return gift, prompting you to discuss it with me in advance? Humph, who told you to be so frivolous? I shall match your frivolity. However, upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such behavior was hardly befitting of an emperor. The prime minister remained seated in silence, and no one dared to voice an opinion, as none wished to become collateral damage. Situ Yi shook his head vigorously. Father, my gift shall remain here. We shall unveil it after a quarter of an hour. Why is that? The sovereign's curiosity was piqued. In truth, had the sovereign not shown interest, no one else would have dared to. My intention is to present a gift that resonates with you, Father. Situ Ye had faith in Channer, believing that whatever she conjured up after a quarter of an hour would undeniably align with the sovereign's wishes. He felt that events surrounding her always unfolded smoothly and perfectly. As the sovereign's curiosity heightened, He gazed up to find Liang Ping standing upright, holding a brocade box with no intention of presenting it to him. He exchanged a puzzled glance with the Chancellor, who, in turn, cast a meaningful look towards the Grand General. Upon directing his attention to the Grand General, the sovereign noticed a missing figure. Where had Chanxin gone? Suddenly, it dawned on him. Preparations for the contents of the brocade box were underway. Very well, he thought. I shall oblige you. He instructed eunuch Zheng to take the box and stand to the side. What followed were the birthday gifts from several princesses, which consisted mostly of self-promoting garments, such as brocade robes or dance performances. Princess Qingyun appeared listless, unimpressed by the dances of the former Jin dynasty's princesses, which lacked any distinctive flair. The same could be said for Gong Yulin, who felt no compulsion to express his opinions, as these matters bore no significance to him. His primary concern was Chanxin's whereabouts and her activities. Suddenly, his gaze flickered towards the brocade box held by eunuch Zheng, a subtle smile playing on his lips. How intriguing. Perhaps someone intended to leverage this birthday banquet to make a move on the 8th prince? If that were the case, he was quite eager to witness how that lady would adeptly navigate the situation within a mere quarter of an hour. Suddenly, gifts began to arrive from outside, and it seemed inappropriate to interrupt. Yet, with the items firmly in eunuch Zheng's grasp, how could she possibly transfer them into the brocade box unnoticed? The presentation of gifts progressed swiftly, leaving only the youngest, Princess Wanjing, who was merely 5 years old and the daughter of Yujiawi. Though her name suggested tranquility, she was quite the mischievous child. The sovereign found himself at a loss with her antics, for she reminded him of a youthful Situyi. Without a doubt, among all the princesses, Wanjing was the one most favored by the sovereign. As her turn to present her gift arrived, excitement mingled with trepidation in his heart. She bowed respectfully and offered her well wishes with a sweet smile, which the sovereign interpreted as a calculated scheme. In the next moment, his suspicion was confirmed when she received a small box covered with a silk cloth from a palace maid. It appeared quite box-like as she approached the sovereign with utmost decorum. The ministers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The usually unruly Wanjing was behaving impeccably today. This was no ordinary occasion. After all, if she misbehaved, it would be a disgrace to the former Jin dynasty, and who could blame them for feeling anxious? Yet, this was merely the perspective of some lower-ranking officials. The sovereign, the chancellor, the grand general, and the attending consorts and princes felt otherwise. The more proper Wanjing appeared, the more apprehensive they became. Gong Yulin sensed the unusual tension. How could a little girl carry her gift so meticulously? Though she seemed to overstep by wanting to present it personally, she was just a child and had done remarkably well. However, in the next moment he understood. With a sweet smile, Princess Wanjing addressed the sovereign, saying, "Father, I have prepared your favorite animal." She then lifted the silk cloth, revealing, to everyone's astonishment, it was not a box at all, but rather a cage containing 2 lively white mice, frolicking joyfully within. Immediately, Yu Jiaoyi gasped in shock, feeling an overwhelming urge to chastise her daughter, and had it not been for Qi Marin's intervention, she might have acted upon it. The empress, seated closest to the sovereign, paled in fear. Gong Yulin struggled to suppress his laughter. It was no wonder the atmosphere had been so peculiar. When Wanjing unveiled the contents, she explained, "I remember that Brother Yi once gifted several of these. Alas, being a little girl, I could not procure so many. These 2 were obtained through the help of others, costing me 10 taels of silver." With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at the sovereign. Recovering from his shock, he inquired, 10 taels? Wanjing nodded, and he pressed further. "Is it truly 10 taels?" She hesitated, her eyes darting, well, actually it was 5 taels. Gong Yulin could no longer contain his amusement. It wasn't just him. The chancellor, the grand general, and all present were similarly amused. Meanwhile, Situyi, the instigator, remained composed, sipping tea. The sovereign had intended to reward Wanjing with a jade pendant, but upon witnessing this, he turned to eunuch Zheng, who begrudgingly produced his last 10 taels of silver, handing them over alongside the pendant. Wanjing beamed with joy, thanking the sovereign before dashing off. However, instead of leaving, she ran into Situye's arms, her soft voice echoing, "Brother Yi, you made me lose 5 taels, while I made father lose 10 plus a jade pendant. It seems father truly loves little animals. Perhaps sending more could yield greater returns next year." Hearing this, all present instinctively shifted their focus elsewhere, except for Qi Marin, whose complexion darkened. The Empress, still reeling from the shock, would soon find this incident a source of mockery. "Oh, here. It seems this delightful little creature was your idea for your ninth sister's gift? Pray tell, how should I reward you? You have provided such a splendid suggestion." The sovereign emphasized the words "good son" with a heavy bite. "Your servant feels undeserving of such praise. It was not my idea, but Wan Jing insisted on asking me." The sovereign dismissed him with a snort, indicating that they would settle accounts later. Sidi Yi never anticipated that the cunning little Wan Jing would betray him so openly. Why couldn't she have waited until the banquet concluded? His reputation was at stake. Yet, recalling Chan'er's absence, he felt a sense of relief as long as he didn't embarrass himself in front of her. Nevertheless, he glared fiercely at Princess Wan Jing, who promptly darted back to her mother's side, unwilling to be the scapegoat. "Apologies for the laughter, Crown Prince. Your siblings are indeed charming," he replied. "I would love to have such delightful younger siblings myself." While Gong Mulin had nearly burst into laughter, he restrained himself upon hearing the sovereign's words, as his mirth had been rather excessive. It was time for him to present his nation's gifts. Thus, he composed himself and gestured for Tian Tong to enter. Accompanied by Princess Qingyun, Gong Mulin approached, offering his well wishes for the sovereign's health and longevity. Soon, someone entered carrying a platform covered with a small red silk cloth. The ministers felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling the adorable little gift presented by Wan Jing. Would the items atop the platform be similarly whimsical? They quickly dismissed such thoughts. After all, the crown prince of the Shang kingdom could not possibly present Mice's gifts. Gong Mulin approached and lifted the red silk, revealing a stunning jade statue of a longevity deity, standing about half a foot tall, crafted from pure white jade of the finest quality, resembling the coveted mutton fat jade. The onlookers gasped at the sight. How much silver must have been spent to create such a magnificent piece? Although the statue of the longevity deity is not particularly large, one must acknowledge that even a common sheep fat jade bracelet commands an exorbitant price. How could one possibly quantify the worth of such a statue? It is likely priceless in the market. The Prime Minister was evidently taken aback. He did not anticipate such a lavish gift from the great Shang kingdom. Setting aside the monetary value, the sheer size of this sheep fat jade is rare indeed. While height may be manageable, the thickness and width present a greater challenge. This longevity deity is clearly depicted as a corpulent elder, making it incomparable to a mere jade pendant or bracelet. The Prime Minister personally approached to accept the gift, cradling it in his hands for a meticulous inspection, confirming it contained not a trace of impurities. This is exceedingly precious, despite its extravagance. The capital of the great Shang kingdom, Chanxin, is a prosperous land. The decision to establish Chanxin as the capital was primarily influenced by this wealth. Indeed, one could assert that there are very few impoverished areas within the kingdom. However, such areas do exist, and the disparity is stark. Through the diligent efforts of the successive monarchs, some progress has been made, yet to completely eradicate poverty may require at least another century. After all, the impoverished regions are characterized by barren land and frequent calamities. If natural disasters could be mitigated through timely prevention and assistance, the timeline for improvement could be significantly shortened. Thus, when Gong Mulin first heard that the governing strategy focused on disaster prevention, he was naturally intrigued. Although he recognized the ethical implications of such an approach, from the perspective of both nations, it was difficult to pinpoint any wrongdoing. Furthermore, in service to the people, the nuances of ethics become less significant. Indeed, upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, Gong Mulin chuckled nonchalantly, remarking that the true focus lay ahead. His second sister, Princess Qingyun, would also present a gift to the Prime Minister, showcasing her most adept dance, entitled "The Wind Returns from Afar." At that moment, Princess Qingyun approached. Adorned in a lilac gown of cloud-like fabric, her ethereal presence captivating the attention of all present, including the general, not to mention Situ Yi and Situ Xian. She moved with a grace reminiscent of a soaring swan, her movements delicate and fluid, as if she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Chan'er returned just as the dance commenced, momentarily astonished by Princess Qingyun's enchanting performance. Nevertheless, having witnessed dances over the millennia, she found it difficult to become entranced, instead feeling a twinge of melancholy. The thought that many songs and dances would be lost to time is indeed a lamentable reality. The reasons for such losses are manifold. Individuals with talent are often rare and elusive. Moreover, the ancient belief in the secrecy of family legacies contributes to this phenomenon, compounded by the high mortality rates of the past. For instance, although she can perform the soaring swan dance, her execution lacks the elegance of the original. The instructor of that dance, while competent, did not possess extraordinary skill, and despite her intelligence, Chanxin was not trained in dance and did not consider herself particularly gifted. In contrast, Princess Qingyun exhibited remarkable talent, and observing her perform only deepened Chanxin's sense of sorrow. Glancing around to ensure no one noticed her, she slipped through the crowd to stand beside Situ Yi, whispering a few words to Liang Ping, who nodded in acknowledgement. After conveying her message, Chanxin cast a glance at Situ Yi, pouted slightly, and departed once more. However, Situ Yi remained entirely oblivious, captivated by Princess Qingyun's dance. Liang Ping could not help but smirk, noting Situ Yi's apparent infatuation, despite his professed preference for Chanxin. While Princess Qingyun danced, she was also acutely aware of her surroundings. Noticing that everyone was entranced, her attention was suddenly drawn to Chanxin's entrance, as if sensing a rival. She pondered whether she could compete with her. Chanxin, upon witnessing the performance, appeared momentarily stunned before a hint of sadness crossed her features. Was she disheartened by the thought of her own inadequacy compared to the princess? Princess Qingyun, a prodigy in poetry and dance, felt a pang of discomfort at Chanxin's evident dismay. As the dance concluded, the audience remained in a state of dazed silence until applause broke out, initially sparse, but rapidly growing in fervor, directed at the stage with expressions of admiration, envy, and jealousy. Truly, her performance was captivating. The sight of Princess Qingyun's dance left a profound impression on the emperor, who mused about his own 9 daughters. Although 8 were commendable, none could match the grace of Princess Qingyun, and he found himself troubled by the thought of the youngest, Wenjing, and her future. Princess Qingyun, with a playful smile, remarked, "Your Majesty, you are too modest. Each has their strengths. Perhaps the other princesses excel in areas beyond dance. In poetry and the arts, I might still seek their guidance." The emperor nodded, acknowledging the success of Empress Gongqingxi in raising her children. He found it hard to believe she personally instructed them. After all, she was the sole figure in the harem. The prime minister cast a meaningful glance at the empress and then at Mei, contemplating whether he would have the resolve to dismiss the other consorts for her sake. Perhaps he would not have the same loyalty as Gong Qingyun, who commanded substantial military power. "Your Majesty, Qingyun has just spotted the general's daughter, Chanxin, who appears to have returned. Qingyun wishes to invite her to join in a dance." Though it remains uncertain whether she would be inclined to accept, Princess Qingyun stated with utmost delicacy, yet the intent was clear. She sought a dance-off. Situ Yi was momentarily stunned. Chanxin had returned? Would she misconstrue his earlier distraction as interest in Qingyun's dance? In truth, he had been envisioning Chanxin dancing gracefully. Imagining Chanxin in the dance, he felt it would surpass that of Princess Qingyun. Upon hearing her proposal, Situ Yi was the first to rise in agreement. "Father, I believe this is a splendid suggestion. Chanxin is indeed a talented young lady of our court, and she was the top performer at this year's tea-tasting event. Her dancing should not be lacking, and I estimate she could harmonize beautifully with Princess Qingyun." While Situ Yi believed Chanxin would indeed outshine Princess Qingyun, he understood the prudence of keeping that sentiment to himself. "Well then, that sounds agreeable. I wonder what the general thinks?" Upon hearing a subtle provocation, the prime minister could hardly refuse without losing face. He hoped Chanxin's performance would be worthy enough to stand alongside Qingyun's, lest the outcome be too humiliating. The general, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded and replied, "It is permissible, but I am currently unaware of her whereabouts." A wave of discomfort rippled through the assembly. If Chanxin was absent and no one was prepared to accept the challenge, it would imply that the former Jin kingdom dared not confront the Great Qin kingdom. At this moment, Liang Ping had already leaned close to Situ Ye's ear, relaying the words that Chanxin had just imparted. Upon hearing this, Situ Ye's brows knitted together in a tight twist, and he glared fiercely at Liang Ping, as if to say, "Why did you not inform me earlier?" Liang Ping felt quite aggrieved and was about to speak when Ling Huan interjected, "Your Majesty, are we still addressing me as Your Majesty? I hope this 8th prince's consort is here to mediate rather than exacerbate the situation." "Father, Although I may not possess the graceful dancing skills of Princess Qingyun, I believe I am still somewhat competent. Now that Miss Chan'er is absent, I, Huaner, would like to volunteer to showcase my skills before the Luban Gate. May I proceed? Given that Ling Huan is the legitimate consort of the 8th prince, and at the outset, no one paid her any heed, even Situ Yi himself. Upon hearing Princess Qingyun's words, he immediately sought to advocate for Chan'er. Now that Ling Huan had spoken for herself, to refuse her would be a great affront to her dignity. Moreover, it was indeed essential to have someone address Princess Qingyun's provocation. After much contemplation, the Minister of State acknowledged that Ling Huan was indeed a subordinate of Chan'er. Should she lose to Princess Qingyun, it would certainly be more acceptable than if Chan'er had lost. Thus, seemingly troubled, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. Princess Qingyun regarded Ling Huan with a polite bow, and the two swiftly settled on the dance they would perform while the musicians prepared. The two graceful figures intertwined. Yet within moments, the disparity in their steps and elegance became apparent. Ling Huan had already discerned the outcome upon witnessing Princess Qingyun's performance. However, with Chan'er absent, she feared that not participating might be perceived as cowardice. How could the people of the Great Shang Kingdom regard the former Jean if she shied away? Thus, she chose to proceed, even at the risk of embarrassment, knowing it would elevate her standing in the eyes of the esteemed Qi beauty and the emperor. Once the performance concluded, Ling Huan bowed. Princess Qingyun's dancing skills are indeed unparalleled. I dare say very few in this world could rival her. Ling Huan humbly acknowledged her inferiority. With a composed demeanor, she glanced at the Minister of State and the Qi beauty, observing their satisfied nods, and a flicker of triumph crossed her mind. This was the effect she desired. It was merely a matter of lacking skill. In comparison to the favor of the emperor and the Qi beauty, that was a distant concern. As she returned to her seat, Situ Yi cast a glance her way and remarked coolly, "I have noted your intervention in this matter." Ling Huan smiled slightly. "You are my husband, and the former Jean is my home. What significance do my personal honors and disgraces hold?" "Yeah. A quarter of an hour has passed. What a gift you promised me." The Minister of State swiftly redirected the conversation as the dance concluded. Situ Yi gracefully rose, declaring, "The gift is on its way. Bring it forth." With a loud command, Liang Ping gestured from outside the door, and soon, 2 rows of attendants entered, each carrying massive inkstones. Another attendant brought a red cloth to spread between the 2 inkstones, along with 2 bowls of clear water. Once all the items were arranged, Chan'er entered slowly, greeting the Minister of State. His eyes widened in astonishment, as did the gazes of everyone present in the Golden Splendor Hall. Chan'er wore an exquisite gown with flowing sleeves that trailed to the ground, appearing almost ethereal in its whiteness, while her long tresses were secured behind her with a single white ribbon. Logically, it was the Minister of State's birthday, and such attire was inappropriate, as it evoked a sense of mourning. At this moment, Situ Yi shifted the focus of attention, saying, "Father, please open my gift." The assembly paused in surprise. Was it permissible to open it? Eunuch Zheng quickly presented a brocade box, which the Minister of State opened himself. He was taken aback to find it contained nothing but a sheet of blank paper. Confused, he turned to Situ Yi, who then recalled the purpose of the large inkstones on either side. He instructed Eunuch Zheng to bring the blank paper to Situ Yi, as attendants positioned themselves to hold the scroll steady. "Father, my gift is merely a painting. However, I deemed it too simplistic, so I devised a combination of painting and dance, allowing Chan'er to create a piece live before you, wishing you longevity." The Minister of State nodded in satisfaction, realizing that the original gift had likely been swapped or tampered with. It seemed that despite her earlier displeasure, Chan'er still cared deeply for him. Situ Yi then stepped back, leaving Chan'er alone at the center of the hall. Liang Ping had previously informed Chan'er of Princess Qingyun's provocation, and she smiled at the princess, bowing gracefully. "I have heard that Princess Qingyun wishes for me to dance with you. To be candid, my dancing skills are rather poor. Were I not absent earlier, I would have likely embarrassed myself, and perhaps even disrupted the princess's enjoyment. Nevertheless, I must present this painting to His Majesty. Thus, I would like to offer you a poem, hoping Your Highness can forgive my earlier absence, as I still look forward to your guidance on my dancing skills." This was indeed a significant compliment to Princess Qingyun. "You flatter me, Miss Chan'er," she replied, rising to return the courtesy. "What poem might you wish to share?" Upon returning, Chan'er had fortuitously witnessed the princess's dance, which inspired her to pen the following verses skilled dancers roam the Golden Valley, fair maidens fill the Stone City. In scarlet robes they twirl and sway. Amidst the flowers, beneath the snow's embrace. The phoenix harmonizes with pure melodies. The returning phoenix responds with elegant tones. Not merely your desire, but who admires the slender waist. After reciting the poem, she paused and moved to the space between the two inkstones, which were positioned approximately 2 zhang apart, with a paper's width also spanning 2 zhang and a height of about 1 zhang, an archetypal rectangle. Your Majesty, I humbly present my performance. 1,000 songs and countless dances cannot compare. Among them, my utmost affection lies with the feathered garment dance. The Minister of State pondered this statement and inquired, "Is it the feathered garment dance?" Channa nodded, lightly stepping forward. As the music began, she gently flicked her flowing sleeves, allowing them to cascade into the inkstones. The assembled ministers widened their eyes in shock. Was she truly about to perform and splatter ink everywhere? It seemed as though she intended to turn them all into targets. Situ Yi was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated this approach, as he believed she would dance while painting simultaneously. However, as Channa began her performance, miraculously, not a single drop of ink was scattered. The melody of the feathered garment dance, crafted by Li Longji and choreographed by Yang Yuan, was renowned for its ethereal grace. As Channa danced, it became apparent that her skills were not as poor as she claimed, though they were not exceptional either. The emphasis was not on her dancing, for everyone was focused on the painting, as Situ Yi had previously stated that his gift was indeed a painting. Shena gracefully twirled her sleeves, allowing them to glide over the canvas, and with a delicate sweep, she created 2 large dots, nothing more than simple circles, devoid of any discernible image. The ink, peculiar in appearance, neither splattered nor exhibited the richness of color one would expect. She then glided gracefully once more, repeating similar movements with her sleeves, each time producing a different shape on the paper. Gradually, murmurs arose among the onlookers, speculating on what she might be attempting to create. Meanwhile, the palace's inked trees observed her with keen interest, while Princess Qingyun reflected on the poem Channa had recited, recognizing its merit. Initially, she wondered if it carried a hidden insult, but whether interpreted literally or metaphorically, it was undeniably a poem of praise. Sister, do not let your imagination run wild. Trust me, this girl Channa possesses a bold and forthright nature. She will not speak ill of you in a roundabout way. Moreover, I represent the great Shang Kingdom, and she would not resort to subtle mockery. Gong Molan gazed at the graceful figure of his sister, seemingly indifferent to her feelings, yet nothing escaped his keen observation. Princess Qingyun sniffled. "Oh, dear brother, could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Father has expressed his desire for you to marry soon, but he never intended for you to form an alliance with the former Jin Kingdom. And even if there were such an alliance, it would certainly not be your turn. Otherwise, it would imply that the people of the former Jin Kingdom would govern our great Shang's harem. Ahem, though that matter is still far off. Sister, do not think such thoughts. I have no such intentions. I merely find her to be an enigma. I believe she might be." Gong Molan hesitated, recalling the moment when the minister mentioned that it was a strategy for governing the state. Everyone had displayed excitement, while she maintained a calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat bashful. Perhaps she was indeed the one who proposed it. Given her evident talent, it could very well be true. Ah, by the way, sister, I wish to ask you something. If I were to invite her to reside in our great Shang Kingdom for an extended period, what methods might I employ to entice her and achieve my goal? Upon hearing Gong Molan's words, Princess Qingyun was taken aback, gazing at him incredulously. Surely, he cannot be serious? Upon seeing the earnestness in his eyes, she instantly lost her resolve, realizing for the first time that she and Molan should not have come to the former Jin Kingdom. No, after the birthday celebration, she must persuade Molan to leave quickly, otherwise his future would be at stake. Gong Molan was oblivious to his sister's thoughts. Had he known, he would have found it both amusing and perplexing. His intention was merely to seek her assistance in devising strategies for disaster prevention. Meanwhile, Channa was close to completing her painting, yet no one could discern what it depicted. It appeared to be mere childish scribbling. Although Situ Yi shared this sentiment, he trusted Channa. However, Ling Huan had something to say. This is the gift for the birthday? It would be better to utilize that quarter of an hour to prepare a new present, lest we disappoint the emperor. How absurd. If you do not understand, it is better to remain silent. Situyi shot a fierce glare at Ling Huan, who returned the look defiantly. Now that she was his legitimate wife, she no longer needed to be as submissive as before. As long as she remembered to maintain his dignity in public, that sufficed. Moreover, all eyes were on Chan'er, so no one paid her any heed. Ling Hao observed the interaction between his daughter and the eighth prince, and a storm brewed in his eyes, which settled almost instantly. He regarded the woman on stage, lightly dancing with her sleeves. Her eyes were indeed remarkable, so remarkable that he would never forget them. It was his first encounter with this girl named Chan'er, yet upon seeing her, he felt as though he had encountered someone else, the daughter of the man whose father was executed by decree. Her eyes mirrored those of Chan'er. To claim she bore no relation to him would be utterly implausible. But if there were a connection, what kind could it be? Were not all involved long dead? And why had she come to Jin City? Regardless of her ties to that individual, she could pose a threat to my daughter. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a cold, merciless smile that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. At that moment, Chan'er completed her painting, tossing two long, flowing sleeves into the same basin of clear water, leaving the crowd puzzled. Why choose one basin over the two available? Was there something amiss? When she quickly retrieved the sleeves, they emerged as pristine as before. This transformation astonished everyone. After all, the sleeves had been stained with ink, and it was inconceivable for them to become spotless in an instant. Yet the scene unfolded before their very eyes, whether they believed it or not. However, the painting itself, well, it could barely be called a painting, for its subject was indiscernible. One might wonder, if you intend to dance, then dance. If you wish to paint, then paint. What was the point of combining the two? Now, it seems you have brought shame upon yourself. Chan'er stepped forward. Your Majesty, this painting requires just one finishing touch. I humbly request that you lend your brush for the final stroke. The minister rose, equally perplexed, yet inexplicably inclined to trust her. He took up the large brush, hesitated for a moment, and gazed at Chan'er, who softly instructed. Simply dip it in the remaining basin of clear water and apply it casually. After a moment's hesitation, the minister said nothing and complied, applying the stroke to the edge of the painting. To his astonishment, the artwork began to transform quietly. The person holding the scroll flipped it over, revealing a map of the former Jin kingdom, and the borders were not drawn dead. The implications were significant. Could the minister contain his joy? What a magnificent piece of art. Truly a painting that could topple a nation. Having witnessed such a miraculous creation, the minister eagerly lavished praise upon Chan'er. How did you achieve this? Upon returning to his seat, his curiosity piqued. He inquired. In response, Your Majesty, the painting holds no miraculous quality. The essence lies in your final stroke. Without it, this piece would not exist. Though Chan'er did not elaborate, the minister and others quickly deduced that the secret lay in the water. Thus, her sleeves' ink stains vanishing so instantaneously became explicable. By refraining from explaining further, it appeared as though all credit belonged to the minister, placing an exquisite feather in his cap. Yet, their understanding was only half the truth. The crux lay in the paper, the ink, and that remaining basin of clear water. The ink stains on her sleeves vanished due to the peculiar properties of the ink itself, while the water used for the final stroke contained a powdered agent that prevented the ink from dispersing. Additionally, the paper had been prepared in advance, coated with a layer of her concocted powder. The interaction of the water with the powdered agent permeated the paper, triggering a reaction that caused the ink to blur beautifully, resulting in this exquisite masterpiece. At that moment, Chan'er felt an immense sense of relief, recalling her past in I Ching, where she enjoyed painting in reverse without ever revealing it to others. Otherwise, this would not have sparked such a claim. What would the one who disrupted Situ Ye's painting be feeling now? This gift is most pleasing to me. You have truly shone brightly this time. Although he did not personally create the painting, the minister recognized that the idea was undoubtedly Chan'er's. As long as he claimed it as his own, no one dared to contest his assertion. He publicly praised Situ Ye and instructed eunuch Zheng to escort him to the treasury after the banquet to select a few items of his liking. Chan'er returned to the general's side, yet her gaze discreetly wandered toward the crown prince. Situ Ye had already informed Liang Ping of her observations. She noted that the crown prince, calm and composed, appeared unaffected. It could not have been him. The crown prince was not one to harbor deep-seated schemes. If he were responsible, he would not remain so tranquil. Just as she began to suspect the seventh prince, she suddenly noticed the crown princess exhibiting unusual behavior. Her complexion was evidently poor, as if she had endured a significant affront, while the crown prince was somewhat indulgent. Had he not always been on good terms with the crown princess? Upon returning to the general's side, she heard Pang Dingshan's teasing remark. "Oh, is this still my daughter? Instead of standing up for your old father, you ate a man from outside. Although this man is your nominal master in the palace. Do you not consider that your father may suffer repercussions from the emperor? Chana es lips twitched. Rest assured, father, your majesty, even if you are insulted, it is likely that you will retaliate in due course." Chana mentioned afterwards because today marks the birthday of the prime minister. And there is also an envoy from the great Shang kingdom present. Even if Pang Dingshan wished to retaliate today, he would have to consider his actions carefully. The gifts being presented next are from the left and right ministers, and their offerings are rather ordinary. This is the only tangible wealth the prime minister has received on this birthday. Nevertheless, he still feels somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Chana could no longer sit still, not for any particular reason, but because she felt the weight of no fewer than 5 pairs of eyes watching her intently, causing her considerable unease. She was certain one pair belonged to Situ Yi and another to Ling Huan. However, the remaining gazes seemed to originate from across the room, and every time she attempted to look, she could not identify the observer. If one of them were indeed Princess Qingyun, then who could the other two be? Yet, Princess Qingyun appeared lost in thought, her expression one of concern. What could she possibly be worried about? Oddly enough, why should her worries concern Chana? Chana shook her head in resignation. She felt utterly bored. As time passed, she could no longer endure the gathering and told Pang Dingshan she would step outside for some fresh air before leaving. She meandered around the Jinhua Palace and found herself in a garden behind it, where she was greeted by a riot of blooming flowers, which instantly lightened her mood. She strolled slowly, observing each blossom with the hope of discovering something exotic, for her current collection of flower seeds was limited, and there were many varieties she had yet to acquire. Perhaps this garden would yield some rare specimens. However, after walking for what felt like an eternity, her hopes began to wane, and she pondered whether to return. Just as she turned, she nearly collided with another person, stumbling back several steps in shock. She looked up to find the prince of the great Shang kingdom, whose eyes bore a slight resemblance to her own. He smiled warmly, greeting her, "Miss Chana. Why have you left the banquet?" Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the wine, I stepped out for some air. I am much better now and am about to return. Please, feel free to continue. She attempted to bypass him, but he interjected, "Miss Chana, please wait a moment. May I inquire whether the methods for disaster prevention were proposed by you? If so, might you share them with me? I assure you, I mean no harm. Our great Shang kingdom has regions plagued by barren land and frequent calamities, which is most distressing. We cannot relocate everyone, and even if we did, their livelihoods would still be a concern. Thus we must find ways to improve the situation." Chana halted, taken aback by the inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back and nodded gently, sharing her knowledge with Prince Gongyuan. "I believe barren land is not the crux of the issue. Rather, it is the unwillingness of leaders like yourselves to cherish the lives of the impoverished." Upon finishing her statement, she lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat hesitant. Prince Gongyuan did not interrupt her, patiently waiting. If the barrenness is caused by human actions, such as overfarming, there is certainly a way to remedy it. However, if the land's condition is intrinsic or due to environmental factors, while I may not possess a perfect solution, I know we can cultivate hardier crops. Though the yield may still be poor, if the state shows compassion, basic sustenance should not be a concern. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion, and I cannot claim it to be definitive. Prince Gongyuan nodded, acknowledging her insights. "I have learned much from your words." Once their conversation concluded, Chana turned to leave, and this time, he refrained from calling her back. By the time the banquet concluded, Chana was utterly exhausted, having maintained a smile throughout the event while enduring countless formalities. Palace banquets are not a source of enjoyment, but rather a test of endurance. Just as she prepared to leave with the general, she noticed Situ Yi approaching, grabbing her hand. "Chana, come back with me." Chana widened her eyes in disbelief. "Return with you? Is that even possible? Are you suggesting I join you two in a bridal chamber tonight? Watch you both toast? That is utterly absurd." With newfound determination, she forcefully shook off Situ Ye's hand. Declaring, "Father, let us go." She promptly mounted Pang Dingshan's steed, who smiled slightly, amused that someone was finally standing up to Sitayi. However, he quickly suppressed his amusement and admonished, "Eighth Prince, despite your royal status, you should not insult my daughter so." With that, he gave a firm slap to his steed, which whinnied and galloped away. Chan'er's complexion turned pale as she clung tightly to the reins. "Amitabha, may the Buddha protect me. Please do not take my life at this moment. That would be far too embarrassing. When I reach the underworld, the judge will surely ask how I met my end. I would have no choice but to tell the truth. My father was angry, slapped the horse's rear, and I happened to be riding it. And then, there was no more. In short, I died from horsefall. The judge would surely laugh, and even a little ghost would mock me. Why, oh why? Did I think it wise to ride a horse when I cannot?" Chan'er felt utterly innocent in this predicament. Yet she was indeed clever, her mind racing with scenarios even in such a tumultuous moment. Gradually, the galloping horse began to slow, perhaps realizing that the threat had passed. Chan'er's heart began to ease, but just as she started to relax, she was suddenly enveloped from behind, lifted from the saddle. She dared not look back, fearing she might spit in the face of her captor. After all, this was in broad daylight. Although there were few people around, it was still daylight, wasn't it? She longed to struggle, but given her elevated position, she remained still. If she were to fall, she might become a mere puddle of flesh. "What were you doing? Who are you? I must inform you. My father is the esteemed general of the court. Do not act recklessly." With no other recourse, Chan'er could only voice her questions, hoping that revealing her father's identity might intimidate her captor. But where was her father? "Father, you claim to care for me. Yet I am being kidnapped while you are still preoccupied with Sitayi. Do you not understand what is truly important?" Meanwhile, the great general, who was oblivious to his daughter's plight, found himself entangled with heroine. The one who had kidnapped Chan'er, repeatedly reassured by her, was none other than Sitayi. It was likely that Chan'er had been startled by the horse, and then abruptly lifted without realizing they were at the palace gates, failing to recognize her captor, compounded by her fear of looking back. She had often heard on television that hostages who glimpsed their captors often met dire fates, so she refrained from looking, reducing her chances of being silenced. On the other hand, Sitayi was seething with frustration, wishing he could simply drop her at that moment. "You do not even recognize me?" Chan'er paused momentarily stunned. Was that Sitayi's voice? Slowly, she turned her head, meeting his striking yet angry gaze. She chuckled awkwardly. "No, I was merely trying to lighten the mood." Chan'er perfectly illustrated the notion of stubbornness akin to a dead duck's mouth before Sitayi. At this moment, she finally took the time to extend her neck and glance back, only to discover that heroine was entangled with the great general. "Oh dear, it seems these two are indeed better together than alone, isn't it? Do you realize that if you were not a prince, this would be a criminal act? You are inciting the masses, spreading rumors, and holding hostages. By all rights, this is a capital offense. I assent it." Sitayi was taken aback. After embracing her and floating out of the general's line of sight, they landed. "Chan'er, are you still angry? This marriage was something you sought on my behalf. I never intended to wed her. I had no plans to consummate the marriage with her." Sitayi spoke with such conviction, as if he were never in the wrong. True, although it was Chan'er who advocated for this union, she had no grounds to blame him on that account. Yet, her anger stemmed from something deeper. It was not merely about the marriage, it was about his attitude. Regardless of Ling Huan's character, she genuinely cared for him. Moreover, in this ancient era, a woman's reputation was of paramount importance. Even if the world knew they had not consummated the marriage, speculation would inevitably arise. People would not suspect Sitayi. After all, he was a prince. They would surely believe it to be Ling Huan's fault for failing to pique his interest. Should they eventually part ways, it might be manageable, but if he were to cast her aside, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, even in a divorce, few would dare to marry Ling Huan again, especially given the ancient belief in lifelong fidelity. If Ling Huan were to marry, she would not entertain thoughts of remarrying, particularly not to a royal. Chan'er was frustrated that Sitayi failed to consider the implications for others. Yet, upon reflection, she realized Sitayi was not at fault. It was she who insisted he marry Ling Huan. If anyone were to blame for Ling Huan's fate as a mere pawn, it would undoubtedly be her. Chan'er, because of these conflicting thoughts, she felt a surge of anger, not only towards Sitayi, but also towards herself. It was I who sought this marriage. The fault lies with me. I.e., please treat her well, for my sake, to ease my guilt. Perhaps deep down, she was not suited for the ancient world and was uncertain how to navigate such matters. Yet, she recognized that this was the outcome of her choices. Had she chosen to leave with Situ Yi initially, she would not be in this predicament today. A portion of the consequences stemmed from the court's intrigues. Had there been no such rivalries, she would not have pushed Situ Yi toward Ling Huan. If Ling Huan's father, Ling Hao, lacked military power, would she have urged Situ Yi toward Ling Huan? Moreover, had Ling Hao fathered a son, the current situation would not exist. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Chan'er abruptly halted, realizing she was veering off track. Now, she found herself sounding resentful. With a bitter smile, she recognized her thoughts had become somewhat obsessive, perhaps because her subconscious wished to absolve herself of blame. Thus, she sought numerous objective reasons to convince herself. Now, she too was tasting the bitter fruit of her decisions. Chan'er, are you still angry? I.e., to speak candidly, I am not angry with you. I am angry with myself for entangling our fates in this manner. Ling Huan is your wife, and in this life, she can only be your wife. Upon hearing this, Situ Yi quickly understood Chan'er was not angry, but rather filled with self-reproach. Chan'er, do not dwell on it. Just consider me, a fickle heart. Look at those wealthy households. Who among them does not have multiple wives? So, simply regard me as one of them. As long as you know I hold you in my heart above all. Chan'er shook her head. It is not the same, not at all. I do not know if I can endure the sight of the one I love surrounded by so many women, especially with a wife that I sought on his behalf. But from the looks of it now, I cannot bear it. So, no. Situ Yi interrupted her. Chan'er, should you dare to leave me, I will immediately write a divorce decree for Ling Huan and then become a monk. Initially, Situ Yi intended to say he would forcibly marry Chan'er, but upon realizing she would be gone, he changed his words to becoming a monk instead. Chan'er burst into laughter. I must tell you, I am a woman of intense jealousy. The term jealous woman hardly suited her. She was not yet a woman. At most, she could be considered a girl. In truth, she could barely lay claim to even that. She was still a child. How could she allow herself to think of herself as a child now? Reflecting on her 32 years of life, how could she justify calling herself a child, although her physical form resembled that of a child? No matter, I love your jealousy, Situ Yi said indulgently, as if Chan'er could do no wrong, as if everything she did was the very essence of truth. Perhaps in Situ Yi's eyes, everything about Chan'er was perfect, with no flaws whatsoever. He was content to dote on her in this manner. However, as the saying goes, what flourishes must eventually wither. And in love, all is beautiful, but in hate, life turns bleak. Yet at this moment, the one harboring animosity toward Chan'er was clearly not Situ Yi, but rather the new mistress of Lanyue Pavilion, Ling Huan. Where has the prince gone? Returning to the princess consort. The prince has pursued General Pang. However, I heard that wretched Chan'er rode off first. I am uncertain about the details, but it seems that Yiruo and General Pang were sparring at the palace gates. And then the prince left the palace. Xiao Yu's voice diminished. Her words were veiled. She spoke of pursuing the general, but in truth, she meant pursuing Chan'er. Claiming that Yiruo and the general were sparring was merely a cover to prevent the general from stopping Situ Yi. Stating he left the palace was but a euphemism for chasing after Chan'er, who had ridden off first. Furious, Ling Huan snatched up a teacup from the Kong table, intent on throwing it, but Xiao Yu quickly intervened. Princess consort, this is not the time for anger. You must remain composed, even if you feel wronged. Do not express it, and assist in concealing the matter. Ling Huan was already infuriated to the point of eruption. Hearing this only fueled her rage further. With a swift motion, she struck Xiao Yu, who fell backward, her forehead colliding sharply with the edge of a small couch, instantly bleeding. The sight of the crimson blood brought Ling Huan to her senses in an instant. She froze momentarily before shouting, "Bring the imperial physician at once." With a pained heart, she rushed to Xiao Yu's side, assisting her to her feet. Although Xiao Yu's forehead throbbed painfully, thankfully it did not appear to be serious. Otherwise, how could she remain conscious? The pain was excruciating. Princess consort, you must be even more composed now. You cannot allow your anger to get the better of you. Otherwise, you will fall into that wretched girl's trap. Ling Huan felt a surge of gratitude. She had grown up alongside Xiao Yu. Though she often had a fiery temper, Xiao Yu had always remained loyally by her side, warming her with clothing when cold, bringing her food when hungry, caring for her in every way, imaginable. Ling Huan felt she owed Xiaoyu a great deal. Ling Huan had once promised that when she married, if she found a worthy man, she would help Xiaoyu gain her freedom from servitude and marry as her sworn sister. Yet at that time, Xiaoyu had sworn an oath to follow Ling Huan for a lifetime, refusing to marry. Xiaoyu, why go to such lengths? I have never saved your life. Why are you so good to me? Ling Huan recalled her previous uncertainties and asked this question, but Xiaoyu recounted every little kindness Ling Huan had ever shown her, moving Ling Huan deeply and entirely convincing her. If Xiaoyu were not genuinely loyal, she would have no need to remember every detail so vividly, especially those moments which, if not for her, Ling Huan would have forgotten. It is merely a trivial matter akin to sesame and mung beans. Since that incident, Ling Huan has felt an unwavering trust in Xiaoyu. Today, her eyes were red with anger, for she truly could not bear to see Xiaoyu harmed so grievously. The maid understood that the prince's consort did not act out of malice. The injuries sustained were not her fault, but rather the doing of that vile maid. Xiaoyu's animosity towards Chanxin had blossomed from their very first encounter. She could not articulate the reason for her hatred, but it was undeniably present. She simply detested her. Perhaps it was an instinctual recognition of the threat Chanxin posed to her own household. Ling Huan assisted Xiaoyu in taking a seat and seethed. That wretched woman shall not find respite. I will not rest until she suffers, unless I perish first. The narrative continues, promising a more refined reading experience. In Chapter 71, Selling Oneself to Bury a Father, the prince's consort reminds, even if we harbor disdain for her, we must conduct ourselves with decorum within the palace. We cannot act as recklessly as before. We must always maintain our composure and the image of a gentle and virtuous lady, for only then can we stand in stark contrast to that detestable one. Xiaoyu did not pursue the conversation further, as a sudden pain shot through her head, causing her to grimace. Enough of this. You needn't concern yourself with it. Regardless of the circumstances, I inadvertently caused you harm. Even if it was due to her loss of reason, this remains my fault. Xiaoyu, once the physician has tended to you, ensure you take good care of yourself. Scars upon a woman's visage are most unflattering. After we have vanquished her, I shall find you a worthy match. Seeing Xiaoyu about to speak, Ling Huan raised her hand to forestall her. There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Rest assured, I could never bear to part with you. When the time comes, I shall petition for a favor, permitting you to visit me once or twice a month, provided that the beautiful Qi continues to take a liking to me as her daughter-in-law. Securing such a favor shall not be arduous. Ling Huan spoke truthfully. Anyone favored by Qi would invariably reap benefits from the prince. Without delving into distant examples, consider Yu Zhao Yi, who naively believed her father's sacrifice in saving the general had earned her a higher station. Though her father did indeed perish, the prince granted him posthumous honors and rewards, and her brother enjoyed a promotion as well. Was that not sufficient? Moreover, her father's sacrifice was not directly for the nation's benefit. Thus, Yu Zhao Yi's elevation, while publicly attributed to her father's valor, was in truth a consequence of Qi's influence. From a moment Qi entered the palace, she was acknowledged as a beauty, and even after bearing C2 Yi, she remained a beauty. As the prime minister would not relent. As long as he held his position, neither could the left and right ministers. After all, Qi hailed from the great nation of Desheng. These revelations were imparted to her by her father before her entry into the palace, unveiling the multitude of secrets that lay hidden within. In the court, only the prime minister, the left and right ministers, and General Pang were privy to Qi's true origins. Though the lower ranks were oblivious, they followed the lead of those in power. Thus, Qi was effectively subdued, remaining merely a beauty. Yet the prince favored her. When direct elevation was unattainable, he would promote those close to her, and so Yu Zhao Yi benefited accordingly. Xiaoyu, witnessing her mistress's sentiments, remained silent. Your Highness, tomorrow His Majesty is expected to bestow a title upon the prince. I wonder if he will proceed to his fief or remain in the palace thereafter. Xiaoyu speculated that he would likely stay, for even if the prince did not articulate his intentions, one could discern his thoughts clearly. It was precisely for this reason that her lord consented to the marriage of her mistress to the 8th prince. Ling Huan's lips curled slightly upward. He will likely remain for at least another year, and this year is crucial. Whether or not the prince can ascend the path to the heir apparent will be revealed within this time frame. However, after a year, the current crown prince will surely be deposed. The physician has arrived, announced a young palace maid at the door. Ling Huan nodded, urging her to bring the physician inside promptly. The physician, upon entering, was met with Ling Huan's immediate directive. See to Xiao Yu's forehead first. We must avoid any scarring. The physician hastened to examine the injury, internally reflecting on the temperament of the Ling family. This girl was clearly not of a gentle disposition, capable of inflicting harm even on her own maid, let alone on those unrelated to her. It seemed that matters at Lanyue Pavilion would become increasingly complicated. After tending to Xiao Yu's wound and applying medication, he turned to Ling Huan, reporting, "The injury is neither deep nor severe. Overall, there is little cause for concern. However, there may be a scar left behind. I shall do my utmost to prevent it." Ling Huan nodded, and once the physician took his leave, she gazed at Xiao Yu with concern. Xiao Yu nonchalantly shook her head. After dinner, Si Tu-Yi had yet to return, and in fact, he would not return until the following day. But that is a tale for another time. At this moment, Si Tu-Yi and Chan Er were wandering about the capital, enjoying themselves. Initially, Chan Er had opposed this venture, but Si Tu-Yi was insistent, leaving her no choice. To persuade her, he even shared his own plans, suggesting that such an outing might lead others to perceive him merely as a man enamored with beauty. While this would not entirely quell the suspicions of certain individuals, the inclusion of Ling Huan would certainly have an impact. After all, Ling Huan's status was undeniable, and everyone knew of Chan Er's obscure origins. She was elevated by the prince to become the adopted daughter of the general, hence her current legitimate standing. Chan Er listened to Si Tu-Ye's elaborate strategy in silence, unconvinced of its merit, particularly regarding Ling Huan's role as a pawn. Although she held no affection for Ling Huan, she recognized that a wife is not merely a piece on a chessboard. This sentiment struck her as rather callous. Yet, she also understood that such a course of action might indeed offer Si Tu-Yi a measure of protection from the collective ire directed at him, allowing him to secretly cultivate his own influence, for ultimately, relying on others is fraught with uncertainty. In that moment, Chan Er conceived a more advantageous plan. She shared it with Si Tu-Yi, who readily agreed. Thus, the pair joyfully roamed the capital together. In the former Jin dynasty, night markets were bustling prior to curfew, and for the first half of the night, lively stalls thrived. Chan Er had yet to experience a night market since her arrival in this world, and thus she insisted that Si Tu-Yi accompany her. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, dispatching He Irua to fetch his sister so that they could all enjoy a day of merriment together. The vibrancy of the night market rivaled that of the daytime, perhaps even exceeding it. As Chan Er surveyed the stalls lining the streets, she felt as though she were standing on the streets of her past life, surrounded by vendors offering an array of wares. Presently, there were stalls selling cosmetics, writing instruments, and ornaments, presenting an abundance of choices. However, Chan Er's heart was set on the candy figurine stall, for she had a penchant for sweets. Yet Si Tu-Yi, citing her youth, consistently denied her requests, igniting within Chan Er a desire to retaliate. Just as they were engrossed in their exploration, a pickpocket stealthily approached them, likely drawn by their attire, which suggested they were not of humble origins. Initially hesitant, the absence of nearby companions emboldened him. He crept closer, unnoticed, for although they possessed keen hearing, it was impractical to turn and scrutinize every passerby. That would surely lead to discomfort. The thief swiftly closed the distance, and, fortuitously, a crowd ahead provided the perfect cover for his intentions. Thus, the thief brazenly trailed behind the two individuals, clearly disregarded by both. Upon reaching the gathering crowd, it became apparent that the woman was selling herself to bury her father. Chan Er gazed at Si Tu-Yi in bewilderment, questioning how such a thing could occur even in the capital city. If it were a common occurrence, she wouldn't find it so surprising. Yet, given that it was the prince's birthday, coupled with the weddings of two princes and the arrival of an envoy from the great Shang kingdom, it was particularly distressing. If one lacked the means to bury their father, they could simply report to the authorities, who would undoubtedly provide funds for a proper burial. Otherwise, if those in power were to learn of this, what would become of the officials in the Jin City as supervisory office? Yet, this unfortunate reality was indeed unfolding. Not only that, but it was witnessed by Si Tu-Yi and Chan Er as well. Si Tu-Yi was consumed by fury, his eyes sparking with indignation. It seemed imperative to investigate which official had failed to fulfill their duties. While poverty exists everywhere, it was unacceptable at this moment especially in such a prosperous city. After all, knowing of a misfortune is far different from witnessing it firsthand. Consider the capital of the great Shang kingdom, Chanxin, renowned for its wealth. Surely there must be alleys where a few families are struggling financially. In a city as vast as Chanxin, there would inevitably be individuals unable to afford a burial for their parents. Such occurrences are inescapable. Hence, while Situ might have previously shown compassion by offering a bit of silver, the situation was now far more severe. What if the crown prince of Great Shang were to witness this? But wait, who was that across from him, wearing a knowing smile? Was that not the very crown Prince Gong Molan whom he had been contemplating? How ironic it seemed that the moment he thought of him, he appeared before him. Situ was deeply frustrated. He resolved to first procure some silver to ensure the woman's father received a proper burial, intending to inform his father the next day for further action. However, as he reached for his purse, he inadvertently grasped another hand. The unfortunate thief, who had been following at a distance, had chosen the worst moment to strike, thinking to make his move in a crowded place. Unfortunately for him, this was precisely when he encountered a woman selling herself for her father's burial, with the crown prince observing from across the way, resulting in the present predicament. As Situ Yi stared in confusion at the hand he had caught, he initially believed it belonged to Chan'er, a thought that brought him joy until he realized the texture was all wrong. Chan'er's hand was soft and delicate, whereas this hand felt more like a claw. With a swift motion, he yanked the thief forward, causing him to stumble and meet the icy gaze of Situ Yi. The thief, trembling, stammered, "My lord, it was a coincidence. I merely intended to ask you to let me pass when you caught me." The thief was quite impressed with his own cleverness, having conjured such a plausible excuse in an instant. The more he pondered, the more proud he became of his wit. Observing the thief's expression, Situ Yi felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes, though Chan'er could tell it was not one of joy, but rather of entertainment. "Ah, what a coincidence indeed. You may go now." Just as Situ Yi began to release the thief, he suddenly tightened his grip, stating, "Wait, if you wanted me to let you pass. Shouldn't you have tapped my shoulder? Do you think yourself too short to reach?" Situ Yi appraised the thief, noting his lanky frame. While his appearance was unremarkable, he certainly had a sizable head. The thief, embarrassed, struggled to find words. Situ Yi coldly interjected, "Speak the truth, and perhaps I might spare your life." At that moment, He Iruo and He Zishi approached. "My lord, what is the situation?" "Iruo, go and provide some silver to assist the woman in burying her father." He Iruo nodded and proceeded. The thief, upon seeing He Iruo dressed in luxurious silks, realized he was no ordinary person. How bold he must be to attempt to rob someone of such stature. "Please, my lord, spare my life. I only intended to steal a little silver, as I am in dire need." The thief pleaded desperately, sensing the intensity of Situ Yi's glare, which could have frightened him to death multiple times. In the presence of the emperor, it is people like you who disrupt the peace. A grown man with limbs should honorably make a living instead of resorting to thievery. How shameful it is, especially before the crown prince of Great Shang. Situ Yi understood that individuals like him were plentiful. They would hardly heed his words. If they were capable of listening, there wouldn't be any thieves left in the world. How embarrassing. First a woman selling herself for her father's burial, then a thief. Meanwhile, Gong Molan showed no intention of leaving, his smile only growing more pronounced as he observed the scene unfold. "You think you can keep smiling? I'll ensure you'll have no reason to smile soon." Situ Yi thought, "Tell me, how long have you been a thief? If you can manage to land a few punches on a scholar, I may spare you." The thief, hearing this, thought it a trivial task, as it was not a matter of life and death. Furthermore, Situ Yi had not specified the severity of the blows, so he could merely deliver a few light taps. Elated, the thief agreed, while Chan'er's heart raced. She knew Situ Yi had no good intentions. As she followed his pointing finger, she saw that it led directly to Gong Molan. Initially, she worried that he intended to have the thief strike the crown prince. "Yi, this is inappropriate. He is." Situ Yi shot her a look that assured her, "Do not worry. This little thief cannot possibly harm Gong Molan. Chan'er was exasperated." It was not a matter of whether the thief could win or lose. "Do not think to play tricks on me. I shall be watching. And do not even think of fleeing. Do you see this lady?" Situ Yi gestured towards He Zishi. "She is a renowned heroine. If you attempt to escape, you must consider whether your legs are swift enough to outrun her." He Zishi, upon hearing this, felt pride swell within her. "A heroine, you say? What a delightful title. The thief, shivering in her fierce gaze, realized she truly was a formidable presence. Chanxin watched the unfolding drama, a mix of disbelief and amusement, wondering why her companions were becoming increasingly absurd. Had everyone decided to embrace a foolish or comical persona? Yet, she quickly dismissed this unrealistic notion, recognizing that they were merely becoming more comfortable with one another, shedding the burdens of formality. Indeed, it is only in the company of trusted individuals that one can relax and share laughter. But what of the future? Would they still have such moments? Lost in thought, Chanxin sighed, regretting her past choices. Some decisions, once made, are irreversible. She recalled an encounter in Yicheng with a fortune-teller who had warned against indulging in hedonistic pleasures. Was she in situ ye not indulging in such excess? Wait a moment. It seems that the meaning of the hexagram is not as superficial as it appears. Chanxin, in a state of confusion, absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her hair, only to suddenly remember that she had neatly arranged her hair after finishing her painting today. After all, a palace banquet is not like an ordinary feast. It is accompanied by rituals. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. Following the sound, Chanxin discovered that the one who screamed was none other than the thief. The one who caused his distress was, an unfamiliar figure. However, judging by his attire, he must be one of Gong Moli's guards. Indeed, the guard stepped forward, holding the thief, and respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, how should we deal with him?" "Your Highness?" The thief's mind went blank. All he could think about was the title Your Highness. He could not comprehend how his mere act of stealing money had entangled him with the prince. He was being held up with such disregard. How could he, who was no more robust than the guard, be so easily lifted like a chick? Well, this thief was indeed a peculiar case. Shouldn't he be more concerned about his own life at this moment? "Just hand him over," Gong Moli said in a calm tone, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. The guard then brought the thief before Situ. Meanwhile, heroine, after giving the money to the girl who had sold herself to bury her father, found her insisting that she belonged to him, persistently asking where his residence was. She declared that once she buried her father, she would come to serve him as a maid, and if he deemed her worthy, she would even offer herself entirely. Heroine felt helpless and gently explained, "I am merely someone else's subordinate, and my master is not the kind of person who would casually take a woman from the streets. So please, focus on burying your father, and do not think too much about this." Even the most naive girl could understand from Heroine's clear words that she was not even qualified to be a maid. As she wept and was about to say something more, Heroine noticed Gong Moli's guard approaching Situ with a person in tow and immediately furrowed his brow. Rushing forward without a second thought, "Sir, are you all right?" Heroine glanced at the onlookers, Zishi and Chanxin, who were clearly enjoying the spectacle, and could not help but sigh in exasperation. "You too, must you be so unkind? After all, Yi is our master, albeit not quite in Chanxin's eyes." It's fine, Heroine. What about your side?" Situ nodded toward the girl mourning her father, who was gazing sadly at Heroine. "Heroine, I see you have been single for quite some time. Sigh, Zishi, do you think your brother is lacking in something?" Zishi chuckled. "Of course, he is lacking in many ways. He is missing a heart, lacking lungs, but these are not significant issues. What he truly lacks is someone to manage him." A faint blush crept onto Heroine's face as he admonished, "Sister, do not speak so recklessly. Am I not managing enough as it is? From the 2nd to the 4th of every month, the generals oversee me, and at other times, His Highness and Chanxin manage me. Am I not entitled to a bit of personal space?" Zishi retorted, "Who said so? This management is not the same as that. May I ask, 8th Prince, could you kindly explain what is going on here?" Questioned the guard from Gong Moli, with a nose wrinkled in irritation, held the thief in his grasp. The group was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was not the time to discuss Heroine's predicament. Nevertheless, how could they describe this as merely a thief from the former Jin kingdom? Sure enough, Gong Moli approached and stated, "Tianyun, do not be rude. This man, after all, is from the former Jin kingdom and should be dealt with by a prince of that realm." Upon hearing this, the thief was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that the two individuals before him were a prince and a royal. Could it be that this prince was the crown prince of the Shang kingdom? Indeed, it was common knowledge that the crown prince was the envoy sent to congratulate the ruling prince this year. Little did he expect that in his role as a thief, He would not only witness the charismatic demeanor of the Shang crown prince, but also the gallant presence of his own kingdom's eighth prince. Wait a moment. How was he gallant? The eighth prince was instructing him to strike the crown prince of the Shang. This did not align with the public perception of the eighth prince, known for his kindness and benevolence. Could such a request truly come from him? No, the person before him could not possibly be the eighth prince. After all, today was the day of the eighth prince's grand wedding. How could he possibly be present here? Surely, it must be the crown prince of the Shang attempting to tarnish the eighth prince's reputation, deliberately orchestrating this situation. Perhaps his unfortunate capture was not mere chance, but a design of that very crown prince. Fortunately for Chanxin, she was oblivious to the thief's thoughts at that moment. Otherwise, she might have questioned whether this thief, like her, had also traversed time and space. After all, how could his thoughts be so vivid? But typically, time travelers are women, right? Had he mistakenly altered his gender during the process? To be continued. In the 73rd chapter, Kind-Heartedness. Chanxin observed the astonished expression of the thief and realized that everyone in the former Jin kingdom was aware that today marked Situ Ye's grand wedding. His presence here signified a runaway groom. What would that mean for Ling Huan? Furthermore, the official from the censorate would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch severe criticisms. As every minister was part of faction, even among the censorate, there were allies of the right minister, the left minister, and even the general had supporters within. Chanxin's first thought was that while they could emerge, they must not reveal their identities. Otherwise, their standing in the public eye would be utterly diminished, leaving Situ Yi in a precarious position. After all, if today's events were to unfold, and Ling Haohua continued to support Situ Yi, it would only serve to slap his own face and trample his own dignity, as his beloved daughter had been abandoned on her wedding day by someone he was meant to protect. Even if others did not explicitly voice it, mere glances would be enough to condemn Ling Hao 100 times over. Additionally, they could question whether Ling Huan was truly his daughter. Could she perhaps be the daughter of an enemy? How could a father stand by while his daughter was treated so poorly and even assist or torment her? Unless he had lost his senses. Even if he had, surely he would know whom to favor. Just as Chanxin prepared to speak, the thief interjected with unexpected bravado. Hey, are you really the crown prince of the Shang? The phrase, you little rascal, was obviously directed at Gong Moli. Gong Moli raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was the first time he had been addressed in such a manner. Tianyin, too, was incensed and raised his arm to strike the thief, but Gong Moli intervened, gesturing for him to release the thief. Once freed, the thief heard Gong Moli ask, "Why do you say that?" The thief scoffed. Who in the former Jin kingdom does not know that today is not only the birthday of the ruling prince, but also the weddings of the 7th and 8th princes? The 8th prince should be in his palace enjoying soft jade and fragrant warmth, not here. Besides, he is kind-hearted. How could he send me to beat someone for no reason? The one he would strike would surely be a notorious criminal or a scoundrel. Upon hearing the thief's words, Gong Moli did not react with anger, but rather with a smile. Oh, kind-hearted? I am genuinely intrigued to learn more. Tianyin, take him in. Miss Chanxin, would you care to join us at Guiyun Pavilion for a chat? As Gong Moli spoke, Chanxin realized that this was indeed Guiyun Pavilion. It was where they had dined previously. After bowing respectfully, Chanxin glanced at the situation on the street and nodded. It just so happens I also have something to discuss with you, my lord. Hearing this, Gong Moli turned and walked ahead, completely disregarding Situ Yi, for he knew there was no need to inquire further. As soon as Chanxin leaves, Situ Yi is certain to follow. Soon, the group arrived at the elegant chamber beneath the Guiyun Pavilion, where Gong Mo Lin and Situ Yi occupied the prominent seats. The others took their places on either side, while the young thief stood trembling in the corner. Do not be afraid. Were you not quite brave just now? Would you care to introduce yourself? I am rather curious about how the 8th prince is perceived by the common folk. Gong Mo Lin gestured towards Situ Yi, saying, to be honest, he is merely the guardian of this ethereal beauty and not truly the 8th prince. I have heard he possesses great renown, the thief murmured, and I thought to discreetly learn more, only to have my ruse unveiled. Are you truly the crown prince of the Shang? The thief, frightened, immediately knelt, recognizing the weight of the identity before him. I am called Ning Fu, residing in Sanli village outside the city, where a small plot of land sustains my modest needs. However, 6 years ago, my parents and elder sister were murdered, and a flicker of resentment crossed Ning Fu's eyes before he shifted the topic. Half a year ago, the 8th prince passed through our village, vanquishing a group of bullies and rescuing Elder Zhang from next door, bestowing upon him a generous sum of silver. Elder Zhang, being a kind man, shared it among the villagers. Since the 8th prince's intervention, our village has enjoyed the favor of the authorities, allowing us to farm in peace. Since you can now farm, why do you not remain in your village and lead an honest life instead of resorting to thievery? C2Y, having no recollection of the incident, decided to accept the flattering title thrust upon him. What you may not know is that 6 years ago, after losing my family, I was fortunate enough to be saved by a wandering physician. Yet in my near-death state, he was compelled to use a potent poison as medicine. Though I survived, the poison remains within me, leaving me in a state of weakness, unable to work or carry burdens, merely drifting through life. Upon hearing this, Chanxin's eyes sparkled with interest. Come here, let me have a look. Though my medical skills are modest, I can certainly try. Ningfu looked up in astonishment at the enchanting young woman. Just moments ago, the crown prince described this distinguished gentleman as her protector, leading him to believe there was more to their relationship than mere guardianship. Yet, observing her hairstyle, he surmised she was not merely a noblewoman. Thus, he felt uncertain about their true identities, but he was certain she was not the 8th prince. The image of the 8th prince in his mind was one of utmost grandeur. C2Y pressed his lips together. Let Chanxin examine you. Her medical expertise is exceptional. Do not be misled by her modesty. But I am merely a commoner of lowly status. Ningfu protested. What does that matter? I am of no higher standing than someone who toils in the fields. He glanced at Gong Mo Lin and his bodyguard Tianyan, pondering if they were not outsiders themselves. I shall remain silent, as I have witnessed. He cast a meaningful glance at C2Y before lifting his teacup to conceal the smile on his face. However, Ningfu noticed and furrowed his brow. This man was indeed of uncommon origin. He stepped forward, extending his arm, and Chanxin gently took his pulse. Her expression shifted from shock to increasing solemnity, and finally, she withdrew her hand with a soft sigh. Ningfu instantly understood that she could not save him. Yet, he knelt in gratitude, only to hear Chanxin say, "While I may be able to save you, the circumstances you faced back then are beyond my power. If you possess the prescription from that wandering physician, I could swiftly devise an antidote." Ningfu's face flushed with a peculiar hue as he raised his head. "Do you speak the truth, miss?" Before she could reply, C2Y scoffed. "Do you think Chanxin is just an inept doctor lacking skill?" "Yi, cease your words," C2Y retorted coldly, turning away. Yet, Ningfu caught the name Yi and felt his heart race. Could it be that he truly was the 8th prince? He was aware that the current 8th prince was named C2Y, but could this lady truly be the prince's consort? Would a noble consort possess healing skills? Would she condescend to check his pulse? The prescription was not given to me. It was the wandering physician who directly administered the medicine. Ningfu coughed lightly. I merely wished to glean how your 8th prince is regarded among the people. Gong Mo Lin cleared his throat awkwardly, prompting everyone to recall their purpose for gathering, which had seemingly strayed. In the eyes of the citizens, the 8th prince is not only kind-hearted but also courageous and selfless, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. His actions have long been the subject of local gossip, and sometimes we can easily deduce his identity from his deeds, especially given the people he assists. Ningfu pondered for a moment before commenting. In cases like our village, such deeds are hard to conceal. However, if he merely aids an individual, perhaps no one would know. Take, for instance, the girl who sold herself to bury her father. She too is a victim of fate. Upon hearing this, C2Y nearly shattered his teacup in shock. For that girl, who sacrificed herself for her father's burial, hailed from the neighboring village of Sanli. Years prior, her father had fallen gravely ill, leaving her mother alone to support the family. The girl willingly took on the burden, dancing in an inn to earn silver for her father's treatment and to provide for her younger brother, though her mother opposed this. With her brother only 2 years old and her father's condition worsening, there was no alternative. A year ago, the magistrate Chun visited that inn and laid eyes on the girl. Though she was not extraordinary in appearance, she was not unattractive either, appearing far from the roughness of rural upbringing. With her delicate beauty and graceful dancing, the magistrate took a liking to her at once. He sought to take her as a concubine, but the girl refused, as did her family. Thus, the magistrate vowed that if she married him, he would pay for her father's treatment. The girl likely reasoned that the meager earnings from dancing were not worth as much as marrying the magistrate, who promised to heal her father. Yet, her family was adamant against it. The matter lingered until 5 days prior, when her younger brother fell ill as well. The girl sought the magistrate's help, only to find herself imprisoned instead. Her mother, accompanied by her ailing son, sought the magistrate, who, in a fit of rage, imprisoned them both. The elderly father, upon hearing this, exhausted all his remaining savings to appease the magistrate, who shamelessly accused the family of theft. Considering the old man's grave illness, the magistrate chose not to pursue the matter further and expelled them. The old man, already ill, succumbed to his anger and died before the magistrate. This was when the girl learned of her father's death, crying and demanding the magistrate pay for his life and release her mother and brother. Yet, the tyrannical magistrate callously discarded the old man's body in a hidden alley. To be continued. Heroine was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the young lady had more to say. However, upon seeing Gong Mo Lin's guards approaching with Ning Fu in tow, he completely forgot about her. He promptly rose and said, "Your Highness, I shall retrieve that young lady." Si-Tu Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded in agreement. Were it not for the presence of the Crown Prince of Desheng, he would have stormed straight to the county office and executed the governor publicly. This was still the capital. Had he been an official in a remote area, who could fathom the extent of his tyranny? If such things could occur under the emperor's nose, what chaos must reign elsewhere? Had the political landscape of the Chanxin kingdom descended into such disarray? Those ministers could spout a multitude of theories in court, yet none were capable of enacting real change. "Yi, please do not be angry," Chan'er said. "I am not angry," Si-Tu Yi replied tersely, gritting his teeth. Chan'er chuckled helplessly. "Is this what you call not being angry? If that is the case, what does being angry look like? Then, if you're not angry, might you spare this teacup? Otherwise, its life may soon come to an end." Gong Mo Lin could not help but laugh aloud, and Si-Tu Yi suddenly realized he was gripping the teacup tightly. Fortunately, he had not applied too much pressure, otherwise, it would surely have shattered. "Did you see that? Now this is what I call anger," Si-Tu Yi declared, demonstrating his point by crushing the teacup in his hand, a clear display of force. Heroine gently tugged at Chan'er. "Sister, how do you usually pamper him? Just look at how spoiled he has become, more juvenile than ever." "It is not me, sister. You must believe that it is not my doing. He has always been like this." The two began to exchange whispers without a care for those around them. Since she had not attended the palace banquet due to her unsuitable status. It was the first time Gong Mo Lin encountered her, and he found her quite intriguing. "Indeed, you are not mistaken, sister. However, I must say, His Highness left a splendid first impression. I recall when I first saw him on the street, he appeared so majestic. Yet, after spending time together, that image has been tarnished," she continued. Chan'er covered her mouth, giggling. "Your worldview has been utterly shattered." "What do you mean by worldview?" Chan'er shook her head, while Si-Tu Yi's expression darkened further. Gong Mo Lin, on the other hand, was nearly beside himself with laughter. He recalled the first time he saw Si-Tu Yi at the palace gates, when he had requested Chan'er to accompany him for a meal. He distinctly remembered the 8th prince making a move, only to be halted by General Pang. After being stopped, Si-Tu Yi remained quiet, listening attentively. Gong Mo Lin was deeply impressed by him at that moment, and later discovered his eloquence and the apparent esteem in which the Minister of State held him. Initially, Gong Mo Lin regarded Si-Tu Yi as quite reliable, but the events of the palace banquet, coupled with what had transpired at the palace gates and just moments ago, left him puzzled. The Minister of State valued a son who had once sent several mice as gifts, who would abandon his newlywed legitimate wife for another woman, who would instruct a mere thief, lacking any martial prowess, to confront him. All these occurrences seemed exceedingly strange, intensifying Gong Mo Lin's curiosity, leading to the current situation. He now understood that Si-Tu Yi possessed an outward appearance that suggested he was honorable and reliable, yet his temperament was quite childish, albeit not naive. He was indeed clever. Hearing the common people's impressions of him, Gong Mo Lin could surmise much. During today's palace banquet, the Crown Prince's gaze upon Si-Tu Yi was unmistakably that of a potential stumbling block. Such a person would undoubtedly be a hindrance to the Crown Prince, who seemingly lacked the Minister of State's favor. No wonder, before departing, the Chancellor had advised him to observe the political landscape of the Chanxin kingdom carefully. to discern who might ascend to the throne in the future. Initially perplexed, Gong Mo Lin now comprehended that this crown prince would likely never ascend to power. Just as Gong Mo Lin was lost in thought and Si-Tu Yi was on the verge of an outburst, He Irua entered with the young lady. Si-Tu Yi straightened his appearance, while she raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Oh, have you encountered a beauty? You even care about your image." Although the remark dripped with sarcasm, Si-Tu Yi understood that she was not jealous, but rather defending Chan Air's honor. If I can go to such lengths for Chan Air, do you think I would be swayed by another? Moreover, how many people in the world could rival Chan Air's beauty? In my opinion, none. Even if there were, they would be woefully superficial. Chan Air is simply too wonderful. Si-Tu Yi extended his slender, fair hand, listing her virtues as if reciting a treasure account. First, she is stunningly beautiful. Second, her talents are exceptional. Third, she is gentle and considerate. Fourth, her medical skills are unparalleled. Alas, it seems there is nothing Chan Air cannot do. She wore an expression of admiration for Si-Tu Yi's discernment, which caused Chan Air to blush. At that moment, He Irua, "Step forward, your grace. The lady has arrived." Given that Si-Tu Yi's presence today was already out of the ordinary, it was best that fewer people were aware of it. As for Ning Fu, He Irua was already aware of the situation, and with a few individuals displaying respect towards Si-Tu Yi, it was likely that they had already deduced his identity. However, He Irua believed he would remain silent about it, especially since he had boldly confronted Gong Mo Lin, fully aware of his status as the crown prince of Desheng, indicating that Ning Fu was a person who valued gratitude, though perhaps he was merely feigning such qualities. Yet, none of this mattered, for the time to deal with him had not yet arrived. After the young lady approached and bowed, she finally met the gazes of the individuals before her. The two prominent figures were clearly of noble birth, likely sons of high-ranking officials or princes, especially given the grand occasion of the Minister of State's birthday and the royal wedding. "Your mother and brother are being oppressed by Governor Qin?" The young lady nodded, and Si-Tu Yi continued to inquire, "Have you no intention of reporting him?" With a sorrowful smile, the young lady replied, "Report? How could I?" Looking up at Si-Tu Yi, she thought, given how he poses such a question, he must be of noble birth. If he were merely the son of an official, he would undoubtedly be aware of the sordid affairs of the officialdom. As for the princes who occupy high positions, it is normal for them to be oblivious to such matters. How could one even report? He is just a small governor, and this is Jin City, the capital of our Chanxin kingdom. Under the emperor's rule, even princes are held accountable for their crimes against commoners. How could a mere governor wield greater authority? The young lady shook her head. "You do not understand, my lord. The officialdom is a web of mutual protection. This is the case everywhere. With the emissaries of Desheng visiting, even the drum for petitions has been silenced by the officials, all to prevent others from sounding the drum and filing complaints, thus preserving their faces." Upon hearing this, Si-Tu Yi's expression darkened. Had the Chanxin kingdom truly sunk to such depths, treating lives as though they were mere weeds? He recalled his previous experience mingling with the common people. The harmony between officials and citizens was evident, and although a few officials may have been corrupt, it was not detrimental to the greater good. After all, where there is clarity, there are no fish. As long as they did not oppress the populace with madness, that was sufficient. Do not think too much. It is the same everywhere. Gong Mo Lin patted Si-Tu Yi's shoulder, who looked at him in confusion. Gong Mo Lin nodded. Desheng has its share of such issues, is not limited to them. One can hardly expect any nation to be free from such corruption. The very nature of officialdom is one of mutual protection. How is the character for official written? It comprises two mouths connected, inseparable. There are indeed incorruptible officials within the ranks, yet they find it exceedingly difficult to navigate. A good official is not merely defined by their integrity, but by their understanding of adaptability, regardless of how one must adapt. The welfare of the people must always take precedence, and tangible actions for the populace are what truly define a good official. Chana spoke softly, yet she feared her words might be misconstrued as encouragement for officials to indulge in corruption, so she clarified, stating some matters can be overlooked. For instance, in this case, when the governor initially desired to take the young lady as a concubine, her family refused, and he did not force the issue. That can be deemed a good official. However, now that he has committed such an atrocious act, It is utterly reprehensible and deserving of punishment. Si Tui nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, who does not appreciate beauty in this world? Thus, the governor's desire to take her as a concubine was somewhat understandable. Yet, to go to such lengths for the sake of it rendered his actions unforgivable. Listening to the young lady's discourse was truly more enlightening than a decade of study. Her profound understanding of the term official was particularly admirable. Gong Molin reflected on Chan'er's words and remarked, "The young lady merely speaks fancifully. How could that possibly merit your admiration?" Gong Molin chose to remain silent thereafter. Iruo interjected, "Iruo, you have so many vacant rooms in your residence. Why not allow the young lady to stay there?" Iruo accepted the suggestion, aware of Si Tui's thoughts. Given that he was now privy to this matter, he could not turn a blind eye. Therefore, it was likely that he would mention it to the Prince of Politics the following day. And no later than 5 days hence, the prince would undoubtedly launch an investigation into this affair. To be continued.